to Brawlhalla.
Day one is wrapped up. It's officially day two of BCX 2022 with a beautiful trophy and $250,000 on the line for our singles competition. It's all going down live from Cobb Galleria in Atlanta, Georgia. We saw the fun and excitement and the focus, of course, the ultimate determination from the players as they fought their way to be one step closer to the crown. From Expo to competition and more, we've got an action-packed day for you, and we're only halfway through and really just getting started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to BCX Day 2 pre-show. I am Win-An, better known as White Sheepy, and of course, I'm joined by some of my favorite boys, the legendary Duke and Sparky. Guys, what a day one, right? Are you ready for day two?
I think it's hard to be prepared for how amazing of an event that we've had. Of course, we knew it was going to be our biggest event of the year again, a massive prize pool, unprecedented for the fighting game community. And then on top of that, just the sheer level of competition. Yesterday was absolutely insane. I could not have asked for a better closing set to day one, but now we're going into day two with the 1v1s, and it's just going to get better.
I think the dopamine feedback loop in my brain after yesterday is broken now, so I've become desensitized because surely it cannot get better, right? There's no way it can get better after yesterday. Like it's impossible. There's no way that we can follow that up with 1v1s today, right?
I believe we can, because day one is going to be so action-packed. We're going to get all the coverage of 1v1s today. But let's talk about day one just a little bit further and kind of take a look back on what's going on. So, of course, day one is in the books. You know, but however, let's talk about some of the awesome moments. The drive and the focus that we saw in yesterday's competition was literally unmatched. We got some, I believe, like maybe some, let's talk about some matches possibly. I'm trying to think of literally the last one.
Acno, Blaze, Use, and Fiend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Acno, Blaze, Use, and Fiend was like, if you look at the bracket, you're like, yes, this is a grand finals caliber match. And then you look at the actual gameplay that happened and you see what all four of those players did in those games. And you really see that it's not just a grand finals match, but a world championship grand finals caliber match. And that was still outside of top four. There is still more of 2v2 to come, but man, that really was an incredible cap to that day.
Yeah, it was an absolutely amazing set. Again, I could not have asked for a better one. Just the sheer hunger. Of course, I don't want to spoil it too much for the people who didn't miss it yesterday, but at the end of it, like, everyone should be proud of their performance.
Absolutely.
I know I saw a lot of people on social media being like, oh, I'm out at 7th in 2v2s. And it's like, bro, you're out at 7th at the World Championship where, like, to get through top 32, you had to defeat huge teams.
Cider and Kresu,
Yeah.
like, I was joking about saying, like, oh, don't worry about this tournament, bro. You're going to pop off at BCX, bro. But no, Cider and Kresu did it. They hugely outplaced their seed, and they were not the only team to do that either.
Yeah, day one had some incredible matches, but now, if that was day one, what in the world are we going to be in store for today with us, you know, kicking off singles? You know what, let's first talk about the prize pool for singles. Let's let the folks at home remember what everyone is competing for here. So, once again, we got the largest prize pool in FGC history, all right? It's $500,000 paid out in total. And for singles here, $250,000 are gonna be paid out to top 128 singles players. And then first place in singles walks away with $50,000.
Unbelievable life-changing money.
That's insane.
That is literally a big chunk of change there.
Yeah. That's a nice little wallet to bring home.
Yeah, just a nice little one to put in your back pocket and say, you know, maybe I'm gonna treat myself today. I'm gonna get an appetizer at dinner off of this one.
Maybe
We might get dessert.
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 Yeah,
Only if you eat your vegetables. Though.
There you go. A little bit of dessert as well with that big chunk of change. But look, we've talked about the tournament. Of course, it's not only just a tournament. I keep saying that because literally we got more than just that, because we got an Expo experience experience, an awesome Expo experience. It's so great to have just our Brawlhalla family back together anyways after being apart for such a long time. And, you know, at the Expo, there's so many things you can do. I mean, look at
my
that.
king, my absolute king, the Jae Young cosplayer. Just absolutely crushing it, showing all of their talent as a cosplayer. Look at the fidelity that costume has to the actual character in the game, virtually indistinguishable.
So you can catch all of this action, the Expo action, the competition, all on our official streams. We got twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, our side stream, twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. We got so many more different places you can watch, ESTV, YouTube, we're everywhere on all different locations. And what's really cool is that we have this great plugin where you can use to kind of choose what you're seeing, who you're looking at. Do you want to see the players? Do you want to see the competition? Do you want to see the Expo area? That's all available for y'all at the folks at home so that you guys can feel like you guys are here with us live, which I think is incredible. I think it's awesome that you get to be able to do that. We're going to keep rolling around here, or keep rolling things along, because I'm talking about Twitch. I'm talking about watching on stream and things like that. And of course, you know, with Brawlhalla, we got some exclusive viewership rewards if you're tuning in. Of course, you know. You'd already know this. But everyone loves free stuff, of course, and you can get this on Twitch if you watch it. These are the many viewership rewards that you can literally earn for free and claim them if you're just tuning in and watching along. All you gotta do is watch a stream to get access to all this exclusive Brawlhalla rewards. I mean, look at that. We've got emojis, we've got emote, sidekicks, weapons, woo, a loading frame there, and a UI theme. And that's something we don't actually usually give away for free. I'm gonna just put that out there as the producer.
The producer hat just came on.
Producer of Brawlhalla came here. That is a big high item. I just want to let everyone know, please be tuning in because you can claim that for free. And
I wasn't going to let that happen. I said no, absolutely not.
You
but,
said no?
But when Ann put her foot down and made sure, and then look at this official BCX merchandise. When Ann, tell me about this.
Look, everybody needs merch. I'm in fact wearing some merch. We got some awesome stuff from Spiff themselves. It's incredible. Like, look, this is actually available now. You can either buy it here at the venue, but for folks at home, you can also purchase this. You can see the URL link right at spiff.space/SpiffXBrawlhalla there, and I believe they have a code you can use, BCX. Oh no, BCX free.
BCX free, because the people here at the venue can of course pick that up and they don't have to deal with shipping, but Spiff was generous enough to add that code. But also you can pick up some Yeti merch, the yeti.com/Brawlhalla. You can see the URL in the bottom if you are confused on how to spell that one.
I need to cop that Azos shirt because look right now, the camera just turned to me. The camera person knows. See, look, I got bones on my sleeves. I got bones on my sleeves. I need bones on my t-shirt now.
I know.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to pick one of those. I'm gonna have to go to the Yeti.com. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, that is Yeti spelled Y-E-T-E-E. That is the Yeti.com / I honestly forgot the URL. Is it Brawlhalla? Okay, I didn't know if there was something in front of it.
It's okay.
Look, I'm a little bit nervous. Okay,
you can pre-order
this
now,
weekend.
but you can
pre-order it now.
That stuff now. It is a pre-order, so that will be shipping later. Okay, pre-order. But it's some hot exclusive merch just for BCX 2022, so you don't want to miss it.
I'm about to do that literally right now on the desk, on the laptop.
Not only do we got merch, you folks, viewers at home, can get involved with us. We got Odin's Journal, which is activated. Okay, so. Guys at home, we want to hear from you all weekend long. We want to engage with you, engage with our community. We want to stay connected, okay? So let us know what you think by voting in the polls, tagging us on social, #BCX2022. I want to see pictures. I want to see photo, taking selfies all up on my timeline. I need to see all that. Tag us, okay? Get involved with us. We want to see what's going on. Anyways, speaking about getting involved, you know, I feel like we might need some help from our viewers or maybe the audience or something to help get this new weapon ready. Maybe remember there was a new weapon we were talking about, right, chat? Or guys,
I mean, he's been working in the back.
Olgrim's been
He's actually like right over there.
You can hear the chains rattle, rattle. Clink, clink.
You know
that's the anvil again.
You should do onomatopoeia professionally. You should be a Foley artist.
It's got to be done by now, right? Let's check in with Olgrim.
Probably, right?
Let's just check in with Olgrim, right? Let's just check in real quick. Hey, Olgrim, are you ready to show the weapon yet?
Not yet. Check in again tomorrow.
Oh,
I'm telling you, he's been pushing it and pushing it and pushing it.
Hey,
I'm impatient.
he did say perfection does take time. So Ogram, all right, we'll check in with you tomorrow. But he did say it takes some.
It's like a college
some time.
student where they wait to the last minute, like the night before.
So me.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just like me for real,
He's
for
just
real.
like, yeah.
Well, we'll check back in with Olgrim tomorrow. We'll see where he's at with the new weapon and things like that. But, of course, we still got a singles tournament happening today. Let's talk about the format of the game, of the singles competition today. Sparky, tell me about it.
Tournament format. You see phase 1. That is because there are several phases to this. We're starting off 1 versus 1, double elimination, best of 3. The prize pool, of course, like Winnie mentioned earlier, $250,000. Phase 1 will whittle down to the top 128, and then we will move on to the further phases of the tournament. But right now, it's best of 3s. That means each game is so valuable. If you go down with 2 losses, you're going down in the elimination bracket, or you're already going to be gone from the tournament. Nobody wants their run cut short too early, so best of 3 is so tough. You think about best of 5 and how the extension of it and the endurance of it, but you also have to be like a sprint runner if we're talking about best of 3s. It's marathon versus sprint. Both are extremely valuable skills, and both are important in this tournament.
For sure. It's going to be really, really challenging for our folks there competing literally right now over there in the phase 1 of our singles competition here. So, guys, we talked about, our predictions for doubles yesterday. I want to know your thoughts and predictions about singles. Today, will there be any major upsets? What are you feeling? What are you thinking, Duke?
I made my predictions without actually looking at the bracket, so I already know I'm wrong, but I'm fine with that. I'm going to go ahead and list my 3, because again, the 3 people that I just want to look out for the most. And of course, you can't talk about the World Championship without talking about at least some of these other regions. So you got to talk about Godly, the #1 European player, the person who's been dominating the region. He's coming in as my 3rd place spot. And second, I'm giving it to Sandstorm. I think it's the time for the return.
Wow.
We're back at the World Championship. He has been dominant in the World Championships, but at #1, I'm a Luna ride or dyer. All right, I'm giving it to Luna in that #1 spot.
For my side, I don't have a North American player in the top 3.
What?
I don't.
Name a 1v1 where a North American hasn't won.
You know what? I don't care.
Ooh.
Because
Okay, well,
I don't look at the past, I'm thinking about the future.
Aren't you Mr. Stats?
When it fits the narrative that I want to get across.
Okay.
And today, it only does a little bit. So I'm going in 3rd place. Asmodee stands, rise up. That's me. I'm an Asmodee stand. She said on day 0 that she is going to win this one. I don't think she's going to get quite that far. I'm going to put her in 3rd place. Honestly, I'm still getting over you putting Godly in 3rd place. I think that's I expected him a little bit further, which is why I put him in 2nd place. Godly's going to come to this one, but I don't think he's coming out on top. We're still beefing on Twitter, so no shot he gets the gold medal here. That's because in 1st place, yet again, the young future Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion, Famo Brazil. It's not Fiend, though. It's not West, though. It's my guy, Kaina. I don't know if he's going to do it, but I've said it so many times throughout this tournament. I'm a fan, and you know who I'm a major fan of? It's Kaina, a very young player here in Brawlhalla. I think he can do it, and we're going to find out.
Wow, this prediction of yours, that's awesome.
It's just stuff I want to see.
Yeah,
it's stuff I
think
want to
it's
see.
awesome.
That's very much a fan prediction
I
of like,
really
these are
like
3
it.
people that I really like.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. I love it. And of course, y'all have heard their predictions. Folks at home, we want to hear your predictions, so please drop those votes when we do the polls. Let us know on Twitter, our socials, #BCX2022. Let us know what you think. Maybe you think Sparky is completely off the mark. Maybe you're a big Luna fan as well. I don't know. I'm just saying.
How come you say I'm the
Yeah, she
crazy
said it for
one?
you.
Yeah, that's messed up.
I don't know. Look,
I put seed number 98. Sandstorm and Godly have to fight to get out of pools.
Look, we'll see what's going to happen as the day keeps rolling on. But, of course, we've got to look at some of the players who are competing today. Or actually, they were competing yesterday in the doubles portion, but, of course, they're also going to be competing today as well. So let's talk about some of them right now. We're going to start with Luna. Duke, I know you're a big Luna fan. Tell me about Luna.
He's the best. There's no denying it. A 1v1er, winner of the Midseason Invitational, dominant force in the North American region. He doesn't kind of have that name power that you see out of like Godly in terms of like the dominance of the region, but at the same time, it's Luna. He's been winning it. He's kind of been that young blood up-and-comer for the year. He came out swinging at the start of the year and has just been progressively doing better and better, winning the gold medals here in 2022.
You can see his earnings right there. 4 gold medals. Oh yeah, he's up and coming for sure. And now, Sparky, our next player that I want to like talk about really quickly is Godly. Tell me about Godly, Sparky.
Godly has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and I don't know if he can handle it. That's not saying anything negative about Godly. It's just he hasn't been proven in that space yet. He's here at BCX with everyone thinking that he's going to win this. He has to worry about a crowd that's larger than any Brawlhalla crowd we've ever had. He's on a stage that's larger than any stage we've ever had in Brawlhalla. There's more lights, there's more distractions. Everything going on is something that Godly has never really been put up against, and that is going to be huge for him. That's why this tournament is such a proving ground for him and everybody else stepping up.
I really feel like Godly can step up to the plate, though. Now, our next competitor here, also in the EU region, Acno. Duke, how do you feel about Acno? Tell me about it.
I mean, Acno, coming into this one, has been in a really awkward spot. He was once the most dominant force in the European region. Again, destructive in the 2v2 space, narrowly made his way into the top 4 yesterday in doubles alongside Blaze. But I gotta say, today, he's struggling a little bit, already taken an L in his pool's phase, so he is having to make the lower bracket run, which is going to be an incredibly long run and an incredibly grueling run given the sheer level of competition here. But it's Acno, one of the best in the European region.
For sure. And Sparky, I know you had this player as your #1. How do you feel about Kaina?
Bro, he's so filthy. He's so filthy on the game. Such a clean player. I'm really curious what we're going to see from him. The clips here are from, of course, we're seeing a lot of really clean Kochi play. We'll see if he's able to bring that in. We have a lot of Bodvar play in the past. One of my favorite Bodvars, definitely my favorite hammer. Really one of my favorite hammers of all time to watch. Again, the same things I said about Godly, all of that pressure, same things on Kaina, but Godly has a longer career than Kaina, and Godly's also older than Kaina, so there's some player maturity, there's some overall maturity there that Godly has under his belt. I don't know how Kaina's going to do today, man.
Ooh, that is definitely a challenge. I'm glad you pointed that out. So, the next player we're going to talk about, fan favorite, of course, right? Fiend. Dude, tell me about Fiend.
I mean, like you said, if you love the South American region, you gotta love Fiend. He's long been that representative for the region. He's got such a massive character pool. Saw the Queen Nai, saw the Hattori, saw the Nash, saw the Kaya. Basically name a spear character, and he's played it. He's also played the Asuri, the Thatch, the Lucian. Seriously, he can play it all and do it all, and he's got such an amazing playstyle. So fun to watch, and of course, he is gonna be repping that South American region.
Oh yeah, and I cannot wait to see Fiend perform today because I'm also a big Fiend fan as well. So, Sparky, also this next player we're going to be talking about was on your predictions as well, Asmodee.
Asmodee stands rise up. Asmodee is sort of the major representative now of Australia, sort of Australia's best hope to make it as far as possible in this tournament. We saw Kaiser come over to North America and practice, but we also saw what kind of happened to Kaiser yesterday in twos. Kaiser has his good days, Kaiser has his bad days. Asmodee has been talking about nerves and this being a difficult situation for her as well. So again, I hate to keep harping on that, but I really cannot get it across enough to the people here and the people at home. Playing in this environment is unlike any else. You cannot replicate it. Asmodee has the skills. We've seen her demonstrate them at home in those online tournaments. All that matters is how quickly she can get up to speed here, get her feet underneath her, and start running.
That seems really exciting to see. I honestly, your predictions, I'm really excited to see how things play out.
All 3 of them are like first-time lands,
I'm
official
so excited,
land
actually.
players.
All right, well, up next we got Simple. Duke, tell me about Simple here. We know that name.
Another one of the kind of long-standing representatives of the European region. The last time the North Americans, Europeans, and everyone got together for a World Championship, Simple got the farthest and challenged Sandstorm for that World Championship title. But this year, struggling again. I talked about Acno falling in pools. Simple also having to make that lower bracket run. But again, he's one of those people who levels up in the offline environment. He is used to that pressure that Sparky keeps highlighting. He's used to being under these lights and dealing with all of that stress.
Yeah, that Simple Simple is quite the name. Like just a history in Brawlhalla, because Simple's been around for forever. That's what I feel like, forever. And he's such a great competitor as well. Let's talk about Knees though up next. Sparky.
Knees, a Swedish player, a longtime player, really made his debut back at, I believe it was DreamHack Summer in 2019. A very young player as well, who's since grown up since that point. That was several years ago. Knees is a player that a lot of people are always talking about. They're like, Knees takes this one, and it doesn't quite happen. Knees takes this one, and it doesn't quite happen. We'll see what he brings to the table today. Hailing from Sweden, one of the major representatives that Sweden has to make their name in this tournament on the world stage.
Duke, how do you feel about Knees and like all these different players competing that we've just been talking about so far?
I mean, there's a bunch of names that I think anyone who's been watching esports would be familiar with. They recognize these names. They're like, of course, I know Akno, I know Godly, I know all of these. And then you throw in Knees, which is kind of that surprise pick, which like he doesn't often make it onto the podium. You can see he's got 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, but at the same time, it's Knees. The people in the region know Knees. They know their players the best, and they keep, like Sparky said, representing and saying, this guy can do it. He's got so much potential, and the real question is, will this be the stage where he finally shows that potential?
Yeah, it's going to be a big stage too, let me tell you that. And there's definitely some huge competitors all throughout today that are going to be competing. Before we get more into the action and talking about the tournament, we got TWK joining us.
Hi. Hi. How's it going?
TWK, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling like this is the World Championship.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. We talked about the tournament, we talked about the Expo, and of course it wouldn't be a BCX if we didn't talk about reveals, or at least what's coming up next, right? As far as our patches and the different features we've been working on. And I think all 3 of us happen to be devs, so you know what? Let's talk about that a little bit, right?
All right.
Chat, right?
Okay.
Yes, let's talk about it.
Good to me.
Let's talk about it. We got some game updates coming up in our next upcoming patches that we wanted to share with y'all. Of course, like I said, it wouldn't be a BCX if we didn't talk about what was up and coming. And so we're always working on new features, new things all the time, and we're always striving to make improvements for y'all. And so let's kind of show them, right?
Yeah.
Let's kind of show them the first update we got about bots.
Ooh.
Coming in patch 7.01 are a host of changes to bots. After lots of feedback, we're graduating the long-standing bot AI test feature. These bots are more aware of their attacks, surroundings, and hitboxes. Since bots have finally learned how to play, everyone should have a more natural experience battling bots. No longer does the bot have to be random. Coming in patch 7.01, you'll have the ability to pick every bot in your offline and custom matches. Lobby leaders will have the option to pick what legend the bots are. First, open the party menu on the left-hand side. Then, add a bot and select its difficulty level. Lastly, select the option underneath to pick the legend for the bot. Brawlhalla has over 20 game modes, and with patch 7.01, it will be easier to know what the rules of each are. Scrolling through the game modes list in custom lobbies will now show a graphic and a description of the game mode you're selecting. You'll also see text tooltips in the settings menu to easier understand what each setting does. These tooltips should not only add clarity and help with understanding what everything is, they will also make things look a bit nicer too.
Thank you, Sloshla, for giving us that update. How exciting is that?
I love it. I love it. I'm personally excited about like being able to select your bot.
Oh, yes.
Because so many times, you know, I want to fight against a specific thing, and not just in training mode, you know. I want to be able to just play certain games. Like, oh, hey, maybe I can set up Queen Nai as my goalie if I want a bot for Kung Fu or something. And I'm going to run bot tournaments. That's one of the things that I love doing in a bunch of different games. I just love pitting bots against each other just to be like, all right, how do these actually stack up? You know, what does the game make of the tools that we give it?
Yeah, I think it's awesome to be able to choose what bot you can play against, and it's going to be really helpful for those who are looking for ways to honestly just improve and better their gameplay of Brawlhalla in general. Duke, Tell me about those tooltips, though. I feel like that's a really nice, helpful feature.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about those. We got a bunch of people in the community who are constantly like, oh, how do I play Horde? What are these game modes? Because they see the name Bounty and they're like, I don't really get what this is all about.
What
and
does
now
it mean?
there's this cool graphic that goes with it, some nice flavor text to kind of give you an idea of that. And then on top of that, again, like Sloshula Josh mentioned, those settings that are also alongside of those tooltips to be like, hey, what is name over the thing? What does that do? I don't understand. And now there's this little box that says like, hey, you can put your name over yourself, over your opponent, over everyone, whatever you want.
It's just it's a great feature to just help not only with clarity and just making everything overall look better, but I think for new players, it's going to really help them out because we really actually do have over 20 game modes. What on earth? Like it is insane, and it gets a little confusing sometimes to see what kind of game modes, how do they play, what do they do, and so I think it's going to be really helpful for new players who are joining us and joining our family. But we talked about what's coming into 7.01, and that will be the next patch. But as I mentioned, we're actually always constantly working on things, improving on things. So let's kind of show what we're thinking about for beyond patch 7.01.
In addition to the features coming in patch 7.01, we also wanted to announce some features that might be coming later down the line. Bot Match. Not only will you be able to choose the bots you fight, but you can also spectate a full bot match. Want to watch 7 chosen bot Mordexes team up on an easy bot Orion? Want to create your own bot tournament to see who the greatest of them all really is? With this feature, you'll finally be able to do that. End of match. Currently, after the end of a match, the camera will refocus itself on the remaining players or hang around on the scene as it ends, all in silence until the scoreboard loads in. This can feel unnatural, anticlimactic, or even jarring. That's why we're introducing this new feature called End of Match Fanfare. It focuses on 3 elements: dramatic and deliberate camera movement, announcer voiceover, and localized and animated text. All of this will dynamically change based on criteria met during the match. This means new special lines and camera movements for 3 stocks, comebacks, close matches, draws, last stock self-destructs, and a bunch of other situations. Overall, the end of matches should feel much more exciting. We'll also be adding a new challenge system. The challenge system is a robust series of challenges that extend into high-level concepts and combos in Brawlhalla. The goal for this new feature is to improve a player's understanding of Brawlhalla's mechanics and create an in-depth learning experience. The beta launch of the challenge system will be a first look with a small sample of challenges, so that early player feedback can shape the full release. We look forward to seeing what everyone thinks.
Duke, tell us how you feel about that, since you were also introducing those features on Beyond. Well, okay, actually, Eric, I know you kind of previewed this already. Bot matches.
Yeah, I might have let that one slip a little bit early.
It's BCX, y'all.
I'm so excited.
I know.
For that.
It's BCX. It's okay.
I know you were like trying to reenact, I guess, a reverse of the egg soup video there, where it's like, oh, 7 chosen bots taking on.
This is just bullying.
One easy? Are you calling egg soup easy? I don't know about that, man.
There's all these really cool features. Of course, we've got the bot matches, we've got the end of match fanfare. I know that's one thing that like Sparky has been dying for, is just like that kind of that finish, that flourish. That's so cool.
It gives you the feel of victory or, good game. Because sometimes games do come to a draw and things like that.
They're so situational, too. I don't know if y'all caught all the variations of it, but there's so many.
There is.
The variability, just it paying attention to what happened in the game, it's going to feel so cool.
Now, I think the most exciting thing, and I know TWK, you were hype about it, challenge system. Challenge system. Tell me how you feel about that.
All right, this is something that we've been working on for a while.
Yeah.
And not only just a way to like tutorialize the game to get people into it, in the earlier stages, it's going to span, some of the more intermediate combos, advanced combos, strings, dodge reads. It just sets up for so much potential for content that will constantly be added to this system. And so, yeah, definitely let us know your thoughts. The initial round is going to be going in. you know, relatively soon, as the video said. So give us your feedbacks. That way we know which direction to kind of steer this thing towards and what you're hoping to see in it.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, what you just saw is still rough, right? It says gameplay is not final because this is stuff we're literally still working on, literally at this moment. And so we just wanted to give y'all a little sneak peek about all the different features we are working on and, of course, improving upon. And like TWK said, when we release the challenge system, it's going to be kind of first like an initial draft per se. It's gonna be a little bit more like of a beta because we do want y'all's feedback. We do want to know what works, what doesn't, what combos are we missing, what key different key combos, strings, moves that may be helpful to not only just new players, but maybe you're already an advanced player, you want to just practice something or try something out. We want all this feedback. And so be on the lookout for that. Of course, we'll have more information about that when we are, sharing with you at home all this development update things. Yeah. We'll have more information as we get closer to when we're releasing the initial draft of the challenge system. But we got so many different features, and we just talked about so much. But wait, I'm not done yet. There's actually more we can actually talk about, and I'm actually really excited for this one.
What?
Yeah. So we have a nice little graphic here. Yeah, do you know about this one?
I don't know about this one.
You don't?
What?
You don't know about this one? We're launching in the Ubisoft Connect and Epic Games Store?
What?
What? Okay.
Let's go. Okay.
Yes, that's right. We're going to be launching on the Ubisoft Connect and Epic Games Store. So with that, I'm so excited about the next topic, which is why I'm kind of rolling. I'm kind of rolling with it. Because the first step is connecting on the Ubisoft Connect and Epic Games Store. And of course, that gives more accessibility to people to, have the game, play Brawlhalla. But of course, that also means something else. And I'm pretty sure some people at home already know what I'm kind of leading up to. I feel like, do we got a video to play? We got a video to play? We're going to play a video. We're going to play a video about it. That's right, everyone. Woo! Cross progression.
Yeah.
Thank you, Duke. Oh, we hear the crowd. Thank you.
Crowd's hype for that one.
Yeah, the crowd's excited for that one too.
Let's go.
I know everyone's been waiting for this. I've been waiting for it. Duke, Tina, we've all been waiting. Everybody's been waiting for this, and we're so excited to finally start talking about cross progression, and our target date is spring 2023. Let me remind you, that is not too far away. That is not too far away at all. And Duke, thank you so much for that video. You couldn't make it more poignant about cross progression. It's a fantastic big news. Like, I'm so stoked about it. Yeah. I'm so stoked about it. Guys at home and here in the venue, you guys have no idea. We've been working so hard on all these different features, cross progression, things like that. And I'm just so finally happy and relieved that we can talk about it. We can actually share this news with y'all, and I know you guys are at home. We're gonna be so excited about it. Of course, more information as we keep working on this and we get close to it. And of course, we're always working on improving things and making things better for y'all. So I just wanted to briefly mention this. We don't really have a graphic or a video or anything like that, but briefly mentioning that we're always still working on improvement, which does include performance improvements, server improvements, things like that. We do see your feedback, we hear it, and we really care very much about it. So we're still working on all these things. So more updates to come. Woo!
That's a lot.
That was a lot.
That's a lot.
Woo,
We're only on day 2.
I know.
Day 2?
Yeah, we still got more reveals tomorrow. That was day 2 stuff.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So we are just under a few minutes away to go until we get into like the day 2 of BCX 2022, the competition. All right, the stage is set. Competitors are getting ready and things like that. I want some final thoughts about today, what you want to see, what maybe upsets are going to happen. We're going to start with Duke.
There's so many good matches I want to keep my eyes on everything. I'm glad this monitor has 4 screens because I sometimes look at the bottom one and watch the B stream because there's just so much amazing action. There's so many matches you don't want to miss. Keep your eyes on the pool, start.gg/BCX, and just check out everything. Again, Odin's Journal has that bracket because there's just so much content that you just want to watch it all.
TWK.
I'm just ready for these matches. Like, we have so many different world champions in attendance. You know, we've got Cody Travis from last year in North America. We've got Sandstorm here from past several years. You know, who's it going to be? Now we've got the leading group, Luna, for North America. What's the matchup going to be against Godly from Europe? We've got the absolute monsters from South America. I know Toast has been putting it out there, just saying South America is gonna win singles. So let's just find out.
You know what? Let's just go ahead and find out because the competitors are ready to go, and we know you all at home are in the audience, you're just as excited as we are to just kick things off. So the Brawlhalla World Championship begins right now, everybody.
$500,000 on the line. Champions will be crowned all weekend long.
Look at these two getting jiggy on my man.
Game 5. Oh my gosh. What a combo! Godly and Fosey, the reverse sweep. Can you believe it?
It's day 2 here of the Brawlhalla World Championship. The gamers are in the building and the tournament has gone underway, and we're bringing you the 1v1 action right here. Flambo, you're joining me here on the mic. I know you're excited to get into this one. Who are you looking forward to most today?
I mean, I'm a fanboy, Sparky.
Same, dude, same.
So like, well, okay, Sandstorm, I'm that guy. You know, I'm like, Sandstorm, you been out of the game for a little bit, but you were like, you know what? Sandstorm understood that he couldn't miss BCX.
Absolutely.
So he was like, all right, I'm going to pull up. I'm going to bring out that Mordex that y'all love so much, and I'm going to get the job done. You know what? I want to see if he can go all the way.
The comeback arc. Everybody loves the comeback arc. That would be incredible to see. That would be history being made by truly the GOAT of Brawlhalla. The greatest to ever do it. The greatest to, okay, no. we had this conversation last night with Taza. He's probably groaning right now. Nobody is the faker of Brawlhalla, but we have matches coming up for you right now. Simple versus Bacon. That's on the elimination side of the bracket in pools, Flambo. Simple might drown in pools. Can you believe that? Then we're going to move on to Blitz versus Yami Dash. Right after that is Kaiser versus Unstoppable God. And we're going to end this set of 4 up with Addie Mystic versus Cry. Look at all those different flags on the screen.
Yeah, and even look at some of the differences in some of these PRs, right? Like Unstoppable God, PR 286, making it this far in bracket. And that's someone that I'll run into on the rank ladder. I know how much these people play the game. They are grinders.
I've played him too. Your outcome might be faring a little bit better than my outcome when we run up against them in rank. But we're hoping, if you're a Simple fan out there, that Simple fares much better against Bacon here. Bacon, a long-time player, one of those players who kind of took a step back, but you know what happens when it's BCX time. Old heads, new heads, everyone in between knows this is the place to be this weekend. 1v1s on the mainstream, ladies and gentlemen, and we're starting this one off big. Again, elimination bracket in pools. Simple is such a pillar of the EU community. He might drown in pools.
And this is what I was expecting to see today as well, Sparky, is that we saw a lot of Hattori yesterday in the 2v2 format, and I expected to see a lot of Hattori today in 1v1s because a lot of people just kind of gave up on my guy Bovar, and you know what, it's fine, Hattori's cool too.
Hey, you got the spear. Anybody picking spear today, I'm not wagging a finger at him. The weapon is incredible. It has a very strong place in the meta. You saw a ton of it in 2s yesterday. Probably one of the top 3, if not top 2 weapons that we saw played yesterday. That can extend into 1s, and you see it on the screen right here. It's not just Simple's Hattori, it's Bacon's Bryn, and the Bryn is already starting off with the lead here. Almost, actually, we see getting into this one now that the axe is on the field. We can see Bacon turn this around.
Ooh, and we have a potential opportunity for a corner guard here. It's not going to lead to a KO as Simple finds his way back to the ground, gets a D-Light Terror of his own. He's going to set up for his own corner guard, but he doesn't get the ground pound, but it's there off the corner to
Going
spike.
under? Not enough to get to the other side, but the attempt was made from Bacon. That's going to be the first stock here on the mainstream, going over to Simple. You see Simple going back over to the sword. I was wondering how much we were going to see sword versus spear play, given that Simple, like you said, is a long-time Bodvar player.
Just like that, I mean, the spear play has been looking phenomenal so far, and even the sword play, I mean, the Bovar coming in clutch. Another attempt at a ground pound. It looks like Simple is just ready to let them rip.
But he did show a lot of restraint, as we would expect from a player like Simple, that German restraint that he has. He knows this is a best of 3 as well.
Yes.
So if he tried to go for a second ground pound and lost his stock, that could be disastrous. That could be a moment of momentum shift over to Bacon's side, but no, of course, in true Simple fashion, he's gonna hold on to this one. 1 minute and 45 seconds into the game, he finally loses that first stock. Bacon has a long way to go here on the second stock, as Simple is spawning right back in. And of course, first weapon he picks up is the sword. Within 5 hits, he's already ended that stock, tosses away the spear, goes back to the sword. That of course means that next weapon spawn he picks up, gonna be that sword.
And that's a terrifying thing about the way Simple plays the game, is that you're never like, what is Simple going to do? If I'm in red, he's gonna fish for D-Light recovery. But the way he positions himself around the stage, it's just hard not to get hit by it.
That's like what has always been so strong for him. Because if you look at his hammer, going in with the ground pound a little bit, he's back it up. Bacon unable to find any hits. Simple going deep over there. I thought I was watching Boomi almost for a second. How far he was down there. Almost picks up the dare. Simple with a nice 2-stock on Bacon. Trying to get out of pools here, fighting for his life, but he has control so far.
Oh man, what a stacked tournament lineup we have today. I mean, you said it already a million times. This is the elimination bracket, and Simple is one of those players that, like, I mean, we saw how far he was able to run in 2s yesterday. Would not think would be on the loser's side so early, but there's just so much good competition. Now, managed to get that game 1 on Bacon. Bacon, though, really did struggle to get that first stock. If it takes him that long to secure KOs, this might just be a clean sweep from Simple. Once again, you mentioned it, best of 3.
Simple coming out here, starting off with a little bit of swag. You didn't see him just go for the first hit and then immediately go for the weapon on the unarmed. Threw out the little dare there, okay. I could see Simple easily starting to run away with this. Once he gets that confidence on his side, he took that initial hit to the mental when he went down into the elimination bracket earlier than he would have expected. I believe it was to Merlin. Yo, okay, we're seeing the Simple swag coming out. It's simple, it's clean. You look like the anime character, but it seems like Simple is the protagonist of this game.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's Sora turning into a Heartless in Kingdom Hearts 1, bro. Roxas was just made right there.
It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it was going really well, but you got a little bit too big for your britches, man. Sometimes you gotta go a size down. But with that said, Simple does manage to pick that one up. We have ourselves an extremely even game here, but you have to remember, Bacon needs to win this one to stay alive in this bracket.
That's what's so scary. You have to be a sprint runner versus a marathon runner. When you're in the best of 5, got to go for that marathon, got to go the long distance, have that endurance, but you can get away with some gimmicks. If your opponent tries to stretch themselves a little bit too thin in a bow 3, you might find yourself on the winning side of that. If they get a little bit too crazy, a little bit too reckless, which we saw from Simple early on, he's really starting to clean that up. Goes for the nice D-Light dare, waits, doesn't try to rip the recovery immediately. He knew it wasn't going to be a true option. Went for the nair. Man, Bacon is finding those hits, though. It's just quite not enough yet. D-Light side air. Simple's going to get the stock.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing from Simple's play here. Opting to go for the D-Light dares when he's looking to get that little bit of extra damage, maybe go for a dodge read. And then once it's in that KO range, he lets the Sayer rip or the recovery, depending on positioning, and just secures the stock. Oh my gosh.
Neutral light coming out. Oh, he's going to get the 3-piece and gets the KO. Bacon doing a lot better in this game than I would have expected. Once the first stock shenanigans happened from Simple getting a little bit too swaggy there, I thought that was it. I thought Simple was going to dial it in. But look at what Bacon is doing here. He doesn't want to go down here. He's a longtime player, but he deserves your respect, and he's showing Simple that he deserves Simple's respect as well.
Oh, man, Simple is just swinging out of hit stun, and Bacon is not ready for it. He's like, I just hit you. You're probably going to dodge, right? No, Simple goes for a D-Light immediately and retaliates, and it's so tough to find how far you can extend your punish game.
That right there, that neutral light, that worries me about Simple almost exclusively playing sword hears. If he goes up against Spear, which he's likely to do, he might be outranged by it. Goes for the side light. The recovery is not going to be a true option. Side light. Oh, goes for the big neutral signature. One of the only ones he's ripped so far. Oh, Bacon, it's starting to fall away from you.
Oh, and he needs a weapon, but there we go. We see he managed to pick up the ladder.
Oh, this could be good for Bacon. Oh! He went for the bold option, but this is Simple's weaker weapon. There's the sideline. He goes for the Sayer. Oh,
that's gonna do it.
That was a nail biter, but Simple wins it out 2-0.
Man, I respect Bacon
I do too.
so much for the place he went for there. There were two different moments where he was trying to find the KO on Simple, and the one thing that like Spear really struggles with covering is dodge up, right? You have to read it with a gravity cancel D-Light to get the maximum damage, or with the recovery. So he was like, you know what? This is the hardest thing for my weapon to cover. If I was in this position, I would dodge up so that I don't lose my stock. Goes for the read, Simple dodges in. He's like, all right, this time I'm gonna go for the ground pound. Have to get him, right?
Yep.
No, Simple dodges again in the direction that he doesn't expect. It's good defense, but Bacon was playing so well.
He really did. That's much more than I expected from Bacon. Not to put any disrespect on his name, but Bacon, like we said, is one of those old heads coming back to reconnect here with the community that he spent so much time with in the past. But man, that 2-0, if you're looking at 2-0, you're thinking, of course, Simple wiped the floor with Bacon, but that is not the story of the set. Look at that graph there. Look how neck and neck they were on that final set, Flambeau, that final stock.
Man, great stuff to Bacon. I mean, you were saying it, right? In old head, one of these players has a PR. The other one's been out of the game so long that you don't even, right? You know, like, and it was that close. That's how good people are at Brawlhalla, that when they take their breaks, maybe they're not competing as much. The skill never leaves.
It's definitely like when you come back to it, you still have that foundation. Some of the things you used to do might not quite be the same. Some of the combos you used to go for might still not connect in true fashion, but you still have that foundation that is just, I mean, at a huge level, especially if you're a player like Bacon, who was a known entity back in the day.
Man, Simple. Okay, I want to see what the run is. You know, I'm like, how many names do you knock out? Because the thing is, if you're in the loser side of bracket that early, it's okay if it's like your regional tournament. You know, like, all right, I probably have to get through like 3 or 4 guys, and then I'll make my way toward like losers finals or something. But at BCX, that list just like multiplies by like 5.
Yep.
And so if Simple were to make that run, he'd have to get through so many players.
One thing that will play really on his side here, we do know that Simple has endurance to go the distance in tournaments. He's going to have that on his side. Plus, he has lane experience on his side, which probably more lane experience than virtually almost any other player here, except the absolute upper echelon, the Sandstorms out there, the Cody Travis is out there. But he also has the best of 3 option, so that's going to be fewer games. So if he has this much endurance and he only needs this much because of best of 3, he's got this much left in the tank. That means he's vibing, he's chilling. But I look, seeing him down there this early, I'm worried. I'm worried, bro. Simple is a land monster, but the fact that he's down there this early, I'm a little worried. I'm just going to be real on that one.
No, I agree with you. I feel like if Simple can make it to best of 5 territory, I feel like he's a character, or not a character, he's a player, similar to kind of like Megdi, where once you get through that best of 5 territory, he's really good at wearing down his opponents over the course of
one of the
set.
best at doing that.
I have to agree.
Like Megdi, you're exactly right.
So it's like, if he's able to get there, then it doesn't seem as daunting, but first he has to get there. There's some explosive talent waiting, sharks waiting to go ahead and get a bite.
Now we have the bacons of the group that are going to be like the really, really low seeds that are in the hundreds of seed with virtually no PR. But there are also going to be like the sandstorms of this group that also don't have that great PR and have a really, really low seed as well. So there's the possibility to run into the sandstorms of the group. So you have the bacons, you have the sandstorms, and you have everybody in between. We're going to look at some highlights here from that game. Excellent spear play from Bacon. The axe was devastating as well. We got to see the spear level up from Simple, though. Matchup-wise, Sword has strong matchups, but with how many strong spear players we have now, I think he's going to get outranged a lot. We even saw that from Bacon.
Oh, man. You can see right here, Bacon tries to get back, but these down airs from Simple were really good. Even though that one didn't hit, it didn't need to, right? So it's like, whatever, I'm allowed to whiff that one. And there were a few moments like that where Simple would get like a D-Light dare in the corner and opt to push someone off stage and then try to go for that edge guard with a down air.
That was so beautiful from Bacon. He made the choice there to take off the top rather than the left side. He felt that that was going to be the KO confirmed he could go for. Spear coming in. The spacing. Look at that spacing from Bacon. Oh, that ground pound. That could have been it. I don't know if that would have actually led to the KO since it was on the right side of the stage. But you see the spear play between these two, and I think Bacon really has maybe the better skills, at least from what we've seen so far, from those fundamentals that he has back in the day, compared to Simple being that classic Bodvar player. How many sets have you seen Simple close out with the stomp side air on the hammer? He's not really going to have that option as much in the same fashion now. He still has the sword, but again, I feel like he has to be a little bit more well-rounded. Maybe that'll level up as the day goes on.
I have to agree, especially in that last scenario that we saw in the replays there. There was a moment where, like, the way he secured that last stock was with a weapon throw down, unarmed recovery. And you could see it was just pixels away from that weapon throw not hitting Bacon. And Bacon would have for sure maybe been able to go ahead and turn that around and secure that game. So it's like when you don't have that lock-in potential, right? You don't have that stomp Sair anymore. Sure, you have stomp Sair on sword, or not stomp, but D-Light, or D-Light recovery, but it's like, it doesn't invoke the same amount of fear. Anyone who's played Brawlhalla knows that. You're more terrified of stomp than you ever are of sword D-Light.
The frame data is there on the side of Stomp Sair. Well, at least it used to be before. But we're going to be going into this next game, and it is Blitz versus Yami Dash. Yami Dash, another old head name. Now, I'm not too familiar with Blitz, though. I know Blitz and XJ Cool J, I believe, were teaming together yesterday. I can't remember who they either almost got a win against or did get a win against, but it was a major player. So we know there's potential there from Blitz, and we're seeing some more character diversity here coming out from these two players.
Okay, we're seeing weapons that I expect to also see a fair amount of today, right? We already saw some axe on the side of Bryn, but this time it's going to be sword and axe, okay, on the Maggie there, and on the other side, we have Koji with the bow.
Now, we don't have too many Finnish players, I feel like. Addie was sort of like the one player from Finland representing that country alongside all the Swedes that we used to have in EU Brawlhalla. But now it looks like we have Blitz on the rise for Finland. But Yami Dash looking to set up the edge guard. Very reserved on it. Doesn't want to go down too early. Again, going for something bold right there in a best of 5. Maybe you let that one rip, get a little bit of punishment, but okay.
How did he
do that GCD like to get back on the stage, following that up with the recovery for the KO.
I do not know how Blitz. I saw Yami Dash go for side like D-Light on bow, and I think he air dodged down to the ground with the perfect timing to avoid the active hitbox of the D-Light and punish with the D-Light of his own. That was wild.
Demon behavior coming out. The weapon toss barely gets through that one with the dodge over towards the left side. There's the side light. This time he backdashes, doesn't go for the immediate follow-up after the side light gets punished. D-Light side air from Blitz. Of course, D-Light side air on this sword, it can take a little while to get the knockout, but when you're playing the Maggie, which means you're playing Jala, you get that high strength. Nice spot dodge there. Instant punish again. Blitz, and then comes through with the signature. He goes for 2 reactions and then 2 pushes.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that he went for that N-Sig at the end there just because he had exhausted so many resources. I thought maybe he's going to try to go for the ground pound, but he read a high recovery, was unable to get it, and sometimes you just don't find the read that you're looking for. But despite that, so much damage. I mean, you were just saving it. That's Jala.
Yeah, just a beautiful play there. Going with the Insig, plenty of room. Yami does land and gets the sidelight. Weapon toss goes out. Weapon spawn comes in. Blitz has no trouble. It's the axe, which means huge KO potential.
Okay, looking for that hit, goes for the down
so close.
Was trying to catch the toes, but couldn't quite line it up, and Yami Dash just runs down with the Sayer. And now we've got a little bit of a corner guard situation. No hit, they're looking for the blows, but they can't touch each other.
Again, Yami very reserved on that corner, doesn't want to push too hard. Oh, goes in, Blitz completely disengages, dodges through the down air. That's going to be an interesting punish. I don't know if Yami expected Blitz to like dash or dodge to the right or something like that. Does find the stock, and a nice lead here. Yami's in the later stages of orange, opens this one up, doesn't really weapon starve too much, now moves over towards it.
Okay, now let's see if Blitz can go ahead and bring things back here. We do know that since this is Jala, you do have access to that D-Light chase dodge diagonally into the ground neutral signature that we've seen in the likes of Pugsy so many times in the past. It's not true, but it does have a small dodge window if he's trying to get a very efficient KO.
Okay, a little bit of a push here, a little bit less reservation on the edge guard. We saw the GC neutral signature that burned the dodge for Blitz. That was the signifier for Yami to go in. The recovery's not quite yet. Maybe another one goes for the nair, but the dodge comes out from Yami to escape.
Just trying to find that final blow, and every whip is going to be so much more damage. A weapon throw stuffing out that N-Sig coming out from Yami Dash, but Blitz just can't find the final blow.
Yami was doing a great job of controlling the ground. Goes for the turnaround side air. Goes for the D-Sig. That's going to be a punish. It's a sword neutral light. The fact that that KO'd means that so much damage was built up on that Yami Dash second stock. Blitz is going to need something big, Flambeau.
I feel bad because it's like, that's Jala. Like, the whole point of playing this character is you're not supposed to find your KOs that late. So if it's taking you that long, that means Blitz is extremely struggling to find any hit. There's a connection. Going to need an extremely long string to go ahead and try to bring this one back, and that could be the start.
Oh, that ended up knocking out, and Yami Dash is going to go up 1-0 in this game. Man, 645 damage coming out from Yami Dash. It didn't feel like it took that much damage. It's a little bit inefficient in terms of the amount of damage it takes, but like the pacing really wasn't terrible. So it took a lot of damage, but it was in a relatively short period of time. So the pacing overall, the velocity, if you will, was still a solid average.
I feel like on the side of Yami Dash, sure, got a lot of damage, but one thing that he did not struggle with was finding the setups, right? If I find my D-Light on bow into the recovery, that's going to lead to a knockout. Cool, if I get my D-Light recovery on sword or my D-Light Sayer, that's gonna lead to a knockout. When he was able to get Blitz to those high damage ranges, he was able to find his move that led to the KO. On the other side though, Blitz just kind of ended up swinging. Would try to get the D-Light, it wouldn't hit. Would try to get the Sayer, it wouldn't hit. A stray recovery, not enough juice on it. Just couldn't get the juice.
Now we're seeing Blitz change things up. Carrot juice, no thank you. I'm looking for some nice and sweet pineapple juice coming out from Blitz. Of course, picking the Val. Almost, I don't know if this is an homage to Addie Mystic here with the classic Dragon Slayer Val setup. It is not the white color scheme though. That is the classic Addie Mystic setup. So a little bit of a yoinkin' twist, if you will.
Oh, and still taking quite a bit of damage, but at least on the Val you have a fair bit more defense than you did in comparison to the Jala, so we should be able to see Blitz surviving for quite a bit longer here, and considering the fact that Yami Dash had to do so much damage in that first game, it should extend these stocks a little bit more.
You're also going to have some quickness in terms of the startup on both weapons coming out from Val. You're going to have solid startup frames coming out with the gauntlets, well, really solid everything coming out from gauntlets, and then you're going to be able to match Yami in terms of the sword on the Val pick as well. Okay, coming in, nice recovery there, hits the side air, setting up the edge guard, beautiful weapon toss. Didn't need the huge hitbox of the axe, so it seems like Blitz might just be a Val play.
And I feel like I love the Val pick as an option here. I mean, gauntlets are one of the most popular weapons in the metagame right now, and it's no surprise to me that we're going to see Val here and probably a lot throughout the day because of that affordance. You can hit them off stage, you can rack up that damage, you can get those early KOs, and you can turn around a bad situation in the blink of an eye.
Now you're seeing that survivability coming through. It was almost a minute and a half for Yami Dash to take away this first stock, and that's that defensive valve that you were talking about earlier. So if Yami was having to do 645 damage against a Jala, I'm scared to think about the numbers that it might take to take out this Val pick coming out from Blitz. Maybe not. Okay, Yami is not going to go in too hard, does find a nice down air, doesn't go in too recklessly after it seemed like Blitz might have fallen.
One thing I do love about Blitz is that Blitz has thrown out that Val side sig over the edge with Sword at least 2 times now, and despite the fact that it hasn't hit either time, he's already instilling the fear into Yami Dash that it's something he's willing to go for, so that he can maybe bait out a panic option later, or maybe not even need to do that with the way these gauntlets going off.
Went for the neutral signature as well, happened to pick the wrong direction. If he would have gone for the 50-50 the other direction, it might have actually made contact, so you see a good thought there coming out from Blitz, and I believe in this event, Blitz is seeded like 145th.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So, and Yami, I believe, is like 69th seed, so huge discrepancy between these two, and Blitz is the one in the lead here.
Right, and with the gauntlets in hand as well, just secured stock, sending Yami Dash off stage, and the weapon throw down air is going to be a really popular option to get out of disadvantage from these gauntlets. You can see he throws the gauntlets away again. Looks like he's leaning in a bit more into the weapon throw as a neutral option to kind of go ahead and break the mold, since he is going to be outranged by that bow.
Now, we do have a total of 4 players making it out of pools. 2 on the top side, 2 on the bottom side. This is going to be Blitz and Yami Dash fighting to move out of pools on the elimination side of the bracket. On the top side of this, Kresu made it out and Stingray made it out. Blitz ended up losing to Stingray, and that's why they find themselves down here. It was a 2-0, so that was a tough set for Blitz. He's looking to turn this one around to make it out of pools here against Yami Dash, and it's looking like we are going to see the 1-1, which means a game 3.
Okay, just like that, manages to get a sidelight recovery because there was a burn dodge there, which meant that the conversion was true and was able to go ahead and bring this to a game 3. So we have ourselves a bit of a slugfest here. Now, granted, we're looking at the stage selection, and I think that they ended up going to a little bit smaller of a stage. Miami Dome has those high platforms, right? Makes it a little bit awkward in terms of trying to maneuver around certain moves. They didn't have a spear in that game, so you don't have to worry about that. But with the one platform that you have with Apocalypse, also with the slanted side corners, means that some Sayers from Sword can really cause a problem.
Are you thinking stage is making a huge difference here or not?
I feel like now that gauntlets are a factor, you have to think about it.
Okay, and definitely on a map with a short sidewall, if you're looking at a Val, I'm not taking a Val to a shorter sidewall map whatsoever, especially the way we saw Blitz using those sword side signatures over the corner, like you pointed out before.
Granted, as the game has started off, it looks like Yami Dash going ahead and trying to bring some of this damage deficit back and manages to find a hit here or there, but you can see the Val defense making every slice, every arrow from Koji hit that less hard.
And I think that's why we're still seeing, okay, after that neutral light, but before that, Blitz was still in the yellow, even though Yami found a lot of hits. It's little bit by little bit. The ability to not take quite as much damage, to extend it a little bit further, of course, helps with the knockback there. Going for the gravity cancel neutral signature coming out from Blitz, hoping for a big one. GCD light into the side air. Blitz getting a little bit cheeky, burning those dodges in the air in order to turn his aerial moves into grounded moves.
See, Blitz is looking for that weapon. That was a bit brave.
Yep.
He's going to pay for it, possibly with the stock here.
Oh, he tried it. He tried it. He knew the GCD light was coming, or at least some other KO move that was going to make a connection. So he thought, oh, I'm just going to get over and then get away as fast as I could. But he didn't actually get the touch. He ended up pulling to the right too quickly. So you see like the mechanical attempt there. I think it was probably virtually impossible to touch and get away in time without getting hit.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments where the speed stat really does come into play. You have a little bit more speed, can drift a little bit faster to that wall to get off of it, but not going to be able to work there.
Ends up going in, back-to-back ground pounds, one from Blitz, then one from Yami. We do see the KO coming out from Blitz. Went all the way to the top before throwing that weapon. It's going to delay the weapon spawn a little bit, but it comes into the left side soft platform. Yami's over there. He's able to grab that sword. Nice two-piece coming out from Blitz.
And now this is pretty much as even as it can get. We haven't seen too much, honestly, in terms of offstage play from these gauntlets. Nothing like an early KO, not grabbing anybody with these nairs and throwing them off the stage, but has been playing fairly solid despite that fact. And Yami Dash now taking quite a bit of damage from Blitz's sword.
The sword's actually really looking good here. Maybe I want to see him focus on that a little bit more. D-Light side air coming out from Blitz. Attempt to move over, put a little bit of pressure on Yami. He's able to get back to the main platform. Sword v sword. Either player could make the move, and it's going to be Yami going first. Over back to the bow. He's been playing some really solid bow so far. Nice side air punish. Side light punish. Doesn't go for anything too crazy off the stage. D-Light side air for Blitz. Weapon toss. He's going to be looking for the spawn.
Nice. Was able to bait out all the options there and get a punish with an unarmed Sayer and managed to go ahead and push Yami Dash into the corner, but then just kind of threw the weapon away.
And because of that, Yami has control of the weapons here. Blitz at the disadvantage, but one comes in high, right on top of Blitz. He grabs it. It's back to sword v sword.
Okay, now it's a question of who's going to get the next D-Light realistically at this point, and it looks like it's going to go ahead and be Blitz, who manages to pick up that recovery to secure the KO, and now Yami Dash is going to come back with a fresh stock, has a bow queued up next, I believe, and could go for D-Light recovery.
You're exactly right, Flambeau. We see the side air going in. We see yet another side air coming in, setting up, goes for the GC neutral signature to put out a hitbox and also get the wall touch, just barely gets away from that weapon toss.
Oh, and I like the exhausted recovery attempt from Blitz there as well. Needs to get back onto the stage. You can see that wall slip coming into play here. Forces him to come up a little bit earlier than I think he'd like to and gives Yami Dash an opportunity to set up a corner guard, but ends up fumbling the bag.
You saw the side light coming out from Blitz there. He wasn't quite in the space to be able to get the D-Light in time. Weapon toss down, neutral air up. Yami has his choice of weapons, going to be juggling. Is he going to stick with the bow? Yes, he is. Blitz is going to be looking for the next weapon spawn to come in. Center stage after he hits the side light. It's the gauntlets, throws out the D-Sig, no shot. He's going to get punished for that one.
Okay, Yami Dash is playing a lot slower now, right? Kind of biding time, trying to stick in the corner, but now switching spots here. Watch out for the exhausted recovery. Gets a Sayer anyway. He needs to make it back to the stage. You can see Blitz going for the hard read, saying, I think you're going to jump over me and let the N-Sig rip, but Yami Dash stays grounded and is going to see if he can get these juggles going. This could be bad, though. No dodge on him.
Blitz knows this is a high-pressure situation for Yami. Blitz is heavily in the lead, has the KO damage on him. He knows this is a game 3 in the best of 3. Puts the pressure on, pedal to the metal, and Blitz takes it over Yami Dash.
Okay, I like what we saw there, honestly, from Blitz. Obviously, the swap over to Val was the play, right? The Jala was not doing it. It wasn't able to hang. It falls asleep early at the party. You know, like it was chill.
It's getting all kinds of things drawn on his face in Schwerpy.
Yes, like Jigglypuff is just going wild, right?
Yes.
Like, oh
yes.
man. But, I mean, Val, on the other hand, was able to rock with him.
That's the pick. Not only was it a strong character that he chose, but also kind of split the damage between the two weapons, at least in that final game. 302 damage on the gauntlets, 250 on the sword. So a nice spread between the two. Obviously, we saw incredible sword play. We saw incredible gauntlet play. We saw great signature usage as well. Used them in the right places, found some KOs, threw them out as a threat without getting punished. So really good work from Blitz to clutch that one out. That was a crazy set with really high stakes on it just to get out of pools.
I know, that's like, it's wild to say, right? Like, that's just to get out of pools, loser's side.
Yep.
Like, it's like, okay, really got killers in this bracket. I mean, just taking a look even at some of these stats here, 623 damage dealt by Blitz in that last game there. We even got a peek at some of the damage graphs here, where Blitz, honestly, I mean, the data speaks for itself. Toward the end of that last game, just kind of was waiting for the moment to find the KO, really just kind of cemented himself in the ground and said it's just a matter of time.
And looking at the PRs here, that is going to give EU some bragging rights for that one, because it's PR 56 from EU, taking out PR 35 from North America. That's almost a top 32 player. Blitz almost doubles the PR there. Does that mean that EU PR 56 equals NA PR 35? Flambeau, as an NA player, please no. I can't.
I mean, I don't know if I can like co-sign that. You know what I mean?
My knees are wobbly. I don't want to hear that from EU.
It was just I don't want to call it a fluke, because, you know, I got to give respect where respect is due.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Pero, sometimes flukes do happen.
Okay.
Now, I'm not gonna say that set was a fluke.
I mean,
but I'm gonna say the equivalency of the PRs maybe if it was one PR down on the NA side versus, then maybe it would have been an NA victory. Is all I'm trying to say.
Okay, no, all right, okay. That's where like the big jump is in North America. I see exactly what you're saying, and I'm glad I'm here with a North American commentator. If I was here with Polymonto,
oh god,
oh my gosh, I don't think I have any blocks with Poly this weekend.
Poly.
Woo, I'm lucky for that one. And we are going to be heading into a break after those two amazing sets that we just saw. There's more coming up, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Brawlhalla World Championship. We're just on day 2 of 1v1s. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Brawlhalla World Championship 2022. I am here with Ajax, TWK. How you guys doing?
Doing phenomenal. For one, it's kind of hard to sit in this seat after Duke was here earlier because the drip game was too strong, and I don't know if I can fill the same seat.
I know. What is with that?
It's too good. He always one-ups us by
like the
7
Millennium
levels.
Ring on here and everything.
Yeah,
He was
the
gonna
whole
say
green
he was
did.
Hey, I got the
well.
Ragnar pin though. Okay, so like I made an attempt, but
We did it.
it's been phenomenal. Start to singles.
Yeah, we have so many different matches that happen. Let's just quickly talk about what's coming up next, because I know you guys want to talk about some of the previous matches and all the crazy stuff that's happening.
It's been wild.
But the next match is Kaiser versus Unstoppable X God. Now, TWK, can you tell me anything about them, or maybe Ajax?
So
I know you just pulled up their stats.
I did have some pull up here.
Ajax.
So when it comes to Kaiser, I was pulling up things here. We have PR 65 versus PR 286, both in the US. Kaiser constantly gets right to top 32 or just outside of range of that. So has consistency of making it into that deeper range of pools, getting to 33rd consistently at Summers, over in the Last Chance qualifier last year as well. But 25th, just missing out a few times. And look at that difference in the Twitch poll as well. There's quite a bit of belief in Kaiser by comparison between the two right now.
They're going hard with the PR stats.
Yeah, they're going, just straight up PR stats. Wow, 82%. Twitch chat, maybe you guys are correct. Maybe.
I mean, hey, it is elimination. It's elimination side of bracket, so anything is possible. We're at land, of course.
And I mean, look at the name, Unstoppable God. How can he only get 18%? He's supposed to be the chosen one, the unstoppable.
Need stronger belief. Is it because we already have godly
they
here?
need the faith? Is that?
Yes.
Ah, I understand.
I see.
It's okay. The story begins now. That's what's the most important
That is. Look, you made the percent change
see,
too. Wait a minute.
That's how it begins.
Peer pressure works.
Okay, I do know you guys want to talk a little bit about some of the other crazy things going on today, and I do want to allow you guys to say that. Ajax, go ahead.
So everything is operating on all cylinders normally to start today, except for EU, because currently we just saw a second ago that Simple is in elimination side of bracket, but so is Acno, going down to Perplexity, 2-1. Now Acno sitting in the elimination side of bracket with Simple. Everything else has pretty much been normal so far, but what's going on so far with the start to EU today?
That's going to be wild. Shark-infested waters for sure. I mean, we saw Simple fight against Bacon _ in just previous set, and I don't know, he's such a phenomenal player. I was really watching how he played the specific weapon matchups. Against Spear, he was playing it very tight in close against Bacon _ knowing he didn't really have any stacked attack options. And then when he swapped over to the Axe, he'd play a bit more of a range zoning game. So, hey, I'm just going to bait out the attacks and then come in and punish afterwards. So it seems like he does have his wits about him. You know, he's gotten the warm-up time that he needed. So I'm expecting a pretty big loser's burning run from Simple.
Absolutely. I think that Simple definitely woke up a bunch on the match that we saw there. It's kind of the same normal, Simple, strong defense, doesn't overextend for much, waits for you to do something. I mean, Flambo was mentioning before, Simple at those ranges is looking for delight recovery because why not? Like, well, why go for anything crazy? It's going to work. So I feel like we saw Simple maybe kind of get the rust off and start things off here. The run can be very far, but there's going to be a lot of people to go through because that was just to get into phase 2 of pools. And that's when things get even more difficult past that point.
I know, and I mean, talking about elimination run, I mean, that's literally what Kaiser and Unstoppable X God are in right now. They're on the elimination side of things in their pools, and I believe we're ready to get into this match. So, Sparky and Flambo, take it away.
Thank you, Winan. Welcome back to the Bald and the Beautiful here on the commentary stand. As we're getting into this one, like they said, it is Kaiser and Unstoppable X God. Yet another pools match. A qualifier to see who makes it out on the elimination side. The people who've already made it out of this pool, Use and Kosalix on the top side. On the bottom side, everybody's favorite Azov, Zapapi, has made it out. But we're getting into this one. Kaiser, Unstoppable X God, only one can make it out of pool.
Okay, and so we're going to have Unstoppable X God actually playing the Rayman here. I was hoping to see some Sentinel, maybe see some Hammer play, but it is going to be everyone's favorite, I guess, like, unlimbed character.
Okay. Interesting choice of words there. Everybody really loves Rayman. We always say it. Everybody loves to see some good old Rayman, especially in current meta. One of the few Axe characters that we he went for it. Is he gonna pay for it?
I think they both.
Does he have another dodge? Okay, he didn't even need to get that dodge back. Rayman is such a special character that he can gravity cancel a neutral signature all the way over there, get hit, and then somehow still make it back. Kaiser, though, coming in with the Chun Li.
Which I think that's part of the reason, right? I think he slide charged it, so he didn't actually spend anything to get
true.
over
You're
there.
right. You're right.
So by doing that, he's like, yeah, I should be able to make it back. But I think Kaiser was kind of, Kaiser just completely removed him off the top of the screen with, I mean, I've seen a spear recovery in that close box near the KO realm, like maybe more times than I can count, but it's always surprising, especially on a stage like Miami Dome where like they're using those platforms to get that extra height, to get up there and secure the KO.
And I think you saw Kaiser feeling themselves after that one a little bit because landed on the platform and just for a few frames, no movement whatsoever. Just a nice little, yeah, I did that. Oh, Kaiser, okay. Coming out with this one, a nice lead here. Kaiser only in the orange.
Oh, man, that's why you got to look out for Chun-Li, man. Chun-Li's been fighting all kinds of dudes for the longest time. Easily one of the most esteemed martial artist in the realm, showing what she can do in Brawlhalla. And granted, we're going to see if Unstoppable God can stop this because this was such a heavy lead for Unstoppable God in the beginning, and all of a sudden down to the final stock and still a decent amount. Wow, that was the perfect amount of charge, honestly.
This is some like cheeky play coming out from Unstoppable God. First with the neutral signature and then with that side signature. Yeah, it got that like minimum charge time that you need to get the maximum distance on that side signature. That is a Rayman skill that the best Rayman players have. That down signature, I'm surprised Unstoppable God was able to get up in time and punish that one.
Oh, I don't know what about that Sayer, but it felt like particularly disrespectful. Like he just swatted him in the face and was like, nah, get off my stage. And just like that, Kaiser is able to take game one. Look at the damage done by Unstoppable X God, right? 333. That's like, what, 2 stocks in red, basically, equivalent, which is like, that's all right, man, but that clearly shows you weren't really able to push it to that final stock scenario. You were able to get some kills, I'd admit, actually, like, pretty efficiently, all things considered. Like light orange charge side sig was able to get the KO from center stage. Like that's a pretty efficient KO, but you have to get your damage in much quicker.
And meanwhile, on the other side, 460 damage coming out from Kaiser. Let's split that into 3 for all 3 stocks. That is 153 damage, 0.3 repeating for each stock. You turn red at exactly 150, Flambeau. That is incredible KO efficiency from Kaiser. Of course, utilizing the signatures as well to get a little bit of extra force. Easily outspaces that down signature from Unstoppable God and hits the recovery for the punish. But Unstoppable God's in the lead here, has the axe in hand, so each hit is going to chunk some damage away from Kaiser.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that the choice ended up to be to go back to Miami Dome. There we go, Kaiser trying to get a nice gauntlet string here, tries to finish it off with a gravity cancel sidelight, but it doesn't connect, but just throwing out these signatures, I mean, that's what Chun-Li, aka Wu Shang, is good for. That spear side sig is the bane of so many players' existence, including myself.
If you're playing Wu Shang and you're not using the signatures, and especially that signature all the time, you're not really playing Wu Shang. You're playing spear and you're playing gauntlet. Oh, Kaiser feeling some swagger, but gets punished.
Man, I would have loved that connected too, to see those rapid flurry kicks leading to something cute, but nah, Unstoppable God. Oh,
okay, a little bit of godly coming out here with that initial lurch forward on the down signature, steering all the way back. Neutral air coming out from an Unstoppable God, keeping this one nice and even. Again, remember, this is a best of 3. Kaiser is up 1 game.
And Kaiser trying to shark with these recoveries after the sidelights. You can see Unstoppable X God is opting to dodge high, but despite that, gets caught by Kaiser on the way down. Kaiser tries to end it without a weapon, may regret it later. We'll see if the starve happens here. An unarmed recovery does not stop Unstoppable God from getting the weapon.
Now, Unstoppable God going into this one does have...
Every time! It works every time!
I feel like that is the new Hattori sword down signature. That used to be the one that people would charge up and the other person would be like, I'm gonna go in and punish this. Just get away. Don't even try it. Let them do their thing and it'll be over. But as I was saying, Unstoppable God goes into this one with $0 in earnings. But making it out of pools here would put Unstoppable God into top 128, which means into the money. So this could be Unstoppable God's first earnings, but I don't think so, Flambeau. It's not. Kaiser, huge 2-stock to move on out of pools.
That's gauntlets for you, man. The moment you get caught by that neutral air, the next thought you have is, when do I press my recovery, right? Because when you see those stars the same way Unstoppable God did, that's when you know you've been checkmated. You're not getting back from there, and unfortunately did not guess the correct timing.
I swear, when you get those stars, the record scratch happens, and you hear, and that's when he knew he messed up.
It's like, you're probably wondering how I ended up here, and you jump to the side, whoop, got caught again, man, just like that. And Kaiser didn't even have enough resources to get back. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Had an entire other stock to work with there.
Look at
that's a great base.
Is that Kaiser? I don't actually know which one is which. I'm gonna guess that one was Kaiser. But you saw Kaiser even seemed surprised that they ended up picking that one up.
I mean, it's like, because it'd be pretty BM to put the loser's face there, right?
Look, again, 445 damage. Kaiser is unreal on the efficiency, and I feel like Chun-Li's pose right there is perfect. She is so cheeky on it.
That's like, that's the classic, right? She hits the yata and then like jumps up and throws out the peace sign. Granted, Rain Man's trying to do the same thing, but I don't think he should be cheesing as much.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, that final wedge from Unstoppable God, that tiny blue wedge. The TV is almost far enough away from us, Flambeau, that I almost can't even see it. That's how quick that stock was from Kaiser. Incredible efficiency, incredible mastery of that character, of Wu Shang, and of course the Chun-Li crossover.
Thank God we got that crossover, dude.
True,
I love Chun-Li.
I feel like you could say that for almost any crossover.
True. That's true. That's true. We got some bangers for real. But I'm a little bummed because I'm always the kind of person that's like, I want to see the set go as long as possible. If this could go, especially like in best of threes. Like I feel like watching people adapt in a best of three is always really cool to me because you have less time to get the job done, but you somehow manage to figure it out. But unfortunately for Unstoppable God, that's not in the cards.
The way she goes. When you look at the other people that moved out of that pool, I believe it was, I'm going to lean over here and maybe go out of frame a little bit, use Kosalix and Zapapi. You think about all three of those players, the caliber of player that it truly takes to make it out of pools here at the World Championship. This, I feel like we say this every time, but for real, I'm saying it in bold. This is the hardest Brawlhalla tournament of all time.
Yeah, of all time. And I think people hear that and they think yeah, you guys probably say this every BCX. And I'm like, maybe.
It's true.
But it just keeps ringing true. Oh man, here we go. Get some highlights from the previous match here.
Did you see that? Oh, got that nice back dash on the platform.
Look
at the movement from Kaiser even before that. The quick step.
And that's what I love to see, man. Using those Miami Dome platforms, that's something Boomi's really good at. Oh no, you always go into it, bro. You always go into it.
It's a magnet. There's no way you're getting out of it.
I don't know what it is. I know what's going to happen to the point where, a lot of players, myself included, we just peace out, man. It's you get that. I'm not going to punish it. I'd rather just not try to mess with it.
If you try to punish it, I think, a frequency happens in the air that just, turns your brain off. And everything goes blank, and then you wake up and you're being hit by it. Look at this at the end. The ground pound to interrupt the recovery from Unstoppable God. Kaiser still had a stock on the board to go. What a strong performance from Kaiser, and that's why Kaiser's moving on out of pools. Unfortunately, Unstoppable God's tournament run has finished.
Man, just shy of the
Rest in
guap.
peace.
Just shy.
Drowned in pools. Just like me, for real.
For real. But
Every
to be fair, there's different waves of pools, so you could, wave 2, wave 3, wave 1, at least you getting somewhere, because there's other players who did not have the same luxury. So shout outs to your run, Unstoppable God. Appreciate you. See you on the rank ladder next time, but seems like that's where the next bout's going to be because everyone else is going to be moving on forward in this bracket to see if they can get a good chunk of change.
So we have some more matches coming up for you here. I don't know what they are. What are the matches coming up?
It's Flambeau versus Sparky.
It's Flambeau versus Sparky. I would like to see it's Flambeau and Sparky. I would like to be on the same team.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm down for that.
It's a 1v1 day, but we got a 2v2 team, and we have yet another Finnish player here coming in. It is Addie Mystic versus Cry. Addie coming in, PR 75. That's huge. And Cry's PR 129. So 54 PR difference between these two, but look, Flambo, look at the bottom of the screen. Look at those two numbers at the bottom of the screen. That's making my knees weak right now.
Yeah, I mean, Addie Mystic is kind of the, like, one of these players needs introduction, and it's not Addie Mystic. Right?
Yeah.
It's Cry. And
okay.
Cry, I mean, we see based off of the render that they're pulling from the stats database that I'm assuming that they're a Jiro player, which for me, I mean, if that is the case, if that's the character we see today, I'm hyped. Are they going to be able to defeat Addie Mystic? I don't know. Addie Mystic, you know, was once the like champion back-to-back, took a little break, decided to come back, hasn't quite seen as high highs as he used to back when he was in his prime, but still on the way up, I'd say. I think he's trying to get himself back to the form in which he was before. Cry, on the other hand, looks like we're actually going to be seeing Arcadia.
I know you're excited for this one.
Let's go, baby.
This is exciting for more than one reason here, because we're getting the Alucard coming out, of course, the Ezio crossover from Addie Mystic. I haven't really seen too much. We've had a little bit of Ezio so far in this tournament. Of course, you can play Ezio yourself and become part of the Greed, but now we're going away from Miami Dome, away from Apocalypse. We're on Brawlhaven.
This is phenomenal, right? Because I expected to see a fair bit. Oh, and the hard read, that probably would have KO'd too. That drive, it takes you so long for the ride before you get hit by that initial burst of force at the end there, that on a stage like Small Brawlhaven, that may have straight up just have been the stock. And that's going to be a free D-Light because you got the dodge there and converts, and I love Arcadia. This character is wild.
One of the most interesting characters in the game, because like obviously you have everything that can happen, all of the decision points.
I love that setup.
That can come from the Greatsword light attack kit, but then you also have all of the interesting signatures that Arcadia has, all of the interesting properties that they have. So she's such a deep character that we still really haven't seen too many people fully explore.
Yes, like Kroggy, of course, has been playing a crap ton of Arcadia on screen, but I don't think Addie Mystic really has, like, Greatsword, to me, is still that weapon that, despite it being out for this long, I feel like very few players have put in the effort to really, truly learn the matchup. And I'm sure Addie's no slouch, but Arcadia is one of the newer legends.
And then if you're looking at going up against Addie here in the gauntlet, you also have to think about like, oh, if you look at a really old NBA player, you're like, oh, that's oh man, I'm gonna run on him, I'm gonna be able to cut left and right, but the fundamentals there that you have when you get in the ring with a true professional, doesn't matter how many years it's been since they played, those fundamentals are on fleek. Addie is such a strong character, a true pillar of Brawlhalla history. We're seeing him being behind here as we might see this stock going down. Oh, went for the read on that one, Flambo.
And what I love about that is that on the side of Cry, if he notices that Addie Mystic, that's going to be in there to get the KO. If Addie Mystic decides that he's not going to dodge up, he can just charge the neutral stick to get that height on it. Otherwise, he'd stay grounded and get the Jala Thundercats.
Cry coming out really strong in game one here. It's mostly been a Greatsword dominated game, which I feel like for most people out there, if you're playing Arcadia, it's because you're a Greatsword player rather than a Spear player.
I don't agree with that.
Really?
I feel like the...
Other than Crocky?
Yeah, because the Spear kit is also ridiculous. Absolutely phenomenal. I feel like if you just want to play Greatsword, you just pick Jae Yun. But if you're Cry, you are destroying one of the champions of Brawlhalla with this Arcadia. And I can't believe they went to Small Brawlhaven for game one. If I'm going up against Greatsword, I'm not trying to go to Brawlhaven. I'm not trying to go to Demon Island.
Look on the screen. I was wondering if we were going to see that Val switch. That is not a difficult decision for Addie to make whatsoever. You see him picking the load out. There it is. We talked about it earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, the fans at home, I'm sure, are on their feet. The fans here. This is the Addie that we wanted. This is the Addie that we haven't seen in so long. We're going to get it here. The White Dragon Slayer Val. Addie Mystic hailing from Finland against Cry hailing from North America. But man, game one, that was a Cry game.
Okay, here we are, a stage with a platform. This is actually going to be super important. If I'm Addie Mystic here, I'm trying to circle camp around that platform as much as possible. Not to say that Greatsword Nair isn't ridiculous. It's extremely large. It's great for juggling, but it's usually you get one hit and you're out, and then you got to do the reset here, right? And that means you have some time to get down, work your way around it, and try to get some pop shots in. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in a bad spot. And already, Addie Mystic having a much better time.
I mean, it's still sword. Oh, went right into that one. I feel like the sword. Whoa. Addie, bro, come on. Chill out a little bit there. But I feel like the sword.
Nice.
Oh, he went for that one because he was pretty sure he's probably correct that the D-Light recovery wasn't going to KO there, so maybe push it over to the left to attempt the edge guard, maybe a reset for a D-Light Sair. Spear going down, Addie trying to get back. You see the sweat beats barely making it back using the gauntlet side air. The weapon spawn is here. No immediate movement from Cry to grab it. Naturally, Addie grabs it, catches Cry, jumping, neutral sig. First stock goes to Addie.
And I do actually like the fact that despite the weapon had spawned, Cry was like, I don't want to give up stage control. I'm going to see if I can do it unarmed. Was unsuccessful in that endeavor, but prioritized the stage control over, and we're going to talk about that setup
what
for a
was
second.
that? You tell me, you tell me.
Okay, Greatsword has like a very unique property where if you do a ground pound really close to the ground, it pops your opponent up. So we saw in the very first stock of the first game, that's how he got his first KO. He went for that like basically grounded ground pound and then got the end sig to go ahead and get the first KO. This time though, Addie Mystic's learned a little bit, but Cry says, you know what, I also have this spear that I can do things with.
Addie still has a small lead. He is at the weapon disadvantage. Cry's gonna grab the weapon and it's back over to the Great Sword. Trying to zone Addie away. Nice unarmed side air. Lets Addie grab the sword. The jumping side air gonna miss. Addie spot dodging. Able to get back, so his dodge is off of cooldown. No major string possibility coming out from Cry. Nice side air there. Good spacing from Addie. Cry looking for the way in, and the side air comes out from Addie. Now a bigger lead than we saw previously. It almost seemed like Cry was gonna be able to even it up on second stock.
Yeah, and the thing about fighting against Arcadia is like, it's similar to fighting Yumiko, where depending on the player's playstyle, oh my god, Addie Mystic.
Dude, he's getting a little dirty on it.
He was hitting him. But it's like, yeah, you put these traps down, right? If you walk into the trap, I get a guaranteed punish. And especially in the corner like here, you just go ahead and throw out those down sigs, force them to recover high, and then the reverse end sig to go ahead and try to get a KO off the top.
Oh! Addie got a little bit bold, throwing out the side signature. You know the walls are short, so that's a strong signature to use off the sides, but underestimated what Cry had for him. Cry ended up hitting the perfect KO move. Cry still behind in the orange. GC D-Light comes out, down air, gets the ricochet into the nair. Neutral light coming out from Addie. No side sig over the edge, just a D-Light. Turn around, neutral light.
And that's going to be the tough part. Greatsword's frame data is not that great. It's a very slow weapon. Once it hits you, it can really convert quickly. But if it doesn't, you're going to find yourself getting punished. And a beautiful recovery from Addie Mystic to go ahead and close out that game 2. We have another game 3 set where we have Addie Mystic, a champion, going up against Cry, a very solid player, a very strong player with 0 earnings to his name.
Coming into this one, you saw 600 damage out from Addie, which is healthy damage numbers, especially coming out from a Val player, because we don't always see the Val signatures being the KO move. She's just a solid character across the board. People really initially started playing her because of the stats. They're just really nice. 4, 5, 6, 7, all along in the row, which means the 4 is on the string, so it can be a little bit tougher to knock out. Cry coming in here. Is this
Diana?
It's so dark, I almost can't tell. This is white versus dark. This is good versus evil on the Fortress of Lions.
This is what I'm very excited to see here. A complete swap of the weapon kit altogether. Said, forget the spear, forget the greatsword, give me some blasters and give me a bow, and I'm gonna get my D-Light recovery and almost get the KO here.
Yes,
this one will for sure be enough, and I think the swap to a completely different set of matchups has thrown off Addie Mystic a little bit. Barely a lot of damage taken from Cry on this one. I wonder if Addie Mystic can bring this back.
I can't even check Cry's Brawlhalla to see like where the Diana stacks up to the Arcadia, because I mean, look at this Diana play so far. It seems like complete confidence in this legend. The D-Light usage is incredible. Not the safest move on the board, but Cry, the Blaster's legend here, coming out against Addie Mystic. Huge lead, a full stock lead, in fact.
Yeah, at this point, Addie Mystic needs to make some magic happen here because he's trailing behind by too much. Another recovery. The ceiling is too high. Gonna need something a little bit stronger, so you see him go for the end sig, but it doesn't connect. He knows what he's fishing for. Yeah, I can take another sword recovery probably here if there's no D-Light attached.
Dude, neutral light coming out. Right, choosing to go in. Oh, gets bonked. What a weapon toss from Addie. Gets the down air into the wall to touch the platform. Weapon spawn on the left side. Does it immediately.
Prioritize the stage.
Go for the weapon. Cry. Still, massive lead in his favor. It might be a moment. Oh, no, it didn't take too long for that weapon spawn to come in. It goes right to Cry. Addie.
Is Addie clutch with it? Tries to go for the double sharp spike on that side sig, but luckily Cry's able to get out. But look, the momentum is completely swapping into Addie Mystic's favor. There was such a huge lead built up, but it's all falling away as Addie Mystic manages to bring this one back and says, this is why I have gold medals under my belt.
That is the clutch factor. That's just like sitting in the back. Yo! The GC side signature. The K in Cry stands for clutch, but Addie, you see, he still has it in the back of his brain. He just has to unlock that area. But Cry, the blasters, we saw them earlier. The damage output, the space control, the control of just everything that Cry has with the blasters, so strong. We're dead even, Flambeau, here in game 3.
This is scary, this is terrifying, because when you're playing blasters on final stock, it really starts to set in all the anxiety, right? You're not allowed to miss with blasters. Every bullet has to be pinpoint, because you know a player like Addie Mystic is going to make you pay for it.
It's happening. Every miss is a punish for Addie. Again, hits the neutral air. Addie backs up just a little bit, overspacing and then underspacing, getting in the dead zone of blasters. No weapon toss. It's the side air. That's it. Addie Mystic in game 3 takes it out over Cry's Diana.
You got outplayed, bro. You got outplayed. I mean, like, with the way that match started, right? You got to remember, in game 3, Cry was up an entire stock, had Addie Mystic in like the deep orange, and it was like, man, like, if he keeps playing like this might just be it for Addie Mystic. But Addie Mystic's like, hold up, hold up, hold up. I've been here before. I know what this pressure is like. The stage, these lights, oh my God, I'm about to be the top player. I am the top player. I don't have any of that stress. So let me just go ahead and bring it back and get that KO.
That GC side sig was hype, though.
It was.
That was hype, though. And we're going to throw it over here now to the analysts to hear what they had to say about those lights out sets.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Addie Mystic really bringing it back here. We were all kind of popping up and watching the game on the desk here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It wasn't even just us. The whole crowd was in on that one. That was
everybody's
easily one of the most animated matches we've had so far today, because Cry is like, put some respect on my name. Yeah. I may see some golds over there, but pay attention over here. That Arcadia was popping off. And then the switch.
I loved the character picks, both sides. You know, starting off with the Alucard, okay, that didn't work. Let's go back to the Addie Classic, bring out the Val. That's going to get the job done. And Cry, the Arcadia, so phenomenal in game number 1. And then I didn't see the pick to the Cryana coming. Yeah. I wasn't ready for it.
I like the Cryana. Also, we could literally, at the start, it's like, wait, where'd this come from? This is such a big swap. Why are you going this direction? And then proceeded to speedrun the first stock on Addie. So it's like, oh, wait a minute, never mind, this was a good idea. So like that's what's so stressful about their early phases of pools here at PCX. Everybody you think may be, you know, okay, I could just climb through, I could get to the next phase of pools, it'll be fine. No, everybody's coming out here swinging because they want to show that don't sleep on me. I am ready to go, and it's that first pressure of World Championships. If some people are falling, and Cry almost took out a former champion. Addie was able to clutch it up, though.
Absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. I know Addie Mystic, though, has a ton of fans that are just happy to see him still pushing on through, making it through that first phase of pools.
One of them is me.
Sheepy was freaking out the whole time over here. It's like, Addie.
He always does one of the fans, yes. Because it's so great to see someone so like phenomenal and classic as Addie to come back, really show off. I've always been a huge fan of Addie. Anyways, before we jump into the next match, I want to just have some final thoughts here about, you know, Addie Mystic, Cry. What made Addie Mystic come out so successful? I mean, in that last match here, TWK.
All right, honestly, I think there was a little bit more familiarity in the matchup against Diana that kind of unlocked some of those latent memories. We saw his gauntlets come back online. I mean, as soon as he got one of those dodge reads, the gauntlet strings went off, I mean, for 50, maybe 80 damage. And then it's just the Addie edge guard, you know? He definitely got himself back online. Took a little bit to get going, especially with the newer legends in the mix.
Basically, if you get called an old head by Sparky today, you're okay. Because everybody who has been winning. I don't, there are some people who've been around since the very early days, started around like 14, 15, who are now only maybe around 20 years old or so. But if Addie saw you back in 2017, you're now an old head. So congratulations. But all of them have been winning so far. So he's on to something right now.
Yeah, incredible. We love to see the old heads come back, show up, you know, show the young blood what's up. But before we jump into the next match, which, spoilers, it's going to be Asmodee versus Sukhoi, we do have to take a very quick break, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, y'all.
Stats are up.
We're here at the Brawlhalla World Championship 2022, and we're still going on with day 2 and all the singles competition. Let's talk about the upcoming match here, Asmodee versus Sukhoi, and of course what Sparky would say, Asmodee stands rise up. Ajax, tell me a little bit about this matchup.
So, for one, it's not just Kyler Ellis this weekend. A lot of Australia came out. We're really happy to see that. And Asmodee, of course, being the #1 from Australia, she was able to win the 2 recent championships with Autumn and Summers. But being a bow specialist, we've been seeing a lot of strong bow play. I am very interested to see how Sukhoi is going to approach that, because we've seen plenty of consistency from Sukhoi in the past, but the past 2 times falling to 65th at the last 2 championships. But it's the big show now.
I know, but this is, don't forget, in North America. We're in Atlanta, Georgia, so there's a lot of Sukhoi fans.
Yeah.
The home, the home field advantage, maybe. I know a lot of people are going to be cheering out, Sukhoi the boy, Sukhoi's our boy, let's go.
Is it Sukhoi fans versus Asmodee stands? Is that what we're having right
so.
now?
Oh, wow.
I think that's what we got going on here.
Yeah. I think that's the fandom here. That's what we're going on.
It's going to be a throwdown.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Now, I want to also ask, do we want to take their PR into consideration here?
I think you have to.
You kind of have to, yeah. You're looking at PR #1 in Australia versus PR 53, like overall. It's a pretty big difference, of course.
I know Sparky and Flambeau were talking about like PR exchange rates earlier. Like, how does that stack up, EU versus NA? What do you make of the Australia versus NA?
Yeah, well, for one, Sukhoi got more money in the bank, so they've been able to get a little bit more overtime. But one thing that we said before is Sukhoi does have consistency. Doesn't normally fall early. This is, of course, to get out on winner's side of pools. We have now shifted into, I believe, Phase B. So we're starting to get a few more of those fresh matches. We saw a couple elimination matches leading up to this point. People have been refreshed. More people were able to get the casual games in for practice beforehand. But Asmodee going back-to-back, getting not only being PR #1, but those 2 gold medals coming from the last 2 championships. Consistency is in the favor of Asmodee.
Not even just the 2 gold medals, but those 2 bronze medals. I'm looking at, you're talking consistency, look at the percentages. Over half the time that Asmodee has made top 32, she medals.
That's true. Actually, I wasn't even paying attention to that. The 7 down there, because out of those, wow, that's actually extremely consistent. So
every top 32 turned into a top 8. Half of those turned into medals.
Asmodee stands definitely feeling a little bit good here.
Well, we're going to see what the outcome's going to be in this matchup. So Sparky, Flambeau, take it away.
Thank you, Analyst Desk. Asmodee stands, rise up! Flambeau actually just sat down, which is crazy.
Well,
so
the slander is OD. What?
They mentioned it on the desk just a second ago. Asmodee is likely Australia's best hope of a major placement in this tournament. She's coming into it seed number 12. The next highest Australian seed is Doggo, coming in at seed 18. Still a solid seed as well. So I'm not saying it's just Asmodee at the end of the day, but she's gonna have to go through Sukhoi here, a long-time North American player, not just an NA player, but a representative of Canada as well.
Yeah, no, it's Sukhoi. I mean, I ran into Sukhoi on the way into the venue this morning, and he introduced himself, and I was like, because the thing was, Sukhoi has always been unnamed.
Yep.
You know, I've always seen, I'm like, oh man, I'll run into Sukhoi. I'm going to see Sukhoi, making placements, but I've never gotten to meet Sukhoi. Today, I had that privilege. Let me tell you, chill dude. Very excited to see what he can do, granted, against Asmodee. I know that we got an Asmodee crowd, right? We got, what was it, Asmodee fans, stands? I forgot what y'all decided the term was.
It's Asmodee stands.
Asmodee stands, but Sukhoi, my man. Let's get it popping.
Sukhoi coming in here with a Kaya legend pick, of course, and I don't have to tell you this, but the Kaya players have been popping off this weekend. She seems like such a strong legend to pick, not only in 2s, but especially in 1s, with the love that Spear has in the meta, with the love that Bo has in the meta. Look at the way that Sukhoi is starting this one off. Going in, backing up just for a second, going back in, just keeping that pacing, changing up. Never let them know your next move.
On the other side of things, though, we have Munin. A little bit more of a more recent addition to the roster, Brawlhalla, considering the overall lifespan of it. But that also means we get to talk about some Scythe today. We haven't seen any Scythe yet today, Sparky.
Bro, Asmodee is one of those, like, I'm going to pick a legend no one else is picking. We know that from the Vector that we really saw Asmodee pop off on in 2s. Ain't nobody else playing Vector. Occasionally Stingray, but not as often as Asmodee is. And now we have, of course, the Moonin pick. You saw it on the graphics, a regular pick for Asmodee. Ain't nobody else playing Moonin anymore.
I mean, hopefully the Munin pans out, because so far Sukhoi able to get the cleanest weapon throw all the way next to the kill box there. Go ahead and secure that first knockout. And I'm wondering, we'll see. I think the bow from Sukhoi has proven to be a very big issue for Asmodee to deal with.
It's been so strong. Look at the swag coming out from Sukhoi. The exaggerated swagger of a Kaya team coming out. Down air. Likely going to be the stock here. Yes, it is. You saw Asmodee sweating, and me putting Asmodee in my top 3, I'm sweating a little bit too.
I'm sorry, I'm still laughing at that one. I got that one, and I'm saying, man, like, the exaggerated swagger indeed. I mean, take a look at Sukhoi right now. This bow play is going absolutely phenomenally. I mean, Asmodee stands in shambles currently because Sukhoi getting ready to potentially get a flawless victory.
And this is the best of 3, so losing 1 is a brutal start to the set.
Okay, there we go. I think Asmodee manages to go ahead and close that one out, but she still has 2 more stocks to get through here as Sukhoi is going to be looking for that weapon, looking for a little bit of extra damage if it's that bow, which of course it is. You know that down sig is going to be coming out, and maybe an end sig for the KO.
So far, I'm just seeing nothing from Asmodee that can deal with the Sukhoi's bow. It's been so strong, so clean, so dominant. He has pressure when he wants to apply pressure, like there. He has the simple, like, I'm gonna hit 1 hit, go back for the reset. The signature doesn't get punished. Sukhoi is in complete control here. The neutral sig does get punished, just a recovery. Immediate pickup on the weapon toss. This one's over. Game 1 goes to Sukhoi.
And I gotta say, Sukhoi's movement is phenomenal.
It's
amazing. The only reason that he was able to get that last stock there is because he was able to stand menacingly in the face of Asmodee, cause her to burn so many options, and then said, all right, well, you haven't touched the ground yet, and I have a spear, so I can just go for a side light, D-light true, because you haven't refreshed anything that you have. But now we're going right into game 2 on Apocalypse here, and this, hopefully, Asmodee is able to get some adaptation out of this, because once again, you were saying it's best of 3, you don't want to go down so early, and such a convincing victory from Sukhoi has to hurt.
Now, a lot of the matches that we saw previously, Flambeau, of course, those were elimination side qualifier matches to move out of pools. This one is actually on the top side of the bracket. Delta has moved out, Necro has moved out, but Asmodee and Sukhoi are looking to move out on the top side of the bracket. So a loss here isn't out of the tournament like many of the previous sets that we just saw today.
Just like that. This one starting off a little bit more evenly. Asmodee did struggle to find some of those knockouts in the first game. Hopefully she has an easier time this time around, but Sukhoi manages to get a quick one off the top with a double spear recovery.
Now both of these players are coming into this one with all 2-0s under their belts before this set. So the confidence has got to be in their favor, and really both of their favors, but Asmodee did tweet earlier today that she is nervous. This is, of course, her first land, and I would not want this to be my first land, but out comes the down signature from the bow, gets the KO. Even game here on Apocalypse.
I don't even know if we had seen that signature yet in this set, so there we go. Whipping it out exactly when you need it and starting to get that flow going. And Sukhoi getting a little bit boisterous, going off stage, unarmed, really trying to put that pressure on. That's the recovery.
Last game, that unarmed pressure, that hits. This game, Asmodee's dialing it back in, but we still see right after that with the spear, Sukhoi still got that gas in the tank. He's still ready to go, but Asmodee does have a little bit of a lead here. Nice recovery to push her away. She's coming in. Oh, love that turnaround there.
Nice! That's twice now. You go ahead, you strike that chord on the guitar, and you go ahead and secure yet another stock. That's 2 for 2 for Asmodee. And look at all this extra damage being tacked on. It looks like Sukhoi might be in trouble.
It's bow v bow. Dude, this Asmodee bow has leveled up in this game. Sukhoi definitely struggling more to find not only the entry, but also the closer. One of those signatures got punished. The other one, he's throwing him out now. That's a burn dodge, but he stayed deep in the push-off column, expecting the ground pound from Asmodee. Great way to bring this back, hitting that recovery, sitting to the top left blast zone. Sukhoi about 50 damage behind Asmodee as she spawns in at the weapon disadvantage, hits the neutral air. The bow comes out, not enough KO off the top, looking for the end sig, trying to get cheeky here.
All right, and so far, I mean, Asmodee looks like a pretty good position here. Go ahead and bring this one back with Sukhoi. Man, double nair, that nair sends downward though. I don't think Sukhoi was expecting that. Wanted to extend it a little bit further, and I love the D-light nair there because if you went for the recovery, it would have missed.
It might take like 2 more nairs to KO off the top. There's the D-light recovery again, man.
Kaya defense.
That 45-degree angle is the longest vector to send to a blast zone from the middle of the stage, and you nailed it, that Kaya defense.
Okay, this means Sukhoi basically has one more chance. 3 for 3! That's a perfect scale coming out from Asmodee there with the down sig on that bow.
It's going. She's feeling it. She's feeling the power. She's feeling it.
I saw that deep breath. I saw it.
You see the nod. It's back in her control after an amazing game. Spot dodge, you know that D-Sig is coming out.
Ooh, and a dab two.
All right, never mind.
Let's go.
Never mind. Asmodee stands sit down. No, I cannot co-sign that one. Not in 2022.
Hater. Hater.
3,
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. How many years you know me? Yeah.
Yeah, that's facts. But here we go on to game 3. Demon Island is the pick. Same legends. It's all going to be a matter of adaptation here as Sukhoi immediately has been able to get these like pillars toward the top with the spear that no one else has really been able to do that I've seen yet today.
The bow was busting it down game 1. Then it started to struggle a little bit in game 2. Now we see, whoa, that could have been a tough punish from Sukhoi, but it also could have been a good hit from Sukhoi. Now the damage really building up. Sukhoi in the red. Asmodee has control of the wall. Didn't go in too deep. Oh!
Forgot about that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yet another signature coming out that Asmodee is using so well, showing again her mastery of this character.
Okay, now Sukhoi in trouble a little bit here. Not behind by too much, but can't take too much damage. Goes for the N-Sig, and it's not going to be the correct read. Couldn't get that D-Light too much damage. It meant that Asmodee was able to jump out of the conversion there. So Sukhoi's going to have to find a D-Light recovery here.
Yep.
Maybe a down sig on bow. Maybe swap over to that spear and start throwing out some down sigs.
Asmodee, okay. I'm feeling a little bit of Tiger vibes coming out from this bow. A little bit of cross region coming out from the Australian player here. Sukhoi, though, keeping himself in this 150 damage. Based on how he came out of the gate with his spear, he could immediately even this one up quickly. Asmodee going in unarmed. What is happening to Sukhoi there? He's going to get punished on his way back to the platform. Asmodee feeling confident to throw out that signature. Trying to control the ground space a little bit. The juggle game coming out from Sukhoi. Taking off the top, though, on this map is so difficult.
Oh, that might be enough. Not quite that Kaya defense yet again, but won't have a whole lot of options. I love the way he uses fast falls in his recovery to get back to the stage there. And Asmodee gonna dodge off the stage there. Sukhoi doesn't read it, because you know what? If you read the dodge, it's fine. Just like that. Just like that. Sukhoi takes the lead.
Okay, Sukhoi, he is in KO damage, but we are on Demon Island. Depending on the moves that Asmodee hits, like you just saw, that high ceiling, not going to be the unarmed KO. Now that Asmodee has Scythe in her hands, she's going to have to find something big, maybe force off the stage and then go for the edge guard or just hope for the bow. Throwing out the D-Light, you know that's going to be punished there. Asmodee falling behind, we're in game 3.
I was gonna say Sukhoi shows no signs of stopping, but the weapon throw is good. Asmodee, can you bring this back in the orange? Not quite in the danger zone of a KO yet, but Sukhoi has been putting on so much pressure, swinging unarmed, finding the blow. Can Asmodee get a crazy string to bring this game back?
It's bow v bow here. You saw Asmodee juggle. Nice little D-Light into the in-light as the stacked option. A side light went for the turnaround, expecting to dodge back in from Sukhoi.
The movement.
She's not been hit yet. Has Sukhoi in yellow. That's 50 damage. She's adding it up. Almost has Sukhoi in orange. That had to be a
that's a double. Bounty cancel. That's gonna be game. And Sukhoi manages to close out that game 3 with a beautiful punish off the side, catching the dodge, responding properly with a gravity cancel D-Light to say, I'm sending you to the losers bracket.
Bro, I already forgot whether it was a side light or a D-Light in the opposite direction. That had to be a missed input, and that is heartbreaking for Asmodee. She had the momentum, bringing it back on her side. We're gonna have to see a replay of that, because I think that moment right there was the reason she lost the set, and that's so tough. We're getting down. That one right there, the D-Light in the wrong direction led to this from Sukhoi. Immediate capitalization by Sukhoi on the misplay from Asmodee. You see her shaking her head. That's a brutal loss. That is so tough. Not only because you just lost the set, but you're gonna have to live with that as you go down into the elimination bracket. The mental is tested now and gonna be continued tested for the rest of today from relatively new player, definitely new on land, Asmodee.
Oh man, you have to give Sukhoi some credit there
as
well,
you
because
absolutely
Sukhoi was behind, and the way that comeback was mounted was impeccable. The way he was able to clutch, the ways he was able to string nairs to the top KO zone, like Sukhoi got it.
Look at the graph. It's the second stock. It's all that second stock that Sukhoi was able to extend for so long. The tug of war between these two players. Sukhoi coming out the gate looking really good. I was sweating immediately because of Sukhoi. And then the second game, I was like, Asmodee's got this, she's woken up, but no, Sukhoi now showing the mental strength to not take that L in game 2 and weigh that too heavy on his shoulders. He kept it going, found the momentum. Like you said, he was behind, but fought back, took the lead, and all it took was that one misplay, that one D-light the opposite direction. He didn't just get the hit. He didn't just punish. It led to the KO. It led to the game in that high-stakes moment.
And, you know, in a moment like that, the struggle that you deal with is like, Asmodee, she misinputted, right? And I think she immediately clocked that. And when you get caught in a scenario like that, you kind of end up falling into your habit for your dodge. I don't really think she thought very hard about what direction she was dodging in, because she was just like, oh crap, I gotta press the button. And that, for Sukhoi, like, that's exactly what you want. So let's go ahead and take a peek at some of the highlights from that game so we can relive the action, because man, was it beautiful.
Bro, look at that lead that Sukhoi has here, over a full stock lead. Beautiful nair, incredible spear play coming out from Sukhoi. The side light goes for the D-light into the side air, the nice 3-piece to end that one.
Oh man, and even taking a look at this part right here, Sukhoi trying to find a way across, manages to swing through, dodges high, and I believe this is where the down sig manages to find the mark, if I'm recalling correctly. It's going to be right in the corner here. Boom, catches the spot dodge and secures that stock.
We didn't see the down signature in this game
at
on
all,
the Demon Island. It was like, Asmodee was like, yep, I got my D6. I don't want to push that too much further because Sukhoi knows that they're likely going to be coming, so we didn't see it come out. Beautiful Sair, maximum spacing coming out from Sukhoi. That gave him the lead, and then here we are, this heartbreaking moment for the Asmodee stands. Oh wait, not quite yet. That double side light. Sukhoi, immediate recovery coming up to get away from Asmodee.
Nice, puts him to the corner. I think it's right here, yeah.
Oh, that hurts, dude. Because Sukhoi was coming in with the down air for the landing. Oh, that breaks my heart. Sukhoi is going to be moving on the top side. Asmodee going down to the elimination side to move it out. But it keeps moving on. We have Wes versus Kairu. Wes hailing, of course, from South America, one of the best Lance players that we have in the Brawlhalla scene. It'll be curious to what he has going into the 1v1s here against Kairu.
Yeah, this one's gonna be tough. Now I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Kairu.
I'm not either.
I mean, I'm looking at that name and it looks like a weeb name. So I'm like, is it Kairu?
Is it?
You know,
yeah,
like
I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, that's my guess. Kairu. I'm gonna go with that. But it's like $150 to your name, so at least you got some money. Like, we've seen quite a bit of zeros. You got $150, bro. Like
5 top 32s.
That's like half a Nintendo Wii, I think. Or something. I don't know, but gonna have to go up against Wes.
That's like 1/100th of a PS5 that you buy on eBay from some shady guy. That's probably just gonna end up scamming you. There you see Wes on the left side of your screen, and say that name one more time for me so we can go with that one.
Kairu.
Oh, that's gonna be tough.
Well, I mean, how do you say the name of the guy for free? You know.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Like Ryu, epic crossover skin.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I say Ryu.
Okay, so you say Ryu, and then it's Kai, so then it must be
Ryu. Okay, all right.
I'm just the weeb, so I'm like Kairu.
Yeah, I was thinking
Ryu is one syllable in Japanese. I could do the whole thing, but
I was thinking Kai from Kairi, but then I didn't know how to put the U on the end of it, so I was just gonna go Kairu. You're here for the great sword knowledge. You're here for your sparkling personality. You're here because I just love looking at your bright and shiny face, and you're here to help me out with things like this.
Hey, you know what it is. I mean, take a look at it. I mean, Wes, though, like, this is somebody who, when we're talking predictions for the tournament, like, if someone was like, I got Wes in my top 3, I wouldn't look at them wild, right? Like, Wes is good enough. Like, if you're going to put, especially since we're riding for South America here pretty hard on land, right? So, like, Wes is one of those people I expect to do phenomenally here as we go ahead and get ready to hop right into game 1. Probably going to see an Ogrim is my guess.
We're seeing a lot of movement coming out so far from Kairu. Looking maybe a little bit nervous. I would be the same because you're looking across the stage at a powerhouse in Brawlhalla's 1v1 and 2v2 history. Wes is one of the reasons South America is thought of as highly as they are. Wes and Fiend, man, from MSI. That's what really, really leveled up everybody's opinion on South America. So you're looking at a Titan across the stage.
taking a look. Got to make sure those hands are stretched. It's going to be, of course, Orion versus John Cena.
We don't see a lot of John Cena's coming out here. We see a lot of Hattori's every now and then, but not a lot of John Cena's.
That's true. I mean, he's a hard one to see.
Come on, man.
I mean, you're the one who said it first.
We're beyond that. How do you know I didn't mean that?
Yeah, but that's what you said, though.
I'm not going for that low hanging fruit.
That's what you said.
That turnaround neutral air, West Classic right there. West Classic. You're already seeing that coming out. Look at the dash dancing coming out. I feel like I'm watching Koslicks almost right away in this with that dash movement.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because the way that like West stays grounded versus the way that Koslicks does is completely different. I mean, look at the way he's already finding that Orion side thing. You know, I want to take out the trash. How about I hit a ground pound? Delicious.
And Kairu, like, he ain't no slouch coming into this one. I'm not sure exactly what seed he is, but like Kairu is a reasonably well power ranked player coming in this one. But West has complete control on this out of the gate. Of course, the lance looking great. The spear looking equally as great. Nice little dare, and he still lands back on the main platform.
And he catches the dodge there, so he gets a guaranteed dunk, and another stock from West showing what the flair of South America is all about.
All right, Kairu, I'm talking to you right now. We got to get this one back in control. This is looking like a tough game. You get your hits in, and then maybe we move on from this one. I don't know if you have what it takes to bring it back in this game. We got to be looking ahead to game 2 while we're still focused on game 1.
Oh my goodness, but the way that West is playing this neutral game on the ground, Kairu cannot find the hits in, but there's going to be no dodge on West. Kairu doesn't capitalize on that scenario, and at this point is just trying not to get 3-stocked up. West D-Light into gravity cancel D-Sig is true. Most people don't go for it, but it is true.
Nice one. Possible denial of the 3-stock. Kairu, be very careful.
Oh, no.
That's going to be the punish. Planting the flag. West showing he's a sassy little South American player here coming out. Already throwing the taunt on Kairu after some of that disrespectful play. Going for those options, saying, you're not going to punish me for these crazy things I'm going for.
Well, that's the thing. Whenever I talk about the embodiment of what the South American style is, right? So much of it is like, you can call it disrespectful, or you can call it confidence, right? It's like, I'm so much better than you that I can just do these options that you think no one should be going for, but I'm better than you, so they work. And that's just the way that it feels, right? I mean, the way that Wesley framed perfectly, stamped that flag into the ground is like, bro, I just got it like that. So for Kairu here, it's going to be quite the mountain.
3, 2, 1.
Kairu coming into this one, PR 48 in North America. This is a top 50 PR player, and West is just manhandling him, completely controlling everything. You're already seeing him come out of the gate, 3 jump heights, maybe 2.5 jump heights up, throwing out a GC sidelight on the lance here on the Demon Island. Based on what we saw from West previously, this is his island. He's the demon.
Yeah, and this was going to be tough. I mean, like, I've said it before, but there's certain players that, like, it's not the characters they play, it's like the players themselves, right? The way that West plays Rocket Lance is very different from the way that Koslicks plays Rocket Lance. And so then if you've never gone up against a player like West before, trying to get the download in a best of 3 is nigh impossible.
Oh, there's the D-Sig from West. Kairu holding on, the down air.
This is disgusting! Disgusting!
There's no way he just did that. The first weapon toss bounce would have been nasty enough, and then he was just like, oh wait, that didn't lead to the stock? Oh, let me go back in. He's Lil Wayne on a milli saying, all right, I'm going back in. And he just keeps going.
Let's go to I got. He really just, there ain't no way. There ain't no way. He's built different. He's built different. I'd love to see Kairu at least get a stock this game.
Oh, dude, I don't know.
But
I don't know.
It might be a 6-stock kind of set. We'll see if John Cena can come back and get a title or something.
We need the LOL Cena wins moment. That's what we're waiting for here. We're waiting for him to kick
I don't
out.
know if today's the day, bro.
I'm waiting for the kick out on the finisher, Kairu. I know you got it in you.
You got to tag in The Rock or Kurt Angle or something, bro. Brock Lesnar, but somebody, because right now it's not looking like John has it in him, but a side sig almost enough. Can Kairu get one? West is not looking to let it happen, but gets hit by yet another side sig. We cannot count Kairu out just yet. Only halfway through this final stock. Could potentially mount the comeback, but West likely not gonna let that happen. Oh, it's terrifying.
He keeps
Why is it so scary?
Going. It's just so much domination, so much power that West has in every situation. It seems like there is no such thing as a disadvantage state. He gets hit, he's in hit stun, somehow he's in the power position.
Bro, that may have been the quickest set we've had on stream yet today, and that is the power of West in South America. They steamroll their opponents, and when you fight against them, you're just thinking, how can I ice these guys out? They just never stop. They just go and go and go and go and go, and it's like Maniac McGee running. You know what I mean? Like, how do you stop?
The Energizer Bunny keeps going and going and going and going. The road is not over for Kairu just yet. That was a winner's side qualifier match to move out of pools. So Kairu is going to go down into the elimination bracket. West will be moving on outside of pools with one of the most dominant sets we've seen so far today. But I want to hear from the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Sparky. Wow, West versus Kairu. I can't. I tried to do it, Flambo. I tried. Wow, what a match here. Ajax, tell me what happened?
Okay, for one, the battle to the best clip for the weekend has begun, and Wes just put in a huge candidate for that case because that was absurd. The weapon toss off into the bounce, it was unnecessary, Wes. You did not need to do that, but we needed it, and you did it. So incredible,
dominant performance from West.
I'm just one of the biggest West fans, you know. Even back when he was going by Wes Lee, because Dread Pirate Roberts leaves no survivors, that's how I was taking it. But right here, he's looking more like a monster movie, Wes Craven in the house.
Oh my God, actual, yeah. Like he said, this is the fastest one we had so far today, but like, I was thoroughly impressed by that. But I also really want to talk about that match that happened before that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Asmodee versus Sukhoi.
You want to take the floor first on this
one?
Ooh,
man, Asmodee, I saw the wake up happening. I saw it happening. All systems were coming online. The turnaround was happening. But Sukhoi, the capitalization on that one moment, that one moment, you can really just boil it down to who won the set because of that one bow down light. That just went the wrong way.
I'm going to take it a step further on that, too. I think the most impressive thing about what Sukhoi was doing was how the few opportunities that were starting to be left open after that very strong game one, Sukhoi never really came away from the fact that Whiff Punish game was still really strong. And Asmodee started to wake up. We started to see the PR number one really show up. And, I mean, as you take a look back at this here, most of the time, Asmodee was stuck in really bad spots off stage consistently because Sukhoi just kept pushing her there. And mostly with double up nairs, there was that dodge burn. And as soon as that dodge was burned, instant coverage, you weren't able to get away from that, and that's what Sukhoi kept doing throughout the set.
Absolutely perfect. And just the pressure on the side here, looking for the closeout. I know Sparky mentioned this, the bow down signature. There was a lot of usage in the first two games. We didn't really see it come out during the final one because such a strong knockout move covers a number of options where they were getting into these scramble situations. But I got to give it up for Sukhoi, man. Yep. The mental wherewithal to just identify that one moment and make it yours.
And that was also against the very aggressive Asmodee at a disadvantage. We pointed this out while we were watching the match. Asmodee was consistently swinging, especially off the stage, when she felt like she could sneak one out. She went for that ground pound that missed. She went for that dare that missed. But the biggest thing that happened afterwards was one singular whiff on a D-Light. And that was Sukhoi taking away the entirely. That move right there. Everything she did up to that point was perfect, but the dodge down and in, because you're panicking. You don't want to get caught in that situation. You don't want to get taken away. And Sukhoi said, I know it's coming because earlier I caught you with the same type of dodge in the same situation, and I was able to take out the game.
Wow, taking advantage of the situation and reading it out like, ooh, and we're still in pools. That was phase, like, can I just say?
Only to get out of phase one pools. Yes. That's what we're dealing with right now.
I'm just saying, we have been seeing some incredible matches, and I know we've seen some matches that are just clear domination, like the West versus, oh my God, my mind just blanked here. But that last match, Kairu, yes, Kairu. I know, like, wow, we're still in just pools, and we still got plenty more action coming forward, and we do have to take a quick break, just letting you know that Snowy versus Blue is next, so see you guys really soon. Don't go anywhere. Day 2 is still packed with so much action here at the Brawlhalla World Championship 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Oh my goodness, we are still in it. We're still rolling with pulls, and I got some lovely new gentlemen here with me. TK, Taza, how you doing?
I'm great, man. I just saw who's coming up next, and I'm actually like, man, we are getting into the nitty-gritty very quickly right there with some very, familiar names. But obviously, the action has been super great. Taza, how you been feeling about it?
I'm feeling great. It's going to be interesting going into this next matchup, like you just said, after coming off of the destruction that West just put on display. One of my favorite things here about being in these LAN environments, having everybody here, is that you're going to be having pro players going up against people that normally, like, when we're starting those online championships, we're in top 3 too. Every single match is a potential final here, but sometimes we get players going up against players that are in pools, and it's just a 2-0. But like you said, TK, the next thing that's coming up, Snowy versus Blue in pools round 1.
It's so
what
early.
A matchup.
It's so early, but like, hey, someone's gonna have to drop eventually. You're gonna start hitting hard opponents pretty quickly here at BCX. It is a stacked tournament. All of your favorite PR players from any region are here, so obviously it's gonna get a little scary relatively early. We're still in 2 out of 3s, and we're already getting matches that I could probably see in the top 8, to be honest. So, hey, that's how scary it is here.
Yeah, you're right that the whole tournament, the bracket, it is stacked. There's so much action-packed things going on here. I just want some quick thoughts and predictions about this matchup, Snowy versus Blue, because let's talk about their PRs real quick. Snowy, PR 11, North American player here. Blue, PR 28, EU. Oh, we can see the stats right here and their earnings as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, Blue, he may be like on a lower PR, but we have known this guy for quite some time. I mean, I've commentated his matches back in like 2017. So, obviously he's a seasoned player. On the other side of things, Snowy, he's rising the ranks right now. If I'm a betting man, I'm still gonna bet on Snowy though.
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
Okay,
when looking at this, right, we were talking about the history of it. Blue in Europe, right, Acno and Blaze, they were in the 2v2 space, right, but for a very long time, even with Acno's dominance, Blue was winning all of the 1v1 events. And as we got into 2020 and 2021, Golly starts competing, starts winning everything. That's become less of a factor. But yes, still, like we said, we've known him for all these years, does so well in 1v1s and incredibly successful at LANs, usually getting into those top 3 spaces. But Snowy doing so well, better and better every year. Also in that winner's side on 2v2s with Boomi is going to be going up against him. I also give him that. Just a little bit of recency bias when it comes to that competing. I give him that favor as well.
So wait, what our predictions here? We got Snowy. And Snowy.
Yep.
And I wonder at home, chat, what are you guys feeling here?
My
Oh my God.
That's a little unfair.
Okay.
I didn't think it was going to be like that. I mean, I said it was like a 60-40 ideal that I was going for right there. But nah, you guys are on something else right now.
90% is a very high percentage here. Whoa, I mean, look, I love my North American region. I am also kind of rooting for Snowy as well. But Blue, like you said, TK, fantastic player. Long history.
Yeah,
long history. Y'all doubting him.
Yeah,
okay.
Sometimes
see, look at that poll change.
There we go. 3%.
There we go. Like they're like, you're right. But like, no, sometimes those it's the older tactics that can definitely bring you. It's like the fundies. You know what I mean? Like he's been playing this game through all the changes, so he can sometimes bring out some of the old stuff that like definitely doesn't work, but it works as a mind game.
Yeah. I mean, I was watching Game 5s between teams that, like, literally I haven't seen play in years, and bringing teams that were really well seasoned all the way to game number 5. And just earlier on stream, I mean, we had Sparky just gushing over the fact that Addie Mystic's playing in LAN again and getting that 2-1 victory there in his pool as well. And that could be definitely the case for Blue here. So going into this matchup, I mean, that 10% to 90, that's a little. It's a little much, but we'll have to see.
We'll
Maybe
have to see. We'll have to see.
In their defense, we were very Snowy favored on the desk.
We'll have to see. Maybe the mind game, will be happening. I got some new boys with me. Duke, Zip, when you tell us what's going on down there?
Definitely a lot of favoritism thrown over on the side of Snowy, but at the same time, we've seen upsets happen. Again, it's BCX, it's the World Championship. It is time to bring out your A game, and it's all best of 3. So if you slip up just a little bit, it is going to be that much more punishing.
It's definitely going to be that much more punishing. You do not have all that time to adjust, to learn the person you're playing against, and that's what makes these type of brackets so dangerous. You're going up against different guys back-to-back, short sets, and you might get locked into the mindset of, okay, well, this guy dodged on this part, maybe he's going to, and then they hit you with something, the oop-de-doo-wop, you know what I mean? And you're not ready for it, and you get taken out. But we're talking about that poll. So Snowy is getting voted for his for his play, but if you ever open the chat when Snowy's playing, I guarantee right now somebody's in the chat calling him cute. So he has two different fan bases for his poll, right?
The baby face, okay.
Every single time I open up the chat, I see somebody saying it. But so that's where he's getting all his votes from. But I'm going to put it like this. I didn't vote, but Blue, you got my vote because I'm always going for the underdog.
Yeah, you got to root for the underdog. And again, we saw earlier today, like I think it was a Blitzy match where he won, got the upset, and paid out pretty big for the predictors out there. But right now, Snowy's on deck, already in the top 4 for 2v2s. So he's been having a fantastic weekend trying to get through these 1v1s now.
Yep. And there's been some amazing games so far. Hopefully this one lives up to the hype. We got a Hattori sitting on the screen coming out from Blue, and that character's been seeing a lot of shine in the past like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, she's kind of been the new hotness for all of the old Bodbars, right? Like Hammer got hit with the nerf bat, and all the Hammer players, all the Bodbar players was like, all right, we got to find something new. Generally, it's been the jump over to the Hattori because Spear's been popular, but on the other side, Snowy with a little bit of a surprise pick coming in with the Caspian crossover, that diamond head, gonna have the Katars, which is a little bit uncharacteristic because we're used to seeing Snowy on the Rayman, the gauntlets, and the axe.
You know, I was hoping, I know it was in 2v2, so you pick a kind of different character, but I was hoping we'd see Cannon again from him.
His cannon was looking really nasty yesterday in the 2v2 space, but maybe something specific for that follow-up potential off of Boomi with this cross in the 2v2s. But here in the 1v1s, he was kind of having this weapon identity crisis where he was like throwing both the Katars and the Gauntlets away. He's like, I don't know which one I want right now.
Trying to mix it up on the opponent, switch up weapons as often as you can so they can't get a read on you. But it makes it where you're not going to be able to really learn what you need to do with each weapon specifically. Hopefully he gets something going with these Katars, because right now, slicing and dicing is Blue.
Yeah, and one thing that's tough with this Caspian pick in the best of 3 space is you're not going to have that time to figure out your opponent. Generally, in a best of 5, a lot of adaptation time, which is very important for weapons like Katars and Gauntlets, where you're looking for those dodge reads for the long extended combos.
Oh yeah, you ain't lying. You're going to get long extended combos in both weapons, actually, right? The Katars and the Gauntlets will make you pay if you dodge in the wrong spot, and the Gauntlets are the one that's really going to get you up out of there, as the Katars take him out over the top with the downlight into recovery.
Really good recognition from Snowy. Saw that the dodge got burned, the air dodge from Blue. And again, the classic Snowy using those weapon tosses to open up his opponents. He has historically had the highest weapon toss counts in his 1v1 matches because he loves using those weapon tosses to open up opponents.
I like what he's doing, right? Like, it's another way to control neutral. I used to call it like you're scared to play neutral tactic, right? Like, because if somebody's dominating you in neutral and you start throwing that weapon, it's a kind of a sign that, okay, I can't get close to him and this is the only way I can open him up. But if he's using it as his main tactic, it throws off the opponent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're used to not having an opponent throw weapons at you, like it starts to get in your head. You're like, no, you're opening me up from way further away than I'm expecting given your weapon set. Blue does manage to clean up the stock, but it's been a little bit of a slow journey for him so far.
It has, and he had the dominance the whole first stock. He was really in control, and then all of a sudden, Snowy caught about a 10-second groove and ended up closing him out. So let's see if he can build a lead here. He's got the gauntlets. The Katars are really what we're beating on him, and he's going to deal with these gauntlets. He's got the spear, and I think the poker keep away game is going to serve him right.
Now we're starting to see those signatures come out from Snowy. That was one of the big things I was expecting with the swap over the Caspian is, again, those projectiles. Having that extended range, something that is kind of rare, again, for this weapon set of Katars and Gauntlets, which are very close range weapons. Good dodge in to punish that side sig. Couldn't get I wanted a little bit more off of it, though.
I agree. I feel like Blue's getting like good touches, but nothing like huge. He's not forcing any big situations. A little straightforward with the game plan, right? Like, so that right there, I feel like Snowy could see that coming a mile away. Weapon toss, bonked him on the noggin. It's going to be the stock.
Yeah, that was a really weird interaction, Snowy, with the on-stage Katar ground pound. Blue just barely missing the punish and ended up leading to him getting punished by that jump side air from Snowy. Snowy now going to try to get that extra credit going into the final stocks here, but Blue denies the weapon pickup.
Yeah, he was doing great. He was getting some good damage. If he would have got that weapon, I could have seen Blue turn it into orange before he got that stock. It's still possible. Snowy living right now, got the Katars, and he's got Blue dancing around, does not want to engage him right now, wants to find safe hits.
Yeah, you can kind of see that timid playstyle of Blue coming out as he was jumping in place for a little while there. Going to swap over to the spear, weapon toss, trying to keep Snowy back, but he spot dodges and avoids the ground pound. This time, it's going to hit, and we're down to the final stocks.
He got that ground pound. That first one was a really clean dodge, and he's actually had really, really good dodge placement this whole set so far. I mean, we're really early in on game one, and we have either player can take this. We want to set the tone with the dub. Right now, Snowy's starting to get a little swaggy on him. He's hitting some nice attacks, a couple gravity cancels, and he's been pretty pinpoint. He's got a good lead. Got him on orange.
Yeah, I love that gravity cancel neutral light he did in the air there, just keeping that pressure going on top of Blue. Blue swapping some weapons up this time, doesn't get caught by the second side light from Snowy, and he's still in the air as the side seat connects. Lots of horizontal movement. Blue opportunity here, backs away, doesn't get hit by the weapon toss.
That was good. He threw the weapon, make him dodge so he can touch the ground. He almost was in a situation where if he would have got clipped, he wouldn't have had any resources. So if he got caught by a down light, that would have been really bad.
Yeah, that weapon toss was clutch for getting him back down onto the stage. Still burning a lot of movement there. Juggling coming out from Blue. Potential here for Blue to take it, but he goes too high, and Snowy with the recovery going to take game number one.
That was a clean game from both players. You see the damage. I mean, well, you guys can't see it, but 635 is what Hattori Blue ended up dropping, and only 582 for Snowy. So really, that was a controlled game by Blue, but like I said, decisive hits, bigger hits were coming out from Snowy.
Yeah, he was getting those stock finishers just before, and that is so important. Sure, you can have that damage advantage, but if you're not finishing stocks, it does not matter.
That is 100% correct, and we got a character swap over to the Ember. You know, I feel like the Hattori was doing fine, right? Like, I mean, but like we said, this is best of 3, so you only get 2 games. If he loses this one, he wouldn't have got to know if the Ember was the best choice. So switching now is, you know, I say that's best case.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big thing is because it's best of 3, he's like, well, I got to make the swap now or else I won't get the opportunity if the Hattori fails. And he's hoping that the extended range of this bow is going to be the thing to work out for him, as so far doing really well as he picks up the N-Sig onto Snowy.
Yeah, this is a really good look, right? Because Snowy's playing a character with 2 stubby weapons. I mean, there's a lot of movement in the character's attacks, but you're moving your hurt box along with your hitbox, so he's going to be able to stop him in his tracks. The way he's doing right now, he's controlling all space. I'm loving this from Blue. Another signature lands, and there goes a clean stock. I don't think he got touched.
Just barely. There might be a touch of damage on the Blue, but he is pretty much clean as a daisy. He's definitely utilizing that extended range of the bow to engage against Snowy.
All right, dancing around. I like it. Blue's got the lead. He said, you know what? You got to come to me now. I'm in control right now. Look at
you
me.
got to work.
I'm the captain now.
Calling Snowy Tom Hanks right now, but he's got the bow in hand, and again, he's utilizing that long range. See the way he dashes away, making it so that if Snowy wants to try to use those weapon tosses, plenty of time to react from Blue.
Definitely. I love the charge on that. Snowy did delay the dodge a little bit, but if he would have charged that just a smidge more, he would have had him. But talking about having him, grabbing him, taking the stock. Snowy, I see you.
Fantastic edge guard coming out from Snowy as he throws away the gauntlets, wants to start this one off unarmed, maybe confident that he can steal the weapon away, but Blue gets it, and he's got the opportunity to keep this lead going.
All right. He's got the guitar. All right, so he decided he wanted a rough and tumble weapon too. He wants to get in the mix. Actually throws it away, so he does want the bow once again, but weapon stolen from Snowy. Nice, the down light into the gravity cancel uppercut. Gonna take the stock, and here we go. He's gonna go back to the bow, control space once again, and try to slow pace take him out. But actually, he has such a lead, he might be aggressive, it looks like.
I love that decision making from Blue to go for that gravity cancel, neutral heavy, unarmed, optimal for force, and given that he was struggling to finish off stocks in game number 1, he needs to optimize like that.
Oh, yeah. I like how he's following up after like a couple hits. He's throwing a sig afterwards. You know, at this level, most of the time people won't do things like that, and that is a good change up in your offense to really catch him slipping.
Yeah, mix in those signatures. That's one thing that Embers can do a lot is because she's a relatively low defense legend, she can get away with a little bit more. Got a little bit extra dexterity behind those bow hits, so she can kind of throw out a sig and maybe be a little bit safer.
Especially, right, because you're putting people in like a 50-50 situation. You could do the side sig, you could do the neutral sig. Who knows? Either one, if you make the wrong dodge guess, you're going to get clipped.
And it's been working so well for Blue as Snowy not able to find that recovery that he needs to finish the stock off. Neutralize, the weapon toss still not enough to take out Blue as Blue eats a recovery from Snowy and still survives so many hits from Snowy.
man, it looks like he may be able to get a 2-stock. Snowy is really fishing, trying to get this second one off, and I know it's getting frustrating. Finally, lands a recovery unarmed, and now he's got the gauntlets. He wants to swap. No, he's going with the gauntlets. He just wanted to keep the weapon starve alive a little longer.
Yeah, throwing it up. Oh, and this is why he was sticking with the gauntlets. Got a nice little damage build here, but he cannot afford anything else. Blue's Nair almost does it. The sidelight doesn't have the variable force, but man, Snowy knows this is potential to go to game number 3.
Look at him. They're playing this really, really, really slow right now. He does not want to overextend. Oh my gosh. You know, he caught him. The gauntlet special, right? You get sent out to the side of the stage. You want to immediately get that momentum with the side light, and he had no time to recover and dodge that weapon toss, bonk straight in the face. What a game. I like the switch from Blue. We got 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were both a little bit nervous about it. We were like, yo, I didn't see what was wrong with the Hattori, but I see right now what is so right about this Ember. That bow, specifically from Blue, just paying dividends for him.
You ain't lying, my boy. Snowy, such a big name. You don't want to go to the elimination bracket this early with a name of that caliber. That's one of those things that happens as a top player when you're playing in a set that's only first of 2, best of 3, whichever way you want to say it, and you're going up against somebody that you believe you should beat, and you get put in this do or die situation. It is a scary, scary situation.
I mean, Zip, we got to remind them of the poll that Twitch chat had. 90% favoritism in favor of Snowy, and yet here we are, game number 3. Snowy in the hot spot. There is potential here for Blue to make the upset over Snowy.
You know, you said he's in the hot spot, and I guarantee he's blazing right now, because look at that sweater. That thing does not, and it is not cold in here.
That's like sheepskin. That is extra insulated, but we got the character swap coming out from Snowy. He's going to match bow for bow and blow for blow as we get into game number 3. The Koji on Snowy, Blue on the Ember.
I like the idea, right? You want to match the speed. He was definitely controlling neutral with the bow. So you know what? He said, you know what? You're just going to have to beat me in neutral. I'm going to get a faster character, and I'm going to get the same weapon as you. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, just trading out basically and saying, you know what? You might have some good decks because you have low defense, but I have slightly more defense coming in at base 4, and I have even more dexterity. He might struggle with the KOs because he won't have as much force, but still in favor of Snowy and the 2 stats that are important.
Look, I'm going to tell you like this. This is like my boy TK says. Sometimes those 6 be slapping a little harder than they're supposed to. It says that Koji has a low attack, right? But when he hits you with those arrow signatures, the side signature and the neutral signature, you go flying way further than you expected.
And we talked about the 50-50 that Blue is putting out with the bow, right, going into the side sig, neutral sig. Snowy has the same opportunity. He can go for the side sig for the read or even the tatami mat, that down signature. But right now on the outside, Blue doesn't hit the recovery.
Yeah, the tatami mat is definitely a scary one. It kind of eliminates the option to dodge into him, and that gives the bow way more room to work and create those side light, down light combos.
Yeah, I mean, that's so valuable because, again, just the ability to approach from so far with that bow downlight, and then now you're forcing them to not stay on top of you because of the threat of the tatami mat, but you're seeing them go for these weapon tosses. They know how important this first stock is in game number 3 because you only have 3 stocks left to stay in the top side of the bracket.
Exactly. This is high pressure. Neither one of them wants to go. Blue wants to upset. Snowy wants to remain dominant as a top player, and they are trying to see if they can get up there in the...
Oh, Snowy, where are you going?
Gosh, Snowy just scared me. But either way it goes, the recovery was so damaged, he's going to fly over the top up into the heavens and lose that first stock. And the tone is set by Blue. What is Snowy going to do about it before this extra credit gets put on?
Yeah, Blue has that initial stock. He has the opener, but Snowy evens it up immediately. Looks like this one is going to go the distance given the trading so far.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Weapon Starve is alive. He's going to prime it to where his next weapon will be a bow. Snowy's got the sword. He's not really getting anything. He's just trying to control where Blue goes. Blue goes over against the Katars, and here we go. I think the Katars is going to be good going into the sword as long as he can establish himself on the stage, but Snowy's controlling that bottom plat.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing here for Blue is we have not really seen his Katars. The last game was pretty much all about the bow, and it's still going to be all about the bow as he finally finds the opportunity to make the swap over to it.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to try the Katars. He said, I know what's been working. I definitely just got a game off this bow. Let me stick to what's been going right for me.
Oh my goodness. The way that Snowy's playing, he's like, I know the pressure that we're both in. I know how much time is left on the clock. 5 minutes left, and he's going to utilize all of it. He's utilizing those soft platforms and making sure that he's engaging as safely as possible. Blue has to do these jump recoveries, these jump nairs, trying to catch him, but he does with the side sig, and Blue is one stock away from upsetting 90% of the community.
That was 1,000% what I was saying earlier, the 50-50. He dodged away. What's up? I'm coming over there with the dog, the homie, and we're going to catch you.
Yo, he got the dog in him, and he got the dogs with him. And Blue is starting to pop off. 13% of people feeling good right now.
13% feeling good, and I'm one of them. Add him to 14%. I'm going for the underdog. The underdog is doing his thing. Nice. Lands the recovery after dancing out in the space with him. Trying to find the last hit, and I'll tell you one thing, Blue is doing something great on one of my favorite stats in this game, accuracy. He's landing hits when he throws them.
Yeah, he is not throwing out any frivolous attacks. Ooh, that side air from Snowy, and he hits the ground pound. He's gonna need to play a perfect stock if he wants to continue on in the top side of the bracket, denies the weapons, has the sword in hand.
I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. He's not in KO territory from just one single hit, especially because Ember's not going to be slapping that tough. You know, actually, I think maybe a side signature could get him if it's in the right positioning, but Snowy still has a chance here. He gave himself an opportunity by landing that ground pound early.
But he goes for the gravity cancel neutralite. Blue throws away his weapon, goes over to the Katars here. Ground pound thrown out. Snowy trying to risk it all there. Wanted to get that KO quick. He knows if he can get the edge guard. Blue staying on stage.
I am not mad at that ground pound. You're at the deficit. You want to make a big play so you don't have to deal with winning neutral 4 to 5 times to take the game. If you land that ground pound, it could have been over. So I'm okay with that decision.
Oh man, Snowy playing for his life here, trying to avoid all the hits from Blue. Blue backs away, still not going to get the hit.
I'm so scared. Okay, no! Oh my gosh, and Blue with the upset. What a game. Taking Snowy down to the elimination bracket. Blue gonna be moving forwards. Look at him, he seems so relieved. I know it was stressful sitting in that seat.
That was such a good play, such a good set. The upset coming out from Blue. Snowy, the most recent winner. I mean, he won Winter Championship this year. Blue has yet to win a championship in like the past 2, and yet he got the upset here.
I love to see it. There's a lot of good plays in this. I think this is where he caught him with the side sig after he caught him dodging backwards. No, this is an earlier game. That is the closeout of the final game. That's what that was. Landed that neutral light and sent him up to the top. That was such a good play by Blue.
Well, let's throw it over to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about that set between Snowy and Blue. Winan, how you feeling?
Man, those 13% of folks who voted in Twitch chat must be feeling good right now. Taza, how did you feel about that matchup?
Pleasantly surprised by how Blue is playing. And that is like, because TK and I were both talking about it. We've been watching Blue for years, and it's like, Blue is looking just as good on land as I remember him, but it's like, fast forward, it's 2022, everyone's gotten a lot better, and he's kept up, and Snowy was just not ready for the way that Blue likes to play in those best of 3s. I mean, he completely iced him out in games 2 and 3 to the point where Snowy just couldn't get in. I mean, he was ahead of clean stock both of those last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, throughout the whole set, I mean, I wrote a bunch of notes just because I was like, watching this set, it's like, what's going on here? I want to note that Caspian Sigs are like, it's a really good character for the kit that he has plus the Sigs, because you don't expect him to have that much reach. However, he does have that reach. The 13% against Blue, man. I said 60-40. Now, I said 60-40.
That's how we were feeling about it.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, it was not 90-10 on the test. Like that was not. But the way that Blue ended up playing that matchup looked so much more one-sided towards his favor. I'm really excited to see how he's going to play against everybody else, because Snowy, I mean, we were talking about that. He is in winner's side of top 4 2v2 with Boomi there, and he just got knocked into the elimination bracket round 1 of pools by Blue in that best of 3. And games 2 and 3 were really not that close.
Yeah, the game 1, 2, like, I mean, I feel like Blue actually could have taken the game 1. He made one risky move at the end, which was the recovery, and that was the only reason he had lost that game. The swap over to Ember worked very well for him. As you can see, the swap over to Koji didn't work as well for Snowy, but there was that like 1 second or segment where it kind of felt like he was maybe on the way to a win. He got the long weapon star, but just wasn't able to get any hits off that, unfortunately. And then Blue, I mean, you could tell it was like no fear him, and at the end, he literally just walked him down to the edge.
He was posting up. He was posting up at the end because there was a moment where Akno's like on the side of the stage and Blue just stops moving. He's like, "You're gonna do something." When the exclamation points come up, and the choice that that Snowy went for was the gravity cancel side light. Right afterwards, when the move was finished, it was the bow neutral air to take him off the top, and that was the game. And it was just an amazing upset coming out from Blue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible to see how Blue really turned it around in his favor by switching up the legend and so forth. But I want to hear more. Oh, before we go into the nitty-gritty, we got highlights to show about that last match, okay? So let's take a look here at Blue versus Snowy.
Yeah, I think this might have been, this is probably the only time he had like really taken like a big risk.
This is what you're talking about. This Blue goes to the recovery, and Snowy's like, what are you doing? He gets him with the recovery right there and just barely gets that game won. And the switch over to Ember here, this is the first game that he was on it, was like, there was a moment where this was 2 stocks clean to 1 stock against Snowy, and Snowy, while trying to bring it back, side airs right into that weapon throw, and he goes down.
Yeah, man, I feel like as the set went on, too, we kind of started to see like more, like, I guess, offstage gameplay, plus a couple more risks taken from both sides. But yeah, Blue, he would take risks, but then he would go back to what he was known for, which is the more defensive, more neutral-heavy gameplay. He just, when he saw the opportunity to take the risk, though, he would definitely do it.
Yeah, like that side sig right there. It's a risk on Ember. If you fast forward to when Diana's released, it's a little bit more free, but he still gets that side sig off of the side light and gets the knockout there. And there, I think we're about to see Snowy going for that side light, and then Blue gets an air punish right afterwards that gets this game. Yeah, no dodge on that landing, and he gets right back over there. The weapon throw off the top. Blue takes the game, and he was just waiting for that entire time. I think there's even a moment I'm looking at that. I was like, he's got him damaged enough where I've seen Blue be like, I know what my win condition is. I'm not going to do anything other than wait to get that one last move, and he did it there.
That's exactly what it felt like. It looked like he was trying to bait something out almost the entire time, except for, he went for the neutral light, which would have hit the platform. So that was obviously still a good option that he threw out. So, I mean, like, it really felt like he had the last part of that game in the bag.
Yeah, and I think Zip was saying this about, like, how much accuracy that, like, Blue had in that last game where it's just all the downlights, just every time hitting those bow downlights, it was, like, fantastic. And I don't know if Snowy knew how to maneuver around that, like, and who knows, maybe the pressure. It's singles day,
It's singles day.
But with that, well, all the highlights that we saw, I definitely know there's one person that can really, really break it down for us, because I really want to know how and why Blue succeeded. So, Remy, tell us what happened.
Snowy did not know how to deal with Blue's bow gameplay, but I'm going to make sure you guys at home do. Starting off on this first play here, you can already see Blue is turning all his 1-hits into more than 1-hits. He's turning them into 2 or 3 hits, and it continues on even in the next play. He goes for another side air, boom, gets the side, gets the end sig after. That's all 3-hit plays right there, and that's because, if you'll notice, Snowy does not want to use his dodge key. Maybe it wasn't binded, maybe he fixed it mid-set, but it wasn't there at the time, and it cost him so much in this entire game here. You can already see his stock goes into the red just off that play alone, and it continues on in this game. A lot of interactions where Snowy just dodges in, uses the dodge wrong, and then ends up getting hit multiple times, where you can see the pressure from Blue continuing on even after Snowy does get his dodge back and does get some spacing for himself there. The downlight continues on, and he gets punished almost immediately. Continuing into the next game, though, Snowy ends up he does change his patterns into dodging more often, but as you can see right there, it's not at the right time. Goes for the spot dodge right there, and it does cost him a lot. Again, the spot dodge comes out, and Blue punishes it accordingly, gets the 3-4 hits, get the extra end light at the back end of it, and it's just so much value on that stock. And this was a key play right here. This was so important to Blue's stock. You can see Snowy wastes a lot of options right there. Lands on the platform for just a second there, but he doesn't stay on it for very long. He moves over to the next side of the map, trying to get some spacing for himself, some freedom for himself, and Blue just follows him accordingly. He keeps the pressure up, he keeps momentum up, catches the spot dodge in the air. That leaves Snowy up with no jumps again. Touches the platform real quick, but Blue is once again there to catch him. As soon as he tries to get some footing on this spot on the ground again, tries to get some freedom, Blue is there once more to close it off with a perfect play. Gets the side light, reads the dodge, gets the side sig. He's on it. Blue, he's amazing. He blew a lot there. Like, Snowy blew a lot, blue, and back to the analysts.
Wow, thank you, Remy, for that breakdown. But it was incredible to really, like we've been mentioning, like, wow, Blue really did put it back into his favor. And seriously, those 13% in Twitch chat are probably popping off about that. But we do got to keep talking about what's going on in the next match here. So our next match is, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, it's Exoof versus Bagus. Any thoughts about this?
Yes, so Exoof, long-time participant in Twitch chat, but also competitor. Shout-outs to prostats.brawlhalla.com, right? You can go there right now to be able to look up all the players that you see in competing and make those predictions into educated predictions, because Exoof is PR 95 here in North America, going up against Bagus, who we don't have as much data on, but going into this one coming up is a matchup that I'm not personally experienced with commentating, and it's one of my favorite things to be able to do here in a LAN environment like BCX, where I just get to watch two players that I know nothing about and get to learn about them as they're fighting against each other on stage for the first time.
Did you get to see what their character choices were from Pro Brawlhalla?
I don't remember
what they normally.
It's there, and I just don't remember.
There. I was like, I see a Bryn here.
We got
you know what? There's a Bryn.
Yeah. Okay. If he's really about to pull out the Magyar, this is a character. First of all, it's a hammer. Big shot. It's not as bad as you guys say. Okay. It's not as bad as y'all are saying.
Do you like it's like 2 frames added to it? It's like it's a dead weapon.
No, it's dead now. Yeah. But love to see. Like, this was a character that I feel like kind of fell by the wayside. A lot of people were saying that wasn't that good of a character. So hopefully we do get to see some Magyar play here. But on the other side of the thing, obviously Bryn is Bryn. I mean, she's been good since release. Nothing's really stopped her. She's a very when you pick up this game and you're pick up a character to understand this, that's Bryn. It's Bryn, or it's she's like the Bodvar with 2 different weapons.
Unironically, it's literally what I did. That was my first character would play the game, because that's when it came out back in 2017. But yeah, this matchup between them is actually interesting, because I didn't notice this, even though the PR is vastly different, right? PR 618 versus 95. They both have that one top 32 placement. So when it comes to at least their success, not sure exactly off my memory how recent those are, they're around evenly matched, and it makes sense that they're meeting against each other this earlier on in the winners round 1 pool. And I'm really excited to see how this plays out, because like you said, we haven't seen too much hammer in ones, but if he's representing that Magyar, he'll be going up against Exoof's Bryn. I mean, Legends picks subject to change. Literally, you could bring out a new legend that you've never competed with before in bracket, depending on your opponent. But I'm excited to see what we saw there on the stat screen.
Yeah, and I feel like, I know Bryn is just a core legend to definitely pick up and learn, and the weapons too, spear and axe. You can't go wrong with those kind of weapons, you know what I mean? And their coverage. I know these 2 players are pretty on par, but I still want to try to get predictions out of y'all. I still want to figure out where you're leaning to. What's your heart saying to you? And of course, Twitch, same thing. So, TK, who you rooting for? Who you want to root for?
Okay. This one's hard because I also play Bryn, so I'm very fond of Bryn, but I never get to see Magyar, and now it feels like a little bit of an underdog story, but not what the chat says. You guys think that Bagus is going to actually take this right here. Ooh. This is what it should have looked like last game, actually.
This should have been the Snowy Blue vote. But I mean, that's pretty good with the information we got online. So who did you end up landing on, Bagus or Exoof?
I'm going to go with Bagus, yeah.
All right, I'll pick Exoof because I like his name. That's literally I might as well just it's astrology here on the analyst desk at this point, right?
Yeah.
I'm just pointing something out. But that's the reason. Although I am excited to see how Bagus plays out there, and Twitch chat's also slightly in his favor, maybe just because of the Magyar. But when it comes to it, excited to see how this game 1 plays out.
Well, we'll see where the stars align for these players, because Duke Zip is going to break it down for us.
If you have paid attention to me talk ever, right? I love Teros. My old main was Artemis. And if you fought me in ranked in the past 2 months, you fought a Magyar. You felt the pain of the Great Sword. And we're going to get to see the Great Sword. And I was going to say I wanted Bagus to win, but then he teased me and didn't pick Magyar. So now I'm back on the Exoof side.
Oh, okay. I figured the Mako would keep that one kind of in your heart. But on the other side, Exoof not playing the Bryn, instead over to the Kai. You can kind of see that carry over to the picks that we expected out of them. But instead, you're seeing them bring out a little bit of newness, because again, it is the World Championship stage.
This is awesome to see these guys. Exactly what Taza said. I don't know what's going on with these guys' play styles or anything. I like the character picks, because we're getting 2 characters that aren't represented all the time in the 1v1 space. But I don't know what they're capable of, and I want to see if they're going to be aggressive on the off stage. I want to see if they're going to be putting together wild combos I've never seen. We'll get to learn them as they go.
I mean, when you're a relative unknown, this is probably the best place possible to come out and make a name for yourself. And right now, Bagus trying to do so, as he's built up a pretty nice amount of damage onto Exoof. But Exoof with the falling there, going to give himself some stage control, but he can't keep it going.
And he's doing a great job. Look at that. Gonna get hit by the weapon, dodges, and goes into the gravity cancel a little late for the downlight. And now he's got a scary situation. Nice. Gets that forward Rekka with that great sword and gets the first stock. That thing slaps when you hit that second part, man.
I mean, that one worked really well for Bagus too, because he whiffed the neutral opener and then just went side-side for the side finisher and getting that extra dump of force on that finisher. Not able to get the hit there as Exoof does dodge away, but Bagus, this is one of those things, right? You have something like the Greatsword. The more your opponent does those same dodges, the more they're going to get caught into the blender.
Yeah, on defense, you got to play a little bit more guessy with your dodges, because if you keep letting him collect data, oh my gosh! If you don't talk to him, you're gone! Get him out of here, Bagus! Talk to that man!
He's about to go into this one with a 3-stock as he is looking so good. He just needs to get the read. Exoof! He's seeing ghosts, throws out an N-Sig to the left side. The tournament nerves are getting to him. This is arguably the biggest stage that he has played on.
I think he was striking at the Ghost of Greatsword Pass, you know what I'm saying? But either way it goes, right now, he does not know what to do with this thing. He's dodging in place. He's trying to dodge away. No, all these dodges are not working. And if they work, it's because Bagus is kind of like slide canceling a little too late. Oh my gosh!
He went for extra. He went for 2 resets there. He's going for style because he wants that 3-stock. He has Exoofed in the red. He just needs to finish it.
Oh my gosh. When he's got him down on the plat with him, he is dancing and romancing with that great sword.
No 3-stock though. Instead, Exoof with that falling spear ground pound. Gonna clean that one up. Bagus though, all he needs is an uppercut and he might be able to put this one away as Exoof gets a nice double down line.
I like that. You know what, Exoof, get something going here. Get a little bit of damage on it. Show him that you need to. He needs to respect you. But the disrespect from that reset from the great sword into the banger hit. Man, that weapon, you can't tell me. I had somebody telling me yesterday when I was messing with that little tier list out there.
Yeah.
They said that the great sword was boring. Wait a second, that was Remy. He said the great sword's boring. That weapon is amazing.
Man, when Greatsword is on, and it is looking good, and Bagus's Greatsword is looking good. As he finishes that one off, again, those resets, you'll love to see it, where you open up, you get the opener, go to the bridge, and then you dash out, cancel it out, and go for a reset into another opener bridge closer for just all of that damage.
The weapon, like, I'm a traditional fighting game player, and that weapon just looks like the mix and the pressure that you get when you're watching a 2D fighter, right? So it's kind of like an anime fighter, because those have like really high pressures and more buttons being pressed. It's really, really cool looking.
Very technical weapon is Bagus. Over to the guitars this time. I mean, still on the Mako, but he's playing a little bit more guitar play, and that was a fantastic gravity cancel downlight to open this one up.
Yeah, I like that he's switching over and he's going to show what his guitars have, right? It's the mix-up. It's the no mix-up, mix-up. You think you're going to get more Greatsword, he goes over to the other weapon and fights you with the one that you may be more familiar with, but you were used to him tearing you to shreds with the Greatsword.
I mean, he does all that work in game 1 with the Greatsword. Now game 2, he's like, hey, this is a 2-weapon game. I got a whole other thing you have not seen yet. With a GC side sig from Exoof, catches Bagus off guard, almost gets him that opening stock. The end sig will do it for Exoof.
I like to see this. Nobody wants to watch competition and watch somebody get smacked out, right? So I love that Exoof just getting some stuff going here and has a lead, showing that this is somebody to be reckoned with.
All right, Bagus needs to find a way to even up this stock count. The recovery will immediately get it. Bagus took a little bit of damage, but he's back to the Greatsword.
Yeah, just a smidge. It was just a couple hits, so it's nothing for him to be worried about. He's still trying to look for these reads. I'm ready for one of these. One of these reads are going to be insane. He's going to clip. I guarantee he's going to get like one of those double reads where you shing, shing, come back, ding, ding, and then get the closeout. Oh my gosh, it's going to be lovely.
Well, all of that relies on him reading Exoof's dodges, and so far, Exoof is doing a fantastic job of mixing it up. The spot dodge, the dodge out, the dodge in as well, keeping Bagus on his toes, making it so that he can't go for the full combo.
Oh yeah, there it is. Talk to him. See, okay, but I will say, like you said, Exoof is dodging way better than the first game. There was a lot more hits happening, and he's decided he wants to play a little bit more aerial and make it harder for him to catch those side lights and down lights with the Greatsword to start these combos.
Yeah, I mean, it limits the options that you have if you're in the air, but that's the spot dodge, and that is the combo coming out from Bagus. This time finishing it off with the down finisher. Whoa! Goes in with the down bridge, but he couldn't get more.
That could have been dangerous. Nice! I like that conversion off of a gravity cancel off. Really, really nice from Exoof. They're going to take another lead here, so let's see if he can get more extra credit this time. The last time he got snuffed out pretty fast.
Yeah, he's just maintaining this slight lead, this game of inches over Bagus. The weapon spawn on the left side, but Bagus denies it. That was a burn dodge. Bagus can't capitalize the recovery. again, just looking like a repeat of those second stocks.
Yeah, super fast. Once again, barely got touched, and we have an even game to close this one out. This is still best 2 out of 3, so you only have this one game. Exuf better get something going here before this Greatsword ends his run in the winter side.
That was a burn dodge. Great recognition from Bagus. Exuf has to be careful about those dodges in neutral, as Exuf is just getting slapped around now.
Yeah, he's definitely getting red almost every time he gets touched. He just let the whole thing rock that time, had the read on him. He's like, you're not going to dodge. I'm just going to let it go. That's one of the benefits.
Oh!
I thought he was toast. I cannot believe he made it back.
I saw the sweat beads, but it doesn't matter. Bagus finishes it off. A clean 2-0 for the Mako.
That was a good showing. I'm not going to lie. I still wish it was Magyar, but good stuff to Bagus coming away with that dub.
And it's so interesting because it was just like raw Greatsword fundamentals. You saw maybe that one down sig at the very end on the Greatsword. You saw a little bit of guitar play too, which looked solid. But for the most part, it's just like, you're just a really good Greatsword player.
Exactly, I agree. He really was not using the signatures, which I think Mako has really good signatures. Didn't really see much of them at all. Had that slide off, but it didn't really land. And that's the one. That's the only one I think we saw.
Yeah, I mean, he really kept those signatures in the back pocket. It was such fantastic fundamentals. Again, good air game, good ground game. 2 signatures thrown out, 0% accuracy.
Yeah, and I mean, look at these numbers. We had a good time talking about that one, but Sheepy, what did you guys think about that?
I am looking at these stats here and thinking about how Twitch chat was super right in their predictions, and I'm thinking about what we said on the desk here. Well, you said Exuf, Taza, and then TK, I think, went for Bagus here.
Although at the end we were both kind of like, we were basing it on the lenses that we saw, but there was still that crossover, right? We still have the spear from Exuf going on the Kaya and the Greatsword for Bagus on the Mako. And yeah, Bagus, we're going to be seeing that PR go a lot higher there because that is a considerable upset for him over Exuf here in this at BCX.
Yeah, I mean 618, but like what almost opened with a 3 stock was pretty insane, man. Like, you know, coming in from that, as you said, we did get we get mixed on the characters. Didn't get to see the hammer, you know, big sad. But next time, like Bagus though really got that Greatsword looking like his pre-patch, man. Like that's how he was playing for sure. I think Remy is indeed wrong about the Greatsword. It's a wonderful weapon. Thinking about it as I was watching, I was like, Mako's really a pressure character. We were talking to Taz about it. He said you can get up to 9 speed of it on that character, and on top of that, pretty much any dodge is going to get blown up from either weapon because you're going to get comboed for quite some time.
Yeah, and we didn't get to see it from Bagus because they were talking about that on the desk, but a lot of the signatures that the character has access to, like the neutral signature on Qatar, it's like in a Surrey dunk, we get to choose a direction you dunk people into. So seeing Bagus do so great, that downlight finisher is like 1 in a million, by the way. A lot of Greatsword players don't like to go for that optimally, but Bagus really had a ton of amazing options there. Gravity cancel downlight, you get the finishers on Greatsword, and you get a little bit of that descent motion. He used that for an edge guard, and we even saw him using the downlight finishers as combo finishers as well on stage.
Yeah, I mean, noticing that like as the set went on, I think Exuf actually did get a little better at dodging through a lot of the Greatsword stuff, where he wasn't really getting set up as much, like right there.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was too little too late, you know?
Right. And then once Bagus was looking at him dodging through it, he was just kind of like, okay, I'll just wait for you to dodge before I start hitting you. And that's when those 3 hits, those 5-hit combos come through. And the edge guard here, Exuf barely dodges back, slides up the side of the stage to get there, but that down takes such wide range, forced Exuf in a position where he had no choice but to recover high, and the Greatsword downer takes him down for the win.
I genuinely don't remember that down tick being that wide.
It is kind of crazy. Yeah. Mako down tick. It's like, you either got that on Greatsword, or you literally have like a steerable Typhoon on the Qatars. So it's pretty crazy, but we've got the next match coming up.
Yeah, Snowy versus Sweek. What do you guys think about this? Of course, everyone knows Snowy. Sweek here, PR. Woo!
Yeah, 18-33. So I want to jump in real quick because I was looking at the bracket of this. Sweek took down Sublimon. That's the big upset so far of the day. And Sublimon was Impala's 2v2 partner going into the bracket yesterday. So he was playing a lot, pretty great. Was to be able to talk to him for a while. So seeing Sweek have that upset over Sublimon to me was a pretty big deal. Outside of that, I'm interested to see how he goes up against Snowy.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's already making some upset. Maybe he just doesn't get a chance to play too often, and therefore that's why his PR is where it's at. But we already got one. I guess an upset in a way against Snowy. So it's still possible for him to be upset again, but I'm sure he's going to be fighting just a little harder now that he's in the lower side of things.
I do want to mention that this is going to be the elimination quarterfinal. So whoever makes it, great, you get to move on. Who doesn't, if you lose, oh well, this is like the end of your run. But the next match is ready. So Duke and Zip, break it down for us.
Y'all, they did them dirty on that one. They putting Snowy in there, coming in like the biggest numbers you could possibly have, and then on the other side, all the goose eggs. But you know what? Again, it's the World Championship. We've already seen some upsets. We've already seen some insanity. And at the end of the day, it's all about how you're playing right here, right now, in this best of 3.
Look, man, when you go in here and you got a bunch of goose eggs against one of the greats, you have the chance to become the golden goose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He gets the chance to become a golden player, taking down a big name like this. And Snowy is not going to make it easy for him. I'll tell you that much. But he's got the mask on, and he's ready to rob Snowy of moving forwards in this bracket.
Yo, but we're going to see some interestingness coming out. Snowy switching up, still on the Caspian, but changing the skin game. On the other side, Sweek over to the Glow Blocks, the Cassidy character crossover.
You know, I don't think I've actually ever seen this character play in the tournament, to be real. Like, me personally.
It's been a bit.
But I like to see it. You know, like we were talking about this earlier. You're seeing a lot more character representation today. But Snowy's going to stick with this cross, and he's going to do his thing. He's got you know what? In real life, we've got Sweek with the mask on, and Snowy's got the mask on in game. Oh, my gosh. And chucking the bomb up, going to take the first stock. That was pretty dominant.
Yeah, kind of expected when you look at the PR difference, but again, all it takes is one misstep from Snowy, and Sweet could be running away with that stock evener. Over to the hammer this time. Lots of true combos for the Cassidy, right? You can go for that downlight and sig. You know, downlight side is as well.
You know, I hope Sweet turns up on him with this hammer play, so TK can be right, man. You know, and I'm with TK. I don't think this weapon's as bad as everybody puts it out to be. I don't think there's a bad weapon in this game. But at this moment, he's playing against the best weapon in the game, which is the Gauntlets. Weapon toss, no good. He's able to make it back up there, and wow, what are you doing, Snowy? That man is putting on a show after taking an L on that winner side. He said, you know what, no more. Everyone's going to get the Reign of Terror.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate for Sweek, is that Snowy is like fired up after his loss earlier on in his pools match, and he's like, all right, no more. No one else is going to be taking a W over me.
Yeah, he's doing a great job right now. He's just whiff punishing everything. Sweek is really going to have to kind of play it a little. I don't know if he could play it slower, but he's going to have to be more accurate with his strikes. And he's toast on that first game. 3 stock sitting on yellow. Snowy ain't playing with him.
That was absolutely brutal. Snowy's like, all right, get off the set. We're done. This is going to be a 2-0 and a handshake. On the other side, Sweek only able to put out 69 damage. Nice.
You know, I always love to give props to people, and a 2-0 and a handshake is a bar. I love it, man. You guys are so great. Oh, you know what? Look at him. He's locked in. He's got the head tilt in. No, he's smiling under the mask. See, this isn't a good sign, man. Whenever you get up on the stage and you're just cheesing after you take a loss, that just means you're like, oh, you know, I guess you know, I'm playing against a great guy. I'm going to go ahead and lose here and have fun in the rest of the venue. No, beat him. He goes to the Thatch, and we're going to see what's happening here.
Yeah, I reacted because of the swaps. Sweek over to the Thatch, Snowy over to the Orion. The thing that's nice for Sweek in this spot is, like, there's literally no pressure. You're not expected to win this by an incredibly large margin, and if you manage to do so, then you are on cloud 9.
He's got nothing to lose, so don't snooze. You cannot sleep on somebody that's coming up against you, and they have all the goose eggs, like you said. All right, here we go. He's got the sword in hand. His movement's looking way better. I'll tell you that right now. Look at that. This is a much better start.
Knows some Thatch stuff as he gets that downlight gravity cancel side signature. That is something that is unjumpable. If you burn your dodge, then you're going to get caught by that.
Oh, yeah, that is for sure. That's another one of those 50-50s I was talking about. You can put somebody in a bad situation. Ooh. Nice, clipped him again. That hitbox is huge.
He is catching Snowy with these. Goes high in the sky. Snowy tries to turn it around. Sweet managed to get back down to the stage. Throws out the end sig.
I like the patience. He caught him one more time. Okay, never mind, Sweet. You know what? I took the smile. I saw his kindness as weakness, and Sweet was like, you know what? I got something for that. That's what that smile was.
He's got some trickiness. He's over the blasters again, some carryover from his Cassidy. Immediate gravity cancel down Sig instead of trying to return towards the stage. Snowy with the style! He set it up and he got it with the weapon toss, ground pound into recovery.
Snowy reached in his bag real quick and pulled out his West Tech, you know what I mean? He tried to get a little swaggy on him.
He's like, yo, this is free, I'm gonna style a little bit. It's time for the highlight reel.
Yeah, hey, you know what, Sweet? Show him this ain't free. Don't talk to him. I needed a ground pound right there when he tried the recovery, but didn't happen. The Sayer will happen, and this is a pretty even game. Good stuff.
Yeah, definitely much more even than game 1 would have implied, but here it is, game 2, and Sweek making sure this one stays close. Might start seeing some more of those Sweek side six because they were working so well earlier on.
Oh yeah, they were masterful. They were definitely setting the tone for the match. He's gonna go out here on the side with them, trying to make something shake, but the dodge is getting a little more clean from Snowy. Look at that dodge, the first thing that he got quick with in the match. Ground pound steals the recovery. All right, and we're back on stage.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not a true combo, so Snowy able to dodge through it, but if Sweet can burn that dodge of Snowy, might be able to go for more of those side six. Weapon toss secures him that wall touch as he gets back up, and he goes high to try to avoid Snowy. Snowy keeping that pressure on.
Yeah, he's doing a good job with the pressure too. Now he's chilling, he's waiting for that KO blow. He's gonna sit back, delay, got the pogo, and that'll be the stock. After burning the gravity cancel, I get it, you thought he was gonna commit, come out there and talk to you, but yeah, you just gave up your resources.
It's an interesting idea in the sense that like he's putting out these hitboxes and he can move underneath it, trying to give himself some coverage. But at the same time, Snowy was just so ready for it. Just went out, poked him real quick, and then continued on with the game.
You know, hold on here. I don't think I've never even seen. We can talk about the fact that Snowy's playing Orion.
Yeah, it's like this kind of came out of nowhere from Snowy. He's just like, I just feel like playing Orion right now.
He's doing a great job. It was a tight game at first. I love what we were seeing from Sweek, but Snowy's definitely taking control. He's going for the unarmed shenanigans right now. He tried to go down there for a pogo, but ended up touching map and got a downlight. And here goes maybe the end of the game. No. Yes, it is. Kicked him over there, grabbed the weapon, and did some Jackie Chan stuff. Picked up the prop and got him out of there. Good stuff from Snowy.
Fighting with everything in arm's reach. Snowy making that one look clean as he was able to beat down Sweek and make sure those goose eggs continue being laid.
That was grimy, but Sweek, man, if anything, I know you hear me on the intercom. You're swagged out, man. You know, everybody talks about the Brawlhalla drip. Everybody having drip in this game with your costume. At least he's got the drip in real life. I like the mask, but he's going to fall here to Snowy, and that's going to be the end of his run. Snowy moving forwards. That was good stuff.
Yeah, really well played on both sides. Snowy, of course, an absolute competitor. He's already down there in the elimination side of things, so it's not overly surprising to see him like kind of sweat a little more, try a little bit harder, because he's like, you know what, I still got to get through this one, because we're not even in the top 128 of things.
Not yet, but you did see the first game, Snowy wasn't playing with him. And then he gauged his opponent, and then he started to get a little bit more playful on the second game, because he's like, okay, I can take a breather, I got to have a little bit of fun so I can keep my energy for the later, more hectic rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take those opportunities to kind of rest, for lack of a better term. I mean, of course, he's not sleeping in that match by any means, but it's just like he's not doing the exact same stuff. Kind of stretch his arms, stretch his brain a little bit, and play some different stuff.
Right on, right on. And, man, I want to see some more Snowy, because it looks like we got him 2 times on camera just now. We watched one of his matches earlier, but we're also going to see some of his highlights right now, what he did in that match.
I mean, I think both of those matches in and of themselves were pretty much highlight reels. You could see just the way that Snowy had this one on lock. Sweek started this one off. Didn't even get to see much of the glow boxes. Snowy was just like styling on it.
I did want to see him strut his stuff with that glow box a little bit more. Hopefully, we get to see more of him playing in some of these tournaments. I don't know if he's playing in the online, but hopefully he keeps on playing once we're done with BCX, because this is not the end. This is only the beginning. Guys can get better from here. Hopefully this experience playing at a LAN makes them want to get better and put in that practice, especially since earlier we saw that there's the new combo tutorial system.
Oh yeah, that challenge system maybe coming later might help Sweek out in his matchups against Caspians and Orions. But oh, that was such a good play.
What a good combo from Snowy. This dude is really sick with it. And I just want to see, guys, CK, you know, Sheepy, what do you guys think about what we just saw?
Man, Snowy really be playing with his food, am I right? Like, he is styling here. Y'all saw that highlight, please. Taza, tell me about it.
I mean, he kind of needed it after that matchup with Blue, right? you go down to the elimination bracket, like, okay, I get to relax a little bit with this matchup, and Sweet gets that opportunity to fight against one of NA's best, and did pretty well with the Thatch into that game, too, until Snowy was like, okay, yeah, I'm on the Orion. I've got some tricks up my sleeve, and we got to see that there at the end with the neutral sig finisher. Really well played by Snowy, and it was awesome to see Sweet here, who had a pretty good performance himself.
Yeah, I mean, and to mention, too, like, as Zip said, the man pulled the Orion out. That's how you know he was feeling good, because I didn't know he even had one. But it's one of the base roster characters, so I feel like, you know, in that area, there's a lot of people who probably have, like, a secret of the original, like, 10, you know, or whatever characters there was. Just really not much to, like, break down there. He kind of went crazy. Like, that's all you can really, that's all you can really say. You know, Snowy, he had a game plan, executed it well, and now he's moving on.
Yeah, he's totally moving on. I believe our next match here, we have Volst. I hope I'm saying this right.
That's
Volst versus a name everyone may know, Schwerpy.
Ooh, okay, we've got we got one of Brawlhalla's finest coming up on.
Cheering
yeah, you see the name coming up onto the stage. It's Schwerpy, right? So many people know him. He's such an awesome YouTuber here for Brawlhalla, and also a competitor here at BCX in his pools, going up against quite a tough opponent. I mean, we just saw the Orion picked out from Snowy. Well, Volst, most reported legend here, is the Orion, and he is PR 66, just on the fringe of top 32. He averages placements in all these championships at 49th. And in the past, when we've been talking about a lot of these players that are who's going to be the next one that's going to be getting in all these top 32s all the time, Volst very well may be one of those players. We don't get to see him a lot on those online championship streams because 49th is like right at the cutoff. But PR 66 is definitely quite an achievement for a player of his stature.
I also think, you know, being able to place 49th that often, it may not be like the greatest placement, but for someone on the rise at the very least, I mean, that's a, you know, you could be placing 197th or something bad like that. Exactly. But you're out here, you know, actually breaking into some of the more top, you're at least top 64. And like that's a major improvement. And that's the thing that a lot of people will never even say they can get.
That's true, but look, I know Volst is up there in the PR, but what about Schwerpy? You know,
hey, like, follow, subscribe.
I was like, we got a lot of people who love Schwerpy and are rooting for him. But the match is definitely ready for this winner's quarters here in this pool. Duke, Zip, break it, take the action away.
All right, so we are definitely ready to get into this. First things first, that hat brim is absolute flames, so we're going to get that out of the way. But I actually need Duke to break something down for me. You're talking about Schwerpy. I've heard the name. I don't actually know what's going on with the cat.
Yo, you got to get on the YouTube. You got to check out Schwerpy, check out his videos, check out all of his, not necessarily legend breakdowns, but he does like to have videos about all the new legends whenever they get released. And he's such a great content creator and competitor. Famously not a Scarlet main, like that's like his big iconic character, and then he's just like, no, I main Ada.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
And then on the other side, I gotta point out, Volst is actually, this has got to be an old head or someone who's a deep cut Brawlhalla fan, because Volst is actually like Brawlhalla Alpha name for Orion.
Gotcha.
So that's why he's an Orion main, is because he is a deep cut Brawlhalla fan. So this is gonna be an interesting one. Volst versus Schwerpy, and the first, they're actually gonna emote at the beginning, polite manners, handshake, and everything.
That was awesome, and I love the emotes that they did use, right? He gave him the salute. That was good stuff. Let's put some respect on it, and here we go. We got Blasters versus Spear to kick this off. No, we have Blasters versus Unarmed to kick this off. He wanted the lance, and we're gonna see what he can do with it.
That's generally the case with people who have lances, right? Like the Orions, the Olgrims, and whatnot. They're generally looking for the lance, and then the other weapon is just something they're supplementary.
Yeah, definitely. People want to switch over. Well, not Orion, because he has very good KO options with his lance. But other characters I can see, like you want to switch over to Olgrim's Axe for closeouts and things like that. Oh, baby! Talk about the KO options. Gravity cancel, punish.
I love the spot dodge earlier from Schwerpy where he's like, I know you're going to throw out some style here. And he avoids the first N-Sig, but wasn't ready for the second one coming out from Volst.
Yeah, he got a little too antsy, threw out that Sig, and he left himself vulnerable because that thing has a lot of in-lag if you didn't touch the beginning of it. So does that one, but no punish.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Ada is a lot of active frames on those signatures, lots of punish opportunities. Right now, Schwerpy needs to find that punish for the finisher here, as Volst has already added up a lot of damage on the second stock of Schwerpy.
Yeah, Volst is doing his thing, man. I'm liking this Orion. This is looking good. He tried another one. Yo, that's what's so dangerous. If he hasn't used the recovery yet, and he does a gravity cancel neutral signature, it's just like you can't come out there. Actually, a lot of Lance tools are like that. You do a gravity cancel attack, that recovery can come out instantly. They do not have to hold it, and it hurts.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can always charge it for that added distance, or sometimes you can just tap it real quick and catch an opponent off guard, but Volst able to pick up that recovery on the Schwerpy.
That's actually big time. This is a great, great lead. He's only on, I'm talking the slightest of yellow. This is like you've had a white tee for a year and you washed it a couple times. That's what color his damage is.
That's that pit stain shirt. Down light into the sider. Nice nair follow-up from Schwerpy. Goes for some trickiness with the up toss. Didn't want the blasters, though.
Yeah, doesn't want those at all, because, I mean, he was getting punished really heavily when he was playing them. Now he's doing spear versus spear, and he's getting speared up, baby. Tried to go for the ground pound to retaliate, doesn't land it. Down sig not gonna go. Gonna still go for a downlight. Another combo, that's game, baby.
The disrespect as Schwerpy went for the GC downlight, and Volst is like, well, that's your dodge burn. Goes for the double downlight into the recovery for the KO, and Volst is looking good to close this one out.
It's like, I understand what Schwerpy was doing there. You do the gravity cancel downlight right above their head, because when people whiff, they tend to like to jump afterwards. So he thought he was going to jump into it. Nope, he got downlight. I mean, I guess he did jump, right? Yeah. Jumped into an attack and closed him out.
Man, Schwerpy's going to have to find something a little bit different here. He needs at least this to go to game number 3 if he wants a good YouTube video out of this one. But he's thinking long and hard about the character picks. He is sitting on this one.
I like this. I actually wish more players would do this. Like, this matters so much more than people think. When you are on that stage and you just got dominated, you need to take that breather. Think about what the opponent did to you. There's a reason why you get 2 minutes between games. You need to sit and think about it, figure out if you need to switch, and remember what just got you clipped and where he was attacking you on your dodges.
And it looks like Schwerpy is going to the iconic character, the representative of Schwerpy. It's going to be the Scarlet for game number 2.
You know, I was just talking to somebody yesterday about how Scarlet just doesn't get played anymore. And I love that he's picking her. I love this character. She's so fun to play.
Dude, there was a period in time where Scarlet Stomp Ensig was just the thing. Like, that was the way to play, but right now it looks like unarmed is the way to play. As Schwerpy finally picks up a starting weapon, he's got the hammer in hand, gets the sideline.
I want to see, once again, I need to see some hammer strutting and stuff so we can stop calling this thing a terrible weapon. TK, I'm out here for you, man. I'm vouching.
Well, we'll see if Schwerpy can show it off as he throws it away on the edge guard. Wasn't able to find that recovery. Edge guard opportunity here. Goes low, avoids the down air from Volst, but he's still stuck in the open air. Finally back onto the main stage.
Oh my gosh. Volst will not switch weapons. He's got the Lance the whole time because he said Lance will make her dance.
Yo, I mean, it's working. He gets the N-Sig on Schwerpy, and he's getting more. Goes for the dare, and Volst gonna shut Schwerpy down to his final stop.
Well, character swaps don't mean much if you don't get to play the game, and that second stock was not played at all by Schwerpy.
Yo, I'm gonna be real sad if the 2 times we see a Hammer Legend on screen, they get 3 stock.
Yo, that will be terrible, because there's no, like, you can't even talk back at that point, right?
Oh, the down-sig! The strength of the Scarlet, not quite enough, despite the fact that this is small Brawlhaven. Oh.
Almost had a little something. Just get this 1 stock with the hammer. That's what I want. Just get the 1 stock. No! Oh, okay. Yeah.
Recovery.
That's it.
Denies the 3 stock.
And there it is. The hammer is back, baby.
The most important thing you can do, deny a 3 stock.
That is called the moral victory stock, but he still has a chance here. If he can deny weapon and rack up some damage, you know, she hits really, really hard. She hits like a truck. So if he keeps landing some hits, he could bring this back, but it does look like he's kind of suffering in neutral right now, not able to get back to the stage. Nice play from Volst. He is controlling the side, and now back on there, Lance versus unarmed. The schmovement's just too good. He can't even find him.
Yeah, Schwerpy not able to find any hits on the Volst. 1 more of those, and Schwerpy might be done. Doesn't get the wall touch, and Volst is ready with the punish. Down like ground pound, Schwerpy is done.
That's my favorite stuff right there. You got the dub, they panned over to the crowd, and they were popping off. That was a fun set to watch. I love the lore behind it. I love you guys telling me about the Schwerpster. I'm going to go ahead and check out his YouTube, even though I'm not a tuber. But much love. Either way it goes, good stuff to both competitors.
You You gotta like and subscribe. Leave a comment on the Schwerpy videos. But he did incredibly well for himself. He at least denied a 3-stock in game number 2.
Yeah, he denied it, and he did it with the hammer, so much love. But it's going to be a recovery right here to close the set, and it was just fitting to the end of the game. Look at the smile. That's all fun. That's all love. That is the love of Brawlhalla. And to more people that love Brawlhalla, Sheepy and the desk, you guys take it away.
We love Brawlhalla. I'm so glad that, we're just all having fun here. But it looks like, Taza, you were correct in your prediction about Volst and everything.
Hey, I'm just happy to see Schwerpy lock in literally like the face of his channel. Towards the end of that game 1 came through. He's like, all right, I'll bring up the Scarlet here for at least one of these games. And got stock with it. It was looking pretty good. But yeah, Volst, I mean, that's... When it comes to that matchup, Schwerpy making as far as he did, that's fantastic. But Volst is just a terrifying opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolute domination right there. I mean, really can't really say much else outside of that. Volst looking clean, looking like, he might be hitting that 49 or better here this time around. But yeah, Schwerp, as we said, like, follow, subscribe, and leave a nice comment, okay? Leave a nice one. He seems like a nice, wholesome guy.
He is. He's a great guy. He's a nice guy. And I was looking at that graph of the stats
Yeah.
there. Woo, okay. But, hey, it happens. Volst gets to continue literally moving on onto the upper side to face, I don't know who yet, but I want to get into the next match. So we got to keep going. We got so many matches and so many things going on here in singles. Faison versus Dog.
Are we going to continue the trend of Hammer losing on stream? I can't wait for this. Okay, so these two players coming up, Faison and Dog, very evenly matched when it comes to their PRs. Faison 21 in EU, 25 for Dog in North America. And Faison is a scythe specialist in a field of players that tend to follow the meta right now, right? Lots of spears and guitars are being played in both regions, but Faison's always stuck with that Fate or the Mordex. Dog, on the other hand, I've never seen him play anything other than Taros and Thor. And I'm like wondering, is it just because I haven't watched his sets today? Is he going to lock in a not Hammer legend as well? Or are we finally going to have a Hammer main come out here that's really going to go head-to-head with Faison? Because as far as power ranking goes, this is the closest that we've seen outside of Snowy and Blue during this block.
Yeah, I think as far as the Hammer mains go, the only person I know that I hear is that I didn't get a chance to see him, but I hear is doing well right now is Low Capped. So just we're kind of struggling here as a Hammer apologist right now, Hammer enthusiast. But hopefully Dog's able to bring us back to the light.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, like what you said, is he going to pick his Hammer mains? I mean, why not? If that's your specialty, stick with it, right? I know I'm kind of one of those players where it's like I play 1 or 2 characters and that's it. Those are my specialties.
That's literally Dog, at least when it comes to reported legends. It's Taros and it's Thor. And those are the 2 characters I'm expecting to see him play as well. And we'll just have to wait and see, because Dog did pretty well in 2v2s yesterday with Pierre as his teammate. But now going into this 1v1 space, Dog has had like a tournament or 2 where suddenly he just busts into the top 8 or something, and we're like, oh my goodness, what's happening? But he doesn't have that consistency that we were talking about is very important with placements that we saw from Volst, who's like consistently getting 49th at everything he's getting and trying to push that boundary.
And if we are getting that that Taros, we're at the part of the bracket where Taros is actually terrifying right now.
Oh yeah.
He's terrifying all the time, but it's just when you're at these levels where you're maybe not a player who gets that far in the bracket, and you run up against Taros, and every time you get hit, you're a different color. It doesn't feel good for the soul. So we're definitely here at that point. If we do decide if he does end up playing the Taros, or even Thor actually has Thor more on the defense side of things, but those 6 look really good on Thor.
So we're going to have the highlights here real quick from the previous match, which is Volst versus Schwerpy.
Oh, yeah. We get to watch all the dodge punishes from Volst here, because that first double D-Light doesn't work out. And Schwerpy, I think, you wake up, gravity cancel D-Light, and then Volst just kind of like, well, you know what you're in for here. You can't avoid that second down light, and the recovery just takes him right off the top. Oh, is this the spike on the damage graph? Oh, no. Here it is, D-Light, neutral light, and Schwerpy dive kicks right into that down air for that 0 to death. And the reaction.
The reaction is so good.
I mean, a man who can take a loss in stride like that, that's my content creator. That's that's definitely my content creator right there. So either way, man, just gotta give it up to Volst. Very much, very clean on the gameplay.
Well, we're going to take a very, very quick break before we jump into this next match. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right here. We're still rolling here with all the action at the Brawlhalla World Championship Expo. I see you, TK, you're saying hi to the crane back there. We should all say hi. But welcome back, everyone, here. We are at the Cobb Galleria in Atlanta, Georgia, doing BCX 2022, and we are still rolling through pools. And there's been so many matches that we've seen, and we've still got more upcoming next. We briefly just mentioned it, Fredburger versus Dog.
All right, man. Yeah, as I said, you know, Dog, the guy with hammers, potentially. We don't know. A lot of people have definitely dropped that that weapon, but you know, that's what we've known him for before.
And then Fredburger with the scythe, and also just a big shout out to Fredburger in general as like one of my favorite Brawlhalla streamers, right?
Oh.
Like, I mean, but when Valheim comes out, he was one of 3, right? Like himself, Pavelski, and Faison rushing for that Valhalla speed run, going for the stream and just doing it the entire way through. And it's so much fun watching how well Fredburger likes to play. So I'm already got a little bit of a bias towards who I want to see win this best of 3 moving forward, because Fredburger's side is one of my favorite to watch. And it would be so cool to be able to see him get into that round 2 of pools here at BCX, where we finally break out of the best of 3s and get into the best of 5s.
Yeah, I think we're another split table here, because he wants Fredburger to win. I'm assuming Dog is using the hammer, but if he's not, yeah, I'm a Fredburger fan. Sorry, bro. You traded out on me, I got to trade out on you.
Ooh,
you know.
Okay. Hey.
We're so split here on the desk. Every time it's like you guys choose one player and then another one chooses the other. But let's actually look at our match schedule real quick here for the next couple matches that we're seeing. We just saw Volst versus Schwerpy. We've got Fredburger versus Dog up next. Ooh, look at this. Boomi versus
the Yi guy.
The Yi guy?
The Yi guy. That's what I got confirmation it is the Yi guy.
The Yi guy?
Yeah.
The Yi
Oh,
guy.
and he's got that hover arm from the Lin Fei too. That'd be very exciting. Boomi, being represented by that Reno, but we know we can basically see any legend with blasters in his hands. And then at the end of this match schedule, we got Tiffany versus Introvert Tahir, another NA versus EU matchup, and a very close power ranking too. I love seeing it as we get further into the bracket. Whether it be NA or EU, they're power ranked for their individual regions, but the power ranks are still very closely matched when we have these regions mixed together.
Man, the dyslexia said it, and I thought I said introvert hater, and I was like, what the? What kind of tag is that?
Thank goodness that's not actually the case, but yeah.
Look, it do happen like that sometimes, but we do got some stats here that we can take a look at for Fredburger versus Dog. What do you guys think about this?
This is pretty close, pretty down to me. I mean, like, obviously Fredburger, you know, placing a little higher here, you know, with the getting in the top 8s, but both these guys are not strangers to top 32 at the very least, and they've also made a little cash here from this game. So very interested to see how this one plays out between them.
Yeah, Dog's top placements here with singles only having those 5 there, but he's really well known for how he plays in doubles when he teams with people like Pierre. But yeah, both no strangers to the top 32, like you said, TK, but Fredburger with a way longer record. Just way longer there with the 24, having those top 8 placements, even breaking into the top 3 once upon a time, and all doing it while on the scythe. He's been sticking with Fate ever since the Legends come out, and only occasionally bringing out the Mordex when he feels like gauntlets are better than you are.
Well, to continue the action here, we got Duke and Zip.
Man, this is going to be such a good matchup again. Two very closely PR'd players. On the one side, you kind of got that same storyline. Is it going to be the content creator or is it going to be the hammer player? We just saw a little while ago Schwerpy go 0-2 in his matchup, but the hammer players have also been struggling as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna talk to you, man. If they're talking about Fredburger as the streamer in this one, Fredburger has been saucing today. I saw a couple matches of his, and he was doing his thing. So I'm not looking for 0-2 going not in his favor.
Yeah, but we're seeing Dog make the swap off of the Hammer Legends. He's over to the Akuma, that Val crossover. On the other side, Fredburger on the Enchantress, the Fate crossover. This has kind of been his main pick for a while now, has been this Fate, but sometimes he'll bring out that Mordex.
You know, I'm kind of sad, right? Like, they set me up. They were like, they play Thor and Taros. Where's the Taros, man? Like, where's the love?
Yo, it's gone, man. He saw that it was the meta and he's like, I don't need that anymore. He's over to the Akuma. No carryover to the things that we would have expected from him, right? He doesn't even have an orb. He doesn't have an axe. Instead, this is a little bit new territory from what we've seen in Dog.
You know, got 2 different weapons, but you know one thing that it does have, it's called top tier. Akuma is Val, and Val is definitely one of the best in the game. Tries to make a read there, not going to get it. Fredburger chasing unarmed. Going to use both recoveries. You're done, so overextended. The Sayer puts you in the worst position possible.
Yeah, that was a really good situation for Dog. He got that side air, which shoved Fry off stage, which means that he was running out of options there. And Dog cleaning it up with that down light ground pound. Needs to get that extra credit though. Needs to maintain this lead over Fridazol.
He has the exact right weapons for that. He's got the gauntlets, because when the gauntlets touch, they're going to add a couple layers to it. We'll talk about 5-layer burrito, no Taco Bell.
He's got to get the cheese, he's got to get the quesarito, he's got to get everything in between, but he's also got to get back onto the stage, both of them in neutral on the main stage. Fridazol with the orb in hand, just kind of playing that spacing game. You're not seeing him rush to finish off this stock of Dog.
You know, and this is the right weapon for it, right? You wait for that. You wait for that. One more of those, well, Weapon Toss is going to almost do it. No, not enough. But if you wait for that side air combo, then that's going to close out. But the side air from the Scythe is still going to do it anyway.
I didn't quite catch the stats, the stance that Dog went into, but Val does have relatively high base defense compared to some of the other legends out there. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he's been surviving so long.
Oh yeah, definitely really good defense, and I'm pretty sure you rely on that defense when you're picking this character, because you know you got the weapons that can kind of gamp, control neutral. You don't really have to worry about hitting really, really hard. You just win the game by winning in neutral, and then you close out with the tools that you have at hand.
Just building up that damage as he gets that recovery, and Dog maintaining that lead over Fridazol.
You know, see, that's one of the things I'm talking about, right? The gauntlets, you do a recovery with the gauntlets. I don't care if you have 3 stacks of attack and you have 10. You're going to KO.
Regardless of the stance, that recovery hits hard. As long as you get enough damage on it, that thing can KO. And Dog, he's already building up all this extra credit onto Fridazol. Fridazol has to find something huge here with this side play as he burns his dodge with a GCN sig. Has yet to touch back.
Coming up on stage with the sword, slicing and dicing. Getting some good damage here. You know, Fridazol's really going to have to make something shake. He's not really getting the touches he needs with this Scythe. I think you might want to go and put that in the back pocket and go back to this orb. Maybe play a little bit of better neutral with it. Nice, finally get something to shake. But you're going to get side-aired, and perfect dodge. The down light, if it would have landed, that would have been the game.
Yeah, you saw Dog really aiming for it. He was perfectly positioned, but Fridazol had the iframes to get past that down light. But still, the damage from Dog has been just a little too much. Goes for the side air there. Interesting option. I know there's a high ceiling here on Demon Island, but still the recovery kind of made a little bit more sense to me.
I'm with you on that. I think that would have. Oh my gosh. Oh. Hey man, what you doing out here, man?
Found the corner, the stage spike, and Dog able to take game number 1.
Imagine, man, you go out there, you're edge guarding the other person, you just get slapped across the face. White glove, this means war.
So get out of here. And you're seeing Dog, he's going into that strength stance, wants to even out his stats a little bit more, 5-5-6-6 instead of the 4-5-6-7 that Val has base.
3, 2,
Look at this guy, you know you work for the company. The way you said that, I would have never said it like that. All right, here we go. We got the Scythe for Fridazol. We've got a better start here because he's gonna be able to try to weapon it knock for a little bit, but he's actually getting the straight hand, something that Akuma is well versed in.
Yeah, I mean, he's got fists, of course, a fighter in his own right. Coming in, bringing out that sword against Fridazol, and Fridazol needs to find more momentum. That was definitely Dog's game for game number 1.
Fridazol trying to do something here. I want to see more of this because the orb really didn't get much shine last game, and the Scythe wasn't doing it. So we're going to see the orb versus this sword, and the sword is dominating. Nice weapon toss, going to put you in a bad situation. Oh, the dodge to set up the down light into the ground pound. Went through the weapon toss, but he was a little too low and a little too far back to catch the ground pound.
Yeah, didn't have the positioning, maybe didn't recognize that he needed to turn that ground pound around, get that food on the back end. Either way, Fridazol survives, and Dog now needs to find a way to clean up the stock as he narrowly avoids the boot of Fridazol.
I ain't gonna lie, I like the impromptu setup, right? You threw the weapon up, but I don't know if he was really trying to do that, but he's like, you know what, I can do this. If he gets hit by the weapon, I can go for the ground pound. He's trying to cover a lot of space, but Dog really, really good on that defense there, trying to get past it.
Dog playing incredibly well right now, trying to find those claps, trying to hit those nairs. Nice little side light recovery onto Fridazol. Goes over to the outside.
Goes for the ground pound. That's what I call going for the gusto, but ain't gonna be able to blow him down. And now off the side of the stage, still coming out there, not able to catch this final hit needed to close the stock.
Yeah, Fredburger, again, struggling to finish off these stocks of Dog. You're seeing him slow this one down a little bit, playing a little bit further back as Dog able to take a lot of the stage away from Fredburger.
A couple of down six have been thrown out over on that right side, but none of them landed. We're gonna start to see some other options, I believe, from Dog, and I don't know if Fredburger's gonna be ready. The way this looks, he can't find big hits. He's not really controlling any of the neutral space. This is all the Dog show, but Dog's actually also not really converting big after hits either. So this is really slow pace for both players.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Dog's got like all this confidence. He is like walking Fredburger down, but for the most part, he's not winning enough to really warrant it, right? Like Fredburger's like, come over here, I'll hit you a couple times and eventually bring this one back because the damage is relatively even now.
Yeah, it's really even. It's like you can tell that Dog's winning by look, right? But by stats, it's not as wide as you would think it is. Fredburger is playing such a slow game. His hits are coming few and far in between. He's starting to pick up pace a little bit more now, and he's almost able to get a lead, but now he's going to go unarmed, and I'm going to see if he's trying to choose. His scythe was looking a little bit better, but I still think to really get into this game, he's going to have to make that orb do something.
Yeah, he needs to be able to finish off those stocks with the orb. That's generally the game plan with the Fates out there, right? Like, they'll have the scythe plays, build up all this damage, go over to the orb for the finisher, but the side sig from Dog will finish off the second stock of Fredburger, and he is on his upper bracket stock.
That side sig is the raging demon from Akuma. He's unleashing the Setsuino Dog.
The blending Setsuino Hado plus Dog, and he's bringing it all out as the end sig whiffs from Fredburger.
He tried it right there with that slide-off pivot, and no good on the signature. It's still going to be... And look at this. It's so patient, trying to get rid of this stock, but not actually trying at all. Just sitting him back and trying to make Dog do something, and Dog is actually comfortable playing at this pace with a lead.
Yeah, he is totally fine. Playing this neutral game, kind of walking Fredburger down. You can see the spacing, like, even just a moment ago, kind of did dash in, dash back, baited out the end signal for Fredburger. Just needs to start finding those hits for that extra credit.
All right, the gauntlets are here to play. Gonna throw that, man, that was risky. You charged it up, got the distance on it, but now you're, if the Nair landed, it would have been it. That is exactly what you needed. Forced a mistake out of Dog and got the stock off before you ate too much damage, and you narrowly escaped a KO.
Yeah, just narrowly got away from that one. Still has an opportunity here. Fredburger just needs to take this stock away from Dog, and he can take this to game number 3. Offstage opportunity, hits the dare, hits the Sair, hits the recovery! Dog, does he have the movement? No, the ground pound, the weapon toss, the ground pound, and Fredburger forces it to game 3.
I like it, the crowd likes it, and you know Fredburger likes it. There's only one thing that can be done here for Dog to close this set out. Go to that character select screen. Everybody in the crowd, he needs the Taros.
He needs the energy right now. Fredburger has all of it off the back of an amazing edge guard, just shutting down the movement of Dog. Fantastic patience, catching that second dare, and he continued it on in the pressure situation and clutched it out when he needed it most.
All right, we're gonna see what we get. You can see him deep in thought right now. He had that game. I feel like he shouldn't feel too worried about taking that loss. It's like, okay, I ended up getting caught in a scythe loop. That happens to the best of us. I did have control. I had an opportunity on the left side of the stage. Just chalk it up to small mistakes and play your game once again, because if you stay strong, you can take this one.
Yeah. He's just like, if I don't get edge guarded, I'm good.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Now, the orb is out. Fredburger ready to play. Dog sticking with the Akuma. Never answer my wishes, right? I just can't get what I want. That is
no hammers allowed here.
No hammers allowed here.
We saw one hammer not get 3 stock. That's it.
That's it. The sword versus scythe. This is a good start. Nice dodge through from Dog, because if that would have caught, that could have been bad. You were pretty low down, right? And even with the low damage, that scythe can really turn something into a bad situation when you get below that stage.
Yeah, Dog really has to respect the scythe of Fredburger after that completely turned around game number 2. And at the same time, it's Miami Dome. Again, that kind of like middle spot. If Dog gets too close under the stage, that can be devastating.
Oh yeah, that's where panic jumps come into play. You bonk your head on the bottom of that stage one time, and it can get real bad down there. But look at them, they're both really, really patient right now. Nobody wants to throw the first blow. They don't want to eat that damage. And this is big, right? Because it's 1-1. It's still in that territory where they only get this one more game. If not, you will be toast.
Fry trying to play the edge guard, and he'll find the downlight ground pound. Dog doesn't have the movement. Fried is all. Wins out in the offstage again.
Nice job, and this is a different Fredburger. He's got a big lead this time. He's been playing from the back the whole time, and for him to come through this time, his sight has been warming up as the sets went on, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
This time, Dog knows he has to play the offstage. In fact, goes back, he eats the weapon toss. I thought he was doing it intentionally so it didn't get in the way later, but instead, it was just letting Fry get back up onto the stage.
I like what Fry did. Like, he chucked it up there and didn't even, like, attempt to go get it. It's just like, all right, I know he's going to pressure me, so I'm just going to let that thing pop him and then see what he does about it. That was good stuff.
And it's working out so far. Dog struggling to finish off this stock of Fredburger. As again, those weapon tosses from Fry, trying to keep himself relatively safe, but a turnaround from Dog takes this to the second stocks.
That was one of the very few overextensions from either player in this set, and it turned into a bad, bad situation for Fredburger. He ended up getting that side air punish on him up there high up. And, I mean, maybe he only did that because he had a lead already, but they have not really been going for stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's kind of an interesting idea in the sense that, like, it's not like his lead was that big. It's not like he had a stock and a half over Dog. Instead, it's still pretty even, especially Dog right now with the gauntlet plays, bringing this one right back into his favor.
Yeah, and he's got the gauntlets right now, and he's giving him the beats. This is good stuff. He's got some good damage. He's about tied the damage. Now he has the damage lead after that side light. Recovery, switch to the sword. Ooh, if that downlight recovery would have hit, do you think he would have got him?
I don't think there's quite enough damage on Fry just yet, but still, just like putting out those threats is such a good thing. It's keeping Fry on his toes, knows that he can't safely return anywhere.
There's a little bit more speed on the gameplay of Dog right now. I like it, changing up the pace.
I mean, he knows he has such a huge advantage here, has the health, has the weapon advantage, keeping Fry on this corner. Fry fights his way over to the outside to pick up the orb, but the recovery almost does it for Dog.
Yeah, one more of those and you might be gone. Tried the downlight to convert for that recovery again, but good job to dodge out of the way. Now the Sayer's gonna get it. Actually, I didn't think that was enough to KO yet, but that Sayer will do it. And here we are, gauntlets versus unarmed. A good lead for Dog.
Yeah, and he's definitely got a gameplay in here that I'm starting to see build out as he's basically just building up damage with the gauntlets and then goes over to the sword for the finishers. He's now back onto the gauntlets as this is Fry's winner bracket stock.
Exactly, exactly. You will have another chance in that lower bracket, but man, that thing is huge, and we already know when you do go to the elimination side, you have to play more games than you would have if you could have stayed winning.
Just the number of matches you have to play doubles from wherever you go into the elimination side of things, and Fry doesn't want that. He wants this stock off Dog, and Dog is not giving him an opportunity.
Oh, tried to hit him with that neutral light into the recovery, not able to get the combination. And they're just getting little taps. Those players getting little taps, nothing big. Oh! There's something big. Dog went up there, recovery into in-light, into Nair. That will be it.
That one caught me off guard. I mean, given earlier, right, he did a recovery and it didn't KO against Fredburger. I was like, all right, Fredburger's gonna survive this one, but Dog kept it going, went up there, chased in with that neutral air, and is gonna shut down Fredburger. The community content creators be struggling.
Man, yeah, that's back to back, right?
Yeah.
That was the most neutral heavy game we had so far, and I mean, it was good stuff for what it's worth. I like it. Like, you know, I think I myself am more of a fan of the super high octane matches, but that was the tense. You could cut it with a butter knife.
Well, you know who's not got a knife at all? White Sheepy is over there with TK and Taza waiting to talk about this one.
Duke!
Excellent throw.
Duke, what was that toss? Babe, can we talk about this? What was that?
It's yes and. Yes and.
Well, let's talk about this match that just happened because I'm a little heartbroken. I was actually kind of rooting for Fry, and it was pretty close. But man, Dog really did pull it through. I mean, TK, how do you feel? He didn't use the hammer.
Yeah, he didn't. Look, all right, he's playing the meta, and I can't be mad at him for that. Okay, the meta, it's Val. Like, she's going to be around forever. The issue from what I saw on the side of Fredburger, my man just didn't swing. Like, he would not swing in so many situations where it was like, all right, this is your time to swing. This is your time to actually, you know, pressure a little bit. We were talking about how the fact that he would get the first hit, but it was like you get the hit, but you don't get the follow-up. And that was happening a lot in the first game. Second game, he kind of closed out. Third game at the beginning, he was looking good, but then he kind of went back to his old ways of like, I'm hitting, but I'm also not punishing after, or I'm not converting that into anything.
Yeah, we were talking about that the entire time when it came to how Faison was playing, right? Because Scythe, very string-heavy weapon, but when it comes to the point where every single neutral win you are not getting a follow-up, you're not getting your punish game, that's going to lead to you just slowly bleeding out in those games. Yeah. It was a moment where like we were in game 2 and it's like, dude, okay, all you need to do is after one of these down airs, it's one time you get that follow-up, and that's what he does at the very end to be able to bring it to a game number 3. But Dog was so good at getting out of every single one of those situations that Faison put him into. And then once the weapon starve scenarios happened, it was very evident that Faison did not want to go in unarmed at all. I mean, there was like maybe 4 different instances where Dog was on Miami Dome just jumping up and down between the platforms, throwing the weapons away, and Faison was just taking chip damage the entire time.
Yeah, it would not swing at all. I know there was a point where Duke said he fought his way to that weapon. I was like, no, he just ran his way to that weapon, okay? Like, there was no fighting to be done here. But, yeah, just overall, Dog, I mean, just a very solid set right there. I have to say, you know, Faison was actually, you know, making it kind of a challenge here in the second game and the first part of the third game, but it was just like Dog was like, I'm back.
Here it is the first time he gets that down air, and then he gets that down air follow-up right after that. Recovery, or the side air into recovery, and that's just going to, well, I thought it was just going to be it, but what Faison does here is incredibly impressive, which makes me so bummed out that we just don't get to see more between these two players, is because he does that extended edge guard with the weapon throw and a ground pound to bring it to that game 3.
Yeah, and that situation right there, if we have seen more of that, we could have seen definitely a totally different winner here, but he just was not able to. First of all, though, I think the orb was not really a factor much here either. Yeah. And then because of the fact that you're only
it was kind of a factor in the sense that you're going down an orange, so that recovery there, right?
But the fact that you're playing Scythe and you're not getting, you know, actual combos, like Scythe is not a straight hit weapon.
Yeah.
You know, you got to actually convert those things into something. So yeah.
Talking about next weapons, you see Olgrim right there busy at work. Look at that. Look at him. He has his own little area at the Expo working away at what maybe the next new weapon might be. I don't know. I know there have been plenty of people guessing on socials, and actually even in the venue live too. Literally, I've had people approach like Duke and I or whatever, just asking, and we're like,
that'd be really cool.
Get away. Olgrim's still working on it, right? I mean, you can see him. He's busy. He's busy working, man.
And there might be, I feel like there's a little bit of like, you know, little Easter eggs there too. I saw a little bit of a little chain hanging there. It was like, hey, you never know. It could be something.
Know.
I definitely don't know because I'm not on the dev team, so I'm also guessing.
Well, let's talk about this next match coming up here. It's going to be Boomi versus the Yi guy.
The Yi guy.
The Yi guy. And we got some stats here. Ooh.
Yeah, so Duke and Ziv were talking about how we were doing some of the people dirty, but let's face it, like even like literally the best players in the world are gonna pale in comparison to Boomi's record, which is literally, when did Brawlhalla release? Okay, well that's when he was winning events. Coming from the very first land all the way up here to BCX 2022, he has been in top 32s, top 8s, top 3s all the time. And if you look at the ratio between the top 8 placements and how many medals he's got, it's over 50%.
Yeah,
right.
No, I mean the kid's nice at it. You can't really, you legitimately cannot take anything away from him. He's been nice for so long. He's been able to like play multiple characters in this game. There was a time when he was just picking up characters for fun, just because like, all right, I'm like that far ahead, so I'm just going to mess around. Here on the other side of the thing though, the Yi guy playing with Lin Fei, one of the characters that like I originally tried to play, but I saw the forces was too low, and I was like, I don't like that. However, I've seen other people play them, and they've like played them to great success. So I might be wised up.
Yeah, shout out to Guichibo, who's been getting those top 8s lately in North America with the Lin Fei, and every time we see it, we're like, wow, really? You're still on the Lin Fei, but he's been making it work, which makes me have faith in the character.
Yeah, and about the character, let's also kind of talk about their PR. I know Boomi has such a long history with us. Very impressive history, in fact. And of course, I know I'm a Boomi believer as well, but yeah, we can't forget about the Yi guy. PR 39 here. In EU, it's going to be another NA versus EU here. And Boomi at PR 24, but we know he can perform so well.
Yeah, has he ever been PR 1?
I believe, definitely in 2s. Okay. I don't remember about 1s, but it's definitely been in those top 3s.
Yeah.
But to highlight on the Boomi PR there is that he's been mostly 2v2 focused throughout this year.
Okay.
And that's so his PR, his rank in 1s has been going lower to reflect that, but definitely still that menace in singles as we saw with those medals as he's going to be trying to fight into round 2 here in pools.
Yeah, man. So I wonder if we are going to see the Reno, or we're just going to see any other blaster legend. And Boomy's going to keep the blasters in hand. I know there was a little bit of time when he was on the Petra for a bit too. That was actually. I'm a Petra enjoyer, so that was pretty nice to see. But yeah, as you can see, I mean, look, he's been around for a while. This is why his earnings are so high, and this is why he has so many medals. There's 11 gold medals, 10 silver medals.
Double digits in every category.
Double digits, yeah.
Every category there. That's crazy.
And then the earnings are so impressive. That is incredible for a career of throughout the years here in Brawlhalla. Now, I do want to say really quickly that this is a winner's semi-final match. So whoever wins this just moves on into phase 2 of our pools here. So, I mean, I know Boomy's looking pretty good. Maybe you guys got something. Duke, Zip, tell us what's going on.
Boomy the Blaster Boy in the building, going up against the Yi guy. Honestly, I'm going to tell you like this. That says yay. But I'm going to go ahead and say what he says. The Yi guy with the Sakura pick going up against the Luke. So we got Street Fighter in the building, and we'll see if we can get us an upset. I know that Boomy is the guy that he's been having the stats. He's got all the dubs, higher than a 50% win rate. And, you know, the other side doesn't look anything like that. But it's still possible. Anything can happen in these pools.
Well, you can already see kind of that swagger coming out from Boomy. He's definitely been stutter stepping on a lot of his opponents today, and he has been feeling real good. But the guy might be making him feel a little bit bad as he almost gets the KO to start this one off.
Man, if he would have got that, oh my God. I was going to say I was going to lose it. I did lose it. I thought he had that if he got that stock. But like I said, anything can happen, and what a punish. Most people say that you can't punish that attack. That thing came through and got snatched.
Yeah, dude, Boomy going in, dash jump nair, catching the E guy out of the air, but still, E guy still living, has that damage advantage, avoids the N-Sig, doesn't go for the turnaround instead. Gonna try to cover this corner here as he catches Boomy with the N-Sig.
I'm loving what I'm seeing here. We're getting to see some cannon. We're seeing somebody playing this well against one of the great top 3 player in the world ever, right? That's where I'm gonna put Boomy if I'm not tripping.
I mean, he's on most people's Mount Rushmore of Brawlhalla. He is so good at the game, but right now, he's not dominating the E guy the way that we expected, and he needs to find this finishing flow, and he will with the down sig.
To do so much, control that neutral so much on the first stocks, and get taken out by the double-sided down signature. Boomy well placed on that one, and man, and here he goes. Against a guy like this, you've got to take a lead, right? Because these are the type of players that rack up extra credit. They are not going to allow you to take that stock swiftly.
He is pushing every advantage he can. Every single hit he gets leads into extra, even if it's just a weapon denial. We've seen him go for the neutral light into an immediate weapon toss to just keep the Yi guy weaponless. Punish opportunity is just a side light.
That could have been way bigger, but there it is, the Dunkaroonie. And gonna switch back to the cannon, or are you just trying to create the weapon star? Yes, we're gonna get the cannon. This was looking really, really good on the first stock. You're pretty hurt right now, so you're gonna have to make something huge happen. Oh my gosh.
Caught him off the soft platform with the N-Sig, the big fist into Sakura's face, and Boomy's up 2 stocks to 1.
Did he just stutter step him into a downlight? Oh my gosh. Yo.
Look at that Boomy swagger.
Some of that Boomy swagger. We got the guitars now, and we're gonna see if he can, how? The places he's choosing to interrupt and disrupt the offense of the Yi guy.
Yeah, just going for those wake-ups, mixing those in every now and then so the Yi guy can't always go for every single thing that he wants to do. The N-Sig expecting the panic from the Yi guy, but he avoids it.
Man, Boomy!
Not quite enough to finish off the stock, throwing out some down sigs.
We started this off with a huge glimpse of hope from the Yi guy, and then Boomy went ahead, powered up, went Ultra Instinct, and he's not able to really get hit right now. He's just landing everything he wants. Perfect closeout with the downlight on the side of the stage. And Boomy the Blaster Boy taking game number 1.
I mean, that's what he's known for. He's had some of the best blasters in the game for so incredibly long, and it's not surprising to see him stick with those blasters right now.
I love to see it, man. You know, when you're as great as he is and you've been winning as long as he has, and he's still sitting here locked in pools. He didn't have a smirk on his face, leaned in, that gamer pose. He's ready to play.
Now, this is Boomy saying, I'm not going to play with my food. I'm going to just close this one out. I'm just going to get the nutrients I need and continue on into phase 2 when we start the best of 5s.
You know, play with your food. ramen, nooch. I don't know what I'm getting at, but we're
No, you got some SpaghettiOs if you go play with your food. But right now, Boomi not playing around, getting back onto the stage. He's sweat-beaded, but the E guy has had such great openers to each of these games.
Yeah, he's definitely had good openings. If he can just figure out what to do in the mid-game. But the thing about Boomi is changing what he's doing in the mid-game, so you don't ever know what you're supposed to do exactly. You're just going to have to outplay him, which is much easier said than done.
It's definitely very hard to outplay somebody of Boomi's caliber, but the E guy trying to do it, trying to get the opener as Boomi chases. Recovery not quite enough. Sakura, very low strength.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to KO. He was landing some pretty big SIGs earlier in the first game. Whenever he had him already, still wasn't getting the KO. Nice way to approach there. Landed with a side light, and a recovery after the down light's going to do it for Boomi.
Yeah, there was a brief moment there where the E guy kind of stopped pressing light attack buttons and just threw out SIGs and then went for a grab pad. But he was like, all right, well, these are all very punishable, and it's just a matter of time before I do it.
Having a rough go at it right now, trying to figure out the opportunities. Tried to go for the gravity cancel. Not good. I mean, it covered a lot of space. That was actually a really, really well-placed dodge from Boomi.
Yeah, Boomi was ready. He had the meta knowledge. That's such a niche thing. Like, a lot of people, if you're not familiar with this matchup, are going to get caught by that. But Boomi catches with the side SIG, and he's one stock away from a 3-stock.
Doing an amazing job and going blasters all the way. He's been playing this whole match with these bad boys. Landed what? He landed that one signature earlier with the gauntlets when he hopped over the side of the stage in game 1, but then he switched right back to these, and I mean, rightfully so.
Yeah, had some recoveries with the gauntlets as well, but definitely Boomi is all about the blasters. Throws them away this time, though. He's currently unarmed, goes over the gauntlets. The guy trying to find a finishing blow here.
Gonna go out for the ground pound. Oh, Nair. Tried another ground pound, but it's too low anyway.
Oh, 3-stock denied. Could not stay high enough, but the E guy gets taken out 2-0 in favor of Boomi.
Look at him, locked in, couple head nods. He still has not cracked a smile. Whoever runs into Boomi on his way, on his path in this bracket is gonna be in trouble.
I mean, it's Boomi we're talking about. He's been an absolute monster. that was a photo. He just froze and just did a little post, thumbs up, and he's like, all right, time to continue on. But like I said, this is Boomi we're talking about. One of the GOATs of the game, yet still not a 1v1 BCX champion.
Wow, you know, during his reign, during the time he was at his best, he was having to deal with none other than Sandstorm, so it only makes sense.
I mean, it's been tough for Boomi. He's definitely been dominating the 2v2s. He's already in the top 4 of things tomorrow for the 2v2s, but today he's earned his spot into phase 2 of the 1v1s. He now has to go into best of 5s.
I love it. I love it. I know everyone else is going to love it. Once you get to start seeing those best of 5s, we're going to see more adjustments, maybe more character swaps, and more deeper understanding of each other. It's going to be so much going on in those matches, but there was a lot to unravel there with Boomi and those blasters. What are you guys thinking over there, Sheepy?
I mean, I'm a Boomi believer since day one, and I'm excited to see that Boomi, of course, dominated and is going through the upper side of his pools here. I mean, look at that. Look at that graph. Please, tell me what you guys think, TK.
Well, look, right at the beginning of this, he got that large I was a Linfei believer for like 10 seconds. He got that large combo, which anybody else's force would have got that stock. Not Linfei, and I immediately just put it back in the pocket. Like, back in the pocket.
Right after you say that, Boomi gets the first stock, you're like, oh, dang it. That's one of the weaknesses that you've got there on the Linfei. No, Boomi playing fantastic. We just said, got that last best of 3 going into the best of 5s. And I am fully, I mean, the way that Boomi's playing this weekend, again, in 2v2s, right, we were talking with Snowy earlier on, who got upset by Blue. Boomi's that teammate to Snowy in winner's side of top 4 for 2v2s, and is now in winner's side round 2 pools. It's just going to keep on going. We saw the Luke there, epic crossover for Cross, but there's plenty of other blasters legends that he may bring out as he gets on throughout the bracket, but I'm excited to see more from him.
Yeah, same here, and I can't wait to see how he does his run throughout the day. But we still got more competition going here. Our next match is going to be Tiffany versus Introvert Tahir here. TK, thoughts about this matchup?
This is, I mean, I feel like these are 2 characters that definitely also still, or 2 players that definitely still also have, like, you know, storied history. I know these names for quite some time. Not really sure who I would give the edge to just yet. I think, you know, I'll say I'd give it to Tiffany.
Yeah, so this is interesting coming between these two, because once again, PR is pretty close. I think Introvert Tahir is around 34 or 35, and Tiffany's around 26. And so Tiffany, she as a player has played basically a different legend every season. It's one of those things where she's got those gold medals, usually dominating during the Winter Championship. When everyone else is on break, she's on the grind, bringing out something else. Had that first championship win with Kaya, and ever since then, I think the most reported legend is like Ember, but there's maybe over 10. The legend pool that she has is huge. Introvert Tahir, a huge favorite of mine because he has like over 20 games reported on Vector. That's like all Vector is like the most hype legend for me to see being played in competitive. Is that what he's going to play against Tiff here in this best of 3? I don't know, but it makes him a favorite of mine at least.
Well, we'll see in just a second what's going to happen in that match, because I want to talk about the last match just a little bit more and get the nitty-gritty about why Boomi was so successful. Remy, tell us about it.
If Cannon is Brawlhalla's unstoppable force, Boomi was an immovable object in that game. He was looking really good. Boomi did a really good job of surviving that entire time. The opponent really had a hard time of finding those stocks towards the tail end of the damage. We saw the opener was really big and the damage not come out. Boomi, on the other hand, as soon as he got one hit, it looked like it was going to turn to something else. So you get the read on that down air, turns it into the down air recovery, moves away and goes for the weapon starve, and that is a really big deal there. You already see the players in the orange, and that weapon starve is going to add on to that as they have no weapon in that scenario. Same thing here, that one down air turns into a side air, and then it's a nair, and then it's a nair, and then it's one more nair. That kind of damage is really key to the play that happens right here as he closes the stock off to get himself a 2-stock lead. The beautiful side air and the push forward, the momentum, the dash in side sig closes off the stock completely, and you know he loves to show off. It's one thing he does really well. You can see the gauntlets in hand, the beautiful nair. That's a little fast. Let's play it a little slower this time. He gets the gauntlets in hand, he gets the GC and light. The down light covers the approach back to the map. The ground pound is there and it stuffs out the nair, but it's this play right here. It's this approach right here that Boomi is known for, that patience off stage that he's really good at. You can see it right here as he goes and he doesn't touch the wall there. You can see he's going back and forth, staying in the same area, catches that dodge, and it's all set in stone. Boomi doing an amazing job and going for that that deep placement in the bracket. The casters will tell you more about that though.
Incredible. I just love that breakdown. Well, you can still see here how just Boomi is just securing that last KO. Like, wow, incredible off stage play there. Any final thoughts about that last match before we just keep moving on?
I think watching the Cannon side air to make sure I don't lose my stock first. It's actually kind of destroying me right now.
I was going to say, out of all the analysis that was there, they didn't mention that the graph technically ended with a drop at the very end, because Boomi didn't get the 3-stock, and that's the play that the guy brought out there.
Yeah.
Very good. That's fun. That's the final thought.
Well, moving on to Tiffany versus Introvert. Tahir, you were just talking about, you know, Tiffany, the characters. Let's talk about their PR real quick here.
Yeah.
It's actually so similar. It's just what you were saying earlier, Taz, about as we keep going through these pools, we're going to see these regions, these, like, players just be closer in PR. Does that really affect things?
We're finding out, right? Because Faison was technically higher PR than Dog when he lost in that best of 3. And with Tiffany versus Introvert Tahir, I feel like the power rankings are close enough between the two regions where it's too tough to call based off of that. So we can look at the results. And Tiffany does have that 1 gold medal, those 2 silvers, those 1 bronze. She's been in plenty of top 3s, whereas Introvert Tahir tends to take those losses right after he gets in the top 32. He's been there plenty of times with those 14 placements, but other than that, he tends to drop off a little bit earlier. So just with winning this alone, I think Tiffany has a huge edge.
Yeah, but seeing that we're, you know, trying to wrap up into this like top 64-ish area, we're still at the area where both these guys are kind of slated to still get these W's. So I think that does kind of make this a somewhat of a harder fight on both sides. Tiffany obviously doesn't want to be upset. Introvert here wants to kind of push himself even further this tournament, but it's gonna be kind of rough. I feel like it's gonna be a great scrap.
Yeah, I'm trying to look real quick here in the bracket that this is on the upper side, and it is. This is winner semifinal for their pools. So whoever wins this literally will move on into the phase 2 with the best of 5s and stuff. So, I mean, any quick predictions here on who we want to really pick? Maybe
Let's
chat,
go to here.
You can.
I want Vector to win so bad. I'm going for Introvert Tahir. I want to see that 2-1 victory coming out from him. What do you think, TK?
I think that like the safe bet is definitely Tiffany. She's, you know, she's got the results already, but Introvert Tahir, underdog, might have to go for him.
Well, we'll see real soon what's going to happen here. Duke, Zip, bring us the action.
Tiffany versus Introvert Tahir, a match that is arguably too close to call. Tiffany, someone who I've been watching for an incredibly long time, watching her grow up and glow up and being able to do so incredibly well for herself, getting that gold medal in the Winter Championship years ago. But on the other side, Introvert Tahir, like they've been saying, has been around for quite a bit of time.
I think I became familiar with Introvert Tahir at Crew Battles, if I'm not mistaken. And he was playing the Vector there. If I'm not mistaken, the showing that I saw wasn't the greatest, but right now he has a chance to redeem that for my eyes and to show me the forbidden sig of Vector with that lance. I want to see some of that stuff. Get a little bit of swaggy out here. Get dirty out here.
I think a lot of people would love to see the Vector come out for Introvert Tahir, but we have yet to see the Legends locked in just yet. On the other side, Tiffany kind of has a large character pool. We could see the Ember, we could see the Ragnar, we could also see the Kaya come out. Lots of different options for what Tiffany could want to do.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff in play. There's definitely a chance for some gauntlets, a chance for some axe. It's just a large character pool. And anybody's got that many pockets, I say they got cargo shorts, you know what I'm saying? You can just reach into whichever one you want, and there's something in there that's going to do the job.
It's always important to make sure you get the ones with the zippers on the side so that you keep those things secured. But it looks like Introvert Tahir has it on lock as it's going to be the Vector. And on the other side, Tiffany going to start this one off with an Ember for game number 1.
Both costumes looking kind of clean, too. I'm loving the way that ship looks with that color scheme.
Oh,
hey,
yeah, it's clean.
Talk to me.
Love the little emblem on the wing and everything. We'll see if he goes into full flight mode as we get into this one. What will it be? Bow versus Bow potential here for game number 1.
Definitely. All right. So, and it is going to be Bow versus Bow. First weapons for each, but the SIG is going to land, and control is going to Tiffany to start off.
We saw Blue earlier bust out the Ember, and one of the things that worked really well for him was that mix-up between the end SIG and the side SIG as a follow-up tool. So far, Tiffany's thrown out quite a few end SIGs.
And that's one thing that Vector's bow doesn't have. If you hit the side light, it doesn't have that mix-up, so you've got to play just traditional bow. The character's not going to lend you any extra moves for a mix-up.
No, but instead he's going to go for some Lance mix-ups. Threw out the end SIG to start this one off. Didn't quite connect, but I love seeing a good Lance end SIG coming out from the Vectors as it goes for another one. Might be trying to feed me a little too early on that one.
I mean, it was a good try, because if you saw the dodge up, it would have been dangerous. Because most characters, after you land a good stock from Tiffany, but most characters, after you land the recovery with the Lance, can't go any higher. And so that was a good try for the dodge upwards.
Yeah, but Tiffany's been ready for it. Still good damage built up by Introvert Tahir. Could potentially clean up this stock, keep this one close, but Tiffany starting to add up more. The Katars gets the dodge read, but it pushes them off stage. So Tiffany ground pound. Oh, but Tahir's gonna hit the side, but he can't get back.
Oh, I was scared. I was scared. If he would have got that and made it back up, well, actually, I was scared that he wasn't even going to get the stock off of that.
Yeah.
That he was just going to get dunked. So he at least got that out of there. Maybe he can do something here and try to even this up a little bit, but taking minimal damage is the name of the game for him right now.
Yeah, he's got to play this one smart and safe, but you see him trying to keep this one very safe. He's got his back to the wall there, goes into the middle. It's a side air. He's trying to just get whatever hits he can, but the Lance it's relatively punishable, and there you're starting to see if he whiffs, Tiffany's going to get some hits.
Exactly, and now Tiffany's actually doing the smart thing. Like Tiffany said, you know, if you keep attacking me first, I mean, if I keep attacking first, then you're going to get free hits. I'm going to play the punish game. I have the lead. You have to come to me. And look at it. It just continues to happen.
Gotta make Introvert here work for his spot in the phase 2, but Tiffany, more hits, goes in, hits the recovery, hits the nair, not quite enough to finish off the stock of the airplane.
The stock of the airplane. Whoa! Oh my gosh, that was so close. Matrix type dodging on that neutral signature that came out. And the closeout of the game is gonna go to Tiffany. Nice job with the Amber Cake.
Lots of N6 connecting and working for Tiffany. Even the ones that don't connect are still putting that threat out, just keeping it in Introvert Tahir's mind. On the other side, Introvert Tahir's thrown out quite a few SIGs of all sorts, and they're not really hitting.
Yeah, he's trying it, man. And I'm still going to stand by what I said. I respect that gravity cancel attempt that he did in the air, but other than that, it wasn't like anything big was happening for him. And I mean, he ended up he played a good first stock, and then he just slowly started getting dominated. Yeah. And I think that he could change that in this upcoming game.
The dismantling coming out from Tiffany was just a little too much. Might see Introvert Tahir switch it up a little bit. Not quite sure what the lock-ins are going to be.
He's doing the thing that I said is necessary for most players. You should take this time. He's taking that time, thinking about it. He's got clipped by a few 50-50 situations, but he also lost a lot in neutral. So he's really got to ponder and wonder what he needs to do. Do you stick with the bow, or is the lance the answer?
It's a tough call to make, but this is his opportunity to make it. Looking at the map, stage banning right now. Is there any map that you think might work out a little bit better for him?
For that character, man, I don't know, man. Maybe the ramen shop, man. I guess.
Miami. I actually was kind of thinking the same. Is like if you're really looking for that Lance Ensig, bait him to those soft platforms and then try to catch the opponent off of that. But at the same time, I think a lot of the Lance players out there love a good flat map like Demon Island. I think those are going to be two that likely get left on the board. No, Introvert Tahir is actually going to ban out Demon Island, and we're going to Small Brawl Haven for game number 2.
We got the flat plat like you're saying. So maybe this is the answer. Maybe you are correct, and we'll see what's happening here. I mean, Introvert Tahir is going to be the one that has to tell us the story. So let's get ready.
2, we'll see if it is a long story or a short story. Just trying to hit the 500-word count for his credit in class. But Tiffany starting off with 2 N6. Can we get the third? Doesn't hit the third.
Yeah, if both players are writing stories, Tiffany's is definitely in depth. This is a great, great novel in the works.
Tiffany pulled out the thesaurus and is like, let me find all the different ways I can say bow and sig, because she has thrown out 4, connected with 3 so far. 75% accuracy here in game number 2.
All right, there we go. We get something to shake. A good way to fade away from Tiffany. But there's the insig that you were talking about. Gonna land that bad boy. Oh no! Almost had the stock. If that side air would have hit, it would have been it. But Tiffany gonna be the one to take the first.
Really good utilization of the signature kit coming out from Introvert Tahir, but Tiffany had just enough move speed to get away and get that turnaround punish. Introvert Tahir now trying to find the finishing blow, but Tiffany gets the dodge read again. Ground pound doesn't connect. Dare.
Getting partied on with those guitars, man. That is not the way you want it to be. That's the scariest thing. A guitar character, when you lose your stock and you see them grab those, you're like, oh my gosh, they're gonna rack it up on them.
Yeah, I mean, like, you respawn and they catch your dodge and you're like, bro, I just started this stock, come on.
It's the worst feeling, I promise. Nice fade away. Jumped in with the bait, dodge backwards into a side air, and that is gonna be the first stock. He ate about, you know, he's at orange, so we'll see what he can do here. He's doing a good job so far. I like this new brand of neutral he's playing with the weapon tosses.
Yeah, just trying to get those landings, making it a little bit safer for himself. Not able to keep that Lance combo going for the instant KO, but Tiffany keeping that stage control. You see, Introvert Tahir kind of stutter step his way away from Tiffany there.
Yeah, a little bit of shimmy shaking. I like it. Goes for that N-Sig again.
Tiffany's definitely ready for that N-Sig read off the nair. Ooh, side sig.
Man, I'm telling you, that side sig. Okay! Glided up the wall. I don't think either one of them thought that was going to happen.
And if that recovery had hit afterwards, that could have been so good for Introvert Tahir. He's got the stage control now. Not quite the damage lead yet.
No, he's not. I mean, it's really close. It looks kind of tied. He's going to land a neutral air. Can't find the big one. Oh, that's going to be the big one. Tiffany taking the stock lead once again.
Tiffany has the weapon advantage, and again, going to start it off with the guitars on Introvert Tahir's fresh stock. Down sig punished.
Threw out the whiff down sig. I mean, I get it. If it hits, you take the stock, but if not, the guitars get to go to work on you.
Oh, Tiffany catches, doesn't get the dodge of Introvert Tahir though. Recovery, final stocks here. Potential for Introvert Tahir to make this story a little bit longer.
This is a much better game, I'm telling you. I'm liking this. This is a good story. This is a, we'll see if it's a bedtime story, if he can put this match to rest.
We've already got the pillow. We've already turned down the thermostat. We're trying to get comfy and cozy, but he needs to complete this one and take it to game number 3.
Doing a Great job here. Nice. I'm telling you, it's the neutral. That's where he lost last game. He's landing big hits after each touch. Tries the neutral sig again. That has been his bread and butter. He's been fishing for it this whole time. The weapon toss is down. Tiffany has not found an answer for the way he's playing.
I mean, they're definitely helping Introvert Tahir land down, but he's not getting massive things off of it. He's just kind of getting that tap as Tiffany gets the recovery. He closes it out 2-0 and puts Tahir to rest.
Puts him to rest, melatonin for the boy. And that was a really good game from both players. I love adjustments, man. That's what we won competition, seeing players play at their peak. Great showing from both.
Yeah, you love seeing that adaptation, but Introvert Tahir just not able to get that one hit that he wanted. So many times he was going for those big reads, and Tiffany just making sure not to get hit by any of them.
It's that inward dodge, man. You dodge into that weapon, you get neutralized. I mean, you don't know what's coming next. Pretty much gonna be the recovery like what happened. And I mean, this was a great game. But Tiffany with the 2-0 lead. I don't remember what the predictions were over on the desk. Sheepy, can you remind me?
Yeah, for sure. I think we had some vector love here from Taza. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we were both rooting for Introvert Tahir there, and he had a really good game too there, making a good case for Vector as well. But Tiffany, I mean, TK, we talked about it, like statistically, historically, the favor was there for her to win, and when she did with that 2-0 there at the end.
Yeah, you could tell. I mean, this was big for her too, because you know, you saw the sigh of relief basically on her face after she got the W, and that second game was scary. So I understand why you would get to that point and be like, whew, that was a close one. But yeah, the Introvert here, I feel like he was definitely kind of like ramping up, just kind of ramped up a little too late. But he also got that ramp up the wall.
That was sick. Okay.
So slick. Yeah.
That was really, really great. The way it just slid right up on the wall.
It was awesome. I'm telling you, Val is not the only character with that tech, and he made it work. Caught Tiffany jumping, but yeah, that last game went to last stock, but Tiffany came out on top.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to kind of dive a little bit more into why Tiffany was so successful in that last match, because we did see Introvert Tahir adapt, like try to change it up just a little bit. Just not enough time, you know? That's what I feel like. So TK, thoughts about that?
I think Tiffany definitely took risk at the right time, is like the best way to put it. Like the way that I think they got the second stock was like a read into a neutral light recovery. And I was like, all right, I mean, like if that missed, you could have just got side aired. And then at the end of the game, down air, neutral light recovery. It was like if you missed that down air, you were getting side air, and you were most likely losing that game too. So the risk reward, or at least the thought process behind the risk reward was definitely 100% for Tiffany.
Yeah, it's interesting that the commentary there on the success is like the opposite of what we were talking about. What was missing when we were watching Faison a little bit earlier, which was just kind of like, all right, there's a little bit of risk taking going on here, and even when it doesn't work, you're not taking too much punish, and when it is working, well, you're just running away with stock leads.
Yeah.
Well, I think we got some highlights coming up shortly here, but let's continue talking just a bit more about Tiffany and Introvert Tahir before we jump into the next match, because they got to get ready over there. But so for Introvert Tahir, what do you think he could have maybe done? Oh, here's the highlights actually. We can just talk about that.
Yeah, it was, what I think. Well, first of all, that first game was Sig Heaven. I forgot how many Sigs were thrown out.
Talk about Sig Heaven, right? There's side Sig, there's neutral Sig, and Tiffany was really pressuring Introvert with it. And it doesn't really get much different in terms of how many signatures are used here, as we're seeing that side Sig come in and just barely outspaced and punished from Tiffany to get that first stock.
Man, I think that was kind of the big thing for Introvert to hear, that the options were correct if you were like one character length closer.
Man, what a match there. That was definitely so close. But we got to take a quick break before we continue on, so stay tuned. We'll see y'all back right here.
What is up, Brawlhalla community? I'm filling in for Sheepy. She gets a break to check out the Expo because there's so much awesomeness going on. I'm here on the desk, joined by none other than Foda and Steven to talk about these upcoming matches like the one with Fredburger and Paris.
What's up, Duke? What's up, everybody? Woo! Welcome back to the show. We've got Fredburger versus Paris coming up here, and I mean, there's a clear underdog story happening here because Fredburger, kind of a big star. Paris, what was his power rank?
108.
108. That's better than 109.
That's better than me.
And that's better than Steven. So he's a big deal. And you know, we talked about the underdog buff before, and I was incredibly wrong about it last time yesterday. You might remember.
Yeah, you kind of got trashed.
Flambo grilled me, man. That was rough. But he was right. Okay, it was well justified. But I'm going to say it again here, just maybe this time, and I feel pretty good about it. Paris, he's got a shot. Now Fredburger, he clutched it in the last one. Looked a little shaky on the way, but he clutched it. He clutched it. Okay. In the end, who wins? It's the one who wins the best of three. And that's that. But Fredburger is nice, you know. He's nice, and
that's the most important stat.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna
how nice of a player you are.
It's not gonna be easy for Paris. I mean, maybe he can steal it away. We've seen some pretty big upsets here today. Acno going down in phase 1, completely unexpected.
Wait,
oh my goodness!
Wasn't it to somebody? We heard like the whisperings of this. Wasn't it somebody whose their name started with P?
It was. It was P. And then the next letter was Y.
And wait, I'm doing the math. Paris starts with?
Oh.
Okay. Am I starting rumors?
And that's how that works. Yes.
You are.
Okay, well,
sometimes we spread misinformation.
And that's okay.
But this is, again, going to be one of those situations where we've got NA versus EU, that long-standing rivalry.
Yeah.
Of course, it's always great. But I got to put you all on the spot now.
Okay.
What are your predictions? Steven, you're the one who's most nervous to say that.
How did you? Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
It's like in class when the teacher's going to pick someone, you immediately looked away and shrunk down.
He's going to push his prediction off to the end of the match.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm doing a lot of math here. I'm looking at the stats. I'm doing math. Fredburger is from the EU, but Paris, the name is from the EU. I think math checks out. I think Paris has got this, honestly.
Ooh, okay.
Wait, Fredburger is power rank 21 in EU? Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm still sticking with Paris.
You know, here's the thing: is Fredburger's got everything to lose, and Paris has got everything to prove. You know,
that's true.
Paris, he's gonna. Okay, but with all that said, I still think Fredburger, man. Dude, because look, not only does it look like the stats say that he should just win this, but also he looks good doing it, man. He's got the style. His scythe is so nice. He's got the drift going with his legend. I think this is probably going to be Fredburger.
I'm doubling down on Paris, okay? And here's why. Okay. I saw his legend pick, and I'm all in. I'm all in.
You got the spoilers. Okay. I can tell you, though, that the Twitch poll is definitely in favor of Fredburger, 74%.
Let's be honest. What do they know? They didn't even come here, so what could they possibly know about this? You know what I mean? What's happening here?
Yeah,
they can't feel the energy.
Wait, how do you know they're not just in the crowd on their phones right now?
Oh, my gosh.
That's a possibility.
That's actually 100% part of him. Okay, never mind. They know a lot.
They're waiting. Yeah. They're on their phones.
Well, we got to throw it over to Taza and Eric to talk about the match that's going to be coming up. It's going to be Fredburger versus Paris. Take it away, y'all.
All right, I was talking to these two as they were prepping for their match. They were warming up backstage a little bit. They both seemed pretty cool, pretty confident, happy to be there, really excited. Fredburger, he was browsing the brackets, while Paris was grinding, actually working on the execution, staying warm and everything. I don't know, Slow Motion seemed to think that might actually play into this match. I was talking to him backstage, and he was just like, hey, Paris, he's that kid. I've been watching him grow up over the past 3 years, and now he's here.
Yeah, and that's right. And after that loss to Dog from Fredburger as well, Fredburger's got to be feeling a little bit shaky on here because he really wants to get through this match, get that qualifier going into the best of fives. But I got to say, I just got to call out Twitch chat for a second. How is this prediction closer than Snowy versus Blue? What was that? What? Why was that 90-10 and we have the underdog story here and this is 75-25? Okay, now on to the match. I just want to say that's crazy to me. We're going to game number 1, Fredburger versus Paris. Steven's got Paris up there as making the underdog upset, but Fredburger, I think, was really close to being able to get that comeback against Dog, and he definitely does not want to go down here. So let's go. We got Fredburger, the site specialist from EU, against Paris, opening up with a Dulcim from NA.
Yeah, so Fredburger, he's going to be looking for those quick strings. You know, he wants to pull Paris off stage, even though Dulcim can levitate with his signatures, doesn't really help him out in open air, where the Scythe can really just end stocks.
That's right, and Fredburger now going back for that weapon. Or picked up, and no Nair's really getting started. So far, it's been a back and forth game where Paris is actually getting a lot of these unarmed engagements. Something that we saw that Fredburger is definitely not too a fan of going for. Getting weapon started by Dog for a large part of his earlier set, and Paris decider puts him off stage, and the third strike coming in. Hits Fredburger, spikes him, and now he's in an edgeguard scenario where he does hit his head at Fredburger, getting the first strike, taking advantage of that weapon throw that one we saw him use successfully in his previous set, and that time successfully converting that into a stock.
Yeah, I mean, he was scheming on that one for sure. That toss was so far in advance.
Yeah, and now that side air stuff in the recovery. Paris opting to fight Fredburger off stage with action, succeeding with that gravity cancel down tick that spiked Fredburger off the right side of the stage after the backswing of that axe recovery. I was just in the middle of questioning the decision of fighting Fredburger off stage down a stock with axe, and what do you know? He proves me wrong with how well he plays that out there. Fredburger, slight charge down tick.
That's one of the big threats of Dulcim, right? That axe down signature. He's also got the gauntlets down signature with the fireballs.
We've seen both hit.
And it's really just the question of, can you land those? And Paris has shown, yes, he has those.
Ooh, Fredburger trying to get the combo, the weapon throw there onto the edge guard as he's taking a momentous lead here in game number 1. Gets it down there, takes the stock, and a lot of that was Fredburger just taking those neutral wins and tacking a lot more damage off of each one, and Paris not being able to keep up.
Yeah, Fredburger's really starting to run away with this one. One single dodge read on the site. Oh, beautiful punish on this. And now he's just running away with it, man. All these sweat beads, Paris has got to be sweating for real.
Fredburger posts up, and then he dodges, spot dodges the axe recovery, waiting for him to go for an aggressive option. Fredburger really in the head of his opponent here. That first stock, it was going back and forth, but at this point, Paris is swinging, he's missing, and Fredburger is basically already 3 steps ahead of whatever Paris thinks that he's going to land on his opponent. This looks like it's a 2-stock in the making as Paris
wait a minute!
Gives the woohoo, Fredburger gives it back and continues to hit him with the side.
I do like how Paris kind of used that. Oh, wait, almost going for the triple. Fredburger's really feeling himself.
Fredburger.
He's scheming, man. He's got the lob shots. He's setting up the dodgeball special. Watch this arc. Oh no, fastball down the middle.
And then that slide charge down heavy to end the last stock there. Trying to combo into the weapon throw even as well. Really solid game 1 coming out from him there. And Paris recognizing halfway through that game that he was like, okay, Fredburger, you got me here, but I am going to switch up what I'm going to play, and I'm going to really bring it to you in game number 2.
That's it right there. That's the fighting game nod. That's the, okay, yeah, you got me. Don't worry, I got something for you in the next one.
I'm sure he's not just like jamming out to music. I don't think I see the earbuds underneath his headset actually. So yeah, you're right. That's the nod for sure. And Fredburger, well, he's just stoked.
Oh, because we've got the swap. I've got a little bit of a extra peek here.
3, 2,
we got the Wushong for Paris.
Coming in here on Spirit Temple. Now look at this. Fredburger still on the fate that we are looking at. Then Chantress and the Orb Sidelight and Gauntless Downlight go past each other. Neither player getting that first combo, but Fredburger still getting the upper hand with the amount of hits he's connected so far. And this is a great start to game 2 for Fredburger.
Yeah, it's a lot of unanswered hits. He's brought Paris off stage. And, you know, a lot of people, they're usually a little more hesitant to fight gauntlets off stage. But it seems like Fry, that's where he wants to live.
Fredburger really trying to make Fade down sig look like the sig that you're supposed to use there. And what's interesting is that the distance that you travel, it changes.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
Paris getting the reversal on Fredburger. Right as I was in the middle of talking about what Fredburger was trying to get and not succeeding with, is Paris. Nice turnaround.
Yeah, that's the underdog boost Photo's been talking about, right? You know, it's time release. It's a little delayed capsule, you know?
Ooh, goes for the D-light after the side light. Fredburger ready for it. Gets the wake up Sarah, and that's going to be the stock. Evens things up, but you're absolutely right. The underdog boost into the just continuous down airs from the gauntlets, catching Fredburger off guard that first stock. But can he do it again?
Let's see. Oh, the weapon just stolen away from Paris. Fry swapping over to the site. Now we got Scythe versus Gauntlets. We saw how this ended the first time around.
Yeah, Downer comes through, misses the follow-up, and the weapon throw stops the down tick being charged there by Paris, but Faison without a dodge manages to get a neutral air, a neutral light, and another nair as Paris is getting closer and closer to red, but neither player at a point where a signature will really knock them out. Oh, but now we're there.
Ooh, arms up, but gets tagged in the back for his trouble. Fry does that setup so much. The rainbow toss.
He might get punished hard for it. That side to come through, spikes him the right way, and a well-spaced ground pound means that Paris is giving the woohoo off in a lead here in game number 2.
All right, so now he's taken the first stock. He's taken the second stock. I know it's been answered right back every time, but if you cascade that down, it means he takes the third stock first,
he takes
right?
the third stock and he goes to the third game. Can he do it? It's going to be up to Faison to determine the result of that. And there's the Sair, gets a nice nair, down air, side air as well. Faison going with the nair, in a chase dodge up. Faison to wait a minute!
Oh
he touches it. Paris doesn't get the edge guard as he waited the entire time for an opportunity and couldn't get the reversal. The dare scraping him across the bottom of the stage means that Paris is heavily damaged and Faison still going for that egg drop or that weapon toss setup.
Yeah, even when there's that soft platform on the edge, he's just determined.
There was no way it was ever.
He needs every single highlight.
I mean,
reel.
I guess it would actually work if he hit the uppercut and he went above the platform before the weapon landed, which is just like insane. Oh, Paris off stage, Faison slide charge side stick, but that's a side light and Paris
Sweat
is
beats
sweating.
were out to
That's
get the
gonna
touch.
be it.
No. Faison. 2-0.
2-0 for Faison so far. What a game.
Man, yeah, look at the crowd. Who are you rooting for? Let us know. Tell us. Paris giving just a little shrug there.
Packing up as we're getting ready to go on further on the bracket. Wow, well played by Faison. There's again these replays. We're seeing this situation with the slide charge side sig, and then that's the critical moment, right? Paris using that recovery, going a little too high, and you can see him sweating as he's getting comboed by that side light.
Yeah, didn't get the wall touch, didn't get the ground touch, no options renewed.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see what Duke, Boda, and Steven have got to think about that match that we just watched.
A simple 2-0 in favor of Faison, but I know, Steven, you were popping off a little bit for some of those plays of Paris.
Yes, okay, listen, Faison, the first game was a runaway, but the showboating almost got him in game 2, okay? There was a lot of moments where he was going for some crazy clips. He was trying to prove to the world that he's a clip master. And Paris capitalized on a lot of those opportunities and almost wrestled that back. It was close at the end there, but man, I will say I like the way Faison plays, okay? I like a person who goes for clips. So he's won over my respect, not that he needed to, but that was pretty sick.
I think that's just built into his play style. It's not showboating. It's just how he rolls,
It was showboating, dude.
No, dude, we've seen Faison play plenty of times. He's like that, all the up toss he does, he just you know, he throws it up, and that's part of the play. And maybe he'll connect it, and maybe he doesn't, but he knows what he's doing every time he goes out there. He looked good the whole time doing it, and I called it, okay? I knew he was going to look good doing it.
Boda was shaking for a moment, okay? There was a couple moments where you were shaking.
You're right. You're right.
Well, we might be able to see some of those moments with these highlights, and maybe we can talk about some of those moments that y'all love so much coming out from Faison.
Okay, let's see. Oh, the third fireball. Every time. It's the dangerous one. Yeah, there was one where Faison gravity canceled a bit early.
Oh, what? Off the wall? Off the backboard? Okay, that was actually really sick. I don't even know if I noticed that.
Paris had some plays. Oh, look at this. And then he gives it to him.
But look, that's a bait. That was an excellent bait. Almost worked out.
It almost worked. It would have been dangerous. Oh, that as well. And then, okay all right.
Again,
You're
showboating.
Right. You're right. That is
Triple
that's
downlight?
showboating.
Come on.
That is showboating. There was no.
And then here's the classic weapon toss in that he's like, all right, I can maybe hit you into it, get something off of it. It'll be hilarious. And again, we're seeing that after the moment. He did that every single stock almost. Throw the weapon, knock him into it.
That's just how he rolls. Great dodge, right? Faison there. But Paris was on it. And yeah, when you were popping off, I was like, okay, yeah, Paris had his moments. And yeah, there was one, man, where he really took advantage of a good situation where it caught Faison gravity canceling. His dodge was burned for 3 seconds. And he got so much work done in that. He was one good hit away from winning this one right here.
Yeah, no way to get back to the stage there. I mean, excellent play from Fredburger, but
GG.
Yo, but coming up next, we've got iThrow versus Fame Time. A little bit of an NA versus NA. PR 100 versus 101. Photo, what do you know about iThrow?
I am so conflicted here because iThrow is a true homie to everyone he's ever met. He is a true homie. But Fame Time might just be locking in with a Surrey, and so he immediately steals my heart. Plus, underdog buff, big time. I mean,
well, big time. That's a power rank difference of 1. How's that a big time underdog buff?
We got 19,000 versus $0.
Money's not everything. Okay.
Well,
okay. What about all those other numbers?
Well, how about those numbers? We see Twitch chat's prediction 76% in favor of iThrow, but I got to ask y'all, Foda, who you picking?
Okay. I have a conditional prediction here. No, because we don't know. I can't see what he's locking in with from over here.
Oh, okay.
Look, if FaceTime does indeed lock in with a Surrey, did I say FaceTime?
Yeah, you did.
That's embarrassing. Fame Time. He might just get his. It might just be his time for fame here. If he locks in with the Asuri, I'm instantly in for Fame Time and the underdog buff.
Oh,
but anything else,
the match.
anything else, and iThrow's got this. GG, easy. He's the guy. He's the homie. What do you think, Steven?
I'm thinking iThrow. It's got this. I'm done with these underdogs. Okay, I need a dub on my predictions. Okay, give me iThrow on this one. I'm going with chat. You guys are smarter than me. I believe in you now. Okay.
Well, you finally admitted it.
They pushed me to it. I've been pushed too far.
Sometimes you got to admit your own faults, and of course, iThrow. He's a known player in our community. Of course, he's been in the game for a really long time. Are y'all expecting the Bodvar, the classic?
I am, but yeah, it does seem like a lot of the Bodvar hard mains are switching off of it.
It's a rusty pick, dude. People have put him away for some reason.
But iThrow he might have a little rust to shake off on his own, you know? It might be worth him just going with the Bodvar pick. I don't know what he's been playing in pools. I'm very curious. What has he been playing in pools? If he locks in with the Bodvar, still, it comes down to Fame Time and the Asuri pick. Asuri wins. Asuri wins, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Just Asuri, no Queen Nai, no
Ragnir,
Ember. I don't know.
I do still have a soft spot for Queen Nai. Okay, so yes, that may steal my heart, but no. iThrow's Bodvar versus Fame Time's Queen Nai. Gotta go with iThrow. Yeah, I'm very fickle in this way.
I'm just going iThrow all the way. Okay, I just need a dub.
Doesn't matter what character.
Yeah. Easy money. Just give it to me.
You wouldn't jump ship if iThrow switched to something odd.
Yeah,
is there a character that you would be like, no?
Like a Zariel pick, maybe? I don't know.
He loves the Zariel pick. He loves the Zariel pick.
I feel like you would.
No,
if Fame Time went Zariel.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay,
yeah.
that would.
I was thinking, like, if iThrow picked, like, I'm just Magyar, would you be like, maybe not?
Yeah, is there a legend pick so unfavorable for you that you?
No, I love them all. They're all my children, and I love them all equally.
That's true.
Just some of them more equally, but I'm not gonna tell you which ones.
Well, you already named one.
Well, we know it's Zariel.
Oh, whoops. I let that one
and then you also kind of popped off for the Dulcim Rayman.
Oh, I do that all the time.
And you also popped off for Wushang.
If Steven drew the effects on it, that's the character.
No, that's not necessarily true. I like those ones the least.
That's a lie.
Well, I'm sure Taza and Eric are very excited for this upcoming match. Let's see what they have to say about it.
Man, I'm surprised Steven is eschewing the underdog pick in favor of a top 100 PR player. That's such a crazy difference.
The difference is one. The difference is one. It's underdog by the numbers, but yes. So a little bit more background and history there, right? Like the land seasons pre-2020, iThrow, when Photo's saying one of the homies, right? There's like that group of like iThrow, It's Drew, Little Cap,
the OGs.
all the OGs that are here today, but haven't been playing as much during this online era. Brawlhalla that are here once again, and Fame Time, meanwhile, right, has been grinding that PR. Just on the cusp of being in that top 100 spot here in North America, literally one spot below iThrow, at least as far as it comes to PR matchups. This is the closest it can possibly get.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're looking to make that top 100, there's the spot right here. Take it.
That's right. And it looks like we've got our answer for it in the legend that iThrow's going to be locking in here for game number 1. It's going to be the Mordex, the Tai Lung, going against who's going to be happy to hear this, the Asuri from Fame Time.
All right, so we were talking about iThrow's past ever constant pick of Bodvar. No shared weapons with that here. The Mordex entirely new, gauntlets in sight.
Yeah, Ithro, got to talk with him a little bit earlier yesterday about his opinions on the meta right now, and he's just kind of like, it's gauntlets everywhere. If you can get gauntlets, you can be good at it, and you're just going to get in the top 8. And that's what he thinks, and he's showing that here right now with that pick here on the Tai Lung. And the Scythe switched over here.
Very telling, because you know what? His opponent doesn't have gauntlets.
Yeah, well, and that's where those opinions can get a little tricky, because depending on who you ask, Spear and Kataras are the ones to be picking. Right?
Yes, so we've got Surrey just wins.
Yes, Boda. Yeah, that's exactly right. So we've got Surrey currently winning here against Ithro, despite Ithro getting that really strong start. The Katars from Fame Time are starting to really do a great job in the dare down sig. Doesn't knock out, but forces the dodge with the weapon throw. The D-Light ground pound catches the edge of the gauntlet recovery, and Fame Time takes the lead here in game number 1.
That was absolutely perfect. Knowing that he would slide up the wall, he had to come up with those jumps, so he'd have too much momentum to kind of just stick it on the wall. So the slide kick caught him peeking.
Ooh, and Fame Time. Very knowledgeable of the matchup there. It's incredibly popular for Scythe players when they have an over-damaged opponent to try to knock out with the strong active input of D-Light on Scythe. And Fame Time waiting for that, waits for the move to be thrown out, gets the Sarah afterwards, gets some extra credit, but the recovery from Ithro evens up the game.
All right, I feel like this is going to be a close game. You know, the stats said it, but we see it just in the first stocks.
That's right. Ithro trying to be like, hey, I have that one extra spot for a reason. So far, it's been all
He's making a liar out of me.
Every landing from Fame Time covered, every recovery hit in the snare beam. That Ithro's going to get that 0 to death here in game number 1 and bring Fame Time down to 1 stock.
The untouched knockout, Ithro. Showing a flash of that former brilliance.
Yeah, and on the Scythe, the boot, I mean, he was talking to me about gauntlets, and the Scythe is looking really good. And Fame Time with the sword is trying to break up that pressure with the sidelight here, a recovery there, but even those recoveries are getting stuffed as the D-Light downer will finally give Fame Time some distance here in this race to the finish.
Yeah, I guess, you know, an organic cat is better than a robot cat, is what we're learning from this matchup.
It's like
Roboto El Gato.
Yeah, I mean, you have to like literally repair. You have to have somebody else repair the damage that dumped you. Right?
And Ithro's doing a lot of damage. Fame Time deep in the red, final stock. Ithro's looking for that recovery for the knockout.
Yeah, any signature here will do it, but even a side air, down light, strong hit, kick him away, could do it. Fame Time gets the recovery towards the top, but that's not even enough to knock out Ithro's second stock. With the down pick will catch him, and that time he will get it. Fame Time does have a hope here with the Katars. 2 dodge reads, and you get him off stage, and you've got yourself a game 1 victory. And so far, so good.
Man, the trap, he's getting hit so much just trying to get a weapon.
Another neutral light recovery. Oh, but the neutral light from Ithro gets it. He can only take 1 more of those, even from center stage. I think Fame Time will be out of there.
Trying to land, Ithro hunting for the knockout, the side air, not yet enough.
Oh, but the edge guard for Ithro is really shining on that second stock. That's it, side air, nice lower angle there. Doesn't hit him towards the top left of the stage, but instead straight off the side, and he takes game number 1 over Fame Time.
All right, so that was a little strange of a match, right? There were pockets where Ithro seemed completely undeniable, but then it went back even so quickly.
Yeah, I think it was a matter of when Ithro got Fame Time off the stage, and most importantly, off the stage and above the stage.
Yes.
He had an immensely troublesome time landing against Ithro. But once he got on stage, once he had the guitars in hand, Ithro couldn't open him up. He kept falling into those guitar neutral lights, and that's where the lead started to come back. So I think if Ithro's looking to win this set 2-0, he's just got to make sure that he can continue that juggle. Meanwhile, Fame Time seems to have guided Ithro to a stage where landing is going to be a lot easier here on Miami Dome.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy to see that, you know, just because Fame Time, he used that weapon as a fantastic bait. He got so many unanswered hits on Ithro's last stock. I think Ithro may be thinking, hey, try to counteract that a little bit. Maybe it's going to be a little bit easier to swap when I need to, just so that way I can regain my heals.
Ooh. Now, Fame Time here. We saw at the beginning of the last game a really close first stock that went in Fame Time's favor before Ithro carried it away with the scythe. And once again, we're having that, but Fame Time having even a bigger lead than last time. Ithro was able to clear up the stock with 1 clean hit. This time around, if Fame Time's able to take the stock without taking too much more damage, neutral light recovery, 1 more of those will do it. Sword picked up. He's looking for that D-Light recovery to really end the stock, and the bounce almost high enough for that Sarah to combo.
Yeah, sword ground pound out a hit stun, that's a wild option.
Oh, and Fame Time really showing that he's in a Surrey main. doing that dash pivot side sig so that you get the full distance, travel down to diagonal off the platforms. Didn't get it to connect, but still scary knowing that he's got that in the back pocket.
Man, they are scrapping. The damage fairly even. Except iThrow just needs a little tap. Oh, I thought that would have done it, but Miami Dome with that tall ceiling.
Yeah, just tall enough to survive a sword there. Kicks him away, and now we are really close here on this first stock. That gravity cancel down lane. The Sair's just enough. It's the second time that iThrow's gotten that nice angle off of the side Sair, not sending too high into the right, but just straight up the side.
That's a big thing, just because it's so variable, more so than most other weapon side airs. Just so that way, you know, hey, you hit that top corner, it's almost never going to knock out, right?
Yeah, and we saw that in the last game, right? The first one that hit Fame Time was like, I thought a Gauntlet Neutralite would do it, but the side Sair didn't do it, but that was just because of that angle that we're talking about. But iThrow really tightening up that spacing here in game number 2.
I love Fame Time's pursuits. Every single time. It's like iThrow dodges, Fame Time is right there with him, gets the extra hit or two.
Oh, and iThrow has Fame Time off the side of the stage. But Fame Time's recoveries from the side of the stage are really, really good. Down air hits. iThrow uses that dodge to the stage, but Fame Time gets the wrong read, and that ground pound means that Fame Time with the gravity cancel neutral sig. Can he get another one? Recovery comes towards the stage, and iThrow manages to make it back. Fame Time dodges through the side sig, and he doesn't get the down light. Got the right dodge read, but iThrow there with the punish, hits him with the strong hit of the side light, and picks up the gauntlets. Looking for the edge guard here as Fame Time and iThrow are going back and forth with these edge guard punishes.
Neutralite sends Fame Time off stage, and another one to seal the deal. iThrow giving him the lefts and the rights.
Yeah, and now Fame Time with only one stock has to take 2 in a row to stay in this set as iThrow's on the verge of getting that 2-0.
See that one weapon. They're both kind of fighting around it, even though they're both already armed.
Yeah, and it's one of those interesting styles of weapon starving. It's like super meta weapon starving.
Weapon starving for some gluttons here, you know?
And Fame Time ends up winning out on that because both of them had the idea of like, once I knock my opponent away, that's when I'm going to refresh the weapon and keep the one that I want. You prime the next one, and Fame Time gets to do that here as he gets to deal that recovery, and he's got that weapon prime going to starve it right here, and Qatar's picked up.
Yeah, and not far behind in damage either. We've seen him really pile it on with single Qatar dodge reads, so not far behind, especially if he can sneak in another one of those gravity cancel neutral signatures.
Yeah. Nice neutralite hits, double neutralite though. I love it. It's a little bit like watching Bo play with those neutralites there when you get the one in the other direction, get the dodge and hit the second one, but he does it with Scythe instead. And now Fame Time so close to going down here. iThrow only has to get one really great hit, and Fame Time starting to put up the dunk, trying to get those offstage scenarios. Nair comes through, sideline hits him off the stage. Does he switch to the gauntlets? No, he just holds on to that Scythe. He wants Fame Time to play around that weapon.
Yeah, iThrow, he's trying to bring it up on stage. He doesn't want to go into off-stage shenanigans. He knows that's where he stands the only chance to lose right now.
Oh, and recovery hits, and one more of those and he's done. Certainly from the gauntlets. The pummel's coming through. Well, iThrow get 2 neutralite knockouts here. Puts up the neutral signature, and Fame Time goes back to center. Fame Time still keeping up the pressure despite his position, and the sidelight leads to nothing. Weapon throw comes down, stun recovery. Fame Time with the Sair. iThrow in an edge guard scenario.
Wait a minute!
Hits it. Fame Time with the comeback. So deep in the red, nearly 100 damage behind, and one step recovery leads to an edge guard, and those are the chops that you need to call yourself an Asuri main.
Yeah, that was absolutely clutch. Decided, hey, if you don't want to come off stage against me, I'm just going to force you off stage.
And that save and reserve playstyle that iThrow was having in that second game really came back to bite him there, as he was relying on Gauntlet Neutralite to knock out. And if you are at a point like that where you're like, I have to get them so damaged that there's one move that's usually a combo starter comes through, that means it's time to go back to the Bodvar with Faber asking for on the desk, hammer in hand. He's got that picked up to go up against Fame times Asuri. And iThrow bringing out his OG main. Will he be able to do it, or will he continue with the trend of when hammer's on stream, it has a bad time?
I don't know. I think Foda might have been onto something, just saying like, hey, this is what he's used to. This is the tried and true.
Yep.
This is where his chops lie, his muscle memory lies.
And hammer definitely eliminates that problem, that weakness that gauntlets have. No matter how many people say how strong the weapon is, what gauntlets don't have is that reliability off of stomp to get the stock once your opponent's ready to get knocked out. You can get that follow-up with that stomp there every single time, and iThrow's so good at it. He's just got to be careful about missing it, because that's where you might end up getting punished like those recoveries and by those nairs.
Yeah, Fame Time really just pursues. As soon as he gets advantage, he is just on you.
Oh, he's got Ithro off stage as well. Sword versus sword.
Corner
Fame
guard.
Time's been good at these edge guards. Yeah, Cider hits and Ithro exclamation points almost going up to 3 there. Had to make it back and Fame Time punished. He's ahead 3-2 here in game number 3.
All right, Ithro gets a little bit of space so that way he can arm up. He's got the hammer. You were talking about it. He's looking for that stomp for the consistent knockouts.
There it is. First one that he puts out. It goes straight to a side air, and we were not seeing that level of consistency on knockouts coming out from Vortex. And now that he's over here on the Bodvar, I expect to see the hammer being used in that fashion the rest of the set. But it's a matter of if he can keep up this momentum against Fame Time here on the second stop.
Yeah, do you think he's going to go for that usual classic Bodvar playstyle? Right now, building damage with the sword, and then he's going to swap on over to the hammer for knockouts.
Absolutely, and what we'll be able to see from the Bodvar as opposed to any other hammer legend is that neutral sig, bringing out the bear, swiping the opponent off the top right of the
he might not even need it.
Ithro's so good with it. But you're right, he's on the sword here, and if he gets, he drops the D-Light recovery, or maybe he went for D-Light dare recovery because
he was
hoping
hoping
knock out.
to bring him far enough to just thread the needle over the corner.
Gets the Sarah while he's sweating anyways, and Fame Time has no chance to make it back. Gravity cancel side stick, that's the most distance you're going to get from a signature in a series kit. But
this is a huge lead.
It is a massive one, and with Ithro on the sword doing so well here, at first I thought Fame Time had the upper hand and the sword ditto, but Ithro just seems to be running away with this lead here on this Bodvar as he's just getting downlight after downlight.
I mean, a lot of people talk about North America. Everybody has a pocket sword. And Ithro is one of the original sword players all throughout.
I'm so happy. Fame Time, I was talking about that in Miami Dome. He has that tech where he does the dash, pivot, side stick. If one of them connected, and that time he's banging out Ithro this to try to go for an option a little bit earlier, but it's just not working out. And Ithro, he's got Fame Time in orange. He's doing so well here. Fame Time needs to get the stock and make a comeback akin to what he had in game 2.
Man, it's just options are dwindling, the damage is building. He does have the weapon advantage against Ithro right now, but Fame Time is running short.
It is, and Ithro with the hammer means it's stomping time. And he's got that side lane, he's put him off stage. He's like, come on, land on the ground. Let me get that one stomp, get the side air afterwards to get the knockout and get the win. Fame Time with the recovery, drops the strong hit, and the scoop will take him up the top, and the bear will swipe to celebrate victory as Ithro wins 2-1 over Fame Time.
All right, well, that is what the Twitch poll was leading, you know. That is what Steven was picking.
That's true.
He went for the higher power ranked player.
Thumbs up from Ithro there to celebrate that victory there. Yeah, the higher power ranked player by a whole digit. 1, that is right. It was, in the match, at least going into game 3 until the very end, really highlighted why these two players are so close to each other in power rank.
Yeah, love to see it. I'm curious what Foda and Steven make of that match. What do you got, guys?
The nostalgia buff is definitely real for Ithro, the swap over to the Bodvar. But Foda, I know you had a lot of thoughts, a lot of hopes for Fame Time. What are you thinking?
Dude, I'm a Fame Time fan now. I got a new Asmodee player to look up to. That was awesome. I thought he was playing really, really well. I was getting like really, really excited about him. Then Ithro switched to Bodvar, man, and the nostalgia buff. We saw it yesterday when Fiend and Use switched over to their OG comp and it worked, and then Acno and Blaze switched to their OG comp and then they reversed it. And same thing with Ithro here, man. You know, but I want to say, you know, I couldn't really lose this prediction because Ithro's a homie, and it was either Fame Time, my new favorite Asmodee player, was going to win this, or Ithro, my good buddy, was going to win this. And hey, Ithro won it. It was an exciting match to see. I really was cheering for Fame Time, though. I was a little disappointed when he lost, but man, that was cool. That was good. And Fame Time, I'm impressed.
Steven?
I was right. What can I say? You know what I mean? Me and chat, we had a little conversation about it, and you know, we knew what to pick. But I will say, you know, Ithro was really surprising me with his scythe play, especially on the Tai Lung, because he was talking a lot about gauntlets and gauntlets will carry you to top 8. It's like, well, if everybody picked it's only 8 people could make it to top 8. It doesn't make sense. But like, you got to be good. But his scythe was clean, and he was even staying on scythe in situations where he had Fame Time last stock red, and I'm like, why'd you throw away gauntlets? Aren't you just gonna be fishing for uppercuts all day? But no, he was sticking with the scythe, and shows that he's got a larger character pool than we gave him credit. So, you know, I'm interested to see what else he does with it.
Well, he's of course continuing on, but our next match is going to be S-Grape versus Brain Slime. S-Grape currently PR'd number 33. Brain Slime is not PR'd.
Ooh, okay. You know what? I'm all in on Brain Slime. That's an amazing name. Okay, if you're out there and you're like trying to break into esports, you can't sleep on a good name. Okay, you got to really think. True. You got to think about that hard. And Brain Slime, dude, he used his Brain Slime to good effect on that one. That's a hilarious name. Oh, we got some highlights from the last match.
Yeah, let's check it out here. I hope we get a nice fame time clip. Ooh, man, Ithro, you're right. You're right about the scythe play. I didn't think Ithro had such a nice scythe on him.
Oh, this is the moment in game 2. Photo was like, "There's gotta be a way." That he like whispered it to himself. He's like, "There's gotta be a way." And I didn't believe you because
he was far behind.
He was anything would have KO'd, but he found his way.
Ithro's nasty with it, and look at that with the hammer. People don't believe in the hammer anymore, but he definitely got it.
Yeah, I mean, he went Frieza final form and just was like, all right, Asgardian Bogar.
No, he just got so far ahead, and it was just GG. So here we go. S-Grape versus Brain Slime, and that's S-Grape over there on the left, Brain Slime on the right. S-Grape, I gotta say, I'm an S-Grape fan. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. But I did take a picture with Brain Slime earlier, and he was also really cool, so I don't know. I don't know how to go here. I'm thinking S-Grape though. I'm thinking S-Grape. I'm thinking S-Grape.
Committing already. I mean, that's arguably not a very bold pick because it's PR33 versus a not PR player. Like,
yeah. Well, I would be so excited to see Brain Slime perform well here, and to be this far in it, it's got to be sick nasty, right? We're on main stage. We're getting deep into phase 1 of the bracket here. Everyone's a player. Everyone's a big player on this stage.
Well, Steven, it sounds like you already committed to Brain Slime. We have literally no data to go off of.
That's what I'm saying.
So you get to make up the data right now.
Well, I'm not going to make up any data, but I'm just saying that's a big question mark. We're about to get some answers here shortly. But the name alone, come on, guys. Brain Slime?
Brain Slime.
Get creative with your names. Make them fun. And you know what? Success will follow.
I mean, S-Grape's a fun name.
That's true. That's true.
Brain Slime is a little more fun.
So good.
How about the fact that Brain Slime is in a Brawl League t-shirt? So definitely part of the community.
Oh, yeah. That can't be understated. Brawl League, long-time community pillar. You know, this is like, we're talking, I mean, longer than we've been devs, right? Brawl League's been around.
You know what? That's true. They predate me.
Well, of course, I'm sure Taza and TWK have some thoughts about S-Grape and Brain Slime. Take it away, boys.
S-Grape versus Brain Slime's coming up. Excited to see S-Grape here from EU. Hoping to see the Scarlet being picked and locked in, and then to find out what Brain Slime has in store to go up against his opponent.
I'm always just so curious what Steven's picks are going to be and the reasoning. Because just the last one, he was like, I'm done with the underdog picks. I don't want to do it. And here now going with a non-power ranked player because the name is just too good to ignore. Come on.
Yeah. Steven's like, I got my 1 win on the prediction. and now he's ready to go.
He's good. The hunger's been sated, and now he can
right back to the underdog.
He can play with the heart again.
Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, excited to see this matchup playing out here because we've had a few matchups when it comes to these underdog situations where it's like so it's so very clearly in favor of another player that it's a little bit harder to tell the situation that's coming up here. But when it comes to Brain Slime being this far into the bracket, right, we just have to see how is this matchup going to actually play out. And that's what we're going to find out in just a little bit as they're locking in their legends.
I know you pulled up some stats on S-Grape just a little bit earlier, right around ranked 33rd, but
33rd PR.
What legends are you expecting to see here?
I mean, they have 1 core, or 1 Orion reported, 3 core, but most of their legends report is the Scarlet, and that's what I'm expecting here to go into game. And number 1, so we got S-Grape. Well, we have Lance coming out here, but it is actually on the Black Knight, the Orion, as Brain Slime's over here on the Kaya for game number 1 of this quarterfinal, the winner's bracket.
Okay, so we got a little bit of a spear mirror match, but the bow and the lance are the off picks.
That is correct. Brain Slime on the Kaya getting hit up in the air, and S-Grape throws that weapon down, gets the pickup down 6, sending Brain Slime all the way to the right side of the stage, and the Pogo stuffs the recovery, weapon throw forces the dodge, and there's no way back for Brain Slime there on that first stop.
I gotta tell you, I like the way that S-Grape is playing this matchup. Brain Slime had the bow. You know, one of the most notorious moves on it is, hey, you can downlight or dash downlight and cover the entire stage, right? You can attack from much farther away than any other weapon. S-Grape used those mid-range weapon tosses just so that way Brain Slime never had the open runway to actually get a downlight started.
Ooh, side light nair recovery, side air from Escrape makes quick work out of Brain Slime again on that second stock in just a little over a minute. Brain Slime might be going down to a 3-stock at this rate, TWK. I mean, double dare, side light nair, side air recovery, and that charge on the recovery means that Escrape doesn't quite get the true 3-stock, but the JV is good enough as less than 100 damage was done by Brain Slime, and Escrape is running away with this best of 3.
1 minute and 18 seconds.
Yeah.
That's how long that match ran.
That's how long it was. That's correct.
Escrape looking to speed run. Let's see if Brain Slime can slow him down a little.
Yep, well, Brain Slime I'm already seeing on the Legend Select. Again, that sneak peek here on the map select is a Zariel coming up after that Kaya performance. You got the bow coming over, but a pick that you would rarely only be seen made by Fosey.
Yeah, so now this is like the double buff from Steven, right? It's like, the name of Brain Slime.
Oh, you're right.
Absolutely perfect. The Zariel pick, absolutely perfect. And you know what? That's some seriously high strength. Maybe not looking to slow down Escrape, but speed up, faster knockouts.
Yeah, and while I would normally give that strength a lot of favor on Brawlhaven, Escrape similarly could just hit a recovery or side sting and Escrape's going all the way out, chasing that stock. Brain Slime gets the recovery gets off the top, and Escrape is relentless. I don't think damage has been done to Escrape here on this.
No, that was a 0 to knockout, completely clean.
And the side airs and the nairs coming through. First signature thrown out and punished as Escrape continues attack on Sair, sidelights there.
Oh my gosh. He's got, you know, just fuel to burn right now. He's flying all over the place. Escrape just looking for the carry. Oh my gosh.
Escrape's going for the JV4. JV4, I've never actually seen
he wants
a JV4.
the dream.
I've never seen it. Throws the weapon away, dodges away. Brain Slime put it in the sidelight. It's now a matter of can you get damage, TWK. D-Light, neutral, sidelight there, side air. Brain Slime dodges through, side air, hits again, weapon throw, picks up, and there's the recovery. Denies the JV4 into the weapon throw. Can Brain Slime now get the stock? D-Light doesn't combo into recovery, but already Escrape goes to the neutral signature, and the recovery is avoided.
Man, Escrape going for the setup, gets the neutral signature. That's the hot 2-0.
Yeah, I was hyping it up for that JV4. Never seen that
JV4 would have been
before,
wild.
But the damage coming in from Brain Slime.
Look at Brain Slime.
A sigh of relief as well, being like,
feeling the adrenaline from being on main stage.
That's right.
Here at BCX, the World Championship.
Well, that's a great start for Escrape here, coming all the way up from EU and getting out on winner side of pools, or getting through winner side of pools with that 2-0. Great start. And shouts to Brain Slime for being on stage. Being like, well,
Brain Slime just be like, that was good.
That's
good.
a tough matchup.
It's like, yeah, Escrape is just good at the video game.
That's right. There's the stat screen there, but let's go ahead and go over to the desk with Boda and Steven and Duke to see what they got to say about that matchup we just saw.
There is no polite way to say that was brutal. That hurt me. Like that seemed like Escrape had a vengeance that needed to be rectified.
Okay, all right, yeah, look, let's be honest here. Let's not beat around the bush.
Look at the graph.
I think we all know.
Don't look at the graph.
I think we all know Escrape got lucky on this one.
Oh, man. That was as decisive of a victory as we've ever seen, maybe. Escrape had something to prove and proved it.
He nearly got a flawless game, yeah.
That was crazy to
Lucky,
see.
though, lucky.
But
I feel bad because we almost spent longer setting up the match than the match took.
Yeah, seriously, they were really.
That was rough.
Escrape obviously was like, we got to get through this day, like trying to speed run through.
He's
the
like, we took
here.
too long yesterday. Let's just keep
yeah,
going.
yeah. Thanks for the help, Escrape. Keeping things running smoothly. Oh my gosh.
My goodness. Woo, that's
what can you
great.
say?
Okay,
but you know what?
I
Brain
mean,
Slime, the sportsmanship from Brain Slime always had a smile.
Yeah.
It was in good
Smiling, big shrug emoji at the end.
It's not an emoji in real life.
Good spirits.
Yeah, good spirits.
How'd you feel about the Zariel? We know you love a Zariel.
I didn't even see it. Well, no. It was like a flash. It was a flash before my eyes. I mean, you know what? What I will call out is Escrape. I really like the play style. Lots of weapon throws connecting. Like he used that to close the gap for strings that wouldn't be strings because you're knocking the opponent too far away. But he would use that to close the gap, get back in.
It's like true combos.
It was insane. Playing with such a furious pace like that, it's going to be exciting to see what else happens.
He was so fast. I've never seen Black Knight look so fast. It was.
Yeah, that was like 10-speed Black Knight. How is that even? Is that legal? Like, what was going on there? That was crazy.
That was a glitch.
That was a main stage power-up or something. Esmodee really just popping off harder than we've ever seen all day.
It was,
so.
he wanted to have his whole match just in one Twitch clip that he can just send to his friends and family.
Almost.
That's pretty much what happened.
Definitely in that last game, there was 2 stocks flawless in less than 1 minute. I don't know if we've ever seen that in a tournament set before.
I was, even though, obviously Brain Slime fan, and I was
Big
rooting for the victory,
fans.
But there was a moment where the flawless game was possible, and I saw Brain Slime about to break in with a move and then hit with the downlight on Rocket Lance. I was like, oh yes, nice way to stop it. Like, keep this thing flawless. But they got some hits in there at the end. That was 28 damage on the board.
Well, guys, we're going to take a short little break. Everybody needs to catch a breather after that last match. When we come back, we'll be bringing you Electrifying versus Wrenched. Electrifying versus Wrenched is on deck. Wrenched, PR number 76 in the North American region. On the other side, Electrifying, currently PR number 61, but I gotta believe we're a little bit more familiar with Wrenched considering he's been a long-time player. Photo, what do you want to say about Wrenched?
Well, okay, Wrenched, Qatar God for a long time, forever has my respect no matter what, but Electrifying is pretty nasty too. I think this is gonna be a good game.
Dude, I've been a long-time fan of Wrenched. Was it the 2019 season was like really with the big rivalry between Wrenched and Sandstorm, every other tournament kind of trading off. And that was just such a fun time for esports. So I will always remember that fondly. But Yeah, I mean, has fallen a little bit in the power ranking, but wow, look at, there's big numbers though on Wrench's side here. That's a lot of money, a lot of gold medals.
He's got a lot to live up to with this one. But we know he's been out of the game for a bit here. His attendance at BCX was a real last-second surprise.
But that's what makes his power rank kind of sneaky, right? Because it's kind of just dropped subtly without competing.
Yeah. We know it's not really 76, or is it?
No, I mean, like,
it is factually 76.
The number on the screen for me
spiritually,
says
he's like 30 at least. I'm thinking.
Spiritually, yeah. Yeah, everybody's got a spiritual PR that we can't quite calculate.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see what Taza and TWK have to say about Electrifying versus Wrench.
So excited to see this matchup between Electrifying versus Wrench come up. Wrench making that last-minute appearance here at BCX. A player, like Steven said, that I have been cast. When it was in 2018, 2019, casting Wrench basically every other game at that point. He was making so many winners runs into top 3, and we saw that there with the medals. Meanwhile, Electrifying, Kaya main, who is just constantly on the cusp of breaking into that top 32. And TBK, you and I were looking over those results there on prostats.brawlhalla.com. He is always getting knocked out by names that we see in those top 8s all the time, like losses to Radish, losses to Experience, and so on.
That was the whole thing. Every single, and you went pretty far back in the history too. It was just beating everybody else, and then the household name would take him out.
And then he would get 33rd.
So
and then it was
right
like,
on the crust, this could be the breakout performance that he's looking for.
That is right, and here we go, going up against Wrench, who, like Steven and Foda alluded to, right, the PR is a little bit lower than the results in the past may explain, but for this year, that's where they're playing. Wrench, well, called Qatar God for a reason, opens up the game with a 11 seconds, 0-2 knockout here in game number 1 against Electrifying's Kaya.
Yeah, you take that 11, you put them on your hands, they look like Qatars. That's what he's fighting with right now.
And this is probably the fastest Qatars that I think we've been seeing all day in singles. Down sync forces Electrifying.
He is moving.
Dare spike into Dare. Electrifying can't even challenge Wrench off the stage because Wrench is bringing him back over to center, but Electrifying breaking up the pressure, gets the recovery after the neutral sig, and Wrench jumps right back in to continue cutting him up with the guitar.
I love watching Wrench, how he plays going for dodge reads. He only usually goes for like a single guitar hit, and then he'll just like, wait, he'll jump, he'll spot dodge. He'll just think about what the next move is, want to download what you're doing.
Sayer hits, chase dodges in, neutral light into recovery, does not quite connect, and the pivot off of that side, so carries Wrench off to the top right of the stage. Huge coming up from Electrifying, really catching Wrench off guard there, and stops the pressure as Wrench is just non-stop destroying Electrifying with the guitar.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that was a huge knockout, scoring it in time, but Electrifying took so much damage. Wrench set himself up with a massive lead. Just needs one strong signature to score the knockout.
Yeah, neutral sig just barely blasting right on that platform height, and I was worried a little bit because it looked like when Wrench picked up the blasters, that's when he was vulnerable to Electrifying's bow. But now the guitars are in hand, and I don't think Wrench is going to let those fly for anything other than a weapon throw edge guard.
There he is looking for the setup. He wants the big damage.
Neutral light and recovery comes through. Electrifying's been getting so much success off of the recoveries on that platform there. But Wrench with the down sig, gets the spike, gets the weapon throw. Is this the edge guard? D-light, ground pound, goes to the dive kick, and he makes the
wait a minute!
And Wrench, well, can't punch through the bricks here on Spirit Temple. Goes down to a self-destruct, and now Electrifying has a chance to take game number 1, but Wrench still momentum on his side.
Yeah, this is a slim chance. Man, even that downlight Wrench for the hit. Neutral signature, once again, massive anti-air. One of the best things about Lucian's signature hit.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's a trade-off for that very, like, stair-step stat line, right? When you go from like lowest force and then you just add on a little bit more. Here's some dex, nice defense, really great movement speed. Despite that force being low, the signatures have really great knockout potential if the damage has already been dealt.
Right.
And then by going into that force stance, taking out a little bit of that movement speed, you can rack up a lot of damage with how many small hits you're getting here and there with the blasters and the guitar.
Oh, small hits. Now we're going to a small stage. Over to the small Brawlhaven. All right, Wrench was looking to score a new personal best for time to knockout.
11 seconds was a little too long for Wrench, I guess, but he doesn't get that knockout here.
but going for the neutral sig into the backswing of the Nair. Nice positioning, waiting out that weapon throw to the down sig. Weapon throw forces another jump. Electrifying goes down, and the reason for that is that he opted to go for a very quick double jump, ending the distance on that first jump, not getting nearly as much and not being able to touch the stage afterwards. And Wrench with the weight after that down air is really starting to take this lead into his favor.
Oh, Bo ground pound. Oh no, the gravity cancel for the second knockout in under a minute.
He gets the down stick and spikes underneath Brawlhalla, riding just around the corner of the stage, making sure he gets the distance, but also getting the touch. Chase dodge down to Dare. Wrench definitely the one who innovated that kind of Qatar strategy, and the Dare gets the stuff recovery, and Electrifying's down.
1 minute exactly.
1 minute exactly.
He was going for precision that
32 damage taken, and Wrench goes, is that it? All right, nice. Gets that 2-0, thumbs up to the camera. And he's like, I'm moving on in this pool. Is Electrifying higher PR, but not today, TWK, because man, Wrenched looking like he hasn't stopped playing the guitar since 2019.
Oh yeah, shake the rust off, man. This is the return to form.
Oh, it's just a huge, this might say replay, but it might as well be the highlight reel records. Look at this, the Dare, the stuff recovery into avoiding any chance that Electrifying could have had. Woo. Get a hit to get that chase dodge and make it back to the stage. And look at that, just going, man.
I think that's where he saw the stuffed recovery and was just like, all right, yep, I'm got.
Yeah. Really tough opponent coming out there from Wrench. I mean, you can see it from the stats alone. And well, we'll get a little bit more elaboration here as we throw it over to Duke, Photo, and Steven at the analyst desk.
You know, Wrench is a speed runner, but I didn't realize he was also a bracket speed runner as he ran through that match, a minute match. And I believe it was Sparky who said in 2019, the D in Wrench stands for do not challenge him in the edge guard. And I think it's a return to form for Wrench. Steven, how'd you feel about that one?
Dude, that whole match was electrifying, okay? But Wrench was really the star there. He was showing off that his guitar mastery is like still above everyone in the pack, it seems like.
It's so impressive. I mean, I am so impressed. That was nasty. Wrench just sick with it. That was so cool.
And one thing,
I'm learning.
That set felt kind of similar, where it was like one-sided completely. But Wrench, what I'll say, he did less damage than S-Grapes, which means optimal. Well, everything was really efficiently done.
Yeah.
He took stocks as quickly as possible with the least amount of damage. Off stage was definitely his home. He owned that whole side of the stage.
That guitar, that falling guitar nair into the quick down air perfectly underneath the bottom ledge of the stage for the knockout was like, it was so crazy. Exactly 1 minute in that last game. He took 3 stocks in exactly 1 minute. Is that a new record?
I think
it was fast, but you know who could probably help parse through all the chaos of that 1 minute is none other than Remy with the analysis.
Duke is exactly right. There's no one that knows how painful it is to be on the receiving end of Wrench guitars off stage. The world is healing. BCX is here. It's a new. Wrench is back, and he has his guitars in hand. He's been getting these early KOs. I'm going to show you exactly how he does it off stage. He's been a freak on it lately. The downlight starts off, and he gets the read on the reset there. He gets the cider, and before Electrifying can even make it back on, he uses his dodge, goes for that early recovery, and Wrench is just there to cover that option almost immediately with the follow-up cider. You can see that Nair placed there in position just in case he manages to get up close enough with that jump, and he doesn't even make it. He doesn't even make it. Wrench was looking really sick all the time on these guitars. You can see another one there, and then he goes for the down sig to close off that edge guard there. He actually goes for a little bit of style play here, continues on the edge guard, gets the down, gets the ground pound, isn't able to complete it. He does end up losing his stock there, but he got such a big lead, such a big damage advantage there that it doesn't even matter. Continuing on, it was all off stage. It's what Wrench likes to do. Off stage is where he calls home. If you're versing Wrench off stage, you better be very careful. You get the down sig again, and Electrifying is too far out of bounds to even make it back without getting a chase dodge from Wrench, who doesn't give it to him at all. Wrench continues on with that offstage presence. He gets a beautiful downlight here to start it off after the clash. Goes for that ground pound. Electrifying actually contests Wrench off stage here, and Wrench just looks at him and goes, "What are you doing, buddy? You know I invented this level of play in Brawlhalla, right?" Gets him with the side air, seals his fate with the beautiful down sig. He's going for style points all day today. I'm going to slow this one down for you guys. I'm going to break it down as good as possible. You see another read right there. You see the down air come through. The dodge does come out fast enough to dodge the side air, but it's what Electrifying does again. He contests Wrench off stage. You didn't learn your lesson the first time. It's best of 3, buddy. You're not going to get another chance to learn your lesson. Gets the ground pound. Very beautiful in there. Gets the recovery caught on that down air, and it's all she wrote. Wrench taking up 2-0 over experience. It's a very beautiful sight to see Wrench come back into the scene with beautiful Qatar gameplay. I know Foda loves it. He's going to tell you a lot more about it.
I mean, Wrenched, he's the one who pioneered so much of the classics that we do, or that Qatar players do, right? The chain dodge, the 90-degree box around the corner, the edge guard, those turnarounds that he does so incredibly well. But Foda, I know you want to gush about these highlights. Let me know.
Look at his reads here. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to have to wait long to see another one. Wrenched, he's got it perfect. Welcome back, Wrenched. This is beautiful. That was some of the most impressive Qatar gameplay I've ever seen. And seriously, I know, look, I saw the match too. We all saw it. Electrifying is no slouch. That's not an easy match. Look at that read. Oh, and then off the corner. Okay, but then this is the best part. This is my favorite. Check this out. Check this out. Falling there. Bam, down there. Oh, that's so crazy. He's so sick with it, dude. Oh my God, I am gushing, man. That was beautiful.
Well, you don't get to gush too much longer, because up next we've got Fosey versus DB going back to the internationals. EU PR number 16 versus South America's PR number 102. Steven, how you feeling?
This is a close one. I don't really know how to call this one. I'm looking at the respective power ranks, and I don't believe in numbers anymore. Okay, I don't go with that. I think I have no idea. Potentially DB. He's been playing so well. Maybe
DB's a legend, and his PR there is not representative of his skill.
Right.
I mean, he easily could be PR top 10 in South America.
Well, I hear y'all talking up DB quite a bit, but now you have to make a commitment. Foda, who are you going to pick, Fosey versus DB?
I want to say DB. I really do.
Okay.
But Fosey is too good, man. It's going to be Fosey.
This is a surprisingly even Twitch poll, given the PR difference.
Yeah, that's South America coming out, man. They're in chat.
Last time you went with what Twitch said. Are you going to do it again?
No, never. Fosey all the way. They don't even know what they're talking about. Wait, actually DB. Hold on. I'm all on DB now.
He doesn't know what to pick.
Actually, I'm so confused. This is such a close matchup, apparently, in everybody's minds. So we'll just have to see how it works out. I mean, we're not going to decide anything here. This is just too even of a poll. We need a recount.
We need a recount.
Yeah, the margin of error is so small. It's very similar. But I want to hear from Taza and TWK about Fosey and DB.
All right, I think Twitch chat is right on this one. It is too close to call, because for such a long time, DB was that dude in South America. Constant top 8s, top 4s, podiums. I mean, he is no slouch. He's a longtime competitor, but come on, Fosey, he is so phenomenal right now. A lot of times yesterday in the doubles play, he was the one kind of making the major plays for his team.
Yeah, quite the legend roster that he's got behind his back end. He's been doing so well in 2v2s, especially since he paired up with Godly in that space. But what we saw in comparison both in the regions, that Fosey's yet to make that top 3 podium, and DB has been there multiple times. And we've got the Kaya into
beautiful. I love it.
And that is the bravest thing that I have seen all day. It's not the smartest thing where DB is like, that move's got to end at some point, and I'm not going to act until I see the very end of that attack come through, and he gets the sidelight punish. As we've got even more Qatar play for all of you watching here in the venue and at home, going up against Fosey on the Kaya, which very well could change win or lose, because we've seen Fosey has got plenty of legends prepared for this BCX run.
Yeah, that deep roster is definitely going to help, since there's so many competitors in this tournament. You have to play through so many more matches than a lot of our previous tournaments.
Oh, the Sair hits, and that was a hard-hitting one. Weapon throw forward, and Fosey realizing, shoot, I didn't dodge. Fades off to the left, just wants to get back to the stage faster so that DB can't set up the perfect weapon starve. And Fosey with a kick, a recovery, and almost, do like grab power, okay. Opening up super strong with the unarmed, but he has to get this stock for it to count.
Oh, DB almost caught that dodge off stage.
Oh, and he's still getting the damage here as well. DB's patience is unmatched, but that time gets a little bit too close to the down sig, gets caught, gets frozen, and gets sent flying up the left side of the stage as Fosey is attempting to bring this game into his lead here with the bow and doing a darn good job at it.
All right, now swapping over to the spear just to keep DB weapon starved. You see, he's going to swap again. No, it was all a bait. DB managed to get the guitars, but hits by the down signature for his trouble.
Ground pound comes through. DB just ducks underneath it without using any of his resources. Makes it right back to the stage while sweating. And Fosey in the air has to land eventually. And DB expecting a jump goes to the neutral sig. And Fosey gets right underneath them, punishes him with the D-Light. And the game is now so dead even. D-Light recovery means DB takes a small lead, but can he get the stock here, TWK?
Man, he is hunting for it. He was trying to use that weapon on the ground as a little bit of a bait. Hey, I know you want to come get this. Come get these guitars.
Side sig, space out of the way, but Fosey doesn't get the punish with the down sig. And now DB up the side of the stage tries to drop with the nair, but Fosey, knowing what DB's about, just immediately puts up that nair and says, I'm not going to let you wait and force me to get a dodge. I'm coming back with the move. And now both players are one hit away, but DB, he's got the stronger one-hit weapon.
Yeah, he's looking for those side airs, the neutralize, anything to get Fosey off the stage and seal the deal. But Fosey going for the neutral airs. There is a tall ceiling here, not as wide as a horizontal.
Yeah, and that's Sayer getting that stock, and like you said, he was going to need about 4 or 5 more bow airs so they can get that knockout off the top, but he doesn't get it. That being said, unarmed recovery, center stage. And by center, I mean like center on the screen.
Oh yeah, he hit that one pretty high up.
Yeah, and Fosey now has brought the game down to dead even, and DB with the axe, putting out those anti-airs from the neutral air. Gets caught on the landing, and the side light D-Light. Side air will mean DB is deep in the yellow.
Yeah, it is dead even on damage. Wait a minute.
One dare with ground pound, just barely a dodge, but the recovery hits and he goes for another recovery.
Fosey answering back with the pogos.
Yeah, DB.
1, 2, 3 in a row.
I thought he was going to run away with even a bigger damage lead. Fosey dashes forward and he uses the down stick to slide down the side of the stage in case it didn't hit. Side stick hits, tosses him up to the sky, but he needs another one of those. He wants to work, and the spiking hitbox of the nair means DB can't get the follow-up. Another side air comes through. Down stick, neutral stick, both would spike here. Both would be huge, but he just waits them out.
Yes!
Gets the neutral light, gets him out of the recovery, and barely wins game number 1 over PR16 Fosey. And this best of 3.
Yeah, both of them doing about 550, 560 damage. Twitch chat was 100% correct to go 50-50.
And you know what? Whenever it comes to those polls, I love seeing South America out there to represent for everybody that's in the tournament. You know it's going to be in favor of anyone from South America being here on the screen, unless it's a matchup head-to-head. And DB with that win,
wait a minute,
feeling good. But we were talking about
the swap. The swap,
right? And this was fun. We don't have it on the screen yet, but Fosey is on the Orion, and we talk a little bit about how he has like this like tier list. Like I think it was like it was Zip comparing him to Freezer, which is basically each time you get one of those knockouts, he goes onto another form, and that means that if DB was able to take down this Orion, it would be the Zariel that comes up next, and that's final form Fosey.
Yeah,
but
right now this is the long head right here, third form. That's what Zip was saying.
But in this particular matchup, because it's a best of 3, if you take him out here, that's just done. So Fosey's really banking on the Orion being the answer to DB's Ragnir, and so far so good. But that ground pound whipping means DB has a chance to punish. Sider hits, Fosey edge guard opportunity, gets the Sayer. After the fastball, DB puts the recovery up in the dare, and the chase dodge up into dare, triple dare. Fosey recovers to the other side of the stage using Lance's side air as a propulsion mechanism, but Fosey making it back regardless means both players in those edge guard scenarios are barely surviving, and now it's either player's game.
Yeah, just vying for that first knockout. How can you set the pace for this game? And right now, DB, he has the momentum, but he doesn't have the advantage. Fosey scoring the first knockout.
Really like Fosey's adaptation there. In the previous stock, DB recovered high, got the down air to get the chase dodge to make it back to stage. Great cleanup with the neutral sig, but that time Fosey's like, okay, if you're gonna keep recovering high, I'm gonna do these jumping spear ground pounds, cover that angle, and really knock him off the left side of the stage. And it's just 2 of those to take DB's first stock, but DB answers right back with the guitars off stage. Edge guard opportunity, Fosey, nice patience.
That was a very smart dip down, just a little bit of a fastball to get under, of course, the neutral air from DB. Guitar player's favorite move off stage.
Oh, side sig and a neutral sig. Fosey bringing out all of the tricks here on the Orion. Sideline the neutral sig again, but DB ready that time. Gets a Sayer, but still doesn't get enough damage to call it a comeback. And DB Now
Man,
with the guitars.
DB's spacing is absolutely ridiculous. That's not the first signature we've seen him just stare at in the face.
Oh yeah, while being pixels away from possibly getting hit, but also still getting the perfect punish. That is correct, and he is so good about it, but that time, not good enough.
Little too close to that
Fast falls a little too soon and gets caught by the down sig, which just covers so many grounded dodge options. And now DB is significantly behind here against Fosey's Orion in game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be all about mitigating the extra credit. DB in danger. He didn't get the touch. You saw those sweat beads come out. He got back to stage just in time.
And look at that, DB realizing that he was a little too far behind. We saw that stutter stepping, that micro spacing to punish that neutral sig into the end sig of his own on the top of the stage. And DB keeping this as close as humanly possible as the guitars are picked up. And Fosey gets punished for that whiff sidelight. That's 3 clean hits from DB, and he's looking for a 4th.
Ooh, interrupts pogos this time. Those repeat pogos, the down air on the spear, have been giving DB trouble this entire game. So I'm really glad that he was able to show an answer to it.
Do that recovery whips, but he manages to stuff recovery. The clash with the sidelight works out in favor of DB. The damage is in his favor. And there, Pogo.
Oh my
Fosey
gosh.
just pogoing off his head with the Sarah connects, and Fosey disarmed. Means that DB has an edge guard, goes to the D-light, and the recovery is the only thing that hits. DB can't get the stock, but the weapon starving's in DB's favor. Is that going to be into the UK? He's 1 hit away, 1 edge guard away from 2-0 Fosey here at BCX 2022. The Sarah connects, and DB for South America gets a 2-0 over Fosey and moves on in the winner's bracket.
Vamos Brazil! I know there's a lot of fans out there. So incredibly happy.
Oh, we can see the EU crew in there.
I know,
They've been
I understand.
really backing everybody coming up from Europe, but still really excited about a matchup like that comes out where DB's just kind of like, yeah, Kaya, Orion, doesn't matter. It's going to be a 2-0 in my favor, and DB with the axe, where we really just, when it comes to heavy weapons here in BCX, axe and hammer haven't really been the highlights, but I feel like for DB, that was the weapon of choice.
Oh yeah, I mean just constant answers, the coverage with the down air, catching the side airs for the knockouts. I mean, even the side light can be a little awkward to space just because it has that lurch forward, and yet he still did it right in the face of Kaya's down spear.
I know, and then we saw it with the neutral six as well. We could gush over forever, but we really want to hear what Duke, Steven, and Foda have to say after watching that amazing best of 3.
I think there's only one thing that we absolutely have to say, and that is, of course, Vamos Brasil!
Vamos Brasil!
Because, of course, DB pulling it out 2-0 over Fosey. And again, the PR difference, but everybody knew better. They knew this is going to be a nail-biter of a set. Foda, what do you want to say about it?
Okay, I want to say that I've never been so happy to be wrong, dude. I know I predicted otherwise, but DB, I love the guy, man. That was awesome. Not only did he play guitar, is my favorite weapon ever, and not only was he so sick with it, but also, dude, he was working the camera, like his attitude's awesome, man.
Top tier pop-off game, you know, that's what we're looking for.
Top tier, that was awesome, man.
Steven, how do you feel?
You know, as far as 2-0s go, that was still a close one, because each game came down to last stock red. It could have gone either way, but DB just edged him out in the end.
DB, man, I am impressed. That was awesome against Fosey. Look, that's a tough match. You all saw Fosey play it yesterday. Okay, he is a good player. I mean, there's a reason he is such high power ranked, right? There's a lot of data that goes into that.
Well, let's check out some of these highlights from DB versus Fosey. Steven, what are you seeing on the screen?
I'm seeing DB just about to get this win here. Boom. Gets the dodge. Boom. Neutral A recovery. I even do that one. I mean, that's in my toolbook.
Yeah, I mean, y'all are the same. You and DB,
we're the
basically
same.
Twins.
I mean, I would have locked in with Raphael, but otherwise, we're exactly the same. It's just unfortunate I can't compete, so.
Yeah. DB's lucky. DB's lucky you can't compete out there. Dude, look. Man, he got it, dude. He really had to work for this one, too. We're seeing an even game right now in this highlight, but before this, he was at the same amount of health, but Fosey had, like, another stock. So he had to really work that last stock to make it.
Well, coming up next, we've got Faison versus Merlin, PR number 9 for North America versus EU's PR number 58. And as Steven said, those numbers don't matter anymore. We already saw DB make the upset. So how you feeling?
Well, you know, there's such thing as imaginary numbers. Okay, we all know that.
That's true.
But there are also some real numbers. I think some of those ones on the left side might be real. I hate to see the chat vote on this one. It's going to be like a lightsaber fully on the Faison side. I can only imagine. Hopefully I didn't influence anything there. But yeah, I mean, Faison, one of the top players in North America, has been so for a long time. And I know a lot less about Merlin.
All right, well, it sounds like Steven is predicting Faison, so now, Foda, you got to make your call.
I would love to be the contrarian here. Merlin, he looks like he came all the way from France to fight out here. You'd love to see it. But Faison, he is a legend. If he didn't win this, man, it would be in the history books. Merlin's got everything to prove right now. That is a lightsaber.
That's not even a lightsaber. Yeah, you were going to burn your hand if you try to grab onto that. There's no way. There's no handle.
Yeah, there's not a big enough handle.
Yeah, give us a handle here. Get some Merlin votes in there. We got to be able to, yeah, okay.
I think that was the most dramatic percentage difference that I've seen. I saw a 90-10 earlier, but no, 95-5. That's pretty dramatic.
Yeah, we're working it back, but that's PR. We were.
Your imaginary numbers speech really did a number on this.
My bad. But I mean, it's Faison we're talking about here, so he's got a lot of everybody's respect.
I'm excited to see this, and I would love to be surprised, man. Merlin, maybe with some crowd, maybe with the crowd behind him. You know, we got the France crew out here. They might just be able to help him out.
And we were primed and ready for an upset. You know, I think
we are.
I think it's
we're
time.
overdue for one.
We're overdue.
Some might say we're overdue, and of course Merlin, a magician, he gave King Arthur the sword and all the other.
And I think he even invented pulling the rabbit out of the hat. Merlin.
I think they're very true. But I'm sure Taza and TWK are going to pull some magic out of this casting as they're going to see Faison versus Merlin.
Faison versus Merlin's coming up, and I'm excited for another NA versus EU matchup. And Merlin is in that top 60 in the PR in Europe, and he's got some wins over recognizable players. I was looking over in ProStats.Brawlhalla.com over here with TWK, and we were looking at that. He's got wins over Hermerson. He's got wins over Snowball. So he's been getting up there, getting to that 49 to top 33 area in placements. But he's another one of those players that's just on the cusp of getting into the top 32 very consistent.
Looking for his breakout performance here, and man, if he added Faison to that list of names that he's taken sets off of, get ready.
Yeah, but Faison has been on the grind lately. I was talking a little bit about it on the desk earlier today about how Fredburger was one of the players streaming that 12-hour grind for Brawlhalla and trying to get those first ranks there. Faison was there doing that as well, but with he had a speed run counter set up for it and everything. So when he got to certain elo thresholds and win thresholds, he time stamped it. That was incredible. He just barely missed getting the 12-hour run. So he has been playing plenty of Brawlhalla, and seeing him here on the 1v1 screen in the Asuri Ditto for this game #1 is incredibly exciting to see, as we've got Katars all around with this matchup here with Faison versus Merlin.
Man, so there's a little extra on this match, you know, not only just hey, we get to move on the bracket, but also the bragging rights of, I'm better with this character.
That's right, especially in this game #1, if one player forces the other off the character because the win is so dominant. Merlin and Faison have been going back-to-back so far, and that Neutralite gets punished by a down air to Neutralite, and Merlin could have taken Faison's first stock pretty handily there with that side to get that connected, but no, Faison answers right back in that recovery, is one recovery away from taking Merlin's first stock in this game.
All right, Merlin sends Faison away. Opts to go for an unarmed swing instead of arming up. Now he's got the Katars versus the sword. Sets up the dodge read. Oh my gosh, Faison just getting over the signal.
Signs of a seasoned guitar player.
Let's go!
Seeing those gravity cancel side lights, catching people out of places where they normally would think that they were safe off of a dodge or a jump, and then getting the first stock in the head-to-head with Faison. What an amazing beginning, and the Neutralite Nair recovery means he's got plenty of extra credit to WK as 5, 6, 7, so many clean hits here. Merlin might take a 2-stock lead at this rate. Faison dodges for dear life to get away from that down signature because Merlin's got a huge lead. Finally, that momentum stopped as Faison lands the recovery, but what was looking like a lead for Faison is now a deficit going into game 1.
It does seem like Merlin, he's got that magic in him, you know? Just getting all the extra credit, changing colors mysteriously.
That's right. And
over on
Faison, meanwhile, trying to be like, okay, I've seen the trick once, and now I also can be the performer here. So Faison's going in with the guitar side light, and Merlin with the neutral lights connecting, damage close. But last time we saw the situation when Merlin got that stock, he had no fear being at high damage and just going for a ton of risks that led to a ton of rewards.
Oh, great 3-piece. Tacking on the gravity cancel neutral light after the down air bounce.
Yeah, Yeah, not confident in the recovery knocking out just yet, but that time he was. No need for a fancy follow-up there. Just one D-Let recovery will take the lead, and Faison is now one stock away from having a game over Merlin.
Oh my gosh. Even beating out the dive kick, Faison fully warmed up.
Yeah, Merlin trying to stop him there and almost succeeds. Perfect angle for Faison to survive there, but I don't think he can take another guitar recovery and survive. Sword picked up. Let's see if Faison can give Merlin the same treatment that he got on the second stock, and it looks like he still has a chance, because that recovery just barely did not knock out, and Merlin doesn't get the punish.
Wow. Opted immediately for the neutral air. I guess hedging his bets a little bit just in case the downlight missed.
We're getting a showcase on the exact amount of damage it takes to not knock out with a move from Merlin here in this game number 1, because Faison is just barely surviving and going, okay, gravity cancel down sig. He manages to get that game there in 3 minutes, and a really solid win coming out from what were some dropped knockouts from Merlin in game number 1.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to say that 95-5 ratio we were looking at before, that's not what this match belongs.
I totally agree. Even with that first stock going over to Merlin and the amount of the lead that he was able to get, turned into Faison's experience coming out on top there. Now this is where we'll find out whether it should be a 80-20 or a 60-40, right? We're going into this game number 2.
Okay.
Does Faison just run with that momentum and get another 2 stock that doesn't start from behind? Or do we get ourselves a much different match with the, we were talking about it earlier, right? Who's gonna knock who off the Asuri? It looks like Merlin doesn't want to play the Ditto anymore.
Presto changeo, we're over that Ulgrim. All right, so Axe, Lance, small Brawlhaven. Is this the magic potion concoction that he needs to take the victory?
Absolutely, unless Faison lands in a Asuri neutral sig, in which case then there's no magic in the world that's going to save that story from happening. And Merlin, we were looking at the pro stats earlier. His reported legends are Ulgrim and Orion, which is what I was expecting coming out from the gate here in game number 1. And now we have here in game number 2, as the Asuri Ditto didn't work out in his favor. And Faison with the sword continues to take the damage lead as he goes for that side sig knockout.
Setting up the edge guard, Merlin looking for the corner guard. Faison turns it around on him with just a down air bounce.
Recovery comes through, dash forward, dash back, gets the reversal on the nair, and Faison reading a landing, doesn't read correctly, and isn't getting punished. Can Merlin take the first stock again? Gravity cancel neutral, so if he pivoted it, that would have been it. He's got the right idea, and I'm excited to see him go for it again as that sword is knocked out of Faison's hand by the Lance side air.
All right, Faison unarmed, went for the uppercut, still weapon starved out. That Lance downlight to interrupt the approach from Faison.
Nice neutral light. D-Light tries to get another neutral light, but Faison's a little too high damage there. They're both just barely outspacing each other with these attacks, and neither player can get the first knockout. Weapon throws are even hitting at the same time. Recovery does not hit Merlin, just blasting the recovery around, hoping Faison to get hit, and Faison dash forward, dash back, looking for the D-Light. They can't hit each other, TWK. Finally.
Oh my gosh. The classic, the dodge circles, right?
Oh, that's right. And the recovery from beneath the stage is what finally breaks the seal on who gets the first strike in game number 2, and it goes over to Faison.
All right, so now Merlin playing from behind the 8 ball. Let's see if he has what it takes.
Faison got a similar stringer on the guitars that Merlin got in game number 1. Side air equalizes pretty quickly, and now with the Lance readied up, is he going to switch over to the Axe? He's trying to deny the weapon there, but a good spawn for Faison. This is going to be sword versus Lance here on stock 2.
Honestly, I think his Lance was doing pretty well. Faison did seem to start to catch on to the usage of that downlight as kind of the forceful wall to keep Faison out. So I saw Faison just kind of stop short of one towards the tail end. Oh my gosh.
And that's that explosive potential that Faison has where it makes a close game. It's back and forth. We're literally watching 8 seconds straight of dodge circles and then one neutral to get orange. And Merlin's out of there. And he's one stock away and continuing to get that extra credit here on the guitars as Faison gets that recovery combo and he chases Merlin off stage. Can he get the spiking nairs? The dare. Merlin with no dodge means a ground pound is in.
He got the wall touch, so he's able to make it back to stage. But now options dwindling. He sees the sweat beads. Can he turn this around on Faison? This is tough. He is a full stock behind.
A full stock behind, and these gravity cancel satellites are not connecting. Faison with the dare, has him off stage. He's looking for the dunk. Merlin dodges in with that Sarah, and Faison sends him out the side stick as he takes the 2-0 and moves on here at BCX 2022.
Man, Faison, he was caught by surprise at the start of game 1, but then he's like, wait a minute, this is all just smoke and mirrors. Get that out of here.
Oh, and right as he gets the thumb up, cut away. There he is. Look at that Faison. Really great job of the 2-0. And you know what? Twitch prediction was correct, but I still stand by the fact that Merlin had a much better showing than I think anybody was expecting. And I
absolutely
really enjoyed that performance coming out there. But this replay here at the end of the game, number 2, is definitely a Faison highlight. Look at that punish. Dash back, side sync to get the landsider in, and that's all she wrote.
That's what I love seeing, that spacing from Faison. He identifies your attack ranges, and that way he can just backdash, punish.
And that's going to be it for that best of 3. Let's see what Foda and Steven have to talk about after we've just been getting so much Asuri today.
Foda, I know you were very excited at the start of that set because it was Asuri versus Asuri. Merlin unfortunately couldn't find the magic, but Foda, how'd you feel about it?
Dude, I'm like a kid in a candy store, man. That was quite a treat, especially seeing Faison's Asuri. I don't know if I've ever seen Faison play Asuri before. That was like, I was like, is he just doing me a favor here? I don't want to make this about me, but like, that was exciting. That was exciting. Faison's got a nasty Asuri. But Merlin surpassed expectations, I think. He played really, really well. What do you think about that?
Yeah, in game 1, when he took that first stock was hotly contested.
Yeah.
Okay, back and forth. They were both in red, and he took that first stock, and I thought, okay, he's got a chance here. And then Faison just went full pro mode and was like, there's no chance. Come on, I'm Faison. And it was basically over from there.
Yeah, he is a legend and proved it once again, like he's done many times before, which we saw in the numbers at the beginning of this. So we kind of saw it coming, but I think Merlin had an impressive performance, man, and hopefully I think he'll be encouraged by that, and maybe next year he'll be.
I don't think his run is done yet. That was top side, right?
Oh, that's right. That is winner's side. Okay, all right. Maybe that'll just power him up. Yeah. And he'll cast a magical spell, since he's a wizard, and buff him up.
I appreciate you explaining that joke because I was like, what is he talking about? Merlin, magic? What is this? Does it make sense?
For the folks at home, you know.
But yeah, Faison, he's got one of the deepest character pools in NA. He's always polishing up a pick, like chasing the meta, trying to find what's good. I don't think the pick had anything to do with you, Foda. Not to.
No,
but I think
that's understandable.
Katars are seen as very strong right now, so it'd be interesting to see what he pulls out for different matchups going forward.
Yeah, man, Faison, good one.
Yeah, Faison played incredibly well, and of course we're going to get to watch some of those highlights, but as we get into those highlights, we are going to be taking a short little break. After this, Merlin is not done yet. He is going to be challenging Fredburger when we come back from this short little break. You don't want to miss it, so stick around, y'all.
Welcome back, everyone. We're still here in the action for day 2 with our singles competition in Atlanta, Georgia at Cobb Galleria. And we still got so many more matches to still see. I am joined by none other than Zip, Master Flex, and Flambo. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing amazing. This has been so cool. Did you see the Jae Young cosplay just a second ago?
I love it.
I think that's the second one I've seen. I mean, he's obviously one of the coolest characters in the game, right? But, I mean, how many times can I say it this weekend? Where's the Taros?
Oh.
I'm tired of you guys. Where's the Taros? I'm tired of my man's getting hated on out here. Can y'all check me out right quick?
He's got the pin. He's got the pin to prove.
Talk to me nice.
He's got the pin to prove his Taros
Talk
love.
to me nice.
I don't really like the fact that Taros players are winning this weekend, man. I say it every time I'm in front of the camera. Like, ignorance has won yet again. A metadev for ignorance? I can't believe this. Why are you being rewarded for this silliness?
Oh my gosh. It's because he's amazing. That's why.
I mean, I know Duke loves Taros, so I mean, I'm just saying.
No, you love Taros too.
Y'all the worst.
Okay, Flambo.
Y'all the worst.
I also do like Great Sword as well, because I think Arcadia is nuts. But let's talk about this next match coming up, because we have so many more matches to still see before we hit the next phase of pools. It's Merlin versus Fredburger, and I really like that name. I've always liked that name. I've seen this competitor before. I'm like, I like the name Fredburger. Zip, tell me what you're thinking here between these two and the matchup.
So, to be completely honest, right, I haven't seen much out of these guys. I mean, we see that there's not too many medals, so they haven't been in the spotlight, but we'll go about character picks, right? We see the PR 78, we see the PR 58, we got the Kaya. Kaya is just a good character. Bow is about middle ground. Spear is becoming higher on the rankings. We all know that's a very powerful weapon, and her Sig Pack is amazing. Now, talking about Sig Packs, Orion, that is the god of the Sigs. He can do anything with the Sig in his hand. Do you understand me? He has the power to wield against this character. So, I mean, honestly, the better character, I think, is Orion, and I think that the PR, right, on Merlin's side, so I would have to go that route.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta, like, Fredburger, godlike name, right? We gotta start there. If we're doing this based off of the name PR, I think Fredburger has a pretty good shot at winning this one. But on the other side of things, you mentioned it, Orion, the god of the Sigs, right? Like, quite literally the intergalactic warrior who can come through and spear down Sig. Everyone knows the spin attack, a nice tried and true KO option, and then don't even get me started about the neutral Sig on the rocket lance, just pew!
Oh, yeah.
Right out of the sky, right?
Now, I do want to mention this because Merlin literally just played against Faison, and this is Merlin's going to be, he was on winner side, and now he's on the elimination side. So to clarify here, Merlin versus Fredburger is the elimination quarter final. So whoever wins this match gets to go on and play the next phase of the pool. Now, I'm trying to see the legend picks here, and if this is correct, it seems like Merlin in the last match played Asuri and Olgrim. Thoughts about that?
Okay. I would say at this stage, if it's really everything on the line, you got to play what you're comfortable with, right? That's the first thing. But if you want to go with what's better, if you're comfortable with all three of those and you want to go with what's the best, Olgrim is the answer to me.
You think so? I'm kind of torn in the middle. I think that Asuri is going to be a legend that we're going to see a lot of today. We already saw some Asuri earlier on. We've been seeing a lot of Katars come out in the 1v1 landscape, and it's for good reason. Katars are in a really good spot right now. They don't really have so many true combos, which is why we didn't see it too much yesterday in twos. But now that we're in the singles environment, I expect the Asuri to be the more popular pick. You can whiff more, you can bait attacks more, and granted, you have Olgrim on the other side of things. If you want to say, all right, I need a little bit more defense, I mean, Olgrim uncontestedly has the best stats in the game with the best pair of weapons that he has. So I think that's a very good roster to have at your disposal.
Well, we're going to see how everything matches up here. To bring us the action, it's going to be TK and Ajax. What's up, guys?
All right, man. You heard what they said right here. I'm seeing some great legend picks. I'm seeing a lot of the legend picks that we've seen quite a bit of, which is like, you know, understandable. We're playing the meta. But, yeah, we're going to have a great time as we get through this match. Merlin versus Fredburger. And as they said, I'm TK, joined my man Ajax. Ajax, how you doing, my boy?
I'm doing great. I mean, with a name like Fredburger, it's kind of hard to not be excited to see what's coming up next. But also, like Sheepy was just saying a second ago, this is the elimination side of bracket, and it is another regional bout. We have France versus US coming up here, trying to see who can move forward, who's going to stay around in the elimination side. But, you know, the PR difference actually not too far off, 58 to 78. but a very big usage of Sphere continuing here. Kaya on one side, Ryan on the other side, but do you think that maybe Merlin might have an advantage with being able to switch between the two if he likes the idea of going with a more burst range character like the Assert?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously being able to like threaten a more rush down character is always something you have to worry about. I was, talking about Mako being like a big archetype for that character, very quick character with who can burn your dodge and then get a lot of damage off of it. But Asuri can kind of do the same thing depending on what's in her hand, and has some pretty great sigs for Duncan as well. So it really depends on how he feels how he wants to play this matchup. But I'll have to wait until and see what these two players are kind of feeling as far as Legends picks goes. And then after that, we're just going to get into the action.
Yeah, going down 2-0 to Faison a second ago, you're just coming off of an L, you're trying to rebound. Let's see if they're able to rebound here. Like we said, there's options available, but you also get to a point where you kind of question what you need to do because you just played both and neither worked a second ago. So now you're going to go up against Fredburger here. And if it doesn't work game one, you get into that mode of like, do I need to switch again or do I need to commit? Like, you start second guessing everything, but you are still alive in bracket. You still have more chances. Elimination side here. There's a lot more action still to go. We've seen a lot of upsets that have been creeping through. I mean, pretty much everything was working up to this point except for EU of late. We saw DB taking out Fosey a little while ago, Acno and Simple also going down, and a lot of these other regions doing well, particularly South America. But will another one of EU's reps go down here on the elimination side?
Yes, I mean, we're going to find out soon. Big shouts to South America, though. I mean, I feel like people are kind of still sleeping on that region as a whole, and they are showing up, majorly here at BCX.
They better stop now.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta put some respect on the name on this time around. But here we go. We can see this character picks the time. It's Asuri. The Asuri is indeed out, and then going up against the Asuka, the crossover. Okay, love to see it.
All right, we're going to go ahead and commit to that Asuri. We're wondering which one of the two it's going to be. Of course, Lance being very strong, but Qatar's being also in a great spot as well. We start off game number one here on the elimination side of bracket to see who gets to continue here at BCX.
Yeah, man, and that's, you don't want your run in that quickly, so it's going to be putting up quite a fight right here. And for those who not know, that is the Queen 9 crossover, and Queen 9 never dies, so
yeah,
that's
absolutely not.
Kind of an issue. Unless you're spiking. Like, she may not die to the sides or to the top, but everyone goes down when you get spiked. So.
Yeah, and the majority of what we're going to see here, too, we already saw two of them come out. That Sphere D-Sig, by comparison to, like, the neutral sig from Qatar's, having, the Qatar mirror match going on here might help a bit, but it's definitely going to help a lot in terms of what Asuri's trying to do to get those quick strings. Queen 9 got plenty of K-power, tried to go for it right there, but Merlin watching out.
Yeah, Merlin now kind of trying to control this round. Interesting whiff right there from Fred. Kind of surprised that didn't hit Merlin. Great air dodge. Now putting Fred off of the stage. Just goes for it. No hesitation. Like, I'm just going to do it. You got to go.
I mean, hey, why not? Also, for Merlin, I'm kind of playing relatively afraid, like, right out of range, because that was about 5-6 that already came out from Fredburger. So you know that he's willing to let them go. You just wait. You go for a whip punish game. That's kind of what Merlin's doing to start it off.
Yeah, and that's it's interesting to hear that from the side of the shorter weapon that they're going for whip punish. That is kind of the way that you can, rush down. You can kind of rush down in their face, wait, force them to swing, and then get the big punish like that. Nice. I mean, the dodges here from Merlin, though, have been insane. That man has not been hit by any of those sigs just by neutral dodging through.
Yeah, he just knows. It's like, look, I know you're going to swing. I know you want to press a button here. I'm going to make it happen. Well, finally gets caught by one. Eventually, they will find their mark, especially when you try to go to get the weapon.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of coverage on that, sig, all things considered. She does get a little step back, covers a lot of space in front of her. I mean, that's just kind of Queen 9 6 in general. She does cover quite a bit of space on them. And you can see it kind of in full display every time you see that what is actually a snake come out. I think it's a little mask on this crossover, so.
Yeah, it's trying to bite too, but I'm not trying to get anywhere near that. Not the way that he's playing. Like, I mean, some of them are connecting, but so many are whiffing. But at the same time, if you keep doing it, it gets to the point it's like, I'm afraid to choose an option to go in at all. But you saw Merlin walked right underneath that, waited for him to land, got the free punish.
Right, Merlin with a very solid lead right here. But Fredburger, get himself back into the game. Good try right there. If Merlin had decided to stay on the same side, that was probably going to be the stock. Sorry, not the most defensive legend here. Good chase down, but not high up enough, and that's going to allow Merlin to get that down air. Who's now trying to get himself back to stage yet again. Oh, watch the snakes one more time. Yeah, she's going to go ahead and poke him out right there with the side sig. And now, I mean, pretty much an even game. He wasn't able to really get too much of a hit on that last stock.
This is some classic Queen Eye gameplay. Like, you're getting hit way more often, but the few hits that you do get equal stocks almost every single time. And Fredburger, for as many times he's got a loss neutral overall, he's getting the right wins when he needs to, and now you're on last stock and you're afraid to get hit by them as he's starting to actually open you up.
Cool. Okay. Fredburger definitely scrapping back right there. That's the one thing that I never like seeing. It never hits. It's a myth.
That is a twos exclusive.
It's a myth.
If you are crowded by everybody, neutral
just do it. Just
anybody
throw it
else
out.
do it. Like here, it doesn't matter because Fredburger, after being behind most of the time, was able to bring it all the way back because the few times that he was able to actually get a hit, they matter so much because of how hard she does hit. Whereas Merlin just wasn't able to wasn't able to really build a big lead.
Look, the legend is true. She does not die. She eats hits and she delivers big hits as well. So that's exactly what happened right there. Was able to, kind of like power through. Another legend I don't get to see often, but can kind of do the same thing is Roland. Roland eats hits, and he has some pretty good sticks too. We just don't really get to see him too much. So yeah, Queen Eye though, going to go ahead and handle things with the spear, with the guitar, and right back to it. Merlin not going to decide to swap off of this here Asuri. Is going to go ahead and keep the Asuri going. So maybe he feels like he figured something out, but I think that's just the thing. Like, he has to land so many more hits than Fred.
I think part of why we maybe don't see the Roland as much, because we were seeing that show up a bit throughout the season or throughout the year as a counter pick option for people. I think it's just because everybody's been so comfortable with just going with spears, guitars, or gauntlets. Like, they've kind of been shifting away from using sword as much as crazy. But here with Asuri, of course, you have both of them. You have plenty of combo potential, but you gotta stop getting hit. Like, you're getting caught by every one of them now.
Yeah, this is, Merlin really just not having a good day on this second game. It's just been swinging and getting taken out almost every time. Now starting to put some damage up, but that's what I'm saying though. Actually got 3 or 4 different hits. This Nye is now just in yellow.
Yeah,
You're sitting in the red already. No weapon though, so I might be able to get a nice weapon start going, but not long enough. Nope, the guitar's gonna come out. The Brawlhalla gods are gonna bless this Nye and immediately gets the forward air from the stock.
I'm pretty sure that's the first lead for him so far too. Everything has been from behind. So now what do? You were able to keep it even before, but they were evening it right back up. Now you have to play from behind and actually rush in. That means you're running right into those D-Sips.
Yep. I mean, that's what she wants to do. She doesn't want to chase you down. She's not the fastest character, but you running at her and her being able to space well is definitely something that Queen Eyes are going to love to do. So, got the damage, has to find the stock, back to the sword. Is this going to help? Yes, immediately. Second time, Fred is just not expecting Merlin to do it. He's Nike with it. I'm going to do it.
Get that sponsorship out. Actually, that's a great name to go along with it. But, like, the thing is, if you keep letting them get away with that, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, you got to mix up your recovery at some point off that wall.
Yeah.
And Merlin hasn't taken too much damage since that point, TK, from losing that first one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's good, to keep yourself into this game. I mean, it's always very important to not let yourself fall too far behind, but I think it's almost even more important on Nye because of the amount of comeback that you have to do on this very high defense character.
Yep.
Who is still going to be trying to outspace you every time you jump in, but Merlin might have figured something out in the middle, in the stretch of this game.
Merlin's got to be careful with some of the jump-ins, but he's playing a bit more grounded. I like it. It's been allowing him to get in more, trying to get some damage going, but in a bad spot. Got to avoid that. Slide. Yo, I thought that was fake.
It's fake.
Slide cancel off.
You got hit with a fake move.
That's crazy.
You're still on your second stock, I promise. It's an illusion. Oh, man. Yeah, don't get to see that hit too often, but hey, I mean, the way that Fred used that actually is probably one of the few ways I would like to see it used. It does cover a lot of space.
Yep.
And so he jumps off, slides off, and then jumps back up with it. So, I mean, very good usage of the neutral sig, but
almost like
kind of hurting. Ooh, K down sig actually going to do it.
Wait a minute. All of a sudden, we're on last stock. So Merlin still has a chance. Of course, if anybody's hoping for him to keep him alive, you got Fred trying to hope for another one of the players to stay around. Fred trying to keep this going. Not able to get too much else. Neutralize going to go ahead and connect. Recovery comes through too.
The Qatars are doing Fred much more favors than they're doing Merlin right now. He has not been able to land a hit. Finally gets a trade hit only, but look at the damage he's taken in the last 3 or 4 interactions. My man has now got a lot to... Oh, my, never mind, nothing to make up. Get out of here.
Fred actually just does it. It's not like, right now, yeah, it's good. Yeah, did you condition that, Fred? No, I felt it. And at that point, it just kept working. Fred was able to build up that lead, especially in game 2, never relinquishing the lead. He was able to go ahead and keep himself alive as he continues on in this elimination side of bracket.
I just realized this guy is actually wearing Nike too, so but they both were just doing it for sure. He's got the swoosh on his chest, but I mean, look, that's a Fred came swooshing in right there. That was definitely the swoosh in on that
Hold
one.
that. All right, we're going to go ahead and hear from what the analysts think about that incredible lead that he was able to build.
We do love seeing the swoosh from Queen Nai, especially me. Queen Nai holds a special place in my heart. Zip, Flambo, what do you think of this Queen Nai pick from Fred?
I mean, I'm just saying, I heard TK say, no, that's one move I never like seeing. When I saw that N-Sig fly, that move never hits. And then what did we see? A slide charge N-Sig, right? So I'm just throwing it out there. Now, to be fair, TK did say it's one of the few times he likes seeing that move used in that specific scenario, because I have to agree, outside of that, sometimes it can get a little bit risky.
That is definitely a super cool move to see hit, right? Like, whenever you're watching, things change when you're a spectator and not a player. Because when you're playing the game and that move hits you, it is the most annoying thing in the world. But whenever you're watching and it lands, you're like, oh, yeah, that's sweet goodness. You know what I'm saying? Queen Nai being on that stage just now was amazing. And you saw Fredburger with the locks. He had the Samson locks. And I think the only way you're going to be able to stop him if you cut them bad boys off, because he's looking really, really good right now.
Well, we can definitely check out some of the highlights of that match to see why Fred was so successful.
Okay, and just like that, I mean, we saw a really decent string from Merlin, honestly. Tried to go for the read with that down sig on a Suri, and Fred was like, no, I'm just going to dodge out of that, and finds that down sig. And that's one of the things about Nai's sigs, right? I don't think anyone will tell you that Nai's sigs are bad. There we go, the swoosh that we were talking about a little bit earlier before, just so potent of a tool, hard to get around if you're not spacing proper, and it never hits, they say.
It never hits. The way he did that was actually clean. Leaked off the side with it, let it settle in a little, and then picked him up and pulled off. And then that one right there, that's the swoosh once again. I mean, that character sigs, there's no way you can hate on those.
Yeah, so let me talk about what everyone's seeing here, because this is the next match here.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yeah, yes, it is. It's Fiend versus Boomi, and yes, this is still in pools. Okay, this is still in pools here. Actually, let me double check real quick. But first, let's just look at the stats here. Zip, what do you make of this?
What I make of it, stats aside, this is kind of sad that they have to run into each other at this point in the bracket. Fiend or Boomi, one of them has to take the L this early on. Oh, so unfortunate going up that ladder, man. But we will talk about these stats. So we got 12 gold medals for Fiend. We have 11 for Boomi. Now, those are South American medals versus NA medals. Brackets are a little bit bigger in NA, but you can't sneeze at 12 of those bad boys, because we've seen over time, it's proven that those are strong players, and if they're getting golds over there, that matters.
Now, I want to quickly talk about the format here. So yes, technically we're still in pools, but these competitors are actually in the phase 2 portion of pools. So they're in winners quarters right now, and it's now a best of 5. All right, it's still double elimination, all right, in the phase 2 part of our singles tournament here, but now it is a best of 5. Oh, Flambo, what do you think? Will that change anything? Will that really help out the competitors here?
I mean, will it change anything? It's going to change everything. I've been waiting for this moment. Like, best of 3, that's cool. And I even had a little bit of a conversation earlier with Sparky where it's like, okay, sometimes you're sitting in this best of 3 scenario, and there are certain players that get a buff in scenarios like that. And I was saying that, like, I think Simple is a player who gets nerfed by something like that. I think Megdi is another kind of player who gets nerfed by best of 3, because I think they are players that do a really great job of exhausting their opponents throughout the span of a set. But now that we're in best of 5, I think those kinds of players are actually going to be really happy, and it also means that the players and the competitors get more of a chance to adapt.
Now, I wanted to get into predictions now, because these are 2 very, very well-known names, and of course, everyone knows I'm a Boomi believer, but Zip, how are you feeling? What's your prediction? What's the outcome here?
For the people, for the culture. Hey, look, Fiend.
Which one's which?
Fiend. Go talk to him.
Ooh.
Go talk to him, Fiend.
Okay.
Fiend, huh? I'm like,
Flambo?
Brother, listen. Y'all got a gun to my head right now. I don't know what the right thing to say is. Like, Fiend is like, if there's someone who makes hype plays, Fiend makes hype plays. But then if there's a player in NA that has some of the best clips ever, it's also going to be Boomi. I think I'm going to vote for Boomi here, mainly because I want to see both of these players make it further, and I actually think Fiend has a better chance of making a deep losers run than Boomi. So I want Boomi to win here.
Now look at the Twitch poll here. It's been going back and forth, but right now it's overall in favor for Boomi. But I still see that slider moving. I'm like, folks who are fans of the South American region, it's time to vote here. It's time to really give all your energy to Fiend, because this is going to be crazy. This is such a matchup that I feel like, wow, we're already hitting this. Well, you know, it's not tomorrow yet. You know, tomorrow is all the, you know, final stuff. We're still in pools.
Exactly. That's what's sad about them running into each other. That's what I was talking about. But, you know, you got the Fiend believers, the 42%. Then you got the pop culture, the followers, going for the 58%. That's what we're looking at here. This guy right here, which one do you think he is? Which one is this guy? I said Fiend. Which one is he?
Hashtag BCX 2022. Let us know.
Boom it up. Boom, 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 boom. We're going to go ahead and have one of the most explosive sets of the tournament so much sooner than I would have thought. But
yeah,
Boomi's going to come out on top. I mean, one of these guys uploads to YouTube on a frequent schedule, and I know that Boomi's been grinding. Not to say that Fiend hasn't been, but Boomi's been fighting some demons and coming out on top, so I think he got it.
Well, this match is ready to go, so TK, Ajax, take it away.
Man, it's kind of sad to see the Bucket Hat Brigade kind of broken up over this match, bro. Come on, man. Y'all supposed to be united in front, but it's all good. You know, it is an explosive match, as they said, and everyone loves it. We're back in it. It's best of 5 territory.
Bro, we're spoiled. We're actually extremely spoiled to be able to get this match right now, but it is also crazy how this is happening. This is just to continue throughout the winner's side of bracket. This isn't even top 8 yet, but these are people that if you told me we could be in grand finals against each other, I'd believe you. You got Vamo Brazil versus Boomi Believers coming up next. And also you got, of course, Charlie, who's sitting there probably popping off ready to go watching all this.
Yep.
I am super excited, but you got people who are watching from home, but there's a lot of South America here who are backing up Fiend too, so.
Obviously, I mean, it's BCX. They're going to show up in droves. And that's a good thing to see, man. You want to have the whole region being repped right here. Fiend, I think he actually had a pretty great showing at MSI too. So he's no stranger to doing well here in North America. But as we get to it, it's going to be Pearl, it's going to be Luke, aka Cross, and that's just, I mean, that's what we've been seeing here from Boomi. He is really, I mean, as long as he got the blasters, he's good. But the blasters have been popping off today. But are they going to pop off hard enough to beat Fiend? Immediately jumping in, getting the unarmed, and the blasters in hand.
Man, this one hurts. These are two of my favorite players to watch, period. We got to sit here, watch them take each other out, but it's going to be a high-level play for sure. Fiend, one of the biggest, pioneers of Spear for a long time before everybody started picking it up. But Boomi, one of the legends of blasters for so long, and he's already showing exactly why.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, his name is Boomi because his blasters was just a little louder. You know what I mean? The fire on that are just a little louder.
That base boost is up to 10, bro.
Oh, yeah. Don't get hit with a recovery. That's definitely gonna rattle your speakers. So either way, a pretty good start on both sides. Gets the stomp. Is that gonna be enough? Yes, it will. Doesn't even have to go all the way down there. Boomi, looking like he was gonna threaten it first, just in case. Stuck on the wall, but saw that Fiend was way too low. Doesn't overextend and mess that up. So got the blasters or the gauntlets in hand now. And I'm not to take anything away from his gauntlets. I mean, we know him as blasters Boomi, but he's usually pretty proficient with the second weapon too.
Yeah. Also, there was very minimal times where Fiend was consistently winning neutral while the blasters was out. He was spacing out the spear the whole time, and spear is a thing I am way more afraid of in Fiend's hands compared to having the bow. Not that the bow can't work, but that's the weapon we need to watch out for.
All right. I mean, obviously he has been doing quite a good job around it. Look at that great punish right here from Boomi one more time, but Fiend, trying to fight their way back into this game. It's looking a little rough. Not been able to catch that just yet. The side light to neutral save, but that has not been hitting.
Yeah, he's just trying to give him that space, trying to get a big punish. That's a few times he's gone for it, like you just said. It hasn't hit yet, but he's very commonly always looking for that. Doubling up on the Nair, gonna get caught by Nair himself. GCD light, neutral lights, gonna send him away in an attempt at a punish, but that's a double up into the Nair. Won't be enough just yet though, TK.
Not yet, but I also I have to give it up to Boomi's confidence of coming down and what could have been a recovery. Doesn't matter though, gets caught over the edge, and we are out of here. Pearl putting the work to Boomi right now. Let's see if he is able to get back into it. Didn't really have the blasters in hand for a while, so could that have been the issue?
I think it was, to be honest. I think that whole first stock was Boomi's because of the blasters. That follow-up with the gauntlets, he got the damage, but it still felt like he was playing scared the whole time.
Right.
Now we're back to the blasters, but Fiend has the bow in hand, so he can try and zone them back a little bit.
All right, Boomi got Fiend off on the side. Fiend managed to fight his way back into the stage. Now they both have their more ranged weapons. Big damage.
One good benefit to Fiend right now, too, is that if Fiend gets knocked out, he's going to start up the next round with the spear. He was able to prime it, so he's going to be in a really good position going into the next one. Boomi just trying to find a Sair or recovery, anything to find his knockout, but he cannot find it as that one finally hits.
Okay. The recovery was eaten, and you know Boomi was going to try to punish that right in the middle. The jukes!
Boomi remains one of the most difficult people to edgeguard in the history of Brawlhalla. It's actually insane, but he does finally fall, and Fiend was able to take it with a 2-stock here in game 1.
That's how you do it, bro. Send a message. That's, look, I know right now that Zip's sitting on that couch like, yeah,
Look at South America over there. They are popping off. They're watching their boy go. Wes already did a show earlier today. You already know you got plenty of them that are going to continue that. But right now, we got game 1. Yeah, wait to the crowd. Show your pride. You already know Fiend got game 1. But it's best of 5, TK.
It is best of 5. I mean, it is one game. Boomi has a lot of pockets as well. So if the cross stops working out, he wants another weapon, he can do that. And as I was saying, I was talking about the fact that, his gauntlets are not bad. I forgot that he was playing Petra for, a while, too. So, obviously, he did, have the gauntlet and the orb on deck. But I think Boomi is definitely back to his old ways with just blasters. So if we see any swap, it will be probably to another blaster character, maybe Diana.
Diana did come out at one point from recovery. He also has the Reno that can show up too, if he feels comfortable with that. But let's see if it works. We're going to Demon Island here for the second stage, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if this is the best idea because Fiend is so good on this stage.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Boomi, I feel like kind of needs those places to land. But it can be a little hard to land against Spear anyway because the recovery is so wide. So maybe that's his idea. He's like, I just don't even have to deal with that. It's whatever. However, I mean, Fiend is doing quite well at the edge. Oh, Boomi fighting his way back, though. Great neutral air to go ahead and stop. Did he fall out of that?
It kind of looked like it. Either that or he just missed by frames of getting caught. Well, he was able to drift away. Of course, that's kind of the hypno hit that everybody gets pulled into, but Boomi's going to go ahead and find that recovery to get the first stock.
Yeah, so Boomi's going to try to keep... Oh, never mind. Interesting that he decides to do that. Gets the first stock off all blasters, and then immediately cycles into the gauntlets. He's going to lose that stock, though, so that means the next thing, I think he...
my only assumption is he might have been trying to prime. Yeah, okay, yeah. I think he was just trying to prime to make sure he had blasters to start the next one, because last game, he had that gauntlet stock, and everything fell apart.
Yeah. I mean, he started this stock, but he could have got a little extra damage, though, if he was able to keep maybe one gauntlet in his hand. One blaster in his hand, or at least the blaster that he already had, but it's all good. I mean, you may not get any extra credit, but he is leading on this stock right now. Fiend looking for a couple swings. A little swing and a miss right here. Boomi, though, finding everything that he wants. Not going to get the stock right there.
Boomi looking way better here, making an attempt, but not going to get anything out of that. But still, he's pretty much in recovery ranges, doubling up. Fiend going to get a punish, but not in the damage ranges just yet. Plus, the Demon Island going to take a bit. But there we go again. That high blast on Fiend chasing him all the way to this guy. That's a heavy punish, but no weapon was in hand. Actually, never mind. Full charge still takes it out.
Yeah, I mean, that was nice. Yeah, not to just throw it immediately. I mean, I'm not sure if he was going to get the stock just like that, but get a little charge because Fiend just decided to hold it, and even though, Boomi's on the other side. If he was in front of him, would have understood. But Boomi's on the other side, got a little charge himself, and now we are here. 1-1 left on the stocks.
I think this is exactly the story we expected.
Oh,
this should be going down to last stock, last hit type situation every single game. Looking to attempt on another dare. Boomi is looking so much better here in game 2 because of his commitment to the blaster swipe. I'm still curious if he might maybe switch later, that or he just prefers Cross's blaster kit overall.
Yeah. I have to give him spacing on both those. We'll try to get the pivot right there. Oh, his F tilt or his side, his side light's F tilt. Side light is definitely hitting the spacing that he's getting on that is pretty insane.
They're teleporting to a different timeline right now, man.
Yeah.
You gotta bring it back.
Gotta be all over the place.
But Fiend, of course, you can never count him out, quite literally. But then again, you can count him out if you wish like that. D-Light into recovery is gonna go ahead and take him out, and that evens the game, or the set count up 1 apiece. Reminder once again, crowd, this is a best of 5. We have moved into best of 5 territory. So if you're a Boomi believer, or if you're rooting for South America, you still got plenty of time to see one of your favorite players make that adjustment.
Yeah, man. Boomi was controlling the ground too well there at the end, though. I mean, almost all of his lights were hitting down light, side light. Yep. He ran directly into a neutral light, actually. So, yeah, good stuff to Boomi actually controlling the ground this time around, keeping the blasters in hand as well. Blasters, obviously, the success story for his gameplay. So let's see if he's able to do that again. He's got jockeying for position, and Fiend expecting Boomi to swing, does not do such, so he gets first weapon, but it happens to be the gauntlets. See if he can make something happen with that again. Don't sleep on the gauntlets. It's just, we know him for his blast.
Yeah, you gotta find a way to amp it up because you were able to get the dub last game, but it's only gonna last so long before Fiend starts to adjust around the blaster. So you're gonna need your second weapon to work. You can't be a one-trick pony against someone the caliber of Fiend. But Boomi is making it work as we talk about it. Weapon toss out. That might be enough. Schwerpy's come through. He's not gonna find it as the grab pound comes through, and Boomi with a dominant start.
That is how you do it. Liking that, man. Slid off with the sig, and then that was all the pressure he needed after it. Send him so far away, it was like nothing but, yeah, you're not making it back. And Boomi, I mean, opting to keep the gauntlets going, but I think maybe he's playing off momentum right now. He's seeing that the gauntlets are doing what they need to do. The gauntlets are gauntleting right now, and he's feeling it. So
they're throwing hands and they're all landing, and you got to play the hot hand sometimes. If it's working now, which is what we've been waiting to see, you're in a good spot. Fiend is the one who now needs to make the adjustments, and the bow amongst Fiend actually hasn't been that strong so far outside of a few punishes.
Yeah, I think, you know, he's got a stock with it as well too, but as of right now, I do think if he's not on the spear, it just has not been looking that great for him. He's throwing out a lot of sigs. He's back onto the spear though, so it's going to look a little better for him potentially. Still has to get the stock off of Boomi though.
Yeah, actually
putting the work on him right now.
Just taking a reference point back to the last match too, the difference of damage is crazy. Blasters were 497 compared to the 13 done on gauntlets for Boomi, but for Fiend, it was only 96 damage done on the bow overall. So you need to make that work, as the spear does finally find the ground pound, but he took so much damage before he's finally able to get it.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's going to have to try to go for a pretty clean weapon start, but almost had the shot lined up. You know, the weapon did spawn right in the middle. It looked like Boomi was trying to go for it, but he waited out. Boomi back with the blasters now, though, so he's probably a little scary, but I am wondering if he's going to decide if he does get the stock off the blasters to go back to the gauntlets. I do think his gauntlets are looking pretty good in this game in particular.
Yeah, I think he's in one of those prime positions where he can afford to kind of figure it out as he goes through, because he's got a big lead. He's also just kind of platform camping. It's like, Fiend, you got to come to me. Like, and if the moment you make a mistake, I'm going to catch you with a dare. But Fiend is actually chasing him exactly like he asked, and he is now almost evened this up.
Okay. Shots, nope, no one there. Now Boomi. Okay, just finds it with the neutral light. Dashing it on Fiend, probably not expecting to go for that. I mean, right at the edge, a lot of people, you know, not going to be that quick to the approach. But Boomi said, nah, I think you're scared, and I'm just going to go ahead and do it. And he was correct.
Yep. Positive outcome for Fiend in the fact that he got him all the way into the red before he fell, because previously he was in the yellow and pretty unscathed, kind of avoiding him the whole time. And Boomi trying to take a very similar approach to that now, TK, where he's like, okay, I rushed in way too much towards the end. It was not worth it.
Oh. Okay, just got the gauntlets in hand, but might actually get sent out of here. Oh, wait. No, not the turnaround. Just decided to go to the other side, though. And Boomi not going to be able to get over there in time. Wall slip. Watch yourself. Thrown right back off stage. Hold up.
Oh, that's a lot of resources burned. You got to figure out how you land safely. He goes to the platform, able to avoid him. And that's another... He's connecting a whole lot on these, and recovery still won't be enough.
I mean, Boomi, you're definitely finding every connection you need. Down light and to the side. Light all hitting, but is going to get hit by that side air right there. Now Boomi has put a good amount of damage here on the Fiend.
He's got to keep that lead if he wants to go ahead up 2-1. Last stock, Fiend was able to get back in quickly. We've seen Fiend do it before. He uses these platforms to soft reset, D-Light into DC D-Light to get massive combo damage. I don't think you want to fight near that right now, but their recovery is going to be enough as Boomi moves up 2-1 in the set count, making himself that much closer to moving forward in winners.
Yeah, for a second, I was not sure if he was going to be able to get that one because, yeah, Fiend was, he got about 6 or 7 hits unanswered, but Boomi found the one hit and he turned that into a stock. So, you know, even if he took a little bit of damage there, still was able to close that one out. What was that, 530 to?
Yeah, it was 530 to 498.
Okay.
And for Fiend, that game went way more even. You got 267 on the spear, 218 on the bow, and only 126 on the blasters for Boomi. So Boomi, that game, figuring out how to make the gauntlets work way better. He was using it to space more often and letting the gauntlets do the job. He was able to seal the deal. But now Fiend has kind of got that all-around kick going. And you were saying it at the end. He got 6-ish hits in a row uncontested. Finally made a mistake, but he was already at KO percentages for it. That means he might be feeling pretty good going into Game 4 because we do still have time. And you can see Boomi is stressed over there. He's trying to keep composed because this is a very tough match right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, he's now, you know, on the back foot. He might actually end up hitting the loot side of things if he's not able to pull this back, but he does pull out the Hattori, another very popular pick in current meta.
It's what we've known Fiend for so long. This is what caught my eye and becoming a fan of Fiend in the first place was how
clean the Hattori is and how absurdly quick he is to rush you down because of Hattori's speed. He doesn't let you feel comfortable ever when you're off stage, and I think that could be a big difference. I think maybe he didn't have that burst speed he was looking for to try and rush down Boomi. Gonna go away from defense, instead just try and overwhelm you.
Oh yeah. So we're gonna see how this one goes. If he is able to rush down Boomi. I mean, Boomi is kind of like the rush down too, so this may just be a straight up scrap.
I'm looking forward to it. I want to see all hands on deck. Everybody's, I mean, there we go, immediately swinging. But we'll see if the Hattori pick, the old classic, does come out and get the job done.
Boomi jockeying for position right now. Fiend, do like the way he uses these neutral layers too, man. Always kind of control a lot of space with that neutral layer. Honestly, one of my favorite moves in the game. But here it is. A lot of good damage right there. That's the thing about Gauntlets, though. They can definitely string some hits together. Y'all be learning that soon when we get trials in this game. Y'all be learning that real soon.
Y'all asking for it. Y'all got it now, and it's Boomi putting on a showcase of how you need to do it. But D-Light Sair coming through for Fiend. Fiend not really. Wow, never mind, getting caught. Had complete control. Weapon toss up to it, jumped right into it. That was so early too. Just completely didn't notice that coming.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he might have dodged into it, to be completely honest, too. Like, just my man Boomi with the radar, the lock on right there. Target lock to you are gone. Gets that first stock. That's not going to be enough, but it's going to be some good damage at the very least. Getting the 2 down lights is going to be nice. And into the Sair. Not going to try to go off there and challenge that yet, but does Pogo. Hold on.
You got to be very careful about how you try to approach Boomi here. Boomi is extremely good in those situations. He did get caught by one there, won't get caught by another, but D-Light recovery range is Sair not going to be enough just yet.
Oh,
you are crazy.
Oh,
Boomi, you are actually crazy for that.
Oh.
You literally went on top of Boomi in that position. Oh my goodness. Fiend is braver than many other people.
Yeah, both of them actually going for some pretty risky plays right there. Fiend even trying to challenge that. Boomi going for the double neutral layer to try to get himself a chase dodge in, but Fiend kind of recognized it, was like, all right, let me step back. You know, you're not going to be able to grab me and get, you know, advantage. So now, even game here for the 4th. But Fiend needs to be able to pull this one out if he wants a chance of staying in the winner's bracket.
This time, trying to keep himself going. But like you said, very, very close game right now. Getting himself that D-Light there and see if he can build up. Still has the sword in hand, so that Sair won't be enough just yet. Does he get him on the high recovery? Good space. That was perfect spacing for Fiend to get away from that Sair.
Absolutely. Oh! All right, trying to fight his way back up. Boomi using a lot of resources off here, but Fiend not going to go for the challenge. It's sometimes kind of hard to challenge that that recovery from the blasters, though. So hits pretty high up, and then also those multi-hits, if you just miss space either too close or too far, you might end up getting hit. So
he also got hit earlier by Boomi, just like hovering above the ledge and just challenging him, not expecting him to do that. Boomi, however, gets into. Oh, just missed that. That's still not enough. They're both refusing to relinquish the second stock.
That was a very sneaky way to get to that nair, though, from Boomi. Just like, you know, just grab that weapon into the nair and almost turn that into a stock. But I was like the same frame, grab the weapon, same frame, hit the button. Like,
yeah. And you the awareness you need to have to be able to do that in a situation like that. All right, I'm sorry. Neutralize still not even knocking out just yet. Both of them are refusing to go. No volley off the wall. Boomi, oh no! Boomi ends up making a mistake, and a rare mistake at that. So, hey, you take those if you're Fiend.
Yeah. And I mean, look, Fiend is hurting though, so I mean, how long will he be able to win? I mean, I know he wants to try to keep some type of lead going for him. Boom! Not going to be able to keep him for too long. As I said, man, the base on that recovery just a little louder than usual. So, my man Boomi back into the game, but Fiend, and by no means out of it. You know, he got a slight lead here. See if he can turn that into a bigger lead. Only one finding hits right now.
You talk about Boomi's like hits being a little bit louder than everyone else. He's been sending a loud message to everybody all weekend, sitting on the winner's side over in 2s, trying to keep himself on winner's side here with this game 4 lead up 2-1. Fiend fighting as hard as possible to keep himself from getting knocked into elimination bracket.
Boomi again with the side lights, really showing you, I got the spacing on deck. A lot of dash inside lights hitting. Not going to go for it this time. And now he's already back into the game.
Yeah, these GCD light stairs are finding their mark repeatedly. He's spacing around Fiend so low, and there's yet another recovery. Like, you can't challenge it. That might be enough as he gets the dub. He takes it out 3-1, sending one of the favorites of the bracket right down to the elimination side. But if you told me as well, if you picked Boomi on this, I would absolutely believe in you too, because these were 2 extremely strong competitors fighting it out just to continue through the early phases of pools here in winner's side of bracket.
Yeah, man, the 3-1, I mean, he may not fully tell the story, but yeah, Boomi, I mean, actually started this off getting 2 stocks himself.
Yeah,
and then
true.
Turned this thing all the way back around. Had a pretty close Pretty close game, all things considered. But we can go ahead and break that down with the analysts on the other side of things. Guys, how you guys feeling about that last match?
Oh my gosh, we were just sitting here like talking about it, enjoying it, because wow, Fiend versus Boomi. I mean, that comeback. And Flambo, you were literally saying how best of 5 really do be changing things a little bit here.
Oh man, that match was so exciting to watch. I mean, Boomi and Fiend just absolutely 2 trucks, just head-on collision, and Boomi comes out on top. Happy that my prediction is not in shambles. Zip, you're gonna have to hold the L on that one. But I mean, it was fantastic. There's so much I'd love to talk about in that match. But Zip, let me hear you get a word in first.
That was a great set. That's probably the best set of the weekend, 2s or not, right? 2s or 1s. That was the best set of the weekend. But Boomi, what did TK say? Boomi's blasters but bang harder, right? You'll rattle your speakers, but boy, those gauntlets were beaten. I'm telling you right now, that was the turnaround in game number 2 when he started to put those combos in, and then in game number 3 when he got that early stock with those bad boys, that was the answer to the set. Then he was able to relax and go back to the blasters for game number 4.
Okay, and Flambo, you said you had more that you want to talk about. That we can definitely get into that and look at some of the highlights too to kind of help with the incredible play that these 2 players did.
So one of the things that I noticed earlier on in the set is that Boomi had a habit of dodging up after Spear's sidelight, and we actually saw Fiend punch that with a Mammoth Animal Companion neutral sig multiple times throughout those first couple matches. Now I think Boomi finally got a hint a little bit later, because as we saw in game 4, that was not an issue we had to deal with. On the other side of things though, Fiend did swap characters over to the Hattori. I do think that may have been the pick that, had he started with that character, maybe could have led to a different outcome in the set, but Boomi was just playing so immaculately. And the one other thing I'd like to highlight is that he uses his health as a resource so perfectly. He always manages to get a lead. He's in the white, and then up until from white to about like the early orange, he'll just throw out Blaster's D-Light, because he's like, well, you know what? It doesn't matter, because if I get hit, I still have more to use it. So, but if I do get the hit, that means I get the stock. So Boomi is just doing all the mental math. It's awesome.
Yeah, I love seeing, I love seeing both of these players play. Like, I am actually really excited that Boomi gets to go on the upper side. But man, everyone at home knows this. Like, Fiend is just a fan. It's your heart. Your heart says one thing, your brain says another. But it's not over for Fiend yet. He's just going to have to make a little bit of a run on the elimination side. But I want to even talk further about that last match, because it's so crazy to see that we're already seeing a match like that in our pools. Remy, please help break it down for me. How did Boomi succeed so well?
Sheepy, I've got you. If Fiend is a fan favorite, Boomi is a household name. He's looking incredible today. The blasters started off a bit rough. Fiend had that first game. He looked really good doing it, and Boomi had to resort to more of a pokey, one hit, one interaction style with the blaster. You can see he goes for the sidelight and kind of disengages, goes for the sidelights there. Once again, gives Fiend all the room in the world. He wasn't really feeling the blasters throughout the set, and you could really tell. Throughout the time, though, he kind of adapted that cross pick. You know, every Legend Brawl comes with 2 weapons, and his gauntlets were amazing. Let's look at this play right here. On the opening of the second game, on the opening of the third game, he got a beautiful sidelight snare into the side there, and it's that dash side stick, that's cross signature kit that really shows Boomi is capable of mastering his characters. He's gone through a lot of Legends, and he's made sure he knows how to use the signatures on all of them. Beautiful side stick coming out here, and he makes sure to go even further with the weapon throw, and then the down like ground pound to confirm. He's playing absolutely astronomical, and it continues on through here again with the beautiful gauntlet gameplay. Fiend goes for the wake up, and Boomi is there to punish. But it plays on the gauntlets the entire time, even on the Hattori switch. You can see there, goes for the recovery, and it's really interesting because Fiend opts out to not dodge there. You can see he goes for the dodge on the after effect. He actually just saves it, goes down here after the fact, goes for the dodge, and then Boomi tracks it, follows it down. If you're not going to use your dodge the first time, then I'm just going to read it the second time. I've still got that hit stun on you, and I'm going to take full advantage of it. Boomi, he knows it. He does it really well. Boomi, you guys know he's from Chicago, right? He's very good with it. Gets the N-Sig, and then just like Michael Jordan on the Bulls, the weapon throw is spot on. He is amazing with it. Hometown hero. Boomi is, he's going to go far in this tournament. I can feel it, unless I just cursed him, in which case I'm sorry. He goes for the first D-Light. He gets the second D-Light. And D-Light, D-Light, it's been a delight. Goodbye, Fiend, downlight recovery. That's all. That's all it is. Boomi's really amazing. I'm going to send him back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Remy, for that insight. But we got to jump right into the next match because it's not over yet. We got another EU versus NA matchup right here. It's West versus Cody Travis. Let's talk about predictions really quickly about these two. Zip, tell me about it.
Okay, so we just saw Boomi with the blasters. And Cody Travis, oh my goodness. We're talking about blasters. Wait, whoa, take a look at the pole. What?
Pole.
What?
Wow.
I mean, we did see Wes swagging out earlier, going crazy. So, I mean, if he can pull out some of that stuff and get into the mental of Cody, then we can see something like what they're voting on down there. But Cody Travis, you cannot count this guy out. He literally is a champion. Was he last year's champion? I mean, I don't know. For me, this is a toss-up. I don't know.
No, I have to agree with you to some extent, right? Like, I remember when Medvedev Barraza came out, everyone was like, this is the Cody Travis skin. You know, like, this is Medvedev Cody. And, like, I expect to see great things from Cody, but I also can understand why the people might say, I think Wes is going to win this one. Because if you look at, like, more recent results, Cody kind of took a back seat for a little bit. There was a while where Cody was like always going to be in that top 3 area, and then he like took a little bit of a pause, but Wes never really stopped. And the kind of plays we see from a player like Wes are phenomenal. I will not be surprised if Wes is able to come out on top.
And I want to also mention, like, what you were saying, how consistent Wes has been in his placements here. I mean, Autumn Champs 5th, Summer Champs 4th, and then you can go all the way down. I mean, he did win Winter Champs. He was 1st place, Spring Champs, 2nd place. I mean, he's consistently up there. And so who knows how this is going to turn out. Maybe Twitch chat is actually correct. I mean, I don't even know who to pick. I love seeing Cody play, but Wes has been doing fantastic, and I love seeing him just rise above in a competition just like this. TK, Ajax, tell me about this. Break it down.
Well, I mean, we got last year's champ like Zip was just talking about with Cody Travis, but this whole weekend is Vamos Brasil, as everybody has been out here rooting for South America. And to be fair also, Wes has the best clip of the weekend so far. So you have to be looking at the confidence that he has right now, the way he's been playing, and the dominant performances he's been having with this Orion. But it is still the legend of Cody Travis. You cannot count him out.
I mean, I think, honestly, whenever I see Wes and Fiend, like, if I see those names, I'm already like, all right, bro, be on notice now. Yeah, unfortunately, Fiend had to go up against Boomi, but Wes here on the other side of things, going against Cody Travis, who, I mean, weirdly enough, I feel like you're getting kind of slept on right now. Man, won last year, and they're like, nah, that's not real. Like, what's going on?
Actual fake, bro. You can't prove it. But the thing is, I think it's because of that break that Cody had for a few events. You know, the last one he really competed in was mid-season, and that's it. He didn't compete in summers, he didn't compete in autumns, so you feel some type of way, but right now Cody feeling some type of way as he starts the game off with a dominant first stock.
No wasted time here on the side of Cody, man. He said, I am coming for the W's. Y'all gonna remember my name. Y'all gonna remember both my names. Cody Travis, the man with 2 first names, said this could be the last thing you remember in winners, though, I'll tell you that. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. But if he can make it happen, maybe not, Wes. Oh no, Wes, that was another ground pound. It was free.
I was very surprised. Maybe he was looking into like the idea of like, you're a good player, so you have to be going the other way, right? No, instead Cody just went right through it. And Wes, of course, being one of the staples of lanes for so long, but the spear. You have to watch out for how dangerous South American players are with that spear. Wes, even with this big lead, you cannot count him out. A spear decent coming through, but it's Barraza, so he didn't really get too far just yet.
Yeah, but I also like that Cody ducked under that weapon toss, was able to juke that, but unfortunately not able to juke the onslaught of pressure that Wes was able to put out on that stage. So Disc does find the down light into the ground pound for the stock. And now Wes trying to get back into this game, getting a couple hits here and there, but Cody Travis kind of back on the blasters now. I mean, Cody Travis, another character, person who I kind of remember for the blasters, but I will say his axe has been looking better and better every time I've seen it.
100%. I don't even lie, TK. As I look at this damage too, this is one of those times, like, even when it was at, like, bare yellow, I called it even because of that. Like, you can't count out Wes. Thank you for proving the point as it happened, because Wes is so good at just kind of playing around your win condition. He knows what you're hunting for, and he will make you pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you're seeing develop here. Wes has been on this stock And this, this damage for quite some time. I don't think he really got hit.
It's been a while.
That he was, finally got hit by that neutral light, and a side air is going to take it. So Cody not letting this game escape him yet, but I know it's getting a little scary for him.
Nah, this is definitely one of the quickest trips to last stock we've seen. Even with that delay that West took to lose that one, both of them just putting on so much damage so much fast. These two characters having, of course, that really quick damage output. Cody trying to box him out with the axe. I think you're kind of right. I feel like the blasters, they work, but the burst range of what West has, he's kind of being more inclined to go with the heavier damage he gets on the axe.
Yeah, I mean, West is doing a lot of baiting in here too, man. I've seen a lot of dash back, neutral lights, because Cody keeps trying to come down with the down air. Like, he just wants to get his offense started, but it's not happening. So it's going to swap back over to the blasters. Isn't going to help. Does get a down light side air, keeping it simple.
We'll find out if it works out. Of course, oh my God, he is chasing them. He is chasing. Where are you going to land? I'm going to find you. I'm surprised West didn't use a single nair, though. I think he's trying to get data, but the only data he's collecting right now is a bunch of these shots to the face. He's getting caught repeatedly by these nairs. Oh my goodness. West was playing from behind most of that game, and it doesn't matter because West don't care. He knows if he's still got a stock, he's still in it.
I mean, look at him, stoic, posed. My man said, bro, it's nothing but business here. So Cody Travis is going to have to figure out another way to victory because, I mean, he was figured out halfway through that match.
You know what scares me about that too? With Vecina, with DB, everybody's been super loud and passionate, right? Like when they won, it's like they're letting you know, like, yo, you're free. I'm taking you out. But West is winning. It's like, it's just this another day at the office. Like, I got nothing to get excited about because I was always going to win. Yeah.
That man straight face, like, he's Hitman out here, bro. Like, he's cold,
Agent
calculated.
47. Yeah. Actually chilling. But, what do you think Cody needs to do to try and, like, because he started off so hot, but, like, he wasn't able to really answer back because West just kept pressuring him so hard.
I think genuinely Cody just needs to find a way to get back in advantage state more because, like, he's simply just getting whiff punished, like, almost the entire time. Like, this is what's happening most of the time because he's not able to put the pressure on and force West to, like, actually have to move in a certain way. Yeah. West is allowed to just freely do what he wants. Does actually start this stock off well, but again, started last game off well too. And it's like West just needs a little time to adjust potentially, or Cody has maybe figured out his keys to victory.
Yeah, let's see if he can replicate that. His reward on hit needs to be very high. But West catching him, making him burn many resources. He thinking he would go down to the left. Doesn't matter. Good dip below though from Cody, but he still got clobbered.
Okay, still, that's how you do off the wall too, man. He's nice with it.
He's disgusting. Like, option coverage, the minigame is West. Everything you choose is wrong. And you start to feel worse about all of your defensive choices, and then you're staring at a charged recovery or something from Lance come game 3.
Oh yeah, and I mean, like, the way that he's been able to, like, pretty much not allow any leads to really matter, man. He said there's no such thing as a lead when I'm playing, you know? He said, I'm down to 1 stock and you still got 3 and I still might win this game.
That's cute. You go ahead and feel comfortable with that for a second. I'll be back. But right now, West, like, he is that comeback kid. He's taking a lot of damage. Well, Cody needs to find a way to close it out, but his damage output from Orion, man, is just always in his face.
That was absolutely I feel like he went up 4 colors like that. In 3 hits. Well, 4 hits actually to take the stock right there. Very, very high up neutral sig is going to do it. I mean, in the angle that sends is just wonderful for, finishing off the top.
Something made clear, too, that's so frightening is that's Barraza. He's taking out Barraza in, like, 5-hit strings. Yep. That's not normal. So what do you do as Cody? You need to find a way to close this out. Looking for a dare, not going to be able to find it.
All right, Cody, throw that away immediately. So hopefully finds a weapon soon enough. Yep, back onto the axe. Not, again, that's what I'm saying. Look at him, getting whiff punish more times than not. Does find the neutral light from the middle of the stage, though, or left middle of the stage. Going to the right, not going to get that stock yet. But he has to, there it is. That should be able to get the stock, yes, sir. And that's exactly, I feel like that's what's been happening to him, and so he's able to, like, kind of take a page from Wes's book. Like, let me get this bait going and get the hard hit here.
You already know, once you get to this point, it becomes that. You can't just go for the straight-up normal option. You can't attack where they're going. You have to attack where they're going to be, and you have to scare them. West, go ahead and get himself that side air will not be enough. Going all the way out there with the weapon sauce, trying to find him as he comes back in. Gonna neutral dodge, not really able to get too much, but this advantage continues.
Yeah, I mean, I like what he tried to do there, though. You know, still put a hitbox out with that, with that recovery, but it does not matter, man. West, another dominant stop, man. He's just able to do, he does that. He's like that. That's what that's a man who's like that right there. Like, he has no faith.
He is him. He is him. Like, last game, I also took a quick look, by the way. I didn't realize it was actually even damage on both sides. So it was 506, 506. But once again, West putting up 500 on the board. And he did, even with that same start where Cody
was able to kind of just blitz a stock down and keep things going. He couldn't replicate that. So maybe Cody's game plan now with the switch over to Brawlhaven is I'm just going to keep trying to blitz these stocks down as quick as possible, because that's the only way I've been able to get success so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's probably the best he can do. I mean, Cody has to kind of pedal to the metal right now, because you're already down 2-0, and it feels like Fiend just will not allow you to really get a solid lead ever. Like, you may get the stock for sure, and that's wonderful, but Fiend's, that's cute.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's a
You thought you was gonna win, but that's how he's playing.
You would have thought, but I mean, Cody, again, he sports that championship last year for good reason. He hasn't been able to have that same success necessarily throughout the whole year, but you can never count him out, as once again, he has gotten the first strike. He has to find a way to keep the lead now.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, how can you stop what's been happening in the last 2 games to happen right now? Get a couple extra hits. Hasn't been able to find it yet. Okay, does at least walk away from that, but really only in the yellow so far.
I feel like almost the smarter play was just to let Wes get the first one, because maybe that'll change things up. It's like, all right, like every time I've gotten the first, I've been demolished afterwards. But he is getting way more with punishes.
Yes, sir.
Recovery will find it though.
I think this is a good amount of damage he was able to get before he lost that stock. I mean, you got him into the orange, so hopefully this is going to turn into potentially a Cody win. Now, he does take it to small Brawlhaven, so he has to watch out on the sides as well, man.
Yep.
I mean, you've seen the power of those Lance
Yeah, bro, not even just the SIGs, bro. 2 Lance Sarah reads and GG.
Yeah.
Like, so Cody is at least chasing much harder. Wow, burning all resources to try and trip him up on landing. I at least like the idea in the mix-up.
And that should be enough. Yep, that blast zone is literally right there. So, like, as soon as you're off the screen, you're in the blast zone. So
there is actually no magnifying glass. Yeah. But Cody, trying to see if he can continue to see this victory ahead of him right now. But Wes has played phenomenally every single time he's been behind, and so far I'm inclined to believe it's still going to be a very similar situation.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of resources here from Cody. Oh, and that worked out. He's able to touch the bottom wall, too. Covers his head with the axe. And, well, he doesn't have a weapon now, but at least he's living on the same stock.
That weapon, I want a best friend like that axe, bro. Like, he was right there with him, but that Sand's going to come through, and only a little bit of damage put on the West. West trying to get a 3-0 victory right now to continue in winner's side.
All right. That's okay. Jab, jab. Okay.
Oh, wow. Oh, no.
Not the 6-piece.
No. Oh, no. That's the only time you don't want the extra 2s. Like, I only got 4. Like, no, you got, here you go, have a few more. Well,
actually, yeah, no, he gave him 2, 3.
Oh my God!
So quick, you weren't ready. I wasn't ready. No one was ready for Wes.
Look at him, look at him, look at him. No emotion. What's ours? Like, yeah, this was how it was always going to happen. This is how it was always going to go
take a
down.
nap after this. Like,
yo, who's next? How many more games until I win the whole thing?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, like 8? All right, cool. I'll be back. I'm going to go get some lunch. Wes is all about business. Nothing worked for Cody. He would start off the lead so strong, and we got to hear from the analysts to break down exactly how ridiculous that control was.
Wes was in total control here, and Zip was literally talking to me about this, how you can, I'll let you tell the story about how you literally talked to Wes, like, hey, how you doing?
Oh, yeah, I saw Wes last night in the lobby of the hotel, and I said, hey, man, you ready to sauce tomorrow? And his response was, I'm ready to win.
And he is definitely ready. I mean, he is all business, 3-0. I mean, Flambo, tell me about just that domination with Orion. Oh my gosh.
Well, so, okay, right, we just watched Fiend and Boomi go at it, and right, NA had to get one, so we gotta let SA get one as well, right? Wes saying, all right, I'll pick this one up so we can kind of keep things even, keep it going on opposite sides of the bracket, you know, nice and healthy. But I gotta say, like, Wes, I don't understand. Like, it's the South American confidence. Like, I feel like most Rocket Lance players just don't go for ground pound like that. You know what I mean? Usually it's a pretty laggy move. They're always scared about whether or not it's going to hit. So they're like, I'm going to be a little bit more reserved. But Wes is like, bang, bang, jump, ground pound. Like, there's no hesitation. And that's what catches the players off guard. Like, someone as amazing as Cody Travis still getting caught.
And I love seeing, like, just that's the control that was mentioned. That is the control and confidence. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights of that last match, though. Zip, tell me about this. I mean,
well, you see him right here. You see Cody Travis. He's got the blasters, but welcome to the Wild Wild West. You understand what I'm saying? Slide off of there, caught him clean with the neutral signature.
Yeah, I think for most people they were thinking, oh, that's probably going the other direction, but he went for the reverse, and that totally caught Cody slipping. And just the spacing on so many of these Sayers with the Rocket Lance as well. Like, there were so many times where he was just smothering Cody Travis, and Cody would retaliate, maybe get 1 or 2 hits. And then, what? Did you see that spacing, by the way? That stutter step? Like, what?
Yes, the spacing is so good. And his pressure, man. Okay, I'm going to come over there and talk to you right quick. Pull out the flag for the people. It's like, what I was saying to you earlier, look at the pressure that he's applying to him. When he caught him slipping without a weapon, it was pressure, pressure, toss my weapon at you, get another one, I'm already back on you, and he never stopped. He was relentless.
I know, and it's awesome, especially in like a pressure kind of situation like this. Like, a lot is on the line. I mean, yes, technically speaking, you know, it's not over for Cody Travis yet. He's got to make an elimination run now, but nobody want to be down there.
Yeah.
No.
Nobody want to be down there.
Pools, by the way.
I know, and we're still in pools.
Oh,
We're totally
man.
still in pools. That's the thing. So we do got to take one very short, quick break before we jump into the next match, which I'll hint real quick. It's going to be Radish versus Blaze. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back real soon. Welcome back to the Brawlhalla World Championship here in Atlanta, Georgia at the Cobb Galleria. We are live and the action is literally heating up now as we go into phase 2 of our pools. And we are now seeing best of 5s. It's really getting heated up now. I want to talk and get into that next match, Radish versus Blaze. Zip, Tell me how you feel about this.
I mean, looking at it, I just had a little conversation with Flambeau here. He was breaking it down to me why Radish is going to dominate, and Radish has had a great showing for the past, 6 months at this point?
Yeah.
And, I mean, so that makes sense to me, but y'all already know I don't listen to logic. I go for the underdog, and if he says he's going to win, I'm going for Blaze, man. That's what I think is going to happen here. I mean, I don't know what to say about Blaze. I just think Blaze is a great player. He did good in 2v2s yesterday, and I'm here for it. I mean, he has 3 bronze medals. He's got 17 top 8 placements, and he has a top 37, top 32, 37 times. Look at the bread skis that he's made so far. You feel what I'm saying?
That's a lot of bread.
Yeah, I mean, Radish has a dub under the belt. That's something that Blaze does not have, I understand.
Pretty important if you ask me.
Pretty important if you ask me. Look, some people think that the money's more important, but you are correct. I'm with you. The dub is more important.
All right, well, let's put it this way, right? So Radish may not have made as much money as Blaze has in this arena, but one thing that Radish has done is end up in that echelon of player later. You know what I mean? Like, Acno, Blaze, they had their run. They were going together doing the twos thing. Blaze was also pretty solid in the singles category as well, but I'd say Acno was kind of a little bit more revered there. But Radish, on the other hand, only just recently kind of started getting those placements. And if that's anything to me, one, I'll say for a while that NA was largely considered by large and far a stronger region than EU for a little bit. Then I think EU started fighting back. But I think Radish coming up in this era of player means that this is going to be a wash. Radish got this.
I mean, I think Twitch chat feels the same way. I mean, look at this poll here. It was originally at 80%, just went down just to 78, but that is still an alarming amount there. The next match is ready though, so Radish versus Blaze. TK Ajax, break it down for us.
Man, this guy Flambeau is a true American to the very end, man. He said he's all the way up to the complete denial. People are losing on the NA side. He's like, that's not a real loss. But you know what? I'm a Radish fan as well, too, man. I mean, when I think of Gauntlets, I usually think of him and Godly first, right? I mean, there's a lot of great Gauntlet players out there, but I know Radish and Godly have been the people who have impressed me the most lately. Yeah. Here on the other side of things, Blaze, storied player, known him for a while. So let's go ahead and see how this one plays out. We got 2 pairs of Gauntlets here and 2 crossovers, 2 big shouts to that. But we have the Petra out and we have the Rayman out.
Now, I won't lie. I have always been impressed by watching how strong Blaze has been as a player when he's on the last person on the teams with Acno to make the 2v1 comebacks. But I am a massive Radish fan who is our recent summer champ and continues to improve. He is a very young kid with a lot of a big bright future, and I don't mean to join in on the everybody picking Radish here, but he's proven it lately, and a big reason why, of course, that Petra just constantly putting in that work.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I feel like if Radish had this much time as Blaze, he probably would have the same looking results right now. But Radish, you know, relatively on the newer side of things, while Blaze, as I said, been around for quite some time. Also, big shout outs to the Garden Sweat, you know, one of my favorite characters from 2 different games now, but yeah. Here we go.
Usually always going with the Street Fighter characters, but here with the Garnet, still putting hands out there and going blow for blow. Blaze had a couple opportunities to potentially find a nair, get a drag down off the stage, but Radish snuck around it multiple times. Of course, you always have to be worried about Dawson and that knockout potential, so you have to be very careful, even at these ranges, of potentially getting sent off stage and having them slide right in and catching you off guard.
Yeah, I mean, Radish definitely not looking at him, not giving him no space. Where are you going? Absolutely nowhere. That's what we love to see. Radish still finally taking a hit here. Is off the oh, okay, good weapon toss. Like, you know what? I don't have any other options but this one.
Yeah. Gonna go ahead, try and find him with his maybe. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, hover below. But Radish does the same thing. He does the same thing with Petra, just angled down, boom. But we're gonna see the first one go away from for Blaze as he strikes back.
Yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, both these players have a great down stage to go over the edge and just kind of threaten that area. Yeah, got the big rocket gauntlets down, and of course the Yoga Fire. So, ooh, turn around with the recovery. Not enough to take it yet, though. Let's get this. Ooh, yep. There you're gone, man. Right on the money.
All consistency. That's the bread and butter. That's the money in the bank that you always want. Side light, side air, weapon toss, catch him slipping, and Radish with a much bigger lead. And in the Gauntlet v Orb matchup, when you are down this far, Gauntlet's going to take a lot of straight hits along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, that's the thing too. Warp, you know, it's a small weapon as far as the weapon's size, but the reach that it has is very deceptive.
Yeah. Oh, look at this Jackal. Oh, look at this Jackal.
This guy.
Put him down. Put him down.
I needed that to finish right there. I mean, it wasn't going to, but I needed that last one to hit regardless.
Like, even if it wasn't like lead to a knockout, I wanted to truly believe it would.
Yeah.
Blaze looking for any type of opener right now, looking for a nair. Weapon toss immediately down. Like, Radish literally refuses to let him get anything started.
Not at all. I mean, Radish has definitely been in control this entire match. Blaze looking a little lost here. That's
no,
man, a ground pound would have been crazy, but we get a I never get to see that sig hit.
Player one.
Nice. Down sig action, yeah.
I mean, hey, look.
Or side sig action.
We were talking about it. This kid has only come up recently. Young kid. Another one of those names, like experience we look at, it's like, yo, he's got a long time to go. And he's continuing to impress the way he has done. But one thing, if you are a Blaze fan, that you can at least hope for, even though Blaze may not necessarily have the same results at once, he has been on this stage before. He has been in positions where he needs to kind of clutch up and be able to make a comeback. So you do have that hope that he can figure it out and continue, because again, this is best of 5 territory. He has some time to try and figure it out.
Yeah, well, he's trying to figure out something else now. Going over to the Orion, obviously going to trade out all of his weapons actually here to get the Lance and the Spear. Seems like he wants a little bit of range here to try to deal with these gauntlets, but I mean, that's the thing. I feel like when gauntlets gets in your zone, though, it's sometimes kind of hard for, I think, the Lance to get you away. The Spear has neutral air. Neutral air is pretty nice, but Lance's neutral air kind of hits around, so if you don't have that right on the money, could be an issue.
Maybe he wants that gap closer, like that burst range option.
Yeah, yeah.
Also the big, like the nair from Lance. Does kind of help with Radish's overwhelming presence on top of him, so that could be a part of it. It is even at least the start, but let's see if that plays out, because he's going to need something as a get off me option.
Right. Man, yeah, he is scrapping right now, looking for any hit to hit right now.
That's like 4 nairs too that have played anti-air, so actually it is kind of working out pretty well. Satellite coming through, got to stutter stepping around, I think, to bait a dodge out of Radish, but Blaze holding actually a significant lead to start.
Yeah, this is way better than the way the last game developed for sure for Radish, or for Blaze. Because he's looking like the way that this game developed for Radish last game. So now he's, you know, they pretty much just flipped it, just mirrored it, and now he's got a very good lead. I do think that, like, with like 3 or 4 more hits, we can threaten stock, but we have to find those 3 or 4 hits first. There's one. It is unarmed.
Yep, and this is exactly what we said. Like, you can't just kind of write off Blaze. Like, even after that first game, he's been here before and he knows what he needs to do to make adjustments. But can he get around that? Absolutely not. Those rocket gauntlets coming through, sending them straight down to the bottom.
It was so quick too, man. That's not, for some reason, that's not the sig that I thought was going to come out, but that's usually the sig that will come out there. And yeah, so
that is a Radish special.
Yeah.
If you are anywhere near the ledge, you're seeing that at least 8 times in the set.
Oh yeah, we all got hit on that one, but Radish looking for a lot on that one. He actually went for like a neutral sig. Did get punished a little bit, but I think he has the help to be able to work with that, you know, kind of take some big chances right now.
Yep. Trying to go for the reset off the soft platform. I like the idea, because from there, he might have actually been able to go for one more read into recovery. But he's momentarily, TK, holding on to a lead. I don't know if Radish should be able to get in, but the Spear and the Lance have been doing a great job of keeping him out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, mostly the Lance, but I do think the Spear is... Oh! Ooh. Man, that's the Orion special, bro. Everybody's getting hit by that. It doesn't matter how long that's been in the game. It's still just as effective. Like,
I can't, like, you hear that sound. It's like, come on, man. Like, that D-Sig just, like, it got such a good hit ratio for people, and it's also good at scrambles. But Radish, can he get the weapon toss down? No. Is he going to be able to get this punish? You got to respect, of course, that Lance recovery. I like the idea of just going to get the weapon instead.
Okay, once again, no, looking for the very low recovery there for Blaze, but no, Blaze actually going to sail over him. That should be enough, yeah. I mean, just barely, but it is going to be enough. Now, see what kind of weapon we get here. It's going to start off with the orb. All right, going to keep the orb on deck.
Trying to keep that separation going. He was able to get to that Spear. Of course, we said last stock, Spear was doing well, but that anti-air game now from Radish, he's got to find a way to beat the grounded gameplay. These sidelights keep finding their mark.
Okay, just lands this time around. He finds himself a little neutral light action now. Sidelight, side air, keeping that up. Got a couple good hits so far, and again, you know, Petra definitely a high force legend too. You got to watch out. I mean, all those things starting to add up. Okay.
Build up over time. Like you said, old consistency. All you need to start finding a couple sidelight side airs, and you're getting yourself right back into the game. But Blaze is just hovering around center, because I feel like he knows that the only way that he wants to win is to force him off stage. And now he's an opportunity here. Does he find the ground pound? He does.
And I thought he touched the wall in time, but he did not, and that is going to get the ground pound covering so much space there. He did get the dodge forward, but it did not matter. Wasn't able to touch that wall in time, so that's going to be a W here for Blaze. Started that game off strong and ended that game strong.
I know full well Zip just looked over to Flambeau, did that head nod like, yep. You want to count my boy out already? Well, that's why you can't count him out. Of course, another one of the historic, consistent players along with Acno and Twos that doesn't just go away.
He's been here, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is not his first rodeo. Definitely won't be his last. My man has been around the block a couple times.
Radish had his first trip to land with MSI, of course had a solid performance over there, but definitely the biggest performance being that recent Summer Champs, and even in Autumns did get 5th. So he's still consistently getting that top 8. And right now, here at BCX, the biggest one, will he be able to keep that composure with his first real big major offline event?
We're gonna have to find that out as we go into our 3rd game here. Game's been looking good on both sides this time, starting off a little better here for Radish. Is using a lot of this, a lot more orb than I'm used to seeing, but it's welcome. I like this weapon a lot too, and it is definitely doing him big favors. Hold up. Okay, the weapon toss.
Good dodge that time. Yeah, last time he took the weapon, he kept taking weapon tosses to the face every single time. You got to be able to get around those. I like the patience. And also for TK, the thing with Radish too is you're not going to see a legend swap. Like there is no switch. He's going to figure it out with his character.
Yeah, if it's anything, it's a skin swap. We might see the Street Fighter characters come out.
As long as we do not see that mustard potential. just please thank you. The drip game is at negative. With that one, please keep it away.
That one away. All right, Radish. Back up. Still not trying to do as much as he can here on this stock that he still has, preserving it. Want to get a nice lead development. Blaze looking for a lot right there with that side sig.
I mean, sometimes Blaze does go for the big plays. He's usually pretty reserved. He kind of goes for, like, simplicity is key. But if you're going to whiff right next to me like that, I'm going to get the punish every time.
Yeah, that was like literally textbook simplicity is the key right there. Like, oh, you're right here? Yep, time to use the down sig. That's exactly what worked for him. Got to go. But now, I mean, still got a little bit of a lead development for Radish. I think it's good that he wanted. Oh man, if he turned that around, that was definitely stock all the way up there. Yeah,
I like it too because he's trying to condition him into like a safe landing repeatedly. He keeps going for recovery and nothing else. So trying to mix it up. Radish looking for it. Yeah, good dip down. He knew it was coming.
Yeah, he's showing his hand, but like sometimes that move is deceptively large, especially if you get a little charge on it. Oh, he's like, let me show you how to dunk though. This is how you do it. And I'm gonna do it physically. He's like, I'm not throwing no projectiles. I'm coming out there.
Sit down, kid. Let me show you how it's done. And now Blaze is currently in a decent position that has become a complete lie as he flies himself off the top.
I like seeing those type of reads when it's like, I know you don't think I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it. Like, you're not going to dodge. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out. Here it is.
I feel like that's the best moments when it comes to this game, too. Like, just seeing somebody go for that. Yeah, you really thought I was going to chill in this moment. And Radish is that type of player. He will just go for it sometimes.
That go for it definitely worked out for him quite well, but
Blaze, there was nobody down there.
Fight and ghost. Fight and ghost, man.
You got to clean the visor off the mask, bro. I'm sorry. There's no one with you.
Yeah, the mask might be cracked. I mean, this is pretty late into the game right here. Honestly, 3rd game of the set.
Right, it is.
Wow. That recovery not going to be enough. Of course, Apocalypse, that high blast. But here we go. Radish has an opportunity to get the closeout. Tries to mix it up.
That was so close, though. I like the idea. If he had charged a little bit, to get the longer version of it, that would have been probably a hit. Got him this time, though. Where are you going? It's so wide, too. Like, you try to get the air dodge pass. Nope.
The minigame that's so frightening about that, too, is he went for that earlier. Then he went for the horizontal one. So now you're worried. It's like, does he dare? Does he D-sig? Or does he neutral sig? Because he's doing something.
Yep.
I just have to guess correctly.
Yep.
And unfortunately for you, you guessed very wrong.
Yeah, man. You guessed right into that, man. The rocket, rocket gauntlets definitely go ahead and take you out this time around. So Radish, 2-1 right now.
I'm incredibly impressed by his composure up there, too. For being in this position for the first time, with the crowd behind you, everybody, a lot of pressure on you because you are a champ. You have been improving every single time. The whole year's run, the whole year's story for Radish has been so impressive. But being on the stage in front of the crowd is a different atmosphere. And look at how composed he is up there.
Yeah, he is big chilling. So see if he's able to take this one home. Blaze, actually, I think we got a swap of a character potentially. I didn't get to see. I saw it on the bottom right, but we'll see when we get to. Yep, there it is. The Hattori again, this character has been, you know, kind of leaned on a lot in this tournament specifically.
This is the go-to pick for counter picks, pretty much. Like, I mean, Spear is just that good right now. And also, hey, Demon Island available for Tori too. But that does also open up the very fearful fact. You have nowhere to hide on those sides away from Petra.
Absolutely facts. So yeah, I mean, like once the gauntlet, you know, the rocket launchers or rocket lance gauntlets come out, you might actually have a real issue trying to deal with that. So there's literally no wall for you to really work with. So it's going to cover all that area. You really have to just kind of reserve your resources. Don't have to worry about it right now, seeing that we are one of the gauntlets, but still.
Yep, and the gauntlets only did 85 damage last game too. You were talking about how he was leaning heavily into the orb. He did 472 damage out of the 594 was done on the orb last game.
Yeah.
So switching back over to the orb now, I do like the gauntlet matchup overall though, with this switch.
Felt like that was kind of a little bit of a bait right there, but that was actually a pretty smart option for Blaze. Oh, okay, for Blaze to go to because that was the sick that does throw behind him. Oh, wait. Throws that out of there. Doesn't try to go for any type of edge guard this time around.
Kind of hovering
on it. Should be enough. Yep. Keep it simple. I like when I see that. You know, like don't have to go for the complete combo. Just like I know I need one straight hit, and it happened to be the neutral light.
And I think the thing that's so good about that too is that you put even more fear into someone because they're so worried about your potential play, like a big play at the ledge. You've gone for it multiple times, and then you just hit them with that.
Yeah.
So in 2 stocks from now, when they're in the worst position, you're gonna cover them with that sig.
Okay. Also, man, big shout outs to everyone coming over from Pro Brawlhalla. That you know, big shout out to all our casters there on the Pro Brawlhalla side. But yeah, shout you guys out. Welcome to the Brawlhalla mainstream. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. All right. So, Radish, Blaze. Radish still not relinquishing that stock, and he might. Oh man.
Demon Island helping out a little bit, but he chased him. Where did you think you were going? Did you think you were safe? I wasn't done with you. That was with extra steps. As Radish is currently up 3 stocks to 1 and 2 up right now. He has only 1 left to go.
Bro, Radish didn't jump. He flew. Like that was, he was flying, bro. He was levitating up there. So, I mean, got all the way up there to get the side air, and it was way off the stage. And he's finding so many neutral SIGs as well. He's finding everything.
Hey, man. He finally finds one right there. It took a long time to get it, but this is one of those times now where it's like, okay, it feels like the writing's on the wall. It feels like you just like everything's starting to fall apart. You have to figure it out ASAP, and so far Blaze has not been able to, as he almost got ended right there.
Yeah, that was looking a little scary. Looking for a double ground pound, but like, he has the stock and the health to really work and go for these wild options.
Okay, for recovery, try to catch him slipping. I mean, at this point, you can kind of just go for it as he finds it right there, and Radish is going to take it 3-1, continuing to do nothing but impress at how incredible he has been over this past year, and he's going to move himself into phase 3 pools by winning that round and staying on the winner's side.
That's how you do it, man. I mean, just a dominant performance, all things considered. I mean, it did drop a game, but after that, he was like, I figured it out. I know what I'm doing now, and you're going to be able to see it in these replays real quick. I mean, a nice ender here, but obviously our analysts are going to tell you a little more about it. Analysts, take it away.
Man, Radish really coming out on top here. And Flambo, I bet you're feeling pretty good about your prediction.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Radish comes to deliver again. And this time, I remember at Omen Oasis, every time he landed a neutral signature at Petra, I'd go, sure you can. And he ended up tweeting to me after the event, being like, every time Flambo says, sure you can after I do it, it gives me a power-up. And this time, I didn't have to do nothing for him.
He's got it all on his own. Zip, well, how do you feel since Blaze now has to do an elimination run? He's not out quite yet. He's just on the elimination side.
You know how I'm feeling? I'm feeling like I don't have any friends. every time I root for somebody, they let me down, man. And I'm starting to think it's on purpose.
Zip, you have friends. You have friends. Zip,
Somebody's
come on, man.
You guys are hurting me to the core, man. I'm rooting for people. I'm like, underdog, we got them, yes, sir. And then they're like, just getting peace, man.
I do want to talk about why Radish was successful. I mean, let's talk about how I can't remember. I think it was either TK. I think TK said it, where Radish just wouldn't let Blaze get started. Not at all. So Flambo, I mean, Tell me about that.
I mean, yeah, it was a lot of, oh my God, let him play, put him down. You know, like really one-sided gameplay at moments. And we did see that there was that one game where Blaze was able to respond. But despite that, it was a lot of gauntlet play and actually the orb as well. I don't want to count that out. There was a lot of times where it's like a little mini game that was being played by the corner of the stage where it was like, okay, is Radish going to down sig or maybe go for a ground pound or throw out a down air? Instead, he'd mix it up. Sometimes he would do it, sometimes he wouldn't, and then he'd catch the dodge in with the down sig. And those rocket gauntlets from Garnet, you're not coming back from that.
That's insane. We have the next match ready, so I'm gonna just announce it. It's Godly versus Faison here. Yes, indeed. Any just really quick final thoughts about this Zip?
All right, you know what? I think I'm gonna make a friend this time. Godly, hold me down, man. Hold me down. I'm going for Godly. I think that the performance he's had over the year and the way that I've seen him, the confidence he's been exuding this weekend, every time I see him, he's smiling, he's ready to rock. I don't remember who I was talking to, but somebody said that they came to a cafe here and they were playing and they were running money matches and he had a stack of money beside him because he'd been dubbing on everybody. So I'm going for that.
Oh gosh, I mean, I feel like I think I'm with you on 1-for-1 Zip. Like Godly, like he's one of the few players that the very first time I saw him play, I was like, this kid's doing something different. Experience is another one of those players. Sandstorm's another one of those players where I'm just like, you are playing the game completely different from everyone else. So that's where my money is. Faison's great, but Godly's where it's at.
Well, let's just go straight to the action. TK, Ajax.
Ajax, I told you earlier, you know, when I think of gauntlets, I think of two players immediately. Radish, we saw him win. Now Godly's on the screen, and so you already know I'm hyped. Faison on the screen as well, another storied, historied player. Seen him for quite some time, and Godly, you know, kind of coming up in the ranks. I'm liking to see like how we're getting a lot of like the new blood versus the old guard going on.
Yep, I'm just gonna be upfront about it. I think Godly's winning the whole thing. I think Godly's been so dominant over this past year. It's literally up until the point where Acno was finally able to take one from him. But they're right, he's playing a different game, and the Legend of Faison is nothing to scoff at. He has absolutely been tearing it up, had incredible comebacks in 2v2s yesterday. But man, Godly, it just, the way he dodges and plays literally right around you to make you feel like you have an opening and then you don't. It just becomes so frustrating to keep him out time and time again, and I'm curious to see who's capable of stopping him this weekend.
Nope. All right, so we actually are getting the two Asuris. So, all right, well, no gauntlets for me, but I still have weapons I like to see, or character I like to play too. So, but weapons I like to see, the Katars are out. So
one thing that's for certain though is at least both of these two players have a good character.
Yeah.
So if the sword doesn't work out, sword obviously go to, but Katars have been really strong right now. So Godly's been playing it a bunch. Seems to be the weapon of choice right now for some of the people pull out that BCX last weapon choice to sneak out the dub.
3, 2, all right, man, so let's see if we can do it. I know anytime Foda hears that the Katars are in a good place, there's a big smile comes across his face. So, yeah.
There's been so many Asuris on stream. Foda is somewhere in the venue just jumping around. But right now, Faison looking to try and jump Godly immediately. Gonna avoid that ground pound, but that was almost potentially a really early one.
I really also, like, this has nothing to do with the competitive side of this match. I like the aesthetics that we see here. White cat with the black sword, black cat with the white sword. That's pretty clean right there. Very coordinated, yeah, for sure.
Trip game is looking good amongst what they got going right now. That Sayer's going to go ahead and punish that, though. Faison trying to sneak his way on, and this is where things start to get rough, TK. Once Godly has you in positions like this, it's a rare occurrence when you make it back, not taking at least 4 hits.
Look at that, man. He is just controlling the edge so well. Even in the sweat beat, still managed to get himself a hit, but it doesn't matter. And in on this super small stage, yeah, you're going out of there quickly. Godly literally put him at the edge one time and just ran that all the way to a stop.
There was not a giant combo. There was not a 5-piece string. It was Godly reading Faison 5 times in a row and taking it out. That's what makes him so frightening to fight.
Yeah, see, I don't need the long strings. I just need a couple of interactions. But unfortunately, he is going to run into the interaction of that. I think that might have been the down. Or no, that was side. It went a little further. So side stick is going to hit, but he comes right back in with his own side stick.
Bro, I felt good for Faison for a second. It's like, okay, good, quick answer. No, Godly immediately answered right back. Like, oh, Godly, no, back off. Godly
he tried to finish the game, bro. Okay. it was time for crime because he was about to steal this game. I promise you, bro.
Actually, like Chip said, running everyone's pockets before, trying to run that stock right out of Faison. And it's, you know, it's even damage-wise, but the difference is Godly has a whole stock up, so he can just afford to kind of play right up close and personal now.
Okay. Godly. All right, get chased down this time around. Hold on, Faison looking pretty good here on the edge. Oh, that was a great ground pound, but it wasn't enough, not enough damage here. That would have been great if he can get himself back in the game. Just like a slightly more damage, I feel like that would have been it. That was such a low ground pound.
It was so good, too, because he played right around Godly's weapon toss. He saw that extra option coming. It just didn't get it. The recovery's going to take it off the top, though, and Godly's going to go ahead and take that first one 2-stock. But it's 2-stock with, like, an asterisk, because that was definitely very close to Faison getting it down to the last one.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah. I can give it to him. In the situation, I can give it to him.
I'm going to give it to him right now. Look, I'm an eternal optimist, okay? I'm trying to help out here. But what do you think, you know, like, obviously that first stock was so dominant for Godly, mostly because he just kept controlling him on the ledge. What do you think Faison needs to do in the next game? Does he go lower more often and risk him going off stage, or does he just keep trying to mix it up on his way in?
Now, sometimes you just have to accept that someone is just better than you in that situation, and you have to force that situation to never happen.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now against Godly. I need to never be off stage. Like, that's where Faison should be thinking right now, because being off stage has not done me any well. It's gonna be, all right, everybody makes it back. I got so shook for a second, man. All right.
Well, I mean, it's been crazy, too, because all year round in the office, while we're trying to analyze Godly, we can figure it out. The amount of times we make one bit of analysis and then the next game, Godly plays completely different.
Yep.
So Faison's gonna have to try and, for one, do the same thing. Like, you have the same kit, figure out if you catch that landing, he at least gets another punish and pushes him right back up.
So he can switch gears pretty quickly, is what you're saying here from Godly. And I mean, we can see that on full display quite a bit of times. Right now, he's right back to his old ways, holding that ledge down. Oh, the misdirection. Look at this sword. Actually, look at me. You're gone.
Oh, my God. Misdirection is actually a really good way to point his playstyle out. He constantly gives you the idea he's going for one thing, he goes for another. But Katara's coming through on both sides of the aisle. Faison needs to find a way to get that recovery. We'll take it out off the top, not taking that much damage.
Okay, Faison, you're going to keep yourself into this game. That's exactly what we like to see. You want to see these close games developing for sure. As you said, man, Godly's the king of misdirection. Okay, a little Chris Angel action.
Yeah, walking right through the glass. But it's like, no, he didn't walk through the glass. He actually slashed it right down. But this is also another bout of EU versus NA, and Faison in that position to try and defend the house. But Godly is not trying to let that happen at all.
Okay, Godly. Anything to go for him just yet?
But that was so good because he did everything, but he stayed in a non-committal way. Like, he tried to catch that D-Light and then still faded back in while kind of controlling position. And that will freak you out as he catches yet another one off the top.
I think that's what I mean, like, again, another swap of gears right there. Godly, a lot of the times when he's going for those recoveries, has kind of like juked up and like, you know, stuttered around with his jumps and fastballs. This time he just jumped straight into it. He's like, I'm not wasting no time. I just believe this is going to hit. And it did. And now he's got a pretty solid lead here, developing against Faison again. Faison, could have definitely stolen stock away if he was able to find that.
Yeah, I respect the attempt. You need to make big play. You have the small stage to make it happen. So if you catch him something once, maybe it'll work. But that sider's going to send him off. Gets a recovery, tries to catch him again with the nair. At least finds the ground. I would have said he found the ground, but never did.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to. A wall flip kind of coming through. Godly once again marking his opponent. Double shoots here. And I was wondering when we were going to see a neutral sig.
Yeah, I was actually also wondering when we were going to see the ground pound too, because he saved them all for the end. Everything before those moments was Godly controlling ledge without ever overextending off stage. He didn't need to until his last stock where he tried to chip up Faison, and he had 2 tricks available in the book.
And this is not good damage numbers at all right there, man. 519 at what, 328?
328, yep.
It's looking a little rough out here for Faison. Will we get a swap of characters? You know, as I said, there's several characters he can pay, or is he just going to try to figure this one out with the Asuri? But as of right now, the cat-on-cat action is not going well for him.
Yeah, he's got to find an answer ASAP. I'm very curious to see if he actually runs it back once again. And he is, so we're going to go all the way through. Oh, wait, no. No, we're a whole liars. We are going to still be on Small Brawl Haven, but the Lucian is going to come out.
Okay. So he wants to keep the guitars. Now he's got the blasters on deck. Maybe looking for a different SIG kit too. Maybe he's thinking about the SIG kit right here. Does get the first set of guitars here.
You know, you might be honest with that because he does have the quick access D6 to be able to kind of swipe off and catch him slipping because his edge trapping hasn't been
great so far, but he at least can maybe get a quick one out of Godly. And so far, it's looking much better as he tried to catch him right there.
Yeah, that was playing. I mean, like you said quick ones. He was definitely delivering a bunch of quick ones. He has been on the offensive on this first stock. Gonna swap out to the blasters though, so I don't think he's gonna be able to go as offensive as he just was. But.
Yeah, now it's that mini game of can I try and find that D-Light recovery? Can I try and find that D-Light Sair? Anything when he's approaching, but you see how he's running. He's not trying to engage as much as possible.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, I thought we were gonna get the D-Light recovery, but instead, no, just blast him quick with it.
And sometimes you got to go for the big play.
And honestly, that whole first stock is exact. Like, I know it's way easier said than done, but he has to replicate that same thing. Like, there's no other option.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely stepped it up in this first stock. I think it's the first time he's actually been able to get the stock first. Is living. Get back down to the ground.
That was good, too. He never actually burned his jump while he was up there. He knew that he was out of range. But what a reversal from Godly, taking next to no damage. He gets that reversal Sair.
Faison, back onto the map. He is able to grab himself some blasters. He can make do with these. Hasn't been able to do too much with them yet. Did get a stock, but as far as damage goes altogether, he hasn't been adding up. Now he's adding up though. Like to see that. Yep, down when the down lights start hitting. I know you got to start feeling good.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, he's kind of taking Godly to the firing range right now. Getting away, but oh my God!
what an option! He was correct too. I actually am upset in a small way for him because he had that read. But for Faison fans, gotta be feeling good as he finds that Sair and he moves himself up with the lead. The solution swap looking so much better.
This, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's the defense too, because Lucian can get a little high on that. But like, he's like, hey, I'm doing it up this time around, and it is exactly that. Trying to look for the X pivot on that neutral air, but not able to find it.
Gotta keep spacing him out. Just keep playing that air-to-air game. Make sure that Godly never gets a big opening. Good job getting away from the Sair off the bottom. He's recovering so much better too. I think that's one of the biggest things we pointed out early is that his recovery was like okay, but now it's gotten way better.
Yeah. He's been able to actually, he's been allowed to play off stage a little bit. Does end up losing that stock. Godly for the first time actually behind him. May end up losing the game here. Faison with the good switch over to the Lucian. Is it going to be enough?
Oh my, not the double uppercut, you're out of there.
What the, he got menace activity look going on right there. He knows exactly what he did, and that was so well done because the obvious play in that situation is to go and try and arm up. You try to get yourself in a position where you can find straight knockouts, but he caught Godly slipping for a change, doubling up on it. But Godly not going to switch. Everything was working before that point, and he's going to run it right back. No changes whatsoever.
He hit that so quick. Looked like a true combo, bro. That looked like a true combo. That first one sent him high up, but not high up enough to avoid the second one. And now here we are right back to it. Faison able to get a game back into the mix. Also pretty down in the game. I mean, came in, that was a JV, I think. I don't think he got hit at all in that stock, so nice.
I feel like Faison was playing that game with that mentality of, like, if I believe hard enough, all my buttons are plus. Like, everything is going to work. And that's exactly what you did, and as you go all the way to the top, and he gets him with the recovery, and he gets another dominant early lead.
Bro, this man says I only know one direction, and it's up. Because he's definitely going up from here. I mean, he's going up in stocks. He might be going up in game. This guy is going crazy right now.
Hey, look, wherever this was the first few games, I'm glad you found it now because Faison is doing so much better in this situation. And he's continuing to not let Godly pretty much get any ground at all.
Godly, I mean, I know that is not the way you want to start off a match, getting that quickly, that high up to the top two. Could have been some type of reversal if he was able to get under him, but no. Faison knew that was going to work. Got the hit. Now he's got a solid lead here. They're pretty much same damage, but on different stocks.
We can't stress this enough how important this would be. How big this would be if Faison was able to get this to game 5 and potentially knock Godly into the lower side of bracket. Already got multiple people down there like Acno and Simple, and you'd send the best rep they got down there, that would be huge. But he still has to get through this game 4.
Hey, yeah, Godly right now, I mean, whipping a lot of moves on there, out there on the right side that should have been simple hits for him to take. I don't know what happened there, but didn't get the option. Does end up taking that option on another recovery. What did I tell you, man? This guy's way up. He's feeling blessed. I know he is.
TK, we're looking at 3 stocks up to 1 on Godly. After Godly had 2 early dominant leads, he's going to go ahead and find that one there. You can't really count Godly out of any game, but right now, if you are a Faison fan, you are feeling phenomenal.
Okay, man. Faison doing quite well here in the later half of this set after swapping off of the Ditto. He's like, I don't want to continue to fight you with Asuri. I actually want some blasters. Get scooped up, but that's not going to send him nowhere when you don't have any damage on him.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. It's been a little while since Godly's been hit solidly in a row. He's starting to find a lot of openers. And Faison is dodging directly in front of him. Gonna go ahead and back him off at least with that Sair. But Godly still taking, oh my goodness, that just missed.
Faison has actually been getting real nice with the dodge. Just dodging right through in like little imminent danger. And if he was like one frames off, he'd probably be gone. Wasn't able to dodge out of that though. Running straight at him with the side stick. And that is going to put Faison on last stock with another situation where Godly is pretty hurt. Yeah. Faison comes back in. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it is. Man.
Wow. He avoided the don't let it be you phase of having an early lead like that with that first dominant stock and almost having Godly run it all the way back. But he shuts it down, and what might be a surprise, maybe not, but we have a game number 5 of Godly versus Faison.
Bro, it's just the way that he was able to take a stock in record time on the first game that he won, and then start the second game that he won, taking another stock in record time. I know he's got to be feeling good right now. I mean, the momentum is on his side.
Right now, he's playing games on quick, speed run Godly any %, and you need to keep that world record going. You need to keep trying to get those early stocks to dominate that lead, to force his hand to approach, because I feel like Godly's best play so far is when he's been able to completely control tempo and make Faison go exactly where he wants him to, because he's getting way too much damage out of it.
All right, and here we go. Another person depending on Hattori as the last Ditman. Hattori kind of starting to feel like Sora a little bit, man. Anyway. I don't really know what's going on here.
Hattori stats?
Hattori stats, please.
Well, right now we got Miami Dome. The party starts now. Game number 5. Godly has switched off and gone over to Hattori. Everybody has been feeling well with the spear all weekend, and Hattori's been the counterpick character. Can it get the job done here against Faison?
All right. So this, I mean, look, everybody's swapping out, but I think since Hattori's been used probably so much in this tournament, everyone should be, ready for this character. And now it's just make sure you remember how the person you're playing wants to play that character. And so, at this point in time, though, it looks like Godly's swap is kind of working out for him. Faison not really able to get anything going for him just yet.
We talk about that movement speed, that ability to stay in, stay up close and personal. Web toss down, gonna look for the ground. A D-like ground pound, he's gonna find it as Godly strikes first here in Game 5.
I like that, man. A lot of time or a lot of patience right there from Godly, waiting for that air dodge so that he can then punish it accordingly with the right punish of the down light into the ground pound, and now a very solid lead development.
Significant difference here too. Also something that's definitely helped a bit is the ability to kind of mix it up on where they're going on the soft platform, and Godly is kind of playing around that burst range that Faison was abusing before that he couldn't really shut down.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I'm not sure how Godly was able to do this. I mean, he took a little time to think. Only brought in one weapon and hadn't really used it, so.
You need an extreme level of mental fortitude to rebound like this in Game 5. But what a punish for Faison. He goes way out there, but Godly gets back. Faison's not gonna touch. He went out there to try and get the trade off and hopefully get him back. But now Godly, TK, has moved this lead up to 3-1.
I genuinely like the idea of what Faison went for. I think maybe a side air he would have been able to potentially chase dodge back, but he went for a lot. I mean, with the ground pound, I didn't like that as much. The turnaround from the ground pound. And this, okay, we're making it back.
Godly trying to send a message on the last one. Message has been sent though and received when it comes to that recovery off the top.
Okay. Faison able to finally get a stock, but I mean, he is hurting bad on this last one. Is it going to be the end for Faison's winner's run?
It's kind of hard to write him out the way that he's been able to get some of these very quick one solutions. So it's still potential on the board as he's starting to chase him. Going away up to the skies. Not going to be able to go that much further, but man, that was a quick amount of damage.
I'm telling you, man, he saw Godly's name and he said, you know what, I will send you to the heavens every time. Every time he's looking for that KO on the top. And he's been finding quite a bit of them too. Now Godly got him at the edge. This is where he kind of shined in the first game. Was like, yeah, you're trying to get back past me, it's a little hard. Hasn't been able to do it too much in the later part of the game.
not going to go for the recovery.
A
Okay.
little bit since Godly's gotten a solid hit. Faison may be deep in the red, but he's figuring a lot out, refusing to get touched. Currently, Godly unarmed. Faison is, he just missed. That was so close to getting him the second stock.
It just steered it a little too far right there, overshot it, and now he's got to find his way back to the stage. Has been able to live off that, but Godly going under the stage. Not going to finish that stock with a recovery like that, but I think with how far he went up, that's going to take it for sure. The downlight recovery from Godly, and he's moving on.
Oh my goodness, he had to fight for that. He had to fight for that one right there. I like how they instantly zoomed in on Polly specifically over in the crowd. He's not looking up front. There he is. But Godly was able to take yet another one, take out another defender, and continue to show that this is no fluke. This man has been able to continuously dominate in so many different ways. Faison almost made it happen. Let's find out from the analysts exactly why he almost made that happen.
Man, that was such a back and forth and such impressive plays here for both players. Zip, how are you feeling? I think you got a friend.
I think I finally made a friend.
Congratulations.
I think he wanted to show me, like, hey, you know what? We ain't that close. So he let the game get to 3-2, right? And they closed it out. He's like, we still homies, but, you know, you stay at your distance.
No, man, I mean, like, it definitely ended up being much closer of a bout than it initially looked like it was going to be. I was unsure about the Lucian pick from Faison in the beginning. I was like, I don't know, Faison got blasters like that? Like, I don't know if he's going to be able to touch Godly. And then Faison quickly proved to me in that game that he had blasters. And then the start of the first stock of the next game where he got that very, very, very quick first KO off the top of Small Brawlhaven, I was like, all right, Faison got something going here.
That's like my favorite part. Whenever we're sitting back here and we're talking while the casters are going and we're just watching the match, he did mention, he said, these blasters don't exist. And then they came out. They came out.
Put me on blast.
Hey. You got to find out sometimes. And he showed you, you know what I mean? That's what's up.
Yeah,
I love that.
They really pop off. Now, we do got some highlights to show here, so we can talk about the different things that happen here. I mean, at first, Faison wasn't starting with Lucian, right?
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I mean, even the Asuri, like, we saw Godly keeping Faison in the corner of the stage almost the entirety of the first game. That's why I was like, this looks like it might be an open and shut case, but we saw Faison was able to go ahead and bring it back pretty convincingly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Lucian pick, I don't know if it was unfamiliarity or if he was just playing that nice. He definitely was playing really, really good.
Yeah, he was doing fantastic. Now, after this really short break, we'll be back with more BCX 2022 action, so just stay tuned. We got so much more singles action happening today at day 2 of the Brawlhalla World Championship 2022 in Cobb Galleria, which is in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's happening all live. Oh, look at that. Say hi to the crane there. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I got some of my favorite boys with me, Duke, Sparky. How are y'all feeling?
It's been a great day. Of course, it's been a great weekend. We had yesterday with day 1. Today has been amazing as well. We talked about it in the pre-show. It's going to be an amazing day, and so far it has been an amazing day.
I'm having a blast when I sit out here and watch it with the whole crew. I'm having a blast sitting back there, watching it with the rest of the commentary crew and everybody back there in the green room. It seems like overall everybody is just actually having the best day of their lives, which is cool because yesterday everybody involved was also having the best day of their lives. So I can only think that tomorrow everybody will be having the best day of their lives.
I feel like you're trying to insinuate something here, but talking about best days or maybe best matches, let's look at this next match lineup because we got Loris versus Tiffany here, and I do want to repeat and kind of reiterate to everyone at home, these are all best of 5s now. This is a winner's semi match in pools. Duke, tell me about it.
Of course, we've got the international South American versus the North American. Tiffany, a long-standing competitor of the North American region, but on the other side, Loris has been this up-and-comer, kind of blew up. We saw a fantastic performance at the Mid-Season Invitational and has since just kind of been looking amazing.
Loris is one of the players from South America that is still on people's radars, but if you ask, like, yo, who's your favorite SA player? They're going Wes, they're going Fiend. If you're looking at me, you're going Kaina. Some people are saying Power Ranger as well. Loris is kind of under the radar, but is doing well so far today coming into this one. Seeded pretty highly compared to everyone else. Actually seeded higher than Fiend in this, coming in seed 15 compared to Fiend's seed 16. So going up against Tiffany, I expect some more Qatar play coming out from Tiffany.
Now, I want to also talk about a little bit, we saw it on the head-to-head stats there, the PR, right? Because Loris is sitting nice at PR 5 for South America. Tiffany, 26 PR for North America. I mean, does that really affect anything, Duke?
I think generally there's a bias towards the North Americans, right? Like, regardless of your PR, you're just going to be like, you know what, North America, it's been the region to beat in 1v1s. So not overly surprised to see people maybe lean a little bit more towards that. But with that huge differential, again, I think that a lot of people are favoring Loris. I mean, you can even see in the Twitch poll, 79% believe in the recency bias that Loris has.
And a lot of that recency bias is coming from the 2 most recent official tournaments, of course, the Summer Championship and then the Autumn Championship right after that. That was back-to-back 5th place placements for Loris compared to Tiffany on the other side. The Summer Championship coming in 13th place and then coming in 25th place in the Autumn Championship. So there is definitely an interesting comparison to be made there between these 2 players, one coming with South America and then one coming with North America that has overall a larger pool of those really upper echelon players.
And I wonder, you know, what matches, oh, sorry, not what matches, what legends we might see coming out from this match. Just real quick final thoughts here. Duke, thoughts about your prediction, who might be winning here? Any legends you want to see?
I got to agree with chat. I really believe in Loris. I think Loris has been looking really good. Has, I would say, a smaller character pool than Tiffany, but at the same time, it's Loris. You gotta support the South Americans at the very least, and of course, he's got that recency advantage that Sparky was talking about.
My prediction is on Loris, and it's for this one reason only. If we're looking at people who report their legends on start.gg, Duke, I'm going to tell you to look at these numbers.
Oh,
he's reported
goodness.
Koji 31 times, Satori 17 times, Taros 11, Asuri 1, and Bryn 1. We love a character reporter on start.gg. Loris, my king.
Reported Koji more times than Tiffany reported characters, period.
Boo, Tiffany, boo.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
Well, we do love consistency, and we do love players who report their legends. Foda, Steven, tell me how you guys are feeling with this up next coming match.
Thank you, Sheepy. I am feeling great. We are getting into top 128 right now, and it's a battle to make it into the top 32 to continue on tomorrow. With Loris and Tiffany coming up next, This is gonna be insane. We are in for a treat, Steven. How you feeling?
Listen, not to call out Duke, but I feel like he flip-flopped when he saw the Twitch poll, which I would never do. You guys know I'm my own man. I make my own predictions. But Duke was talking up Tiffany, then saw the Twitch poll, and went, you know what? I'm actually voting for Lores. So, you know, that's all I had to say about that.
This is quite the cross-region battle. Lores he's got a whole region on his back. And Tiffany, she's got a lot to prove. But come on, how long's Tiffany been around? We know she's got what it takes. Lores has got the recency. Tiffany has got the legacy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay,
right,
unarmed action. Yeah, totally unafraid, completely unafraid.
All right, finally picks up the weapon, grabs the guitars. I know you're excited to see those.
Oh, and look, she's got the Raphael guitars.
There's the size of
Oh,
Raphael.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. All right, I'm all in. I'm all in on Tiffany. Let's go.
Oh, excellent. Double nair off the dribble. Gets another one. Okay.
The pursuit from Tiffany is insane. All right, Laura's big edge guard here. Can Tiffany make it through? Yeah, no problem. Side airs her way in.
All right, Laura's now with the spear. Can he get it done?
Laura's is her low defense legend. Uh-oh, this could be it. The corner guard from Tiffany. Laura's finding his way through.
Was looking for the dribble to the side air.
You know, it is so common to go for that recovery off the neutral line, but you catch it off the jump anyway. Tiffany takes the first stock.
Okay, clearly favoring the guitars here in this matchup. Love to see that. Throws the bow away, primes up another set of guitars.
Deep in the red, Tiffany's got the opportunity to push the lead a little bit. Oh no, that just barely knocked out. I feel like that's one of the most efficient downlight recoveries you can get on Sword on Demon Island.
All right, Tiffany back, already with the guitars. She prepped them earlier.
Yeah, all guitars, that's probably the way.
That's just the way Foda plays. Okay, oh no, huge opportunity.
This could be huge.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, what a play. What a play. That might just cement the victory for Tiffany. She just got to clean it up now. But Laura's has got the fire of vengeance.
We'll have to see. That's a huge lead. Not insurmountable, but almost. Now playing with the bow. A little comfortable lead. Can do some work here. Okay, nice juggle up top.
The big
keeping it going.
Man, that's a nice effect. Okay. All right, but we're not casting the artists here and how great they are. It's all about Tiffany.
Oh, Tiffany goes for that savage ground pound off the stage. That would have been it for the last stock of Lores, but hanging on here. Birds are coming out.
Yeah.
The whole flock at this point.
Find this bird a home, right? Laura's just one good hit away from being knocked out. Oh, this is it. No, I can't believe Tiffany dropped the punish there, but that's okay. She's got a lot of room to work with. Unless Lores plays a perfect stock here, maybe he can bring this back. Tiffany's just looking for one good hit to finish him off.
Okay. With this bow, that bird is going to threaten a lot of space. There we go. We see it coming out one more time. Nair doesn't finish it off.
It's going to take a little more than that.
And another one? No, maybe probably one more of those.
And another one. Let's see it.
Okay, good punish on the bird. Can't be letting those fly.
Laura, dangerous spot to be hanging out, I feel like. Okay, come on, that's enough. Tiffany taking the first round.
Okay, oh wow, quick GG. I didn't even know we had that. That's enabled on, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
of course you're going to have the GG enabled.
All right, I'd like to see the sportsmanship there. Are we looking at a map change potentially?
It's up to Tiffany. Lores gets to band out all the maps he doesn't like against Tiffany. Tiffany has 3 to choose from here. What's it going to be? Come on, Miami Joe.
just for the sick beats.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, all right. We got to respect her decision.
Okay, small Enigma. Lots of soft platforms, more aerospace to work with. Potentially, that's why the map was chosen. I mean, the neutral light on bow is going to cover so much space above.
And the neutral signature on bow is going to catch on those bottom platforms there. This might work out really great for Tiffany.
Okay, already a good start for Tiffany with this first bow drawn. Now with the corner guard potential. All right, Lores fights his way back on top of the stage.
Damage about even, but Tiffany starting to run away with it, especially with a combo like that. Nice follow-up from Tiffany. Goes for it again, but Laura is not falling for it twice. He jumped for the down line. That was such a perfect follow-up from Laura.
It was at the tippy toes that he caught that. And another one? Oh my gosh, that is it.
Did you see how he gravity canceled that because he ran out of runway after the side light? Perfect play from Laura's.
You know, now that it makes a lot of sense that South America's been showing up so much in this tournament, because if Spear is the new hotness, they've been on that track for the longest amount of time.
That's true. They've really like pushed the meta of that weapon already very far.
Okay, big potential off the side of the stage. No, Laura's with the reversal, goes for the falling side air.
Okay, that was looking dangerous for a second, but Laura's still okay, pushing his lead further and further. Tiffany's just trying to find the first knockout. And Laura's catching the top side of the sidelight. Down air, one more. Oh, Tiffany barely put the stop to that.
And it was almost so close that the weapon throw would have gone through with the invulnerability when you're stacking.
Right, yeah,
weapon,
the stack prevention.
Oh,
okay.
Slapped off the edge. Okay.
Now,
tied up.
But was it too little too late? Tiffany gets the knockout, but look at her damage. Laura's is fresh on this stock. Meanwhile, she might be getting knocked out in just one good hit. But she's already building up the damage.
Big
oh my
plays,
goodness, again. Oh, big punish, big punish, big punish. Yeah, he burned the gravity cancel, so like everything was gonna work after that. Anything that had a small frame gap, it's not a true combo as a result, becomes true when you catch somebody's gravity cancel like that. And Tiffany has already brought it back. I mean, the damage is even. Well, you know.
Man, these gravity cancel signatures really getting them punished. And that swings it back in the favor of Flores. But Tiffany has made up a lot of ground on this stock, and it is still her game to win, potentially. Oh,
yeah, okay.
Okay, fights through those down airs. That could have been devastating.
Now this is a treat here. Down to the last stock. Damage is even. What's going to happen here? Tiffany's already got one game in this best of 5. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, that was
the hardest read of all time?
Yeah, maybe a slight misinput.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Super hard read, I think.
Laura's is pretty wild, so you got to anticipate.
That's a good point.
Tiffany's getting close. Uh-oh, Tiffany's really damaged. Laura's basically dealt completely unanswered damage this stock. Tiffany's starting to bring it back. We've seen what she can do on a comeback sweep before. Tiffany maybe one good hit away from being knocked out. This could be it. Yes, Laura's evens up the set count now, 1-1.
Man, it's situations like that where I really want to know what the defense stat would have changed about that. You know, would more defense have survived that?
Yeah, we need to run the
recovery?
simulations.
Yeah, we got to get our sims going.
Okay, Tiffany banned out the match. We're waiting for Laura's to decide. It's either Small Brawlhaven or, you know what, we're going to Demon Island.
Okay, perfect. I like how they're switching up the maps, though, you know?
Yeah, that's a treat. We've seen a lot of competitors just stick to the same map over and over, win or lose. Which I mean, I can appreciate the steadfast attitude, but here we go, new one. 1-1. This is such an even match. Who's it going to be? South America or North America? Tiffany looking for an opening here. Laura is just not making it easy. Finds the neutral air. Breaks neutral for a moment.
Yeah,
but
Flores really wants to play by that corner.
Nice follow-up. Flores, he wants Tiffany to come in and try. He's got all the counterattacks ready to go. Look at this. Just how do you hit him? How do you hit him? Just actually the range of Spear is coming through here. Pogo. Again, big follow-up. Oh, man, this is the follow-up there. I swear, Spear sidelight is tough to follow up on.
Oh, okay, whoa. Tiffany was in huge trouble there. Makes it back on top of the stage. Oh, had the recovery.
That was scary. Laura's had the 3 exclamation points there. Wasn't going to be able to get any recovery options back.
What, the wolf comes out? Maybe one more? Oh my gosh, what a turnaround. Tiffany takes the first stock of game 3.
Wow. I mean,
I can't believe
the first few exchanges of this were like so in favor of Laura's, and he seemed like completely in control of this. But again, Tiffany clutches up and brings it back. She did the same thing in the last game. Okay, Laura's equalizes.
Again, those gravity cancel signatures. It gives like the biggest punish window with the most fruitful return. Because their dawn is gone.
Wow, okay, what an awesome read from Tiffany. The quick reaction, pivoting the downlight.
All right, both of them feeling each other out here.
Yeah, they're pretty evenly damaged. This is like, what do you do? Another punish from Flores.
All right, but we saw that went on the first stock.
Poked away. Oh man, Lawrence is determined to play outside of Tiffany's range and allow her to come in and make a mistake that he can capitalize on. But Tiffany has managed to come in and successfully engage plenty of times. It's not really the safest option for Flores. but it's what he's comfortable with. Tiffany, one good hit away from being knocked out, but quickly coming back.
Yeah, Loras is struggling to find that knockout blow onto Tiffany. Tiffany uses that opportunity to build that damage back up, and now it's a tied game yet again on the second stock. Oh! Recovery doesn't hit.
I gotta say, I really like Tiffany's loadout here. This is how I would dress up my Ember, you know?
Yeah, it is pretty. This color swap is really good. Just a shout out to color swap. Okay, offstage, Loras potentially treble though. Tiffany, Favors grabbing the weapon to rearm.
They're both so close to being knocked out here. Oh, ooh. Neutral light.
That surely will do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, in those situations, I am waiting for Tiffany to do the down sig on Ember's bow. So good for junking off on the corner, especially with a small wall of Demon Island.
And it's really satisfying to see. And that would just be fun. Okay.
Just as quickly
immediately
evened up.
equalizes. Yeah, look at the stock and damage. It's actually exactly the same.
Okay, Tiffany trying to find her way to a weapon spawn. Kicks Loras away, gets the opportunity, grabs the guitars, tries to find an opening. Loras really hard to hit. Nope, breaks it in now.
Oh, great
wake up.
Yeah, great wake up option from Loras. This is so even. I mean, the set count's even, the damage is even. They're going crazy.
Yeah, this is a set where we definitely need a best of 5 to really suss out who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, right.
Oh, was sweating.
That would have just been it if Loras landed that neutral signature. Yeah. Now Tiffany knows, like, that's something I got to worry about.
Okay, the juggle coming through.
Wait a second. Oh, man, that would have been it. Tiffany again avoiding the knockout twice. Once again, has to make it through the corner guard. Can she make it back? Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, Loras, a beautiful down air, perfectly placed. Sending Tiffany down and going up in the set now, 2-1. Just one more victory for Loras is all he needs to bring South America one round closer to top 32.
Okay, potential character swap maybe. We're not getting right.
It looks like Tiffany's thinking about it.
Yeah. I don't see them banning maps yet so quickly, so that makes me think that something needs to change up here. I don't know. More defense. Stick with the guitars. Back to Asuri. Wouldn't that win you over?
Oh yeah. You know what? Asuri is probably a great idea. Don't you think so?
Yeah, probably what it takes to get one over on Loras here. But we'll see. We'll have to wait.
2-1. We know Tiffany's got what it takes. I'm ready to see a game 5. Okay, here we go. No legend swaps. Just taking a moment to think
just
about
a mental reset, which you can't, you can't sleep on that. That's sometimes what's needed.
See how fast Loras chose that map? He was sitting there spamming that map like, I hope she doesn't ban this one. And she did not. All right, here we go. Does Loras have what it takes to close this out? If he wins this one, he's moving on. Okay, first blow to Loras. Tiffany fires back quickly, looking for the weapon here. Loras kicks her out of the way, grabs the sword. Wow, that was nice by Loras.
Did Loras get the invulnerability of the first part of that dodge?
Yeah, and then canceled out of it with a downlight to punish Tiffany's attack.
Okay, that was pretty insane. Maybe okay, ground pound.
That was ambitious.
Well, see, the thing about bow ground pound, right? It's so mighty, but it's kind of slow. It's not really faster than fast falling.
Right. Yeah. The more stacked you are before you try the ground pound, the better, right? But that was the best time to go for it, at least damage-wise. You know, it has so much fixed force that it would have just knocked out. Now here we go. Both players in red. Next big hit will do it. Tiffany gets disarmed. This is a very bad time to get disarmed. The weapon just disappeared right in front of her. She doesn't care. Goes in for the neutral light. Perfectly played, Tiffany.
Okay, game 5 potential looking really good now.
Game 5 potential is real.
Oh, wait. Never mind. This can't be decided yet. Tied up.
Yeah.
2 stocks to 2. Every time one of them takes a stock, the other one is quick to follow up.
They seem to be extremely evenly matched, and that is just exciting.
All right, Loras locking down this weapon spawn. Tiffany kicks him away. Grabs his guitars yet again.
Oh, great punish from Loras. Tiffany coming in. Okay, good 3-piece. Equalizing the damage. Of course. I mean, these players just keep it even the whole time. Look at it.
Okay, a lot of dashing.
I mean, they are in each other's minds. Okay, Loris dodging up out of Tiffany's neutral light. Tiffany gonna, okay.
Another bird. Okay, no. Still juggling, keeping Loris off the ground. Finally retouches now.
Oh, that down sig. Oh, yeah.
Whoa. How did you know that was
Well, you
coming?
called it before. I was just reminding you.
Oh, and that is going to be enough. In the corner pocket takes the stock, and now almost a full stock lead for Tiffany here in
Maybe
game
the
4.
biggest lead we've seen in the entire set, honestly.
It's actually, that might be true.
Oh, except for that one in game 2.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh,
I
that
remember
down air into neutral sig follow-up.
Okay, well, we know Loris can equalize immediately. He's got to win this game. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, just no matter what the odds are, Loris is going to equalize. Tiffany's going to equalize, and we're going to go last stock, maybe down to the last hit.
Okay, but this could be the last stock of this set. If Loris is the one to take it, has Tiffany off on the end. Oh, goes for the early ground pound.
Tiffany just turns around. There's a weapon right there. She turns around, gets the down like ground pound unarmed. This is getting so close. But the set count is not even here. Tiffany's got to win this to bring us to a game 5. What's it going to be?
Oh, maybe the down sig. Maybe this is the time. Oh, no.
Oh, I saw the bird coming.
Yeah,
I saw the bird coming. One more time. Whoa.
Okay, the wolf this time. Can Loris fight back?
This could be. Oh, just kiss the knockout line at the top there. Loris still has a fighting chance of knocking Tiffany down. Ooh, again, Loris hanging off the edge.
I don't know. It's a dangerous game to play.
It is. The wall's so small. I don't find that to be advantageous at all. What?
Oh, the double down lane! Oh, that would have been Oh my gosh!
I can't believe it. Loris just brought it back. That was so close the whole time. We were like one hit away from a game 5. But Loris from South America is going to take it to the next level. And Tiffany is down to the lower bracket.
That was cool. I can't believe Loris got the double down light, which is especially good because you lift your opponent farther off the ground, closer to the knockout box. And we saw a lot of those gravity cancel down lights from Loris, though.
Yeah,
part of their
he
play
got
style.
it on the wake ups. He got it. Now that's crazy. I'm thinking, with the double down light like that, Tiffany should have been able to DI out of it, right? I mean,
it's a hard read.
Probably DI'd up, which is the same as getting hit. In that case, I suppose you'd want to DI downward.
Oh, interesting.
But who's going for double down light ever? I mean, what is this, 2016?
You got to test them. Sometimes on the last stock of the last game, Loris comes away with it there. You can see how close it was. Tiffany even had the damage lead. And every stat is basically dead even in that game, but Loris comes away 3-1.
Oh, yeah, that is beautiful. Let's see if the analyst desk can tell us more about it. What's up, guys?
Wow, what an incredible turnaround. Honestly, that last stock there, Sparky, you were popping off for Loris.
I was excited. I didn't know if that was going to happen. Look at the graph. Okay, this is something I want to point out. Not just this game, but also the game right before it. So game 4 and game 3. Loris lost all of his stocks except for the final one before Tiffany lost hers. Every time Loris lost his stocks before Tiffany. The clutch factor came through for Loris, a young player who does not have that much experience in a LAN environment, even in just period, with his entire career looking against someone like Tiffany, who's been around for a while, who's been at the upper echelon several times in several tournaments. So this shows a lot of maturity as a player coming from Loris.
Duke, I want to hear your thoughts as well about this matchup and literally the outcome of it. Loris really pulled through.
I absolutely love, we've got 2 Denzel Washingtons. We've got 2 equalizers here, and they were so good every single time. They talked about it in the casting block. Is that
the other one is Queen Latifah from the Equalizer TV show.
I was going to say, well, because there's Equalizer and Equalizer 2.
Ah, okay.
So we got the sequel, and of course Loris coming in just a little bit later on the equalization, and he did such a good job. The clutch factor, the way that he was able to ice it out, it's so like uncharacteristic of South America, a region kind of known for being hyper aggressive and almost to a fault, pushing a little too far. But this time he really iced out Tiffany.
Absolutely.
He was sitting on that wall, and he was like, "You have to make the approach." Which in my head I was like, "That's crazy. You're playing against a bow, one of the like best grounded approach tools," and Loris was making it work. That was so fun to watch.
And I want to start going into the next match because we have another NA versus SA matchup coming here. It's Stingray versus DB. So let's take a look at the stats here. Sparky, how are you feeling about this one?
I saw Fiend pop off on Twitter for DB earlier, so I'm thinking DB's got some gas behind him on this one. We've seen DB come to LAN before way back in the day. Those were like the heydays of DB back when he was a juggernaut of South America. He still is very important in that scene, but now that you have the likes of Wes and Power Ranger and Fiend and Kaina and maybe even now Lores as well, DB kind of took a step back in terms of like being the top player in the region in everybody's mind, but now we're seeing DB really step it up here on this LAN. Now against Stingray, it's going to be a tough one.
For sure. Duke, I'm going to just throw some PR numbers, things that we saw it on the stats here. But yeah, Stingray is PR number 2 in North America, and DB is currently sitting at 102 for South America. And from the stats that we saw too, Stingray also got a gold medal. I mean, how is that really going to affect and play out here?
I don't know. It's tough because DB, I mean, again, he's been this player for part of the South American community for a really long time. And then today, honestly, after watching him earlier, he's playing the best that I've seen him play all year. He's looking so incredibly good. But then you match him up against someone like Stingray, who's at the top of his game in the North American region, absolutely dominant in the region. It's going to be really hard for DB to get through this.
I mean, Twitch chat agrees that Stingray is going to definitely put up a big challenge here for DB. And I don't know. I like I said, I'm always a North American fan, but there's something in my heart that just wants to root for South America. Do you know what I mean, Sparky? I'm looking at you.
Stingray has that explosive potential, but look at the market manipulation that is happening right now. We're seeing it start to tick. Not in DB's favor just yet, but we are seeing some movement. Ninja is not here. We actually are seeing some movement on this poll, but it's going to favor Stingray. He's such a strong player. Have we seen him on the mainstream yet? I feel like I haven't seen
Stingray.
I haven't seen any Stingray content yet today. He's made it this far, which shows obviously solid play, and we have the history of solid play, even going back to the Autumn Championship, 4th place, and even right before that, Summer Championship, 3rd, right before that, Spring Championship, 4th, and then Steel Series 1st. So, like, Stingray has a lot of heat behind him as well.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see how things play out here. Foda, Steven, I'm sure you guys are excited for this matchup too. How's it going?
Stingray versus DB is going to be a good one. Now, okay, look, we've kind of seen DB in this situation before. You know Stingray's probably going to play Orion. We just finished watching him fight Fosey earlier on, where Fosey was playing Orion, and it went pretty well for DB. But this is Stingray we're talking about. This North America versus South America match is going to be insane.
Listen. Sparky can verify this. Early 2020, like Nostradamus, I predicted the emergence of Stingray, okay? He will tell you. We were talking shop before the first tournament of the year, and I said, there's going to be some crazy Orion player you've never heard of, and he's going to take this whole thing. And he was like, yeah, right, you're stupid.
Yeah,
you don't know anything you're talking about. And then Stingray came along. I think he got maybe second in that
place,
tournament?
yeah, Winter Championship, out of nowhere. I mean, that was his first bursting onto the scene in 2020. And ever since then has been a mainstay. He is just one of the best. But DB, long time been one of the best. Ignore the power ranking, right? You saw all the other numbers in there. These guys are basically perfectly evenly matched in what their legacies hold for Brawlhalla.
Oh, okay,
this
so
could really go either way.
I love the speed running on those bands. He knows exactly what he wants.
Yeah,
these 3 maps, take your choice, DB.
What's DB gonna pick? I'm thinking small Brawlhaven. That's where the score gets settled. Ooh, big read.
You were right. You're right. Both
Okay,
the black
this is gonna
colors
be a good one. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Stingray versus DB, North America versus South America.
3,
Here
2,
we go.
1, brawl. Now, one thing though, Stingray, one of his most played legends is Ragnir. So he's got a lot of experience with this character. Whoa, okay. And if DB's going to get an opportunity to show it off at all, it's been all Stingray's spears so far.
These guys are so fast. I feel like, is the game on fast forward? These guys are moving so quick.
All right, Stingray now swapping off for the Rocket Lance. Ooh. Nice reversal there. Has DB pressured off of the side of the stage. Okay, just with the coverage, can't get around it. That takes the first stock in less than 30 seconds. Stingray now up a full stock lead.
That's insane. just a bit over 30 seconds, he's taking a full stock off of DB.
Yeah, I mean, he's riding a rocket. It's going to be a fast-traveling match.
DB will not stand for this. Here we go, off the stage.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Old ground pound. I like to see it.
It was courageous, to say the least. Stingray is really good after taking an early stock. Just like staying steady after that. All he's got to do is hold on. But
now he's disarmed. He's off the side of the stage, punches his way back up through, grabs that rocket lance. DB has to snuff this out quickly so this doesn't become a runaway.
DB looking for the finishing blow on Katars. It can be difficult. There's no true combo that'll finish his opponent. You know, all the true combos are combos are just they're just for damage.
Ooh,
oh,
okay.
he wanted the falling nair. That was crazy. Stingray is now a full stock ahead, and DB is still searching for the first knockout on Stingray. That was a wild option DB's going for.
Yeah, I think
okay,
both, I think
here
all
we go.
the hitboxes.
Axe time. This is how you finish the stock.
Oh no, just barely steps behind him. Bold, gravity cancel, neutral sig as an option, looking for that final blow there. DB lands it.
Yeah, he was searching for that side air for a while. But Stingray, he's got a huge lead now. He could just finish DB in like, yeah, that would have done it.
That was the right input. Wrong spacing, but I'm sure he's going to close that gap. And there it is, slapped away off the side. And again, back to that full stock lead for Stingray.
Yeah, barely took any damage. This is actually just a full stock lead.
Off the side lane? Are you impressed by these side lane follow-ups?
Yes, nobody does it like Stingray. It's so nice.
Yeah, he whipped around, reversed that nair. That was actually really sick. I think that's one of the things that makes Spear very interesting in this meta. Is it's got a lot of strings, and there's a lot of, like, if you're not the Spear player, you might not know all the follow-ups.
Oh, that's huge. He stuffed the recovery. Stingray knows it's over. He just ground bounds and gets out of there. Go next. Here we go. I mean, DB needed to bring it back.
Yeah.
It was looking like he wasn't going to be able to bring it back, but he's already brought it back.
Yeah, this is the closest this game has been so far. Okay, weapon starved. Obviously, Stingray preferring the rocket lands with the KO. Okay, backs away from that.
That was close. Oh, DB's in trouble, man. Stingray, oh my goodness, DB.
Oh no, there it is.
DG.
I gotta love a celebratory gravity cancel signature, you know? Because you know you got it.
Oh, yeah. That's a classic Stingray move. Wow,
okay,
that was good,
now,
man.
game one, pretty dominant by Stingray, but that last stock showed some life from DB, and it is a best-of-5 set, so he's got to wrestle this back.
Right, he was just a little cold on that first stock, you know? Stingray came in hot, and it was quick.
I love the immediate ban of the last map played after you lose.
Yeah.
That's smart,
I
think
we
so.
don't see that a lot.
Okay, so there's big dunk potential for both these legends on this map. We've got the small wall, but, I mean, the most infamous dunk in the entire game is Orion neutral spear.
Right.
That's
he didn't even use it once.
And that's true. That's
in his pocket still.
That is a good point. You know, that's a really reserved
He doesn't want to show all his cards yet. You know?
Oh my gosh.
He doesn't use it much. It'll give you out of DB fine, and it'll work very effectively when he finally uses it. DB, that might be it. That might be it. Oh no! Oh no!
Okay,
he had it. Oh
that edge
my
guard
God.
went back and forth 3 or 4 times. That was insane. Damage is even.
Yeah, the damage is even for as much of an error as it was. He didn't lose anything from it except an opportunity. Stingray dominating the neutral game here. Big follow-up off the side light. Whoa, DB! Narrowly avoids getting knocked out. Wait.
Yeah, see, exactly. Hard to follow up that sideline, especially with no runway to try to mix them up.
Oh,
and
he
there
might
it is.
finish it off right here. DB, nice fade away, but he could not escape the axe from DB, and now DB's got a marginal lead here. He could just get knocked out.
That weapon throw saved him.
He was
That
actually
weapon throw
about to get
saved
knocked
him.
out. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, sitting into that DB's Nostradamus, not me. He saw that into the future, knew that weapon throw was what he needed. And oh my gosh, the ground pound also comes through. Big damage on this second stock. Oh, okay, there we go. Down lance comes through, taking out the first stock of DB, and this could be close to an even game very shortly.
Yeah. All right, Stingray with the spear. He might. Maybe now's the time for that sneaky neutral signature. Whoa! Ooh. Okay, you don't see that very often, man. That was a nice play by Stingray. Oh my gosh.
Oh, there it is! So
who's
that
Nostradamus
sneaky?
now?
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
A second down air might have done it, but DB fights his way back up through, not before taking a lot of damage from the spear of Stingray, which again, he is one of the premier spear players for the longest time.
Oh yeah.
For the last 2 years.
It's
enough to do it.
If he hit the right side of it, I don't think it would have knocked out, but he got the left side of it. He was just a little bit closer to the left side of the stage, and he got the knockout. That's huge, because he's in orange. He can push this lead now. We've seen him get the lead. I feel like DB needs to start early and continue, because Stingray does not give it up easily.
Okay, so your advice to DB is just stay winning?
Just, yeah, never
not win.
losing.
Okay, yeah, good.
Will win.
I think that's honestly good advice. And DB, he seems to be taking it here. He's got Stingray off of the side of the stage. Has to be wary of nothing.
Beautiful.
The ground pound with passion comes down, and that ties up the game yet again. Another nail biter on the final stock.
Yeah, classic for DB and Stingray. Okay. DB has got some ground to make up for here. An orange Stingray on a fresh stock. It's going to be difficult, man. Stingray's lance is so premier. You're talking about how good his spear is, but seriously, he's kind of nuts on the lance. Whoa!
Oh my
gosh!
Blown away. What a furious end.
Was that a true combo off the weapon throw? That was beautiful.
You got to know your weapon throw opportunities when you're using lance and especially spear.
Yeah.
You've got the biggest hitboxes in the game for that.
That's right, yeah. It's no surprise that Stingray excels so hard with the weapon throws, and he finds so much success with it when Orion is like, it's got to be the most optimal character for the weapon throw play style, right? He got the 2 longest weapons.
I mean, Axe and Hammer, you could argue, also have like the verticality of their hitbox, maybe gives them some advantage.
They're giant circles when they get thrown, right? Basically, and these are like horizontal lines when they get thrown.
Character swap, DB on Amethyst, man after my own heart.
I mean, yeah, this is a big Steven character.
This is a big Steven character.
He's definitely all about the Amethyst here.
I'm flip-flopping right now. It's all
but,
DB time.
But you also love the Ragnar. I mean, I know you'd be on Raphael, but you're a Ragnar boy too. Maybe, you know, he is just like in the spirit of Steven.
The way Stingray moves, he's moving so fast.
That's
Lots of
true.
fastballing. He
really
snaps to the ground really quick. Nice
Look
weapon
at-
throw
oh
follow
my
up.
gosh.
Onto the rocket lance, keeps it going. Dolphin diving, weapon throw. No weapons for you. Bro, I want people to see the signature effects I animated, bro. Let him get a weapon. He's completely skunked so far. He just has to fight with his hands and feet. That's all he's left with.
No, DB finally grabs the weapon.
But, is it too late on this first stock? Stingray is running away with this side air weapon throw. Has to
Great
duck
pass
low.
ball, yeah, ducking underneath that, uses the weapon throw to cover his tracks, but it's just not enough. Stingray finds his way around it, slaps him off, and this is looking a lot like the first game with the damage deficit that DB is facing.
This is big trouble for DB. And again, this is game 3, so if Stingray comes away with this, he is moving on through the bracket, easy peasy. 3-0,
I don't think it's going to be easy peasy. Yeah, he's done. He's out there.
Dude, I like that. He was like Tokyo drifting that ground pound off the side of the stage, hitting the back end of it. Okay, almost.
Wait a second, DB's got moves too.
Yeah, he's got, well, I mean, the biggest innovators of the weapon throw meta have always been in Brazil, in South America region, for sure.
That is true, man. Ever since the beginning, they really were on top of it. And you know what? Even back in the day, you know who was defining that meta? It was DB. Once upon a time, he was the king of Brazil.
DB has got himself in a better position in this match, still with a slight damage lead. Stingray has an opportunity off on the side of the stage here. Can't follow up on that side leg.
What a punish. That was beautiful. He knew that DB would fall to the ground after missing that move. And, you know, depending on the move that he used, he wouldn't have, because he was actually pretty high in the air. There's just a lot of end lag off of the Axe ground pound. Stingray played that perfectly. DB was catching up in damage, but now Stingray's really got the opportunity to push his damage lead further. And if he wins this game, it's over for DB.
Some of the options from Stingray they just surprise me when they come out.
I'm sure they're surprising DB as well.
Whoa! See, that's where the small wall comes into the advantage there. He covered so much area, and when you have momentum going to the wall, you slide up, you peek just a little bit, and then blown away.
Yeah.
Now tied up on the final stock, but DB needs to make some huge moves off of the side. That would have been it.
Uh-oh. Stingray might just finish him right now. Nicely done, DB, making it through the edge guard, avoids the killing blow. Again, DB, oh no, uh-oh. Okay, that's his last chance.
Okay,
he burned his dodge for this. Oh, he faded away perfectly. He's still going to survive this. Can he make it back through the Stingray edge guard, or is it over for DB? Oh, no.
You said, oh, no.
Beautiful punish. Stingray. GG. 3-0. Can you believe it, man? Against a champion like DB, Stingray is moving on to the next round, top 128.
That was really impressive from Stingray. He did that fast. He did it with style.
Yeah, he looked good doing it. Man, very impressive. See if Stingray gives us something to the camera.
Oh, yeah, you're grading everybody's pop-offs today.
I'm always looking for a good pop-off. And you know what? DB so far, best pop-off.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's won that.
Yeah,
PR rank 1 in the pop-off.
Big 3-0 from Stingray. DB was keeping up with him, but it was just too much. I mean, I want to put a little asterisk next to this 3-0 because, like, it was close, though. It was close, though. But our analyst desk can tell us more about it. What's going on, guys?
Man, DB really had a challenge really set before him. Duke, how do you feel about the outcome of this one?
I think it was a little bit predicted. We all kind of agree that Stingray is the big dog here, coming in PR number 2 over DB. And DB tried his best. The Ragnar was looking good at various moments, but Stingray was just on point, so good at denying weapons from DB, so good at hitting those signatures. We saw multiple of those spear down signatures finish off, as well as the fact that he was using that lance. And it's something that's very unique to Stingray is his ability to use that lance down sig not only to KO, but take space. The first KO of the entire set was him throwing out a lance down sig, and then DB comes up high and he catches him with the lance neutral signature. Stingray's just so good at utilizing that Orion signature kit.
So I was looking at that Ragnar pick coming out from DB with a little bit of a question mark on my face because we don't see a lot of Ragnar. Even from the Qatar players that are out there, we don't see a lot of Ragnar anymore in modern Brawlhalla in 2022. Going into this one, if you're looking at Axe, that means recovery frames when you throw out your weapons. And we're seeing punish on punish coming out from Stingray. That was one of his strongest powers that game, was the punish game. Anytime DB came in with the axe, was put into recovery frames, we saw the punish coming out from Stingray. Even when we swap over onto the Amethyst, still has the axe in hand, which means punish time for Stingray. Immediately right there, punishes the ground pound, knows where the hitbox is, works on it with his spacing, and then covers it with the timing to secure the KO. There we see again signature coming out. It wasn't on the axe, but still, the punish game was the constant.
Wow, well, it's not over. We're still moving forward here to the next match, which is Use versus Faison. So another South American player, but now up against an EU well-known name. Duke, how do you feel about this matchup now? I mean, let's look at the numbers here.
They're definitely a little bit closer in PR. You've got PR4 versus PR10. Use is kind of the sleeper of the South American region. He's not really in the conversation too often of like top South American players, like Sparky said, right? We've got our Fiend fans, we've got our West fans, we've even got our Lores fans and our Kinda fans, but Use is very rarely a part of that conversation. But at the same time, coming in PR number 4, he's definitely been doing really well for himself in the region. On the other side, Faison's been a long-standing name. We've seen him get a couple of those gold medals, but still, he isn't very often in that conversation either for EU players. He's even kind of forgotten as far as EU players go.
In terms of the modern landscape coming out from EU, Faison is mostly there in 2v2s, but he does from time to time pop up in 1v1s. But I say from time to time, meaning a little bit of inconsistency there. As one of the only major top player representatives that we have coming from Italy, Faison kind of stands alone in this weird spot compared to virtually every other EU player out there.
Now, talking about PRs here, I mean, I'm definitely seeing that Use, 3rd place in Autumn Champs and 3rd place in Summer Champs as well. But I don't think Faison's too far behind. We got Faison here 9th in Autumn, but 7th in Summers. I mean, I'm curious to know what maybe Twitch chat might be thinking about. And of course, please interact with us on the polls and continue to tag us, hashtag BCX2022, so we can see what y'all are saying online as well. I want to know though, as I say that Twitch poll, look at it, it appeared. Now, this is interesting. This is interesting because it seems like chat's rooting for Faison. We got 58% here. Duke, What do you make of this?
I kind of agree with them. Even though Hisen's PR is a little bit lower, EU is arguably a stronger region, a little bit more competitive. There's a lot more density of sheer player talent. So seeing Hisen being a little bit lower there kind of makes a lot more sense. And also, just I'm more familiar with Hisen, so I'm going to go with kind of that familiarity for myself personally.
So one of the biggest things that we look at whenever we see Hisen is prone to tilt. I've had him DM me after tournaments being very angry. So he's definitely prone to tilt. The mental game from Hisen, when it's on, ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between, it is on. But if he tilts, he can snowball out of control in the downward direction, but he can also snowball out of control in the upward direction. If he gets that momentum on his side, it's going to be up to you to try to shut that down. I haven't specifically spoken to Hisen this tournament yet, which I need to do. To see how he's feeling. You think I can just like go up there and like tap him on the shoulder?
I mean, he hasn't locked in yet, so.
What were you trying to say, Sparky?
But yeah, so I don't know how Hisen's feeling today going into this matchup.
Well, we'll see how he feels afterwards and the momentum that may take place here. Foda, Steven, take it away for us.
Look, I heard you, Duke, but I haven't forgotten about Hisen, all right? He's been out here for a long time, dominating in the European tournaments, especially over the time skip, right? He was always in there, especially in doubles. But speaking of doubles, after Yuzu's performance last night in that last game, I am just all about Yuz, man. He's certainly got what it takes.
That is what I'm saying, okay? In the doubles, yesterday he proved a lot, and that made me a lifelong fan. So I think I might have, and it was a close, the poll was close, right? And with this legend pick as well.
It's practically 50-50.
I'm all team Yuz here.
Yes, exactly. I'm with you, bro. Yuz, he's proven himself to be one of the greatest players ever after that performance last night. And look at this, locking in with the Ada pick. That's wonderful. Here we go. Ada, BCX 2022. Here we go.
Yeah, this is kind of a classic pick. We don't really see very often anymore. But again, South America known for the spear, and it's the new hotness right now, and she has got one of those as well, trying to fight his way to a weapon spawn, grabs the blasters first.
All right, Hisen looking for his opportunity, burns the gravity cancel, but no big punish from Yuz here. What?
Oh,
What? Wait a second.
He read the down dodge. It was amazing. Amazing.
That is, he just opens up with that?
Had to test him, and it worked out. Dealing some good damage. Basically even though here on the first stock, catches the down light, or down air, tries to follow up with another. Dodging through, see, again, if you're playing with a Spear Master, they're going to know those follow-ups off a side light.
You're right.
Works his way
Yuz is
around.
going to be able to mix that up wonderfully. Oh, great punish by Hisen, but he misses the follow-up. You know why? It's an extremely hard move to follow up on Yuz.
My gosh.
Catches the recovery at the perfect time. Like you said, he's a master of Spear. He knows exactly how far the moves go. He knows the pixel to be on, and he punished it perfectly.
Yeah, huge lead for Yuz. And again, he
Wait
gets
a
the
second.
same
Is that
exact
a true
read.
combo?
No, it can't.
Does he know something we don't?
He might. We wouldn't allow that. I don't know.
No.
Potentially. I think it's just a hard read on the dodge behavior of Hisen.
We're going to see. We're going to see.
Does Yuz already have the
It might also
download?
be damage dependent.
Oh, okay. That's possible.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, now what was that? That was a hard read for
Okay,
sure.
that was definitely a hard read.
Oh, gets the
Oh
recovery,
my gosh,
sneaks his way
Yuz
in.
is
Side
Yuz.
air follow-up?
Oh, is Yuz the greatest player in the world?
Oh my
Wait,
god,
Yuz,
dude, styling on him,
Yuz is taking
cartwheeling over.
BCX.
Okay, yeah,
Call it
potential. All right, Hisen needs to pull off something here to stop the bleed because Yuz is about to go 2 stocks up, and there it is. Breakdance his way into victory. Well, not quite yet. He needs one more stock to claim game 1, but it is looking good.
He's got a 2-stock lead here. That is amazing. Against a player like Hisen, Hisen's a champ. I mean, this is impressive.
Whoa, 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 whoa. The chase down from Yuz. He ran out of gas. He was sweating all the way up, but he got every lick of damage he could.
Holy guacamole, man. Yuz might just... Is he going to 3-stock? No, don't do it to him.
Oh, he almost did it to him.
God.
He was pixels away from doing it to him, Foda, but hanging on by a thread. Hisen's still in this one.
We are looking for the 3-stock here. Oh, that's beautiful.
Wait, don't do it to yourself. Okay, Yuz makes it back to the stage, just barely sweat it out, ground pound and finished it off.
3-stock! Oh my gosh!
Reserved, okay?
Yuz!
He's saving the pop-off for the end. Okay, I have a working theory, and I wonder what you think about it. I think there's kind of a rock, paper, scissors between our 3 big regions, and 1v1 especially. I think it's like NA, over SA, but SA over EU. There's something about it.
And then EU over NA?
Well, yeah, wait.
Wait,
okay.
that's the rock, paper, scissors, right?
I forgot how rock, paper, scissors work. maybe, yeah,
like,
we'll go with that. No.
But in this situation, rock can beat scissors and paper.
Well, that is realistic to what rocks do. All right, forget I said that.
I liked where you were going with that. I shouldn't have ruined it. Logic is for chumps. Here we go.
All right, game 2.
Okay, so Faison switching up his legend. That makes sense.
Whoa, did he switch his sidekick? Is he TED user confirmed?
Oh, TED might make all the difference here. You got a guy like that supporting you in the background. Look at him up there in the top right.
All right, we'll see. Is the TED power up real?
Yeah, this will be the proof. This will tell us. But I agree with Faison swapping up his legend. He's awesome on the gauntlets. He always has been. So, let's bring it back.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, he missed the combo. Right when I said he was awesome at it. He's still awesome at it, guys. Everybody can miss a true combo.
Okay, and that is a huge difference here in game 2. Faison with a meaty lead now.
Yeah.
The character swap was huge. And sticking with the gauntlets, throws that axe away, wants these.
Going from being pre-stocked to like commanding lead in game 2, that's gotta feel good. Oh, wait a second.
Oh, double! Whoa, my gosh! And quickly retaliated. And the double off the soft
platform. Man.
How opportunistic was that?
Yeah, it puts him so far up in the sky. It's a beautiful play by Yuz. Yuz is always surprising me with his creative and split-second decision making in combat here. He showed it to us in that match, and I keep referencing from yesterday against Acro's Blaze. I mean, it was really amazing, some of the things he pulled off. And it's no surprise, the moves he's pulling off here right now. What's it gonna be? His corner guard is perfection. Perfection.
Woo! Okay, with a move like that, the timing was perfect. Knocked Faison out. When Faison got the first stock, just like a few seconds ago, it feels like Faison was in complete control, and now he's got to wrestle this back somehow from Yuz. What's he gonna do with this weapon throw?
You think Yuz is powered up by the defeat of his homie DB earlier?
Oh, that could be it. That could be it.
He's got need to avenge his brother.
I honestly think though, I think Yuz is just sick. And we haven't seen enough of Yuz to know how sick he is
That's
yet.
right, yeah.
Oh, what a follow-up!
The
pressure, he's following back to stage. Okay, goes for the breakdance. Nice punish from Faison, but he is in a desperate situation on this last stock. And there it is! He showed it to him. Dude, it's like showing somebody you have aces and then they still bet high. He's like, dude, I'm gonna finish this game with that breakdance move, and he did just that.
Dude, he is keeping himself in the zone. You gotta respect that level of...
Saving it for the final pop-off.
Yeah. He's charging up. He's powering up. Dude, honestly, I'm thinking more of my theory here that he is avenging his fallen brother, you know? Like, DB knocked down the lower bracket, Yuz has got to step up. They actually do call each other brothers. Not just them, but every South American player here, they refer to each other as brothers. There's a family aspect here. And Yuz, he's got to defend.
Wow, Faison reaching all around in his pocket to see what he can find. Now he pulls out an Asuri, maybe just to win Foda over, and that might be, maybe that's the energy he needed. He's like, Foda's giving Yuz too much praise. I gotta do something to get some back here. And we will see how it works out for him. Uh-oh, off the side of stage, he's down airs. These pogos could be devastating. Fights his way back up on top. Gonna swap out for the guitars now. This is what we really want to see.
You know, just like the spear downlight can be tough, I mean, the spear side light can be tough to follow up on, the guitar downlight is exactly the same way. I mean, the guitar neutral light is exactly the same way. There's like 8 different options to move out of it, and getting the right one can be very difficult, but we've seen Faison do it before, and he's got to do it again.
Oh, goes for the breakdance again. Faison must know that hitbox pretty well by now, and it can't save him there. Gets caught up with a downlight side air to finish off the first stock, and Yuz yet again with a lead, but it's only a small one at this point.
Yeah, Faison could equalize any second here. With the guitars, might find it difficult.
I feel like the South American players are trying to bait everyone off stage all the time, and I am here for it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was really great for DB doing it the way he was before on the Hattori, but Use is making good use of it.
You know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And speaking of dying by the sword, there goes Yu's first stock, knocked through the roof, now with a tied game. Not a lot of damage racked up on that second stock. He can come back on this one, and he needs to, because this is game 3. If Yus takes this, it's a 3-0 and a handshake. There you go. Oh my gosh, Snyder, the recovery, and he goes.
He's mad.
And you know what?
That's insane.
Huge punish opportunity there. He was sweating on his way down. Heisen gets a bit of damage. Has to fight his way back in this game still. Yus is just going crazy, popping off, and that side signature doesn't come through.
Man, Heisen cannot find the follow-up off of his hard neutral light. Yus is mixing it up just too well.
Oh my gosh, the break dance is so deadly in there. The side air takes him off with the side
He is heavily leading on that down signature.
Well,
I don't know, is he?
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right.
Oh, how about that?
Oh
my goodness.
I can't believe it. I was gonna say earlier, Yus is probably the best at the Ada signatures. The percentage he's using them versus landing them. Okay, I didn't mean using. I didn't mean to make a pun, but
no. Yeah, I know you. I know you well, dude. You went for it, and it landed. Just be proud. Oh,
okay.
Whoa. Wow, what a reversal! Oh my gosh, even with that extremely early knockout from Heisen, he's still facing a damage deficit to overcome.
Yeah, that was the best time ever to land the down lane into recovery, and that was his only hope of staying in this match and staying in this set. Can he come back on this final stock? Has to find an opening here to punish Yus kind of freely using his attacks. And
yeah, he's playing the range of the blaster so perfectly. And you know what? The spear has similar range. He's really making perfect use of it. I can't stop hearing the Yus.
I know, well.
It's ruined it.
My bad. It's such a common phrase. Oh my gosh, called out there.
3-0 Yus. It takes the victory. Moving on to the next round of top 128. GG. He's going to head over, fist bump his opponent. Look at this, all the way up, all the way up. You don't need to come to me, I'll come to you. Boom, fist bump.
Love to see the sportsmanship.
The sportsmanship, yeah.
Dang.
It's respect out here.
All right,
it's
take
all
that,
love.
chat.
It's Brawlhalla family.
That poll, what do you think about that? You were wrong. I mean, that was a pretty decided victory. There was almost at no point that Yus was not in control of this set.
Man, some of his knockouts were just so creative. Let's see the pop-off.
Well, he did pop. He popped those headphones right off his head.
That's right.
Gently sat them down on the table and respectfully handshook his opponent. So, quite a pop-off indeed.
Go ahead and pop off. Oh man, GG. Seriously, Heisen is an extremely tough opponent, and it is telling how well Yus did against Heisen. Probably means big things for the future of Yus's bracket run today here at the Brawlhalla World Championship. Analyst Desk, please tell us more about it.
I mean, very well deserved from Yus. I mean, he had so many people come up to him too to congratulate him as well here at the venue. Duke, tell me why Yus was so successful, especially on the Ada.
I really feel like Sparky set that one up. Like, he kind of lobbed it in the air, and then we were able to knock it out with that match, because I think it does come down a lot to that mentality issue of Heisen is he didn't know what to do. We saw the Ada get locked in. The first thing I said was like, when's the last time we saw it? Schwerpy, right? Like a second ago. And then other than that, like, we don't see a lot of Ada in competitive. We don't see that signature usage the way that Yus was doing it. And the whole time, Heisen's playing this game of like, how do I play against Ada? And he doesn't have time to figure out how to play his game. And you saw him struggling to decide what character pick. I think a lot of it came down to that mentality issue, which Sparky highlighted before the match.
Looking at Yus, when we look at the PR, talk about PR4, it's the same thing in 2v2. We saw how good Yus is at 2v2. It's the same thing in 1v1s. Yus won the South American land that they had, Karatada. He came out on top in 1v1. He is a legend in this scene. Even though it's not Fiend, even though it's not West, Yus is always in that conversation. And if he's not, you made a mistake, because he should be.
Well, let's take a look at these highlights here to see how and why Yus succeeded too. The momentum that he gained. And I see what you mean, Duke, about how Heisen kept switching up to different legends. He was first playing like, what, Asuri, and then or Dalsum?
He went from Hattori to Dalsum to Asuri. There was like almost no carryover except for that sword, which he tried to stick with, and he got it closer and closer each time, but wasn't able to get it.
Well, I would love to hear the more in-depth review and breakdown of this wonderful match. Remy, tell me about it.
Well, I'm Llama somewhere in this venue telling everyone to play Thatch. I'm from now on going to be telling them to play Ada because it's looking a lot better than the Thatch lately. The Spear is doing excellent work. The Blasters are doing the same thing. You can see right here from this opening from Yuz that he came to play. These Blasters are doing a lot of work. As I said, the recovery punish from Faison going for a punish of his own looked really good to start it off with, and the momentum just kept going, got that early lead for himself, and he worked with it so well. Let's take a stock at this play in the second stock here. It goes on for a while. The beautiful slider carries over into that recovery. Now he also tracks him really well here, and this tracking is going to be key the entire time. He knows exactly where Faison is going to be a lot of this match. As soon as he comes back down, he's not done with it, turns around, reads his back to the stage, gets the beautiful end sig, and Yuz, he's just all over the place. The legend swaps did come through, as the casters mentioned, but it doesn't matter because you can change your legend, but if you don't change how you're moving, the tracking never stops. Look at Yuz off of this end, like, gets the quick dash forward, gets the double downlight off the dodge read, and it's a beautiful KO to even up the stocks there once again. Faison, one more legend swap from him. It's not going to work. Yuz has it figured out already. The recovery is beautiful. The weapon throw to stop the landing is beautiful. Look at how he picks these blasters up and what he does with them. He lets the ground, sees Faison's going to touch the ground, jump real quick. GC side stick catches him out of it. It's going to be a quick 3-0. He did a beautiful job. The Ada's looking amazing, and I can't wait to see more of it. Back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Remy, for that breakdown, because I totally agree. We can see the momentum that Yuz was picking up here on the Ada and just literally dancing around Faison with the blasters. Sparky, tell me a little bit more about that.
It was truly incredible. And Duke hit part of it, and I want to bring it home on this because it's the Ada that Faison wasn't ready for. And then you also have South America that doesn't play the legends in the same way that the other regions play those legends. So you have like two major variables that Faison is having to deal with at both times. And I wasn't good at math. So when you add an X and you add a Y, I don't know how to solve for either one.
Well, hopefully you can figure that out as we take a very short break before we get right back into the action. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, y'all. Welcome back, everyone, to the Brawlhalla World Championship Day 2. And really, we're just still going on all of the pools action here at the singles competition. Our next match here is going to be Sukhoi versus Asmodee, which, whoa, quite the run back here. Foda, Steven, tell me about it.
We are gonna get right back into it real quick. These players are already banning maps, and it is a moment away from us. Ladies and gentlemen, Asmodee versus Sukhoi. Moonin versus Kaya. When was the last time you've seen this happen in a top-tier tournament?
Yo, how did Asmodee make her loadout so crazy? How did we give him access to all that stuff?
Yeah,
that was insane loadout.
Well, I'm glad she took the time, you know?
Yeah, definitely passes the drip tech there.
All right, here we go. Neutral game in favor of Sukhoi at the beginning here. Asmodee, oh man, the sight, the color swap is just, it's all coming together so nice. Asmodee is really looking good.
And I'm happy to see a Moonin on stream. I mean, I feel like this is a very unexplored legend as far as competitive play. We don't see them very often.
Yeah.
So, I want to see what she has polished up for us.
Now we've already seen Asmodee get a wonderful punish, full-on punish from Sukhoi's gravity cancel here, but Sukhoi is also dishing it back out the same way. This is, I think this is going to turn out to be one of those super even, down to the last hit kind of matches, bro.
Okay, hot swaps onto the bow. Sukhoi dealing out some good damage
He
on
doesn't
arm.
need a weapon.
Yeah, okay.
Well, he'll grab one if it's around.
Oh, okay, wow. That is one of the hardest moves to not just get, like, faked out by and just falling in yourself.
Yeah, mess up the punish on. Oh, that was the right punish. It's good thing Sukhoi abandoned the signature there because Asmodee's got it figured out. Whoa, man, pixels away from getting the knockout there.
Okay, blown dodge there. Asmodee not able to capitalize, now knocked out the stage herself. Can she make it back? And nice side air. Bounce off the wall, that'll do it for the first stock, but still a lot of damage taken on his first stock as well. So Sukhoi has to try to build up this lead very quickly without taking any damage.
Right, yeah, now's the time to play it safe here.
Well, JK, he's just gonna go right for it.
Whatever works, whatever works. Damage, we just need damage. Okay, so a little bit of damage done already. That's gonna help with the damage lead. Asmodee got him on the side. Sukhoi might be in trouble here. This is smart of Sukhoi to go for the second. Oh, nice. Asmodee just manages to equalize there. I like how Sukhoi went for the exhausted recovery there. That's a big fake out. We didn't see Asmodee fall for it, but that's a smart play.
Look at this bow versus bow. I'm loving like the diversity in weapon picks and legend picks we've seen all weekend. Everybody has been showing off the stuff.
Yeah, good point, man. We've really been seeing almost everything. Super even. These players are neck and neck here. Asmodee covering the weapon there, but Sukhoi with his bow doesn't really need it, but pretty close to be disarmed, I think.
Yeah,
taking a lot of damage.
I was just pointing this out earlier. They're both fighting over this weapon spawn as if they really want it. Okay, Sukhoi finally makes the swap onto the spear.
I think that was the right time for it. He was about to get disarmed.
I mean, maybe this is a comfort weapon. I feel like I know Sukhoi mostly for his Sentinel and his Nash, so we know he's been rocking the spear for quite some time.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the Sukhoi Nash.
Whoa! Okay, explosive signature there.
Yeah,
perfectly timed. That'll do it. Gonna juggle these bows. Hopefully, does he come away with the healthiest one?
Took the full health weapon.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Smart.
Some people, when they're stressed about just trying to get their weapon back, they'll miss out.
We have seen it in some of the highest octane matches before. The best players in the world have made that mistake, but not Asmodee. Whoa!
Okay, Sukhoi finally breaks through that juggle, makes it back to earth, and gonna swap quickly again onto that spear. Dodges down air.
Again, I mean, either one of those would have just finished the job. Can Asmodee make it back? No, perfect weapon throw from Sukhoi.
Okay.
Pretty damaged though. Yeah. Sukhoi's not in a great position, but he could bring it back.
Oh, huge take! Oh my God!
Oh, that would have been the nastiest mammoth knockout.
I know. He bent the farm on that elephant, and that was maybe it could have been a wise choice. Didn't work out in that situation. Has to duck below those music notes very quickly. Still has to make this comeback. Deep in the red, getting ever closer to being knocked out on this final stock as Asmodee bats him away one more time. Can she close out this edge guard? He does it! All right.
Well done. Okay, I mean, a dominant performance from Asmodee. Sukhoi was keeping up, but Asmodee just never lost the lead.
Okay, did we get, was there a weapon swap, or sorry, character swap? No. No, Sukhoi still on the Kaya.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the legend swap had anything to do with it. Both these players are amazing on their legends, and it's just going to come down to how they play. There's Sukhoi's map bans. We're waiting for Asmodee to decide between these.
I didn't know we gave him all the access to all that swag.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, everything's unlocked.
Was it the swag buff?
Oh,
is that how it worked out?
Yeah, you got to consider.
Okay, this should be interesting. With the soft platforms, they both have really good anti-air, so who's going to make the most use of it on this map? We shall see. Sukhoi, the first one to grab a weapon, picks up the bow, and now it's just, this is all archery, man. This is exactly what I like to see.
Oh, yeah. People don't know. Steven's like a trained, like, serious business archer.
Yeah, I used to work at an archery shop, so that's all I know. Oh my gosh!
Whoa,
and that's
wait
illegal.
a second.
You can't do that. You can't do that at the archery
That's not
shop.
allowed in competition?
Nope. You can't just dunk on somebody like that, but if you're Asmodee, I guess you
Asmodee doesn't
can.
play by the rules.
Okay, that was a
Gosh.
quick
Whoa,
first stock.
Asmodee with some momentum is actually scary. She's popping off.
Yeah, given how close that last game was, this lead might be, I don't know, enough to turn the tables more in her favor. Okay, what a read with the reverse on the nair. Swapped over. Okay, I got faked out. I thought Sukhoi was going to get hit by his own weapon throw.
Right. Yeah, that was like
why.
Asmodee's spear weapon throw. Somehow it would have just been insane.
This could be a huge two-stock lead if Sukhoi can't put a stop to this now.
I mean, Asmodee is getting away with so much. Okay. Sukhoi working his way back. He's still got so much more to go, and that almost knocked out. Asmodee is one good hit away from a two-stock lead. Okay.
That's not a high defense difference right there.
Yeah, right. That was the difference. Now a two-stock lead for Asmodee. I gotta be honest, I was not anticipating such a dominant performance from Asmodee.
Yeah, this has been very impressive so far. I don't know how Sukhoi can turn this around. Something needs to happen.
All right, I believe. Working right this back. Okay, that's got to be enough. All right. Sukhoi back in business now.
Easy though. I mean,
yeah.
got the first stock, but he's got to play flawless for 2 stocks basically.
Right.
Or at least one stock actually to make the comeback.
No, just one stock, and then you can go back to not playing flawless.
Then you can pump the brakes. You're right.
Yeah.
Has to speed through this second stock.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Asmodee is getting ever closer to closing out game 2.
Now Sukhoi needs to play flawlessly for 2 full stocks.
What was that? Was that a show-off signature? What kind of read was that?
Yeah, maybe. It was a bait. I mean, we've seen it work before.
That's a good point.
Come punish me. You don't realize how low recovery this move is because you never fight a pro Moonin in bracket. Asmodee's the only one.
I think you are right. They might be baiting these punishes, not knowing the recovery times on these moves.
I know I've been fooled by it before.
Okay, Asmodee with the edge guard opportunity. Oh, gives Sukhoi the space to go high. And, oh my God!
A maniacal laugh.
One of the saltiest taunts in the game, if you ask me.
I just appreciate it's not the woohoo time.
That's, you know what? Woohoo is the saltiest taunt in the whole game.
True.
We all know that.
That is a fact.
If you
Everybody
hit me with that
nodding in
woohoo,
agreement.
I am going to uninstall this game one more time. Okay, well that is 2-0 so far, and Asmodee looking really good. I don't know what, maybe a character swap or...
Maybe it's that mask. I mean, she looks fierce.
Okay, what? Is it a skin swap? I can't even... Do I
see a Queen Eye. I see a Queen Eye. I see... Red alert, everybody. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. I'm switching teams. I'm on Team Sukhoi. Let's go.
Yeah, another favorite pick for Foda. Of course, with the Katars. Back with the spear, like I said. Sukhoi's been known for his spear.
1, brawl.
And a map change here. Back on Demon Island. Small walls. Who's going to take the best advantage of it? Oh my gosh, and that might be Asmodee with a savage start to the game. Oh my God!
That was amazing!
Cleanest stock of the whole tournament. That was impeccable.
Oh my! Ooh, I'm feeling it over here. I'm hurting.
That is a rough start for game 3 if you're Sukhoi, but
Okay,
what a return to forward!
Yeah, wait a second.
Okay, answers back almost with a 0 to death of his own, but stopped in his tracks. Asmodee now regaining some control and a full stock lead in game 3. This could close it out 3-0 right here.
Man, a full stock lead for Asmodee. What a powerful start to this match.
Oh my gosh.
Man.
Everything's landing. Everything's working.
Yeah.
And the ground pound goes through as well.
The first
no.
ground pound she even attempted in this entire match and landed it for a knockout. Perfectly played.
Okay, this is something special we're seeing here.
Now, it's signature time.
Now, Asmodee's, oh, dang, I was going to say, her win condition was getting to 3 stock. Now it's basically over. It's basically over.
She lost, right?
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
I guess we'll have to find out.
But the scoreboard might say differently if she could get this last stock. And that's what I'm saying, last stock from Sukhoi here in game 3.
We've talked about last stock madness before, and if Sukhoi doesn't descend into that madness right now, the winner's side run for him is over.
Okay, the Qatars have been dealing most of the damage that Sukhoi's racked up so far. I think this is his path to victory.
Yeah.
Is these 2 blades. Okay, punish there, thrown off the side of the stage, makes it back up on top. Now thrown out yet again. Can't get past the corner guard from Asmodee. Lots of tools in her toolkit. Okay, somehow makes it back over again. Nice punish there. Yeah. Gets around the musical notes. Has to rearm again with the Qatars.
I don't know how Sukhoi is going to manage here. Asmodee is just on her way. Here it comes.
Queen Nine difference, Queen Nine difference.
It's not enough.
It's not
Asmodee
enough.
with a huge 3. Oh, look at that. The support from her squad. You love to see it. Oh, wow. Asmodee. The powerful 3-0. GG. Yeah, celebrate, girl. Woo. Oh, my goodness.
That was insane.
I am impressed. Look at that. That's a huge heart. That's a huge heart. That is a huge heart. The love. I can feel it.
Oh my gosh.
GG.
Sigh of relief, but I feel like she was in control the entire time.
Yeah. I mean, well, I think it's a sigh of exhaustion. The fight at that level, just like that for so long.
It's hard to hit that many combos in a row.
I know. You get tired. You gotta be winded after something like that.
That first stock was like running a 3-minute mile. It was like insane how fast that was.
That's a really fast mile, Steven. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It was like a 10-second stock.
It's
like to check the replay for the exact time on that, but that was seriously one of the cleanest stocks we've ever seen taken in any tournament. Absolutely phenomenal. Hey!
Woo! Hey, it's us! Oh, man. Hey. There you go. That's the real difference right there. That was an awesome set of games. I am so impressed, particularly by Asmodee, and I can't forget Yuz. That was just so impressive. Woo! Dude. Brawlhalla World Championship 2022. Where are you at? This is a great time. Oh my goodness. Asmodee, what can you say? Final thoughts?
Asmodee, put her on your list if she wasn't already. And this competition is bringing out the best in everybody, and I can't wait to see how the final day shapes up.
Here we go. We're going to find out tomorrow. Duke, Sheepy, Sparky, take us home.
Oh my goodness, we could hear in the crowd, we could hear everyone cheering for it. Sparky, I know you're feeling good. I think we all have to say it now. Asmodee stands.
Hold on. Everyone in the audience better do it. We're about to say it. Get ready. Asmodee stands, rise up. All right, y'all are haters. Y'all are haters.
We can see y'all over there. Hey, it's okay, because either way, Asmodee, she definitely proved herself here. We didn't really get a chance too much to talk about it, but this was a elimination quarters final. So Asmodee gets to move on, and Sukhoi, that's it. Let's talk about her success, though. I want to hear your thoughts, Sparky, about this.
She's waking up. She feels it in her bones, enough to make the system blow. Welcome to the Asmodee age. Welcome to the Asmodee age. We're in the Asmodee age.
The last time they competed against each other was earlier today in pools, where Sukhoi won it 2-1. Asmodee winning this is kind of course, that run back, that kind of reconfirmation of her own talents, but also just kind of saying, hey, Sukhoi, if that was a best of 5, you know it would have gone my way. And of course, Asmodee popping off, playing the moon and doing incredibly well. The scythe looked good, the bow looked good, the signature kit looked good, and again, that KO at the very beginning of game number 3 just really solidified her dominance in that set.
That keeps her run going, that keeps herself in this tournament, that also keeps Australia's dreams alive in this tournament, which is huge. We saw Yuz continue. It's not just the solo effort from Yuz. We still have a lot of South American players still in this one, but Yuz also helping to keep not only his run, but the South American run and dreams alive.
I mean, we can see it here in this highlight package. I mean,
that was so filthy.
Just the usage of this bow, and oh my gosh. Where you go after that? Oh, and the pop-off.
Pop-off.
The confidence is there, and it wasn't earlier. We saw her tweet about it earlier today. The nerves were getting to her, but her ability to come back and come out of the gate absolutely swinging, lights out, pedal to the metal, every other turn of phrase that you can think of for speed, violence, speed, and momentum coming into this one. Asmodee had it. You saw with the taunts there. She's got everything going for her as we move into day 3 tomorrow.
And I love what you brought up a little while ago, which is that we have all this regional representation going into day 3. We've got Asmodee from Australia, we've got the South Americans, of course we've got the North Americans and the Europeans playing in 2v2s and in 1v1s. We just have so many of them that it's hard for them not to make it to the top 32. But it's just really cool to see all that representation.
So, Asmodee, congrats on such a well-deserved performance there. Let's actually kind of look back and recap like today, all the different matches we've seen, all the different competitors that have played. Let's first talk about Boomi versus Fiend, about this match here.
What an unforgettable match already. Everyone, like, we were all surprised in the back to see, like, oh, this is first round of top 128. Why in the world is Boomi going up against Fiend? That could be, again, another time we're saying that could be another grand finals caliber match, and it was.
Yeah, 2 absolute powerhouses, and they were playing absolutely lights out. You'll love to see it. Boomi on the cross looking so good, but at the other side, Fiend, he was playing out of his mind. He ended up taking the L here, but he immediately goes down into the elimination bracket, goes to the side stream to continue his run. He had to continue playing.
Now, up next, actually, because we got to keep rolling, we got Wrench versus Electrifying here. Tell me a little bit about that match, dude.
That was a blink and you miss it kind of match. Wrenched versus Electrifying was just really, really fun to watch because this is our first time seeing Wrenched after so many years. He didn't really play in the online too much, but now that he's back in the offline events, seeing him come out swinging immediately, just completely demolishing opponents. Had about a 1-minute match. That is absolutely absurd and so fun to watch.
You talked about not seeing him for a long time, and I want to quantify that a little bit. In the Spring Championships, he got 65th, which meant he didn't make it onto the main stream, might not have even made it on to Pro Brawlhalla stream either. Before that was the Steel Series Invitational, where he came in 13th, so he probably made it on stream there. But again, that was in January, February, March, April of this year. It has almost been 8 months since we've seen Wrenched in a tournament setting on stream. So yeah, you're right. This incredible match coming up. Good work for Wrenched coming into this tournament.
Yeah, you love to see that kind of return to form. All the classics
that
from
right there.
Wrenched. Yeah, the box chain dodge,
Wrenched,
and the edge guards as well from Wrenched. It's just so cool to see him back as if nothing happened at all in the past 2 years.
That is so incredible. We love, yeah, look at that, look at that.
He's PR 76, and that's because he hasn't played too many tournaments. But yeah, like you said, the muscle memory is still there. That foundation that we talk about top players having is still there. He just had to tap into that part of his brain and let it go.
Well, let's talk about Godly versus Faison next. Some definitely legends that have been playing throughout this season.
What an insane set. Did not expect it to go the way that it did. And at the same time, like, Godly, of course, an amazing player, but Faison being able to force that one to game number 5, doing the character swaps, making sure that he was keeping Godly on his toes. Actually, wait, did he character swap or did he just level up?
I think he might have just leveled up. Like, okay. Faison went with the character swap.
Yeah.
We did see a character swap from Godly.
That's right,
It
it's
went
Lucius.
4 games with the Asuri, then the 5th game was on Hattori from Godly. Meanwhile, 2 games on Asuri from Faison, and then 3 on the Lucian. Again, yet another return to form. Faison on the Blasters legend. I saw Faison go down 2 games, and I was like, yep, this is over. A good effort from Faison, but come on, it's Godly. And then he turned around, and we saw great guitar play, great Blasters play, incredible work from Faison, but Godly still had the clutch factor. You see it on the screen right now. PR1. He was not given that. He earned that, scratching, clawing, biting through every European competitor to make sure he went into this one as the top guy.
I mean, yeah, PR1, that means something. Like, definitely put some respect to that for sure. Well, we have plenty. We just kind of recapped just a few, because we had so many incredible, phenomenal matches today. That was just a few to see there. And of course, we're going to have so much more the next day as well. I just want to also, we had a tournament. You're going to hear me say this a lot. We had a tournament, but we also had some Expo stuff. And I do want to give a kind reminder out there for the folks at home about the Expo stuff, especially some merch, okay? Because this is literally exclusive. I hear all the time on the dev streams, where can I get some Brawlhalla merch? This is it. This is your time. This is official BCX exclusive merchandise here. Spiff. I'm actually wearing this today. I love the Spiff Space Brawlhalla merch here. I cannot rep it enough. I love them. Please get it now. Spiff.space-spiff X Brawlhalla, and with a code BCX free for free shipping. Only this weekend. But that's not all. We got the Yeti as well. Duke, tell me a little bit about it.
Of course, you can pick up your Yeti merch. We've got those 2 crew necks, as well as that tote bag and that hat. And of course, with the Yeti, if you purchase anything from theyeti.com/Brawlhalla, you will be getting one of those Yeti Tarot skin codes as well. So you can rep Yeti both in-game and in real life wearing the Yeti clothing.
I'm telling you, Taros players are truly blessed right now. They have the Yeti Taros, they have the Medvedev Taros. They're eating. They just need that rep up on the stage.
Yeah.
Maybe Luna. Maybe we'll get 1 game of Taros coming out from Luna this weekend. Who knows what we'll see there.
Well, don't miss out on that exclusive official BCX merch, all right, y'all? We're just trying to let y'all know you can get that. And for the Yeti stuff, that's a pre-order, so you won't see that be shipping until later, closer to December or something. Okay, I want to talk about where you can continue watching all the BCX action tomorrow, all right? We still got 1 more day, y'all, so don't miss out. Catch all the action on all of our streams. We got, of course, this one, the main stream, twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, and then we got the side stream, twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, and you can honestly watch us anywhere on many different locations, YouTube, ESTV. And here's the schedule for tomorrow. We still gotta go through phase 3 of pools. I believe that's top 32?
Yes.
Top 32, best of 5. And then we'll hit the 2v2 finals, top 4, where we'll find our winner. And then last but not least, 1v1 finals top 8. It's going to be an incredible day tomorrow, Sunday, the final day of BCX 2022. Now, I want to hear some final thoughts as we close out day 2. So, Duke, I'm going to start with you.
It has been an amazing weekend. I keep saying that, and I still keep believing it. Everyone I've met has said they've had an amazing time, and that still holds true. I have been having an absolute blast. I'm so glad we get to be here again after so many years of not being able to be in person, hear the crowd roar with us. It's been absolutely amazing.
This is truly a celebration of the Brawlhalla community as a whole. Yes, it is a tournament where the trophy will go to the absolute best players who have ever picked up the sticks or played on the keyboard or whatever peripheral they're using of choice. But you also have everyone else who gets to come see their friends that they haven't seen for years. Some friends that they made during the time where we were only online. You also get to play against your friends, play against the pros. You get to goof around in this arena with all of the activities that we have here. We had panels going. We had Baron walking around doing lore questions. Every part of the community has been celebrated here at BCX.
We truly are, I feel like, personally, I really, truly feel like we are just one big family, one big Brawlhalla community, one big family, whether you're here in person or at home watching. It's just been a fantastic experience. Whew, well, Today has been such a wild ride for the competitors and even us. We've seen blowouts, we've seen the closest of games. If today isn't any indicator of what's in store for Championship Sunday, you all are in for a treat tomorrow. Remember, you can watch along with us and engage, and of course, we want to see your viewing setup, so be sure to tweet us using hashtag BCX2022 on socials, okay? That's gonna do it for day 2 of BCX, but we've still got one more day to go. Who will be our doubles and singles champion and walk away with a BCX 2022 trophy and that prize money? Find out tomorrow with us live at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time right here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. Good night, everyone.
There's the sideline, he goes for the Sair. Oh, that's gonna do it. That was a nail biter. Same time with the recovery, drops the strong hit, and the scoop will take him off the top.
Basically has one more chance. Oh, 3 for 3. That's a perfect scale.
Has him off stage, he's looking for the dunk. Merlin dodges in with that Sair, and Faison sends him out the side stick as he takes the 2-0 and moves on here at BCX 20.
Off of it, he's just kind of getting that tap as Tiffany gets the recovery. He closes it out, 2-0.
Oh my gosh. Grape makes quick work out of Brain Slam again.
That was the test. You could cut it with a butter knife.